Inside a classroom, a young guy jolts awake, looking like he just swallowed something foul. In that instant, it hits him he's gone back in time. Exactly 25 days before the college entrance exams in the Xia Kingdom. More specifically, he's back in Anqing number 1 high school, 3rd year, 7th class. Around him, everyone's buried in their assignments. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet, screaming like a banshee on fire. Grabbing his wild hair, he curses his rotten fate. If he had to be reborn, couldn't it have been after the exams? Why throw him back into the nightmare of high school, right before the most critical moment of his life? Whoever's messing with his fate, seriously, what kind of plot armor is this? On this world, Blue Star, humanity's long been tormented by an ongoing disaster, secret realm invasions. These mysterious realms act as gateways to other worlds, ones crawling with monsters. And sometimes, those monsters find a way through the rifts and invade. Some are weak, others, strong enough to flatten entire nations. A real threat to all of humanity. To fight back, humans created the beast gene system. By injecting beast genes, people awaken monster templates and unlock powerful genetic talents. These gene warriors are the last line of defense, and as a result, they're treated like royalty. In this world, strength is everything. If you can't fight, you're just background noise. At that moment, the system chimes in. World traversal complete. He has been selected as the host. Memory implantation begins. Still dizzy from it all, he clutches his head, trying to make sense of it. The students around him burst out laughing. Typical. A known class beauty, Huang Tong Tong, throws him a sharp glare and scoffs. Someone like you still thinks you can take the college entrance exams? Why haven't you just dropped out and started some dead-end job? He stares back, unimpressed. Of course, every bullied main character has that one girl who just has to make their life hell. Clearly, the guy who originally owned this body wasn't exactly popular. Turns out, his parents were in an accident back in 2nd year. Since then, his grades tanked. He stopped training. His performance nosedived, dragging the whole class down with him. Now everyone treats him like trash. Huang Tong Tong narrows her eyes, irritated by the way he's looking in her direction. This is a martial arts class, she warns. You trying to start something? He is completely baffled. He was just lost in thought. How was that picking a fight? So now, not only is he stuck in a weakling's body, he also has to deal with the fallout of someone else's screw-ups. Once again, he wonders who the hell rewrote his plotline and dropped him into this train wreck. Just then, the teacher steps forward, reminding the students to prepare. It's time to begin the genetic modification serum injections. This is it, the moment they've been working toward for 3 long years. Time to show what they're made of. Years of hard training, physical conditioning, and building up their martial energy, all of it had led to this moment. But for those who never took it seriously, the teacher didn't even bother finishing that sentence. He simply adjusted his worn-out glasses and shot a glare straight at Ihi. He just smiled, pretending not to notice. Seriously, what's with the attitude? It's not like he was the one slacking off. That was the original guy. He's just stuck cleaning up the mess. Fine. Since he's been handed this train wreck of a life, he might as well fix it right. Soon, the scene shifts to the gene injection hall, where all the students have gathered for the much-hyped genetic awakening ceremony. The room buzzes with excitement. Everyone's talking about which power they hope to unlock. Some brag about wanting a Tier 3 mountain splitter. Others dream big with a Tier 4 sea bridge dragon. One guy even joked about awakening a Tier 1 but beast. Amid the chatter, a huge machine roars to life. Cold air blasts from it as the doors slide open, revealing rows of test tubes, each one containing a glowing serum. These aren't just any serums. They hold the primal essence of magical beasts, collected and synthesized by generations of elite warriors. Once injected, each student would randomly bond with one of these beast genes. And as always, the stronger your body, the better your chances at awakening something powerful. Their exhausted-looking class teacher stepped up again, urging them not to panic. When the serum kicks in, stay calm. Let the power flow through you, he said. Easy for him to say. Names began to get called. One by one, students stepped forward, injected the serum, and instantly started screaming. Whether it was pain or pleasure, who knew? It sounded like a weird mix of both. He watched it all unfold. Yeah, he wasn't exactly thrilled about what was coming, but he didn't hesitate. He grabbed the injector, jabbed it into his arm, and braced himself for whatever madness came next. Except, nothing happened. Eyes wide, he stood frozen. No surge of power. No screaming. No transformation. Just silence. The teacher walked over, clearly confused. You don't seem any different. Shrugged. Maybe I got a fake dose? Of course, that's when Huang Tong Tong strutted over, laughing like she'd been waiting all day for this. Wow, so you really didn't awaken anything. Figures. A loser like you being a warrior? Please. She poked at his face, mocking him. You're like a bird with no wings. Totally useless. Guess this is the end of the road. Huh. He clenched his jaw. She just wouldn't shut up. Always the loudest voice in the bullying crowd. But suddenly, something inside him snapped. A strange surge swelled from deep within, a wild emotion erupting without warning. The system chimed in. Template identified. Infinite monster. A full status panel appeared before him. Host. Physique. Grady. Martial skills. 9th student basic chi technique. Blocking palm. Iron body technique. Huang Tong Tong narrowed her eyes. What's with the weird pose, loser? Still pretending you awakened something? He warned her to back off, but she didn't listen. Blockhead. That girl never listened. And now? Too late. Ihi's body suddenly convulsed. His eyes lit up, glowing with raw, untamed power. Then it happened. That power exploded outward like a wild beast unleashed. A monstrous force surged from within him, blasting everything around. Huang Tong Tong, standing way too close, got launched across the room like a rag doll. But she wasn't the only one. Even though she took the brunt of it, the surrounding students were all thrown back by the sheer pressure. The entire room reeled from the unexpected eruption. That display didn't go unnoticed. 2 elite awakeners, Miss Liu and Lin Wan, immediately turned their attention toward the chaos. The system chimed in. Awakening complete. Template. Mad Flame Demora, a rank. Abilities unlocked. Scorching Breath. Molten Pulse. Spore Absorption. Advanced Form. Flame Lord Demora, locked. 100% compatibility required. Current compatibility, 3%. As he processed all this, one thought crossed his mind. Could this be the golden finger power granted by the system? Whatever it was, the change in the room was immediate. The so-called loser of the class now radiated an overwhelming aura, one that silenced everyone and made even the cockiest students take a step back. Huang Tong Tong, who had just awakened a Tier 2 beast, the flaming lizard, was now unconscious, knocked out cold with drool running down her chin. He scratched his head awkwardly. My bad, guys. Got a little carried away. He tried to explain that he did warn them to keep their distance. But let's be honest, who expected him to awaken something this insane? In an instant, the classroom dynamics flipped. The same students who used to ignore him were now practically bowing, stunned by his transformation. But the moment didn't last long. The PA system buzzed. All third-year awakened students proceed to the testing facility for magical beast classification and martial level detection. Everyone headed to the testing center, eager to see how they measured up. A massive holographic screen lit up, displaying the results in real time. First up, Li Xin Yuan. Awakened Beast, Swift Spine Bug, Tier 3. A few students mumbled in surprise. Li was always average, never stood out. But now, with that bloodline, he was probably top 3 in class. Strong bloodlines are so unfair, someone whispered. Next came Chu Zhou, the class prodigy. No surprises here. Level, Martial Apprentice 9. Beast Template, Ice Demon Dragon, top of Tier 3. A roar of murmurs filled the room. He was almost guaranteed to become Aining City's champion. Then came Miss Liu, also a level 9 martial apprentice, and she had awakened something rare. Beast Template, Nether Sparrow, Stage 4. Gasps filled the room. A Stage 4 template. If that beast appeared in full form, it could easily level a city. Only Grandmasters could hope to stop it. As he stood there watching, something didn't sit right. Everyone else's templates were labeled by stages. Stage 3, Stage 4. But his? Just a rank. What did that mean? Before he could think more, his name was called. And as he turned toward the testing device, as he stepped into the testing chamber, every eye in the crowd was locked on him. The students watched in awe, eyes gleaming with admiration. Some of the girls, already fantasizing about marrying him, or at least having his kids. He finally understood just how much this world revolved around martial power. And now, with that attention aimed directly at him, it felt real. Carrying himself with newfound confidence, he walked into the tube chamber like he owned the place. The cheers behind him were deafening, like fans screaming for their idol. With an aura that wild, everyone assumed the same thing. His test results were going to shatter expectations. A new record, maybe even a rank no one had ever seen. Li Xinyin, the one-time class star, silently watched from the crowd, his expression serious for the first time. He finally realized he was someone worth keeping an eye on. Then things got weird. The moment Ihi's data popped up on the holographic display, it was underwhelming at best. Stage 3 Awakening. Beast Bloodline, unknown. For a second, the room went dead silent. Everyone blinked, tried to process what they just saw. Then came the wave of disappointment. Some guys broke into loud, mocking laughter, like they'd been waiting for the punchline. The girls who'd been swooning? Now, they looked at him like he had the plague. Disgusted, embarrassed. Ihi, completely unfazed, walked calmly out of the testing chamber. This was what he expected. He knew full well his martial abilities and bloodline didn't follow the system's usual rules. The scanner hadn't even picked up his real template, but the system had. Infinite monster template activated. His template wasn't just different, it was limitless. As long as he met the conditions, he could keep unlocking monster forms endlessly. And with that, he set a goal, to become the king of monsters. Later that day, the awakening ceremony wrapped up. Classes ended. Inside the teacher's office, the old man raised an eyebrow. You want to take a break to study on your own and come back for the college entrance exam? Clearly, he didn't buy it. Do you honestly expect me to believe someone like you is going to actually study at home? But he was serious. I've fallen way behind. I need special training. If I follow everyone else's pace, I'll never catch up. The teacher stared for a moment, then said flatly, if you want to become a real warrior, college is the only way. Beijing University? That's no joke. Even with your bloodline, your foundation is too weak. You won't make it unless you're ready to fail and repeat the year. He shook his head. There's no time for that. I've got to move now. I know it sounds crazy, but I want to learn. I need this. Just look into my eyes. You'll see I mean it. The teacher paused, then sighed. Those eyes, they weren't the eyes of slacker anymore. They were sharp, determined. Fine, he said. But if you fail, you're coming back here next year. No excuses. A while later, he arrived at the Aining Warrior Center. He already knew his family's home had been mortgaged for 600,000 yen, and after the accident, the compensation totaled over $1 million. Now, he finally had the funds to head for the capital. But first, he had to get stronger. Now that Ihi had awakened his power, he was faced with two options. 1. Follow the traditional path and level up as a warrior. 2. Increase his compatibility with the Timura template. According to the Infinite Monster template data, every template starts with just 1 compatibility point. But Timura already had 3. That didn't add up. Where did the extra 2 come from? There was only one answer. Timura had absorbed energy from the gene awakening serum, boosting its compatibility, which meant something huge. Those expensive serums weren't just for awakening. They actually enhanced the model's abilities. If that was true, then grinding endlessly as a warrior might not be the smartest path. Instead, throwing money at compatibility upgrades? That might be the better move. And honestly, that plan suited Ihi just fine. He decided to head straight to the shop and get his hands on some genetic enhancement serum. But the moment he passed through the ID checkpoint and stepped into the building, his jaw dropped. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. All around him stood warriors, each one radiating power. Their awakened bloodlines were impossible to miss. The energy in the room was heavy, alive. But that wasn't what caught him off guard. Ever since awakening Mad Flame Demora, he had unlocked a unique sensory skill, magnetic field of life. Through this, Timura could detect living creatures by tracking their vital energy fields. Now, he could feel it, really feel it. The warriors in front of him were blazing with life force. He could sense their chi and blood, each body burning like a furnace. He could even hear the faint roars of the beast bloodlines within them. The power, the tension, the raw desire to dominate. It triggered something deep inside him. The blood of Mad Demora wasn't meant to stay quiet. That beast was a conqueror in its world, born to rule. But right now, he was still too weak. He could only hold that desire back for now. Still, he made a silent promise. Once he was strong enough, the world would know what it meant to face the King of Beasts. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a young woman behind him. Don't stare at people like that, she said, casually. You're gonna make it seem like you want to fight. He blinked, a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She laughed. It's fine. You must have just awakened. Huh? It's normal. Can't really control the instincts yet. Then she tilted her head. So, what brings you to the Warriors Center? I'm here to buy some genetic medicine, he replied. But this place is massive. I'm kind of lost. She smiled. I'll show you. But why are you looking for gene meds already? Is there something wrong with that? He asked. Not wrong, she said with a shrug. Just, gene medicine isn't cheap. Plus, if you use it too early, your body might build resistance. Most warriors wait until they hit a bottleneck to get the most out of it. That made him pause. How much does one cost anyway? At your level, she said, you're limited to the basic Solitai potion. That'll run you about 400,000 yen. He nearly choked. 400,000? For one, the Bro King of Beasts felt like passing out. Even with everything he had, he couldn't afford 5. But he needed it. Somehow, some way, he had to get that potion, hoping to save some cash. He casually asked the woman if she knew anyone who could help him get the gene potion at a discount. Turns out, she was a kind soul. She handed him a business card, a referral from a veteran warrior. If everything went well, he could get a solid discount. He thanked her and took off. Maybe fate would bring them together again. After draining his account, he headed straight to a warrior gear shop to grab the essentials. By the time he was done spending like a lunatic, night had already fallen. Back at his apartment, He was ready to upgrade. He prepped the injections, and the pain hit like a truck. His body trembled. Bones cracked. Blood boiled. But through it all, his compatibility percentage steadily climbed. From 3% to 4%, and then to 7%. At the same time, his stats spiked. From 8 to 10, then from 10 to 15. That officially put him at armed rank 7. When it was over, he collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping. So this is what leveling up feels like, he whispered. Each gene shot had enhanced his physique. But by the last one, the gains had already started slowing down. Clearly, as his body evolved, basic mutations became harder to trigger. Still, not bad at all. What took others 3 years, he pulled off in minutes. And this was without even using Demora's full power. If he tapped into the bloodline's strength, maybe, just maybe, he really could dominate the exams. If cheat mode can't crush the geniuses, then it's not much of a cheat, he muttered with a grin. Now, it was time for the next step, heading into a secret realm. For reference, secret realms are ranked from S-class to E-class. The higher the rank, the deadlier the beasts inside. S-class realms are pure nightmares. If one ever spilled in the real world, it'd be the end. Total apocalypse. But for now, he wasn't diving into an S-class. He was headed to an E-class rift, located at a third-rate site in Aining. When he arrived, he noticed the place was nearly empty. Made sense. The realm was old, already picked clean of valuable treasures. Only weak beasts remained, mostly for rookies to train with. At the checkpoint, he approached the front desk and asked about his reservation for the E-class realm. The lady behind the counter didn't even glance up from her TV show. She just slid over a death waiver and his entry ticket. Without hesitation, he signed the waiver and made his way toward the rift. The closer he got, the more amped up he felt. This wasn't just a dungeon. It was the first step toward his rise as the king of beasts. He took a running start, leapt into the air, and dove headfirst into the portal, landing with a full-on superhero pose. Because why not? Inside, the realm opened up before him. 3 stars floated across the sky. Conlin Star, Onway Star, and Taiyin Star. He'd studied all of this in textbooks, but seeing it up close? Totally different. The secret realm was breathtaking. Then, without warning, danger approached. A mutant rabbit crept up from behind. First-rank beast, Bladefang Rabbit. It was ready to strike. The beast struck fast from behind, but he was faster. He'd already sensed it coming. The moment the Bladefang Rabbit launched its sneak attack, he snatched it right out of the air by its ears. A slow, eerie grin spread across his face. Really? You thought I couldn't sense you? He activated Life Magnetic Field, and in the blink of an eye, crushed the rabbit's skull with a casual squeeze. Just like that, his first kill. The creature dropped a beast core. Average quality, probably worth a few thousand yen. Not bad for his first few minutes inside the dungeon. At this rate, he could easily rack up serious cash. To put things in perspective, most people would work themselves half to death all month to earn just 3 or 4 times that. But here he was, making it in minutes. That's the difference power makes. Still, hunting low-level beasts wasn't the plan. If he really wanted value, he needed to go after something tougher, at least second rank. As if the realm itself heard him, a new enemy appeared. Second-rank beast, Corpse Demon Bug. It crawled right into his path, practically asking to die. He wasn't about to refuse. Drawing his short sword, he moved in fast and slashed at the creature's lower abdomen. He'd studied the monster encyclopedia enough to know. The back was a steel wall, but the underside? Way softer. The bug curled into a tight coil and spun toward him like a deadly drill. He braced himself, slammed his sword into the ground, and activated Hyper Beam. A scorching blast shot out like a fire cannon, smashing the bug dead center in the gut. But it wasn't enough. In a flash, the creature countered, spitting out several spinning discs from its mouth. That attack caught Ihi off guard. Seriously? It can shoot. He dodged with swift, nimble steps, barely avoiding the barrage. But his outfit wasn't so lucky. One slash shredded his clothes. Do you know how expensive this was? He shouted, livid. But jokes aside, he was starting to realize something. His current martial level wasn't enough. Without solid martial techniques backing him up, even with strong chi and blood energy, he was barely using half his full potential. That was thanks to the body's original owner being such a bookworm failure. Time to cheat. He activated Mad, Demora's bloodline. In an instant, his physique exploded from 15 to 21. His arms transformed, beastly, powerful, layered with armored skin and razor-sharp claws. The corpse demon bug lunged, its mouth wide open, lined with teeth like daggers. He didn't back away. He leapt into its mouth. From the inside, he tore through muscle, bone, and tissue, ripping the beast apart from within. The monster let out a final, violent scream before Ihi burst out from its lower abdomen, ending it for good. Victory. Now, with his physique at level 21, he had just crushed a second-rank monster like it was nothing. Still, after deactivating his bloodline power, his body had to vent all the excess heat. He felt like a living furnace, ready to melt the ground he walked on. And that sword he just bought? Corroded by the bug's venom. A weapon that cost 250,000 yen, trashed by one tier 2 monster. What a ripoff. He stared at the melted remains of his expensive sword and shook his head. Garbage quality. Total scam. Whoever sold this needs a 1-star review minimum. And if things couldn't get worse, his stomach started growling. The energy drained from his first real monster fight had left him starving. And of course, he didn't bring a single bite to eat. Then it hit him. A smell. Something fragrant. His eyes drifted to the green core sitting in the corpse of the demon bug. It shimmered slightly, giving off a faint scent. Was it tempting? Yes. Yes, it was. To hell with it, he muttered, throwing caution to the wind. He opened his mouth and swallowed the giant green core in one big gulp. Almost instantly, he felt the core dissolve inside him. And a new system prompt popped up. Compatibility increased. 7%, 7.3%. He froze. What? He had spent hundreds of thousands on gene potions to gain just 1% compatibility. But a single green core had boosted him by 0.3%. Doing the math in his head, he realized just 3 or 4 of these would equal an entire potion. Even the white cores from Bladefang rabbits should be good for at least 1%. Tears welled up in his eyes. He'd gone full pay to win and lost miserably. Well, no point crying over wasted money now. Time to turn that frustration into fuel. He touched 2 fingers to his forehead and activated Life Magnetic Field. A magnetic pulse rippled outward, scanning for life in every direction. He hunted nonstop through the night. By the next afternoon, his compatibility hit 9%, and his physique had reached 15.8. But once he crossed the 9% threshold, white magic cores stopped working. No more gains, only a full stomach and some spare cash. He packed up his loot, 20 white magic cores. For green magic cores. At the checkpoint, he casually dropped them on the desk. The receptionist's eyes widened. You're a high school student? She looked at the pile of cores like it was a miracle. According to government policy, martial artists had to turn over 1/10 of their haul. For every green core, he needed to trade in 5 whites. After doing the math, he still walked away with 200,000 Sea Kingdom credits. Not a bad haul for a rookie, but the clock was ticking. Only 9 days left until the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, over at a D-class secret realm, a squad of 6 warriors prepared to set out. Near the entrance, the team gathered for a quick briefing. The driver asked the captain, "Think we'll finally complete that Blood Jade Flower mission this time?" Captain Lin, a Tier 2 martial artist, replied calmly, "We already found the flower's general location last time. But with old Sheen injured, we're short a man." A young woman frowned. "So what now? We going in with 5? Another teammate chimed in. "The rules say we need 6 to enter a D-class realm. Are we just ignoring that?" Lin nodded behind him. "No worries. I contacted an agency. They sent us someone new." All eyes turned to Ihi, who casually picked his nose and said, "Sup. I'm Dadsla, level 9 martial disciple." Since Ihi was still technically a student and didn't meet the requirements to enter a D-class secret realm, he had no choice but to go underground. He used a shady agency to forge a fake identity. Cost him 100,000 credits. Total scam. Captain Lin glanced at him, squinting. "Your name's Dadsla? Doesn't that sound a little off?" He rolled his eyes. "Didn't have a choice. Using my real name would have violated copyright laws." The captain sighed. "Fine. Whatever. Dadsla it's just a code name anyway." But he didn't stop there. "At your level, martial disciple, rank 9, you're not really qualified for a D-class secret realm. So stick to watching. Don't slow us down." He nodded. "Got it. No problem. Better to lay things out now than deal with drama mid-mission." With the team assembled, they climbed into the vehicle and drove toward the portal. According to their tracker, the Blood Jade Flower was located at an oasis a little farther ahead. Problem was, the place was guarded by a Tier 2 beast with a general-level bloodline. He gazed out the window. Just moments ago, they were surrounded by lush rainforest. Now, barren desert. Clearly, these secret realms weren't bound to one environment or even one world. Suddenly, the driver glanced at the rear-view mirror. "We've got company. Earth demon rats. Looks like they've caught our scent." Captain Lin turned to the back seat. "Who DE? Take care of it." Who DE cracked a grin. "Understood." Without hesitation, he pulled out a pair of throwing daggers and hurled them at the incoming horde. The moment they struck, the rats exploded in a spray of dirt and smoke. Business as usual. The team kept moving, completely unfazed. He, though, stared at Who DE with curiosity. That guy had infused martial energy into his throwing darts, turning them into miniature bombs. Ruthless, efficient, cold. Eventually, they arrived near their target zone. Time to ditch the ride. As they continued on foot, rookie that he was, asked casually, "Why aren't we driving the rest of the way?" Lin replied without looking back. The beasts near the oasis are ultra-sensitive. An engine would give us away instantly. Made sense. As they walked, Lin started dividing tasks. Xiao Xia, throw the stun grenade to lure the beast out. Xiao Wu and Hu Di, set the traps. Old Lu, provide suppressive fire. I'll take point. Then he glanced at Ihi, and you, Datsla, just stand there and watch. Fine by me, Ihi said with a shrug, already bored. The plan kicked off. The stun grenade was loaded with high-level monster pheromones, strong enough to trick nearby beasts into thinking their territory was being invaded. Sure enough, moments later, a Tier 2 Earth Dragon burst onto the scene, roaring like a lunatic. Captain Lin turned to Ihi. Watch out, it's coming your way. Elsewhere, back at the site where Hu Di had wiped out the Earth Demon Rats, a shadowy figure crouched over the remains. He picked up one of Hu Di's daggers, licked the blade, and smiled, a sick, twisted grin. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin raised his sword and began channeling martial energy. With one clean, precise slash, Captain Lin decapitated the Earth Dragon midair. As he landed, Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu rushed to his side. You okay, Captain? Lin sheathed his sword calmly. I'm fine. Let's keep moving according to plan. But just as things settled, a massive paw came crashing down, aiming right for him. Captain, behind you, someone shouted. Too late. The dying Earth Dragon had one last trick up its sleeve, try to take the captain down with it. Before the attack landed, Ihi shot forward. With a burst of power through his legs, he launched into the air, eyes locked on the beast. Mid-flight, he let loose a blazing hyperbeam, striking the dragon dead center. If it wasn't already dead, it was now very dead. The blast knocked everyone silent. This was a martial novice, not even fully qualified for a D-class realm, yet he just wrecked a Tier 2 beast. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xia, and even Lin were speechless. That was insane, Xiao Xia muttered. Incredible punch, Xiao Wu added. They all began swarming him with praise. He just stood there like it was nothing, soaking in the attention with an air of casual indifference. Captain Lin walked over and offered a rare thanks. You saved my life. Not long after, old Lu extracted a glowing orb from the Earth Dragon's remains and called out, Captain, you'll want to see this. Everyone gathered around. The soul essence glowed bright, looking almost like a large, ripe fruit. Xiao Wu blinked. That's worth that much? Absolutely, Lin nodded. A soul essence this pure can drastically enhance a warrior's bloodline. It had been a close call, but with this and the blood jade flowers still ahead, things were finally looking up. Until a blade suddenly pierced Lin's lower abdomen from behind. The team froze in disbelief. It was Mr. Hu Di. You're not going anywhere, Captain, he sneered. You're gonna die here. And the rest of your team? Right behind you. Shocked and furious, the group turned on him. Lin swung back in desperation, but Hu Di was quick. He leapt back and landed next to a bulky figure stepping out of the shadows. Huang Tong Tong. The team gasped. Huang Tong Tong, Xiao Wu growled. He glanced at them. You know him? Xiao Xian nodded grimly. He robs martial artists. Targets dungeon teams. Word is, he's been eyeing our group for a while. Old Lu rushed to aid the captain, only to realize Hu Di's blade was coated in poison. Damn traitor, he muttered. But the real question was, how did Huang Tong Tong even know the location of the oasis? Not even the whole team had that info until they were inside the realm. That's when it hit Ihi, Hu Di's exploding daggers. They hadn't just carried martial energy. They'd carried intel. Coordinates. Hu Di grinned at him. Pretty sharp, kid. But with the college entrance exams coming up, maybe you should have just stayed in school instead of waltzing into death's arms. He smiled back, unfazed. Oh, I'm still planning on being the top scorer. As for walking hand in hand with death, he cracked his knuckles. That's for me to decide. He hurled a dagger and sneered, claiming Ihi was nothing but a cocky fool who didn't know his place. But Ihi, he caught the blade between two fingers without flinching. With a cold glare, he shot back. You? A bald freak barking at me? Now that's real arrogance. Are you in such a rush to die that you've lost your mind? The chaos around them only grew louder. He glanced around and said coolly, time to clean up the garbage. And by garbage, he clearly meant those two. Oh, Peng just chuckled, unfazed. In fact, he seemed amused. You're pretty interesting, he said, smirking. Then he turned to his man. Mr. Hu Di, go get me his head. Without hesitation, Mr. Hu Di, better known as Huda, pulled out a stack of throwing daggers and launched them all at once. They weren't just sharp, they were explosive. In a flash, he let out a roar. The shockwave alone was enough to obliterate the incoming daggers before they could detonate. But Huda wasn't done. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, then reappeared directly above Ihi. Watch out, someone shouted. But Ihi was calm. With Huda's mountain splitter technique locked on him, he touched two fingers to his forehead. Perfect time to test this out, he muttered. In a split second, a beam of energy burst from his fingers, blasting straight through Huda's defenses and piercing his chest. One hit. That's all it took. Gasps rang out as Huda's body hit the ground with a lifeless thud. Could this guy really be a martial novice? He casually blew away the smoke curling from his fingertips. Another down. Huang Tong Tong's scalp clearly rattled. That gene technique of yours. What clan are you from? Ihi's eyes darkened. You want to know? Fine. I'm from the Deandra clan. He leaned in slightly. Why? You thinking of begging now? But Huang Tong Tong just growled. Even with the gene technique, there's no way you can close the gap between us. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his bloodline power, tyrant terror, Black Bear. His body surged in size, now towering like a mountain. Then came his peak shaker technique. He didn't flinch. He lowered his stance, aimed low, and fired another hyper beam, right at Huang Tong Tong's legs. The massive man screamed as it connected, staggering from a hit. But he wasn't done yet. Huang Tong Tong raised a gigantic fist and brought it down with earth-shattering force. He had already leapt into the air, dodging it clean. Second-tier martial artists, huh? He muttered. Even my atomic beam couldn't crack that ankle bone. Then Huang Tong Tong jumped up, his titanic hands on either side of Ihi, ready to clap him in a paste. The shockwave from that clap alone could flatten a building. But Ihi vanished. He reappeared behind Huang Tong Tong, voice calm. My turn. Huang Tong Tong's eyes went wide. He activated another technique, core-fused, mountain-crushing fist. His hands expanded, glowing with martial energy. Then the fist came. They rained down like a storm. Relentless, unstoppable, pounding Huang Tong Tong over and over. He didn't even get the chance to defend. When the dust finally settled, he stood tall, steam rising from his fists. At his feet was what was left of Huang Tong Tong, a body covered in brutal, unforgiving blows. Even his face was unrecognizable. The others could only stare, speechless. From the wreckage, Huang Tong Tong groaned. Your gene technique, it releases toxic gas. He coughed, barely able to speak. You're despicable. You'll get what's coming to you, Henzone snarled, swearing vengeance as his aura surged with rage. He hurled another core-fused, mountain-crushing fist straight at Ihi. But Ihi, he didn't flinch. People could curse him all they wanted, from every direction, every angle. It made no difference. Their hatred would just keep stacking, and if Henzone wanted to join the queue, so be it. Remind me again, who the hell are you supposed to be? He muttered. Just like that, the scene faded. 9 days passed. The long-awaited college entrance exams were now in full swing, and the Central Sports Stadium of Ant City buzzed with excitement. This wasn't just any event. It marked the beginning of this year's General Martial Arts School enrollment. Standing on stage, the host greeted the crowd, especially the students. Good luck, he said warmly. Let the competition begin. The entrance exam followed a knockout format. Students would face off in one-on-one battles, and only the winners would move forward. The event was set to last 3 days. The first 2 days focused on qualifying rounds. Each student had to fight 3 matches. Only those who advanced would get the chance to battle it out for the title of this year's top scorer. To every candidate here, the host said, your potential carries the future of all humanity. So give it everything you've got, not just for yourselves, but for the world. With that, the exam officially began. Arena 1, a match between 2 male fighters. Arena 4, a male versus female showdown. But over at Arena 6, there was a problem. Only one student stood in the ring. The other hadn't arrived. The host checked the roster. Arena 6 was supposed to feature a match between Huang Tong Tong and Ihi, both from Ant City No. 1 Middle School. But Ihi was nowhere to be seen. As per the rules, if he didn't show before the match started, it would count as a forfeit. Huang Tong Tong stood there, arms crossed, looking smug. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. The humiliation from the Gene Conference still burned inside her, a scar she'd carry forever. She had planned to return the favor today, to put Ihi in his place using her flaming lizard. But that coward didn't even have the guts to show up. Pathetic. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Wow, he actually bailed? Seriously? He's scared. Cowards like him don't belong in high school. He should be out cleaning the streets or something. The referee raised his whistle and blew. Time's up, he began. Candidate, Ihi from Ant City's first high school. Suddenly, a powerful aura cut through the stadium like a knife. Everyone froze. Heads turned to the sky. Something was falling fast, like a meteor blazing toward Arena 6. Wait, was that a person? Gasps erupted. How could someone fly like that? The figure crashed into the arena with explosive force. The entire platform trembled under the impact. Dust filled the air. Huang Tong Tong squinted, confused. And before she could react, a foot came flying straight at her face. Boom! She flew off the arena like a rag doll, knocked out cold in an instant. He stepped forward, brushing off his clothes. Tisk, he muttered, watching her crumpled body. That was too close. Almost didn't make it. Come back next year. He muttered as Huang Tong Tong lay knocked out cold outside the arena. The host didn't waste a second. He is the winner, he announced loudly. He scoffed. That was the same girl who once bullied him? What a joke. The crowd erupted in cheers. They couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. One kick, and it was over. And that entrance from the sky? Insane. Is that what they call a heavenly kick? Someone yelled. Right then, the system updated. He's total physique, 226. Compatibility, 20%. Not bad at all. A smug grin crept across his face. This boost was all thanks to Captain Lin and that blood jade fruit. Sure, it took time to refine, but now he could finally enjoy the ride. With Huang Tong Tong down, he wasn't done yet. He steamrolled his next opponents, Long Tao from A&N City's number 4 middle school, followed by another from the same school. 3 matches, 3 wins, all with a single kick. The audience went absolutely wild. The name they gave him? One Kick Superman. The host confirmed it. He from Ant City's first high school advances to the 3rd round. 3 wins, each in 1 strike. Back in the stands, a crowd swarmed him. Everyone wanted something, his number, his future plans. Some even tried recruiting him on the spot. Reporters shoved mics in his face. What's your dream university? Someone asked. He smiled, twisted into something proud, and just a bit unsettling. Huadu University. And just like that, the crowd fell silent. Then, they started to scatter. Too arrogant, they said. He sighed. Not that he blamed them. Huadu University, top martial arts school in the Xia Kingdom. Top 5 in the world. A place most students from N-City could only dream of. But hey, power speaks for itself. Let them laugh now. He couldn't wait to see their expressions when he claimed first place. Just then, a group of examiners approached. Excuse us, we'd like to retest your martial level. After a quick scan, the results made one examiner's jaw drop. Half a month ago, you were just a level 3 martial disciple. Now, level 9. Digging deeper, they discovered he had been sneaking into Itir's secret realms after school. Why risk that kind of danger before your exams? One of them asked. He shrugged. To find myself. He went quiet for a second. Before he died, my father left me a message. If I want to surpass humanity, I need to stop fearing death. I need to be brave and strong. Those words hung heavy. But what truly shook the examiners was what came next. He had been breaking through his genetic locks. They froze. This needed to be reported immediately. As they hurried off, he couldn't shake the feeling that all eyes were now on him, for better or worse. Inside the waiting room, he pulled out his phone. Dozens of live streams popped up, interviews with friends and families cheering on the examinees. He kept scrolling. No one was there for him. Not a single one. To Ihi, it was nothing new, being alone. Just an orphan no one cared about. Or so he thought. What he didn't know was that, back at home, his class teacher was watching the broadcast, fists clenched and cheering with everything he had. Back in the arena, Ihi stepped in for his next match. His opponent, Luo Xian, a level 8 martial disciple from the city's 3rd high, born of warrior parents, gifted with the bloodline of a rare 2nd-tier beast. On paper, a serious threat. He barely looked at him. Go on, he said, lazily motioning with his hand. You start. That casual tone? It hit Luo Xian like a slap. He snarled, rage building, and without hesitation, activated his bloodline. Dashing lightning claw. His body surged forward, blurring with speed, heartbeat thundering like a high-performance engine. Sparks flew behind him as the force of his martial technique broke the sound barrier. His claws were aimed straight for Ihi's throat, a blow that could take down even a level 9 disciple if it landed. But it didn't. Right as Luo Xian's arm reached him, Ihi calmly caught it midair. Not bad, Ihi said flatly. You've got speed, but are nowhere near Hong's level. Luo Xian's confidence shattered. Sweat poured down his face. Please have mercy. But Ihi didn't hesitate. He raised a palm and brought it down with thunderous force on Luo Xian's head. One hit. How cold. He looked around and scoffed. Is this it? Is there no one here who can actually fight? The host's voice echoed across the arena. Another win for Ihi. One strike again, this time against the seated player, Luo Xian. Dozens of cameras locked on Ihi, capturing every angle of his dominance. The live stream went wild. He made it look so easy. Luo Xian was strong, but he didn't even break a sweat. His strength, it's on another level. Even the women in the audience couldn't help but scream his name. Some joked they'd given their babies right there if he asked. In the crowd, Shun Guan stared as Luo Xian was carried off the field by medics. But instead of fear, his eyes burned with determination. He's the one I've been waiting for, Shun Guan whispered to himself. When we meet in the finals, I'll crush him. Elsewhere, inside the admissions office of Huada University, the head of enrollment had been watching closely. After seeing Ihi's performance, he snapped his fingers and ordered, "Get me everything on this student within the next 30 minutes." Meanwhile, the second group of qualifiers had begun. This match was intense and flashy. Two top-tier female fighters were facing off, and the crowd was eating it up. One of them, Kai Xiaoling, hailed from Anqing's second high. Petite frame, dangerous curves, and golden pigtails that she flipped with attitude. She shot a sharp look at her opponent, Lu Qingzhu. "I can't stand that deadpan face of yours." But Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. She gave a polite bow, expression unreadable. She didn't need to talk. Her silence said it all. The whistle blew. In a flash, Kai Xiaoling moved. A level 9 martial disciple, she dashed forward and launched a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Qingzhu's neck, fast enough to knock most fighters to the ground in one move. Lu Qingzhu didn't even blink. She gently waved a hand, and the air around her seemed to warp, growing heavy and still. The air around Lu Qingzhu thickened, becoming dense and sticky, almost swamp-like. It was her martial technique in play, slowing everything down. Kai Xiaoling's powerful kick, sharp enough to cut through reinforced steel, hit that dense space, and suddenly felt like it was sinking into cotton. Even a high-speed camera struggled to track it. Her leg appeared to crawl in slow motion. Frustrated by Lu Qingzhu's unshakable calm, Kai Xiaoling doubled down. She cloaked herself in martial energy, eliminating air drag, and her figure blurred into a shadow. She darted around Lu Qingzhu, waiting for an opening. The moment she saw one, she struck, aiming a palm at Lu Qingzhu's side. But just 3 inches from landing the blow, her hand froze in place. She had walked right into a trap. A wave of suction burst from the air around Lu Qingzhu, powerful, inescapable. Kai Xiaoling tried to pull back, but it was too late. Then Lu Qingzhu finally moved. Her fingers extended, elegant and precise, glowing with a pale jade light. Viewers watching the broadcast immediately sat up. The Manhua jade finger, from the legendary Xian Huang Tong Tong martial technique. A move this advanced, in the hands of a student still preparing for high school entrance exams? This wasn't talent, it was genius. And it was enough to guarantee her a spot at Huadu University, exams or not. Kai Xiaoling stood within arm's reach, and she could feel the deadly energy radiating from that single finger. She didn't hesitate. This was her last chance. She triggered her bloodline, Shadow Tiger King. A brutal shockwave exploded from her body, distorting the space around her. But Lu Qingzhu didn't meet the force head-on. Instead, she tapped the ground lightly with one foot and slid a dozen meters back, maintaining the perfect distance. In the stands, the examiners leaned forward, stunned. A king-level bloodline, the Shadow Tiger King. Not only rare, but incredibly hard to control. Kai Xiaoling's body trembled from the strain. She exhaled hot air, sweat dripping from her brow. "Show me your phantom crow bloodline," she demanded. Lu Qingzhu finally spoke. Calm, crisp. "This is enough." Kai Xiaoling's fury ignited. "You think anyone beneath a warrior can challenge me?" With a roar, she charged again. Her blood energy spiraled into a raging torrent, her body moving like a tiger on the hunt. Her palms sliced through the air, aimed straight for Lu Qingzhu. But Lu didn't resist with brute force. Her hands danced, fluid and precise, like she was playing an invisible instrument. Her technique unraveled Kai Xiaoling's momentum, neutralizing it strand by strand until it vanished completely. Kai Xiaoling's attack had failed. Unwilling to back down, she pushed her blood energy to the limit, breaking through the subtle threads of Lu's defense. Midair, her small figure twisted into another devastating kick. Lu Qingzhu responded instantly. Zuan Huag, jade finger. The glowing jade tip met Kai Xiaoling's strike head-on. The moment they clashed, boom, the specially reinforced arena cracked apart, a deafening explosion erupting beneath their feet. Dust engulfed the stadium. Tens of thousands held their breath. All eyes on Arena 6. As the dust slowly cleared, as the dust began to settle, one figure emerged first. Kai Xiaoling, battered, her body streaked with dirt, staggered forward a few steps, then collapsed, completely drained. And then, from the haze, Lu Qingzhu stepped out. Calm, untouched. Her hair was slightly tousled, but she stood tall, like a figure out of a dream. Effortless grace, pure composure. She had just dominated a fellow level 9 martial disciple, someone with a king-level bloodline, using only technique and precision. The live stream exploded. Comments flooded in, praise, awe, disbelief. Who is this girl? She's got to be the top scorer from Anqing. Rumors quickly spread. Lu Qingzhu had awakened the Phantom Crow, a 4th-tier bloodline, a rarity so high that most seasoned warriors would struggle to compete. After that match, everything else felt underwhelming. But the tournament had to go on. Following more eliminations, the final 8 were confirmed. From ANN City's first high, Yihe, Lu Qingzhu, and Shengguan. 2 contenders from Anqing Second High, and 3 from Qinfeng Private High. With the quarterfinals about to begin, Yihe stepped forward to draw lots. His pick, Lot A. A tall, muscular fighter nearby, glanced over and raised his own card, also Lot A. Looks like we're matched, he said with a small smile. His name was Shengguan, from Qinfeng Private High. They nodded to each other and stood to the side. We're second match, Shengguan said calmly. Let's watch the first together. Despite his size, Shengguan came across as genuine and grounded. He pointed toward the giant screen above the arena. The first match, Lu Shi from Qinfeng Private High versus Shengguan from ANN City, First High. Shengguan chatted casually. Lu Shi is no pushover. Talented. He's repeating this year just to get into Huadu. Mastered his bloodline pretty well. He glanced at Yihe. Shengguan's from your school, right? You must know him. Before Yihe could respond, the host's voice boomed through the arena. The winner of the first quarterfinal match, Shengguan, from ANN City, First High. In the stands, the principal of Qinfeng Private High slammed his fist on the railing. Damn it. First round, and we're out. Shengguan smiled. Lu Shi was our martial arts president. In terms of skill, even 2 of my classmates together couldn't match him. Then he looked Yihe dead in the eye. But you? I have a feeling you're different. You give off this pressure, like a volcano that hasn't erupted yet. A beast just waiting. He pointed to the stage. Our turn. With that, they both stepped into the ring. The host's voice rang out again. Second quarterfinal match. Shengguan from Qinfeng Private High versus Yihe from ANN City, First High. Tension crackled in the air. As the battle to decide the top 4 began, the 2 charged, fists meeting in a devastating collision. Boom! The impact blasted chunks of the platform into the sky. The solid stage beneath them cracked wide open, a deep pit forming at the center. The shockwave tore through the stadium, forcing the audience to shield their eyes from the blinding blast. Through it all, Shengguan sneered with excitement. The moment Yihe countered, Shengguan felt it. That strength, it was either equal to his own, or maybe even greater. A stream of blood trickled from Shengguan's nose. But instead of rage, his face lit up with wild excitement. Finally, a real fight. This wasn't frustration. This was pure joy. Someone who could stand toe-to-toe with him in raw power. And that made his blood boil in the best way. He quickly realized the nosebleed wasn't from the impact alone. It had to be from Yihe's bloodline. A technique that directly attacked his cellular structure. Subtle and dangerous. But no matter. Now that he understood the trick, he knew how to handle it. Shengguan's eyes narrowed with focus as he fortified himself. He summoned his martial energy to create a protective barrier around his body, enough to shield him from the mysterious radiation Yihe emitted. With a wicked grin, he nodded. You're a monster. That martial art of yours, it's incredible. But now was his turn. Time to show off the power that had been passed down through generations in the Shin family. With a sudden burst of energy, he activated the Shapewolf Fist, a feral, precise technique, followed by the Deer Peak. Swift as a snake, sharp as stag antlers, the double strike shot forward at lightning speed. He barely moved. Too late. The blows slammed into his lower abdomen, tearing through his defenses. The force sent him skidding backward, coughing up blood as he clutched his stomach. The one-kick Superman had just taken his first serious hit. Before he could even recover, Shengguan came charging again. Bear crash. This wasn't just brute force. Shengguan had embedded martial energy into every part of his body. His strikes hit twice as hard. And this time, Yi's previous opponents hadn't prepared him for this level of intensity. Neither had he. Yi tried to raise his arms to block, but Shengguan's limbs suddenly extended, becoming flexible and coiling. Like thick ropes, they wrapped around him, pulling him into a crushing hold. Turns out, he was only half right about Shengguan's martial arts. Yes, he infused his body with martial energy. But more than that, his technique allowed him to lock an opponent's energy. He could no longer channel his powers. Just like that, he was trapped. Then came the next move, a pearl technique. Shengguan flung him through the air like a ragdoll, sending him flying across the arena. Mid-flight, Shengguan switched styles again. Tiger pounce. A vicious uppercut slammed into Yihe from below, followed immediately by eagle dive. As Yihe plummeted toward the ground, Shengguan came down like a meteor, both fists leading the way. Boom. The arena shattered on impact. The explosion sent chunks of stone and debris flying in every direction. From the rubble, Shengguan stood up, arms crossed, laughing to himself. That's it. It's over. He was convinced. After that relentless barrage, there was no way Yihe could get back up. No one could. Even the medics waiting outside were preparing to rush in. That Shapewolf Fist combo, it was enough to kill a trained martial artist. As the dust began to clear, the crowd held their breath. And the host, clueless as ever, stood frozen, unsure of what to say next. Just as the host, clearly just there for show, was about to declare Shun Guan the winner, a chill swept through the air. Shun Guan froze. Something was behind him, a monstrous presence, overwhelming and suffocating. He turned, and what he saw made his heart nearly stop. From the fading dust, a massive, scaled paw stepped forward, its surface coated in impenetrable armor, claws gleaming like blades. The aura? Immense, far beyond anything a normal martial disciple should possess. And then came the voice. Cool, calm, laced with quiet dominance. You're strong, Shun Guan, but unlucky, you just happen to be matched with me. He stepped forward, except it wasn't quite Ihi anymore. This was his true form. Demora bloodline, savage trace awakening. Eyes wide, sweat pouring. Shun Guan was paralyzed in disbelief. What stood before him wasn't a human anymore. It was something primal, something terrifying. Whispers rippled through the audience. A magical beast embodiment from a high school student? That alone was enough for direct admission to Huadu University. No exams required. Even a host was speechless. First Lu Qingzhu, and now this? Two freak-level geniuses in a tiny city like Aining. Meanwhile, the examiners scrambled. Each was equipped with earpieces to monitor every candidate's data in real time. But when they pulled up Ihi's bloodline metrics, the old man with the white beard practically choked. Nuclear radiation value, 999,999. His eyes bulged so far it looked like they'd pop out of his skull. They had no choice. In seconds, the entire arena was reinforced with layers of martial energy to contain any potential radiation leak. The last thing they needed was an entire stadium full of casualties. Among the audience, chatter erupted. Ihi's bloodline was the only thing anyone could talk about. So cool. What kind of bloodline is that? But even after digging through the record from #1 middle school, there was nothing. Zero mention of any awakened bloodline. Is he undocumented? Hidden talent? Truth was, he had heard every word. With his enhanced senses, he picked up the crowd's murmurs without trying. But he wasn't surprised. There was no creature like Demora on Blue Star. Of course no one knew it. Back in a ring, Shun Guan's nose began to bleed again. His martial energy shield was no longer enough. I's radiation had pierced through. Shun Guan knew this couldn't drag on. He needed to end it fast. Gritting his teeth, he activated his own bloodline, Golden Star Ape Demon. His body expanded, glowing with energy. Strength, speed, and durability all surged upward. Then came his formulous technique, Snake Strike, a high-speed, precision blow designed to finish things in a flash. But he was ready. He met it head-on with a devastating counterattack. Mountain Arresting Fist. It roared forward like a quake, an evolved version of his earlier Hyper Beam. Power condensed into a single, earth-splitting strike. The impact disabled Shun Guan's entire left arm. Had he not released his power in time, it would have been completely obliterated. Breathing hard, Shun Guan could only laugh bitterly to himself. So this is what it meant to go all out. And Ihi? He was no longer holding back. Eyes sharp, body radiating terrifying energy, he said to Shun Guan, calm and clear. You're impressive. But, unfortunately, Ihi said, this is where it ends for you. The outcome was sealed. No matter what Shun Guan tried now, nothing could turn this around. Meanwhile, the host, thrilled by the sheer level of talent on display, made his announcement loud and clear. In the second match of this year's top 8 qualifiers, a Third Order King bloodline has appeared. And not just that. The opponent possesses a mysterious and powerful magical beast bloodline, previously unseen. A rare showdown indeed. But Shun Guan knew better than to let the hype distract him. He exhaled slowly, calming his mind. Charging straight wasn't an option anymore. Ever since Ihi's bloodline awakened, his power had become unmeasurable. A head-on clash would be suicide. Shun Guan needed to rethink. Shift. Wait for his moment. As Ihi moved in, Shun Guan suddenly retreated, kicking off the ground in a controlled tactical withdrawal. But then he struck back. He activated Snake Strike again, his arms snaked out, wrapping tightly around Ihi's left hand, momentarily locking it in place. Ihi blinked, just for a second. That pause was all Shun Guan needed. He dashed behind Ihi and calmly said, I never intended to take you head-on. This was my goal all along. Then, without warning, he leapt high into the air, coming down with a brutal stomp, a move carrying the weight of what felt like 1,000 tons. Anyone else would have been crushed, but he stepped aside like it was nothing. Another leap back, Shun Guan retreated again, putting distance between them. He looked up and froze. He hadn't moved. Arms crossed, gaze locked. That terrifying aura hadn't wavered once. Then, He spoke. My turn. He raised his right foot, and in an instant, he was in front of Shun Guan, ready to deliver another devastating mountain-arresting fist. But before the blow landed, Shun Guan dropped to his knees. I surrender, he said, steady and clear. He stopped mid-strike, stunned. He stood there, fists still charged, flames of battle still burning. He had been ready for another round, but Shengguan had surrendered? Damn it, he muttered. I was ready. He clenched his fists, frustrated. This is so freaking uncomfortable. Holding back this much energy is the worst. But rules were rules. Once a fighter surrendered, the match was over. The host raised his voice again, this time officially. Ihi is the winner. The crowd erupted. Deafening cheers echoed across the arena. Online, comment sections exploded with praise. Everyone was calling Ihi cool, insane, the future of martial arts. Clips of the match spread like wildfire. Ihi versus Shengguan became the #1 trending topic across multiple platforms. Ihi's fanbase grew by the second. Someone even created a fan group, Big Brother, filled with full videos, slow-motion breakdowns, and glowing praise. Inside the group, one message was unanimous. He's the top scorer this year. No doubt. Not even Xu Zhou or Lu Qingzhu can match him. Back at Qinfeng Private High, the principal sat trembling in rage. His top pick, Lu Shi, had already been eliminated. And now Shengguan, his last hope, had fallen too. The moment Shengguan showed his face again, the principal of Qinfeng Private High wasted no time unleashing his fury. You surrendered? Do you know how much money we poured into your training? You ungrateful brat. He spat out threats, demanding repayment. Don't even think about college if you don't pay off that debt. But Shengguan walked up calmly, placing his bloodied hand right on the principal's shoulder. What are you doing? The principal asked, clearly rattled. Shengguan looked him in the eye. I couldn't take that punch from Ihi. I surrendered so I wouldn't cripple myself. He leaned in slightly. Or, were you planning to take that hit from me? The old man's face twisted. And as for the support the school gave me, Shengguan added, I'll pay it back. Slowly, in my own time. But next time, don't threaten someone who's clearly stronger than you. The message was clear. The principal froze, his skin slick with sweat. His lips trembled as he muttered, fair point. Elsewhere, the dust of battle finally settled, and the top 4 of the year's college entrance exams were officially confirmed. Ihi, Lu Qingzhu, Shengguan, and one extra nobody that no one cared enough to remember. Meanwhile, over at ANN City's #1 middle school, the principal was on cloud 9. Grinning like a creep, he fanned himself smugly. Old Lu's been busting his back for years, he muttered to himself. Tommy got that promotion. The semifinal draw began. He stepped up and drew the first slot. Then, against all odds, Lu Qingzhu drew the other first slot as well. The crowd buzzed instantly. The first semifinal would be between the 2 biggest names of ANN City's #1 middle school, an internal matchup, and easily the most hyped battle in city exam history. The cold goddess Lu versus the so-called one-kick Superman. Fans were already debating who would win. Some were convinced Lu Qingzhu had the edge. She'd already crushed Kai Shaoling, who had a third-order king bloodline. Not to mention, she'd mastered not 1, but 2 royal martial arts techniques. And there were rumors of something even more terrifying. The awakening of her 4th-level Netherbird bloodline, still unrevealed. Yes, Ihi's Demora bloodline looked insane. But so far, the theory was he also had a 4th-level bloodline. And in terms of martial arts foundation, Lu Qingzhu's background was superior. Even Shengguan, a third-order king bloodline holder himself, had been forced to awaken his bloodline to stay in the fight. The comparison was intense. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The semi-final match began. Cheers erupted. The arena shook with noise. Ihi and Lu Qingzhu stepped onto the platform, facing each other in silence. The referee wasted no time. Begin. The instant the words dropped, a thick cloud of dust and steam burst around Ihi, swirling violently and engulfing the entire stage. It was so dense, the audience could barely see anything. Lu Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Her vision was completely cut off. The steam choked the air, clouding everything. She scanned the fog, and then up ahead she saw it. A silhouette, towering, unmoving, and radiating a terrifying aura. So, he was hiding in the fog. She steeled herself. Let him be strong, she thought. Stronger than the rest. From the audience's perspective, it was hopeless. They couldn't see Ihi at all. Lu Qingzhu was only a faint blur. No one could make out what was happening. At that moment, the crowd had no choice but to turn to the one person who could explain what was happening. The host. The tension was thick in the air as the crowd held their breath, watching every move unfold. The host kept the energy alive, firing up the audience with one burning question. How would Lu Qingzhu, the Lu family's prodigy, handle Ihi, the unexpected dark horse of this year's entrance exams? With steam billowing around him like a storm, was it possible Ihi had awakened his bloodline again? That remained to be seen. But in truth, what he had done was slip directly into a state of blood awakening. not to power up an attack, but to shroud the battlefield in mist. The purpose? To block Lu Qingzhu's line of sight, giving him those precious few seconds he needed to analyze and adjust his game plan. He wasn't expecting her to strike first anyway. That was never her style. He had studied her fight with Kai Shaoling in detail and shaped his strategy around it. He knew her martial arts were a league above his own. No matter how strong he got, brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to land a hit on her. She was a combat genius, sharp, adaptive, and deadly. The longer the fight dragged out, the more it would tilt in her favor. He had no choice. If he wanted a shot at winning, he had to go all in right now. With a thunderous boom, he launched forward, unleashing his mountain-arresting fist. The ground shook as he surged straight at Lu Qingzhu, his fist glowing and aimed for her like a missile. But Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. Calm and alert, she raised her arms, manipulating the air in front of her like a flowing shield, ready to absorb the incoming blow. She believed if he wanted to throw the first punch, she'd be ready to block and strike back with precision. But he had something else in mind. At the last second, just before impact, he pivoted sharply, deactivating the fist technique mid-attack. Twisting his waist and hips in one fluid motion, he shortened the distance and called forth a phantom tail. Demora's thick tail, forged from pure martial energy. Like a steel whip, it cracked through the air and struck low, aiming straight at Lu Qingzhu's side. What the hell? He tricked me. Never in all her battles had Lu Qingzhu faced an opponent who so convincingly committed to one attack, only to flip the script at the last possible moment. That sudden shift threw her off balance. She backflipped twice, retreating to regain control, but he was already closing in again, relentless, unforgiving, using his raw strength to keep her off rhythm and on the defensive. The moment she tried to steady herself, he was already there. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers erupted. Seeing Lu Qingzhu get duped so cleverly had the internet buzzing. Some were outraged, calling Yi's move underhanded, but others defended him. After all, in battle, there's no such thing as playing nice. He didn't let up. His assault rained down like a meteor shower, rapid and merciless. Lu Qingzhu was out of rhythm, and he wasn't about to give her the chance to recover. At one point, Lu Qingzhu managed to channel her martial energy just enough to shake Yi off, slipping out his grasp. At least that's what she thought. But he wasn't letting her off that easily. In a blink, his right hand morphed into a beastly claw, razor-sharp and deadly. It pulsed with martial energy as he slashed through the air with terrifying speed. Lu Qingzhu sensed it just in time. She twisted midair, flipping horizontally, barely dodging the incoming attack. The energy-infused claws tore past her, detonating on impact behind her the moment she landed. But she had no time to breathe. He was already charging in again, relentless, unyielding. They were right back where they started. He on the offensive, unleashing an unending flurry of strikes, and Lu Qingzhu dodging, blocking, weaving through the storm of blows. His fists blurred with speed, creating afterimages as he cut off her escape routes from every angle. She started to wonder, how was he not even winded? His stamina was unreal, his strength constant. Lu Qingzhu had two powerful cards up her sleeve. Ancient martial arts only passed down in royal bloodlines. One was the Lu family's secret defensive technique, Floating Shadow. The other, Xuanhuan Jadefinger, was meant for direct, overwhelming offense. If she could just get a second to activate either, she might flip the fight in her favor. But he wasn't giving her even a sliver of time. It was becoming clear she couldn't hold out much longer. Any more pressure, and she'd be forced off the arena. One misstep, and it'd all be over. Outwardly, her expression remained calm, composed, even. But inside, anxiety crept in. She was being cornered, and that's when she made the call. Time to use her trump card. He immediately felt something shift, an aura change, sharp and sudden. Lu Qingzhu had awakened her bloodline. The nether had arrived. Just as he was about to strike again, he pulled back. Fast, dark purple sparks exploded from her body, lighting up the arena. A high-pitched cry echoed, piercing and otherworldly. Before anyone could react, Lu Qingzhu soared into the air, lifted by the force of her awakening. In Yi's chest, Demora's blood surged wildly. It was as if some ancient part of him recognized the arrival of a rival creature, a superior life form. And then he saw it. Those wings, dark purple and gleaming under the arena lights. Her wings shimmered with multicolored brilliance. They didn't even need to flap. The wind itself carried her upward, like she belonged in the sky. High above, her amethyst eyes locked onto the shadowy figure below. The air itself seemed to tremble with the clash of wills. The host's voice roared through the arena, barely able to contain the excitement. She hasn't mastered the full form yet, he announced. But Lu Qingzhu has successfully manifested the core of her bloodline, the Netherbird's wings. Behold, everyone, the first full reveal of the Netherbird, and it's none other than our brilliant rising star, Lu Qingzhu. The livestream platform exploded. Comments flooded in like a tsunami. As her transformation settled, Lu Qingzhu raised one hand. Her slender jade finger pointed straight at Yi. A cold shimmer ran down Lu Qingzhu's fingertips as they turned translucent jade, sharp and elegant. From above, her voice rang out calmly. Yi, you'd better be careful. In this form, I can't fully control my power. Far from intimidated, Yi grinned from below. Glad to hear that, he called back. Because so far, I've only been using about 50% of my strength. Looks like it's time I cut loose. Don't let me down. The arena shook with a sudden gust of wind, and in a flash, Lu Qingzhu vanished from sight. Before Yi could register what happened, she was behind him. A trace of fragrance brushed past him, light and fleeting, just before impact. Without warning, Lu Qingzhu unleashed one of her most powerful royal techniques, the Xuanhuan Jade Finger. Yi spun around instantly, activating his signature move, the Atomic Blast Fist. A brilliant crystal blue glow wrapped around his hand, the result of fusing Demora's atomic reaction powers with his martial skills. Then collision. Her radiant jade strike clashed with his glowing blue fist, triggering a surge of overwhelming energy. The moment they made contact, the arena erupted. Light and heat exploded outward, blinding the audience and blasting wind through every corner of the stadium. Both fighters were sent flying by the shockwave. But Lu Qingzhu quickly recovered. Her dark purple wings flared, pulling the wind around her like a shield. Using that momentum, she cut through the swirling dust and debris, heading straight for Yi, ready to finish it. But just as she charged in, her eyes widened. Something was wrong. A chilling pressure swept over her. Her pupils narrowed as her instincts screamed, danger. Across the arena, something horrifying was happening. Yi's back had changed. Protruding vertebrae jutted out, one by one, lighting up in a blinding sequence. Each glowing segment marked the rise of another atomic reaction. And all of that deadly energy, it wasn't leaking aimlessly like before. It was focused, controlled, and gathering. At one single point, his mouth. The air around him sizzled with blue lightning. Atomic energy surged across his spine like a living current, filling the stadium with an eerie electric glow. Lu Qingzhu froze. The pressure was suffocating. This was no ordinary attack. This was something far beyond. There was nowhere to run. Getting close was suicide. The radiation levels were spiking so high that the air around him was untouchable. And if she flew too far up, that would mean leaving the arena, automatic loss. In the stands, the audience was on edge. The host's voice cut through the tension. Everyone, it looks like Yi is entering his magical beast form. That spine structure, it's channeling all of his atomic energy straight to his mouth. He's charging something massive. One by one, every vertebra on Yi's back flared blue. Then his mouth opened wide, glowing, crackling, brimming with destruction. A swirling breath of pure nuclear power formed at his throat. This was Demora's atomic breath. In the next instant, a searing blue beam erupted from Yi's mouth. A monstrous torrent of energy blasted across the arena, consuming everything in its path. And right in its sights was Lu Qingzhu. But even faced with that overwhelming force, Lu Qingzhu didn't back down. Instead, she braced herself and did the unthinkable. She folded her wings tightly around her body, locking herself in with steely resolve. In that instant, she triggered a deep, hidden awakening, one tied to the ancient bloodline flowing through her veins. The Netherbird responded. As death closed in, her blood surged, igniting the dormant power of her lineage. Her wings erupted in a dazzling display, countless dark purple feathers shimmering like crystal shards under the light. This was the Netherbird's feather deflection. The blue atomic beam struck her shield of feathers head-on. And then, something incredible happened. The destructive blast, instead of tearing through her, refracted. Like light hitting a prism, the deadly beam was split into dozens of smaller rays, scattering in all directions. The core beam, thick and condensed, bent around her defense, while the splintered rays shot out from the center. Lu Qingzhu's body glowing like a dark, ethereal sun. The reflected beams streaked outward, piercing the stadium skies. The examiners leapt to intervene, but they were too late. The audience screamed as the rays arced toward them, convinced they were doomed. But then, salvation. A golden wave of martial energy rippled across the arena, forming an invisible wall of protection. The rogue beams vanished on contact, devoured before they could reach the stands. That divine shield? It came from one man, Mayor Hang Qing of An City. Powerful, calm, and watching silently from the shadows, he stepped in at the last second to neutralize the catastrophe. The crowd turned to thank him, but he silenced them with a look, firm, commanding. "Watch carefully," he said, eyes locked on the arena. "Today, the strongest champion in the history of City will be born." The host jumped at the chance, his voice ringing with passion. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history, and with Mayor Hang watching over us, we can promise there'll be no more surprises like that one." Down in the arena, the blast finally stopped. After nearly 15 seconds, Ihi's atomic breath sputtered to an end. Smoke billowed from his mouth and spine, like a living furnace winding down. His eyes stayed fixed on the figure before him. Lu Qingzhu stood her ground, barely. Her body trembled. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The dark purple wings that had protected her were now melted and gone, having reached their absolute limit, deflecting the beam. If she hadn't summoned Vanity and Shadow at the last second to absorb the final wave of energy, she might have been completely annihilated. But she endured. Still, her power was far from complete. She had yet to unlock the core abilities of the Netherbird's true form. And that was her greatest weakness. If only she had full control, that attack wouldn't have left her in this state. Since birth, the Lu family had pinned all their hopes on her. As the eldest daughter, Lu Qingzhu fought one battle after another, not for herself, but for her family's expectations. Everyone praised her as a genius, a rising star. But the truth? She never cared for the titles, never even knew what she was fighting for. She didn't fight out of ambition or to be the best. She fought because her mother expected her to. Outsiders thought she was cold, distant, untouchable. But really, Lu Qingzhu was just socially anxious. That blank, stoic expression was nothing more than a mask, her way of surviving in a world that never gave her room to breathe. Inside, she was exhausted, her mind and body pushed to their limits. And yet, despite it all, from the looks of things, this battle was far from over. This might be her limit, Lu Qingzhu thought. If she played her cards right, no one would question it. With an opponent this powerful, it'd be natural for her to lose. That was the plan. She quietly braced herself, deciding to fake a final push before pretending to admit defeat. A few more exchanges, then she'd concede. It would look convincing. She stepped up to Yi and struck his chest with a gentle palm, silently pleading for him to take the win and end it. Surely, he'd recognize the opening she was giving him. But to her surprise, he didn't react at all. Yi stood firm, taking the hit directly. No evasion. No counter. Lu Qingzhu's wide eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't he dodge? Why just stare? He lowered his gaze, calm and unreadable. "You've been distracted this whole time," he said flatly. "Where's your fighting spirit?" His voice was cool but pointed. She hadn't expected him to reject her silent surrender so bluntly. "Lu Qingzhu," he continued, "have you ever really looked at me?" His tone sharpened. "If you had just once, you would have known. I've always intended to win this title the right way." Without warning, Yi's fist came crashing down, wrapped in surging martial energy. The air around them howled from the force. Lu Qingzhu raised her arms, blocking her face as best she could, bending the airflow in a last-ditch effort to soften the blow. But it was useless. Her control shattered instantly under his power. Though she shielded her face, the punch landed squarely against her lower jaw. Yi's voice cut through again, cold and unwavering. "If you want to save your face, then stop holding back." Then he pounced. Blow after blow, he rained punches down on her, each one more relentless than the last. Lu Qingzhu could only curl up and defend, her arms covering her face as humiliation surged through her. She felt utterly wronged. She'd never been hit like this, not once since childhood. And now, here she was, getting hammered in front of hundreds of thousands of live viewers, fists pounding her head while she tried to give him the win. Why? Why was he doing this? She just wanted to end the fight with dignity, and he was doing everything he could to drag her into it. But everyone has a breaking point, and Lu Qingzhu had just reached hers. The moment another fist flew toward her, she snapped. With a scream like a phoenix reborn, she unleashed a surge of raw energy. "You!" she shouted, her voice echoing through the arena. "You actually hit a girl in the face." Her eyes glowed red, and a thunderous burst of martial power exploded from her body, blasting Yi back several steps. The camera cut to him, and the look on his face? Smug. Satisfied. "That's more like it," he murmured under his breath. His eyes burned with excitement, full of untamed battle lust. "If the eldest daughter of the Lu family doesn't want to get hit again," he said darkly, "then she better fight like she means it." The fire in his gaze was unmistakable. This was the desire of a born conqueror, a monster who thrived on challenging and breaking other monsters. To Yi, this wasn't just a fight. It was a declaration. No matter how strong the others were, they would all fall beneath his strength. Lu Qingzhu's eyes blazed as her energy rose, and the battle was far from over. Lu Qingzhu had done it. She activated the Lu family's forbidden technique, blood ignition. This secret art, dangerous and rarely used, forcefully purified her bloodline in a short burst, drawing out every ounce of latent power she had. The cost: severe side effects. It was a last resort move, used only when there was no other choice. And now, Lu Qingzhu was fighting for her life. Ash swirled in the air as a colossal pair of dark purple wings unfurled from her back, whipping up a storm. Strange glowing patterns etched themselves across her face, and her tail feathers swept behind her like a royal mantle. All around her, the shrill cry of the netherbird echoed. Piercing, chilling, absolute. She had stepped into her full, awakened form. This was the true netherbird. Hovering in the sky, radiant and resolute, Lu Qingzhu stared down at Yi. "Classmate Yi," she said clearly, "I'll defeat you, with everything I've got." This was it. At last, both sides had cast off all pretense. Every hidden motive, every unspoken restraint, gone. Lu Qingzhu no longer cared about her family's expectations, her image as the Lu family's eldest daughter, or the need to uphold her place as the top student of this year's entrance exams. None of it mattered anymore. Her only goal now was simple: defeat Yi. Below, Yi stood grinning, finally satisfied. He had done it. He had forced Lu Qingzhu to fight seriously. And now, seeing her in her complete magical beast form, the glorious and formidable netherbird, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Now the real battle could begin, and he wasn't about to hold back either. With a deep rumble, Yi's entire body lit up. His martial energy surged, fusing seamlessly with Demora's atomic reaction. Thunder sparked, blue fire burned. His body was now wrapped in armor, thick, glowing scales that pulsed with radioactive force. This was his ultimate form, nuclear light combat body, a fusion of Demora's monstrous might and his own martial cultivation. With a deafening boom, the ground under his feet cracked and shattered. That explosion of energy launched Yi into the air like a missile, aimed straight at Lu Qingzhu. But she didn't move. She didn't even flinch. She watched with calm, unblinking focus. Then, she flapped her wings. Wind roared to life around her, spinning into a monstrous cyclone. This wasn't just any gust of air. This was the tearing hurricane, infused with netherworld energy, an energy that didn't just damage, it devoured. The hurricane exploded across the arena, ripping the foundation to pieces. But he didn't slow down. With no hesitation, he dove into the storm headfirst, like a warhead tearing through space. To anyone watching, it was madness. Charging into the tearing hurricane was suicide for most martial artists. That energy would tear apart flesh and bone, soul and spirit. But he wasn't like the others. The moment he pierced the heart of the hurricane, he activated his atomic fist. Boom! A massive explosion of blue energy tore through the storm, punching a hole through the whirlwind of death. The blast shot forward with unstoppable force, straight at Lu Qingzhu. And then, she made her move. Lu Qingzhu tapped into the deepest core of her netherworld bloodline and unleashed its raw, explosive power. She activated the cry of the netherbird. The strange markings on her face instantly flared red and purple, burning like searing iron against her skin. She clenched her jaw, braving the pain, and then opened her mouth. A devastating sonic wave erupted. The air around her twisted and cracked as the visible sound waves swept toward Yi. The shock ripped through him, and the atomic energy in his body flickered violently, like a candle caught in a storm. Had Yi's Demora bloodline been even slightly weaker, his organs would have been torn apart on the spot by the netherbbird's roar. This attack could have killed him. But Yi, ever unfazed, chuckled. "You think you're the only one who can scream?" His atomic-charged eyes gleamed. Then, he roared back. One by one, the vertebrae on his back lit up with blinding blue light. Atomic energy surged through him like wildfire. The reaction built to a peak as the atmosphere around him twisted from the intensity. There was only one move that followed this buildup: Demora's atomic breath. Only this time, it wasn't a mid-range blast. This was full power, the maximum output. Even Lu Qingzhu felt the pressure bearing down. But she didn't falter. This wasn't like before. Her eyes blazed with conviction. She didn't retreat, nor did she reach for her best defense. No, she chose offense. Because sometimes, the best defense is to strike harder. She pressed her middle and index fingers to her forehead. A brilliant jade light shimmered from her fingertips. This was the Lu family's most powerful technique. Xinhuang Tong Tong martial arts. Xuanhuan Jade Finger, now fused with the deadly energy of her Nether Sparrow bloodline. It had transformed into something even more terrifying: the Netherworld Bloodthorn. At the exact moment Yi unleashed his atomic beam, an immense sky-piercing blast of nuclear blue. Lu Qingzhu aimed her fingers and fired. The purple-red energy at her fingertips burned intensely as her dark wings pushed her forward, amplifying the impact. Two titanic forces, atomic destruction and netherworld fury, collided head-on. The arena trembled. The sky split apart. From the outside, the crowd held its collective breath. The host shouted over the roar. This is beyond the control of even the fighters themselves. Examiners leapt into action, pouring their martial energy into the barrier surrounding the stage, reinforcing it to the absolute max. Even then, it might not be enough. Meanwhile, in the stands, Mayor Hang Qing watched with furrowed brows. He was not impressed. To him, Lu Qingzhu's choice to counter Atomic Breath with a direct offensive strike was reckless, dangerous. If either of these two prodigies fell here, it wouldn't just be a loss for a city. It would be a loss for the entire Xia Kingdom. And that he could not allow. So he acted, not to stop the battle, but to guarantee their survival. With a stomp of his foot, he activated his signature spell, Divine Leyline Wall. The earth rumbled. 3 massive, glowing walls of earth shot up around the arena, each layered with ancient runes and shimmering veins of pure leyline energy. Walls surged upward, mighty barriers infused with Mayor Hang Qing's martial energy. In the blink of an eye, they blocked the oncoming collision. The Atomic Breath and the netherworld bloodthorn slammed into the stone walls with unimaginable force. But they couldn't hold for long. With a thunderous crack, the walls buckled and crumbled. Then came the light. Blinding, dazzling, chaotic. A colorful explosion of energy engulfed the entire arena, swallowing everything in its path. The shields cast by the examiners shattered one after another, breaking under the relentless force of the dual attacks. Dust and debris surged through the stadium like a tidal wave, blanketing everything in a smoky haze. The crowd went silent. Only now did they realize, if the mayor hadn't stepped in when he did, they would have been obliterated along with the arena. Mayor Hang stood firm, eyes locked on the smoke-filled battlefield, his face grim. Even though he'd summoned 3 divine leyline walls, they hadn't been at full strength. He hadn't had the time. And so, one by one, the walls were torn apart by the combined force of Yi He and Lu Qingzhu's strongest abilities. Their attacks finally collided, unfiltered and explosive. If either of them had been seriously harmed, no apology or resignation could save the mayor from public outrage. Because in the eyes of the people, a martial arts genius was no less treasured than a national icon. Back in the arena, a single hand emerged through the smoke, slender and blood-stained. Blood dripped steadily to the ground. It was Lu Qingzhu. She was still alive, but just barely. Her entire left arm was scorched, her body crouched low. Her wings were gone, burned away. The last remnants of her magical beast form had vanished, her energy completely spent. She couldn't transform again, not for a while. Yet even in that state, she refused to give in. She pushed herself, trembling as she tried to stand. But before she could rise, a figure stepped out of the smoke, towering over her. He stood over her, his presence solid and unwavering. If you don't purge that nuclear radiation, he said bluntly, you'll be crippled for life. Lu Qingzhu stayed silent. She remembered clearly. Her final strike had landed. So why was he still standing? Why didn't it affect him the way it should have? Still crouched, she looked up and finally asked the question that had been weighing on her heart. Why did you push me this far? I never wanted to fight like this, she whispered. I was ready to give up. So why did you force me to go all out? He knelt beside her, locking eyes. Are you sure you didn't want to fight? He asked. Or were you just too stubborn to admit you needed it? When you struck at me earlier, he continued, I felt it. You were fighting to win. Lu Qingzhu was stunned into silence. She thought back, replaying every moment of the battle, and the truth hit her like a wave. He was right. Somewhere along the line, she had stopped holding back. She had gone all in, because she wanted to, even when her body screamed in pain. Even when she should have surrendered, she kept pushing, not for her family, not for status, just for herself. But why? She hated fighting, didn't she? When she'd gone all out just now, it felt different. It felt real. For the first time, it wasn't about proving anything to anyone. It was just her in the fight. Her thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected warmth of a hand resting gently on her shoulder. She froze. And suddenly, her cheeks flared red. A deep crimson blush rushed across her face like wildfire. He leaned in slightly and said, He gently reminded her why she lost, clear and direct. You had too many distractions, he said. That's all it takes to fall behind when facing someone strong. Without another word, he reached out and absorbed the lingering nuclear radiation from Lu Qingzhu's body. The energy around her shifted, and she watched in stunned silence as her damaged arm slowly healed. She stared at it, still in disbelief. Then came his parting remark. You're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. So next time, if fate lets us cross paths again, fight me seriously from start. Her face flushed a deeper shade of red. That simple statement, filled with both honesty and respect, changed something in the way she looked at him. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu saw Yi in a completely new light. The dust and smoke finally cleared. All eyes, and every camera, zoomed in on the center of the arena. There, under the vast stadium lights and the watchful gaze of tens of thousands, Yi stood tall and proud. The referee gave it a moment, assessing Lu Qingzhu's condition. Then, with a firm voice, declared, "Winner, Yi." The first semifinal match had come to a close. And in the next match, without much surprise or suspense, Chu Zhou secured a swift victory and advanced to the final as well. Now, the grand finale of ANN City's college entrance exams had been set. The last battle, the biggest climax. Yi, the dark horse from ANN City's #1 middle school, versus Chu Zhou, the refined apex of the very same school. It was an all ANN showdown, and the biggest winner, without a doubt, was ANN City's #1 middle school itself. Both finalists were its students. The live broadcast exploded. Hundreds of thousands watching earlier had now grown into tens of millions. Although the final didn't carry the same dramatic edge as the showdown between Yi and Lu Qingzhu, the hype hadn't slowed down at all. Not because Chu Zhou wasn't worthy, but because Yi had simply proven too overwhelming. He defeated Lu Qingzhu, the one many believed to be untouchable. No one expected Chu Zhou to win, but Chu Zhou didn't care. He wasn't fazed by the odds. He wasn't rattled by the attention, or the lack of it. From the beginning, he had always been a pure warrior. When he first awakened, people called him a prodigy. Crowds worshipped him, but he never let it cloud his mind. Now, with the spotlight gone, and Yi as the obvious favorite, Chu Zhou remained composed. In his heart, his will was unwavering. He believed, no, he knew, that when it came to mental strength, he surpassed Lu Qingzhu, and that was enough to believe he could stand toe-to-toe with Yi. The referee raised his hand, and the final match officially began. Yi grinned wide, teeth showing, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come at me with everything you've got." Even though he'd crushed Lu Qingzhu, he had no intention of underestimating Chu Zhou. If anything, he respected him more, because based on what he'd seen, Chu Zhou's combat IQ might just be the highest of any fighter this year. Chu Zhou responded with calm confidence. "Please enlighten me." He pressed his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart. A sword formed in his palms. Not just any sword, an ice sword cold and gleaming. It was the manifestation of his bloodline ability. Ice sculpture. Frost spread across his body, a thin layer of glacial martial energy sealing him in a barrier that blocked out nuclear radiation. He had studied Yi's fighting style carefully. He had come prepared. Eyes locked, Chu Zhou took the 7-star steps, and in an instant his body fractured into countless afterimages, zigzagging unpredictably across the battlefield. Then came the whoosh. A deafening sweep of motion. Hundreds of icy blades rained down toward Yi. From every direction, Chu Zhou's afterimages surged toward Yi like a swarm. But Yi, he didn't move. He just stood there, still, lazy, completely unbothered. He had no interest in playing a guessing game to find the real Chu Zhou among the clones. He had his own method to cut through illusions. With a deep breath, he clenched his fists. The muscles in his arms bulged, solid and rippling like steel. Then came the glow, crystal blue light pulsing across his skin, veins glowing under the sheer pressure of atomic and martial energy. And then, he struck. With explosive force, he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! A nuclear shockwave burst outward in all directions, the floor beneath him erupting as blue energy engulfed a 10-meter radius. The entire arena quaked as though struck by artillery. Chu Zhou had no choice but to retreat. He looked at the ground in front of him, cratered, torn, like it had been pounded by a barrage of cannonballs. What kind of monster is this guy? There was no way he could take Yi head-on. Even Xinguan, the powerhouse of Qinfeng Private High, known for overwhelming physical strength, had surrendered when Yi's awakened bloodline came into play. That settled it. Chu Zhou knew what he had to do. Close combat was suicide. Time to strike from a distance. With a deep inhale, Chu Zhou activated his bloodline awakening. Ice element dragon energy erupted from within. Crystalline dragon scales coated his body, shimmering with frost. His eyes turned golden, slit like a beast's, and 2 black horns curved from his head like polished obsidian. The air dropped. His power surged. Ice pulse. A frigid wind howled across the arena. Massive spikes of ice burst from the ground, forming into a towering tsunami, dozens of meters tall, rushing straight at Yi with unstoppable momentum. The audience gasped. Even the examiners were stunned. The ice dragon might be a 3rd-tier magical beast, lower than king-level bloodlines like the Shadow Tiger King or Venus Ape Demon, but in Chu Zhou's hands, it was devastating. Stronger even than Kai Shaoling's bloodline. Stronger than Shengwan's. The icy wave crashed over the arena, drowning it in white. The blazing summer stadium dropped to sub-zero in seconds. The live stream, once filled with non-stop praise for Yi, fell silent. Then came a different voice, the haters. Chu Zhou is too cool. Yi's done for. Down with that devil. Chu Zhou exhaled, his breath misting in the freezing air. The sheer release of energy had drained him more than expected, but he kept his guard up. He wasn't foolish enough to think he would go down just like that. And he was right. Suddenly, the live feed comments exploded again. The iceberg began to melt. A glow formed deep within. Then from inside the frozen mass, Yi's mouth opened wide, blue atomic light burning in his throat. And the next instant, boom, a blazing blue beam erupted from the ice, piercing through it like paper and heading straight for Chu Zhou. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? There was no time to think. Chu Zhou flung himself back, manipulating the ground beneath his feet. A massive icicle shot up in front of him, imbued with martial energy, a last-second barrier. The beam collided with it. Crack, boom. A massive explosion shook the area, but thankfully, he unleashed his atomic breath just in time. It wasn't nearly as powerful as before, though. He'd only used it to break free from the iceberg, trapping him. Still, the display was overwhelming. His abilities were beyond terrifying. Radiation, nuclear blasts, atomic lasers. Was a high schooler even supposed to have this kind of power? The ice surrounding him instantly evaporated under the scorching energy radiating from his body. As he stepped forward, cloaked in that signature nuclear glow, the reactions inside him intensified. Flames of blinding blue clung to him, burning so hot that even mist turned to nothing within 5 meters. I've been holding back more than I should, he said, walking straight toward Chu Zhou. With each step, the ground hissed and sizzled beneath his feet. Chu Zhou launched every ice attack he had, his bloodline power fully activated, but nothing worked. The gap between them was simply too vast. So far, only Lu Qingyu had managed to go toe-to-toe with Yi in this form. Even Shengguan had surrendered without a fight. Still, Chu Zhou refused to back down. His golden dragon eyes locked on Yi. This is my final move, he said, a technique he had originally saved for Lu Qingyu. Chu Zhou closed his eyes, cut off all his senses, and pointed his ice sword skyward. Frost climbed over his body, and the dragon scale crystals shimmered brighter than ever. This was the full force of his bloodline, soul-cutting sword intent. The first to react was the mayor, stunned as if witnessing a miracle. Sword intent? At his age? It was on par with the legendary Xuanhuan techniques Lu Qingyu had used before. A chilling wind swept across the arena. Then came the roar, a deafening clash of dragon and blade. Chu Zhou's strike landed. Drops of searing blood fell from Yi's hand, burning holes into the ground. There was a clean sword cut across Yi's hand. But even that wound began to squirm and close up, glowing faintly with that same eerie blue light. You'll need a better sword next time, Yi said calmly. Maybe then you'll actually manage to break my skin. Chu Zhou stood frozen, staring at the shattered remains of his sword. He'd lost. That much was clear. But he had to ask, how close was I? Yi smirked, a bit better than begging like a dog. Chu Zhou sighed, raised his hand, and turned to the referee. I surrender. And with that, Yi was declared the champion of the city's college entrance exam finals. The crowd went wild. Every live stream lit up with cheers, and social media exploded. The so-called dark horse of the year had defied every expectation, right to the very end. Now, Yi's name and face were everywhere. Billboards, news, streams. He had become a legend overnight, and the city was ready to celebrate. Champion. Everyone knew it now. The level of competition in XIN City's college entrance exam had reached new heights this year. And the one who came out on top, he wasn't just the strongest of this batch. He was the highest scorer in the exam's entire history. A record breaker no one would surpass anytime soon. Back at the stadium, the crowd roared his name over and over. The mayor stepped up to the stage to join him, while the host quickly followed, barely able to contain his excitement as he addressed the audience and the viewers watching from home. After 3 days of intense battles, our city's college entrance exam has crowned its champion, XIN City's #1 scorer, Yi, from the city's first middle school. The host turned to him with a smile. Yi, we've heard your strength came from years of perseverance and steady progress. Now that you've taken the top spot, do you have any words to share? He was momentarily stunned. This host really knows how to dress things up. He even managed to make all my cheating sound poetic. He quickly gathered himself. First of all, I want to thank my teacher. He never gave up on me, even when I was at my worst. His support gave me the strength to fight on. Elsewhere, watching the speech through a live stream, E's teacher was already in tears. I don't deserve this praise, he thought. I didn't even notice this monster of a student until the exams were about to begin. Just as he was about to continue, a skinny middle-aged man in the crowd began waving wildly at him. But when didn't respond, the man threw both hands in the air, flashing a clear hand signal, 2 fingers. 2 million. He mouthed the words silently. It was the principal of City's first middle school, hoping he would toss in a shout-out to help promote the school. The promise? A 2 million yuan scholarship. That was all it took. The money-hungry beast flipped his script immediately. Oh, right. And of course I want to thank my alma mater and our principal. His wise leadership brought us here today. He had no idea what to say at first, but the principal's not-so-subtle gesture cleared that up real quick. And finally, I want to thank myself. If it weren't for my own hard work and brilliance, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Not a trace of shame in his voice as he dropped that line. None. The crowd might have thought it was confidence, but anyone who knew him would call it exactly what it was. And then, right at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his head. Congratulations. You've earned the title of champion. A random template ability will now be awarded. His eyes widened. Wait, this template has an achievement system too. He wanted to check the new ability right away, but with tens of thousands of people watching, there was no chance. He'd have to wait. The mayor stepped forward to wrap up the ceremony, praising how smoothly the entire exam had gone and officially announcing its conclusion. But as soon as he left the arena, making his way through the corridor toward the exit, a mob of reporters burst through the doors like hungry hyenas, shoving cameras, microphones, anything they could get in front of him. And the moment he stepped out, Student do you feel any pressure now that you're the champion? The first prize winner. How did you improve so fast in just 6 months? Are you headed to Huadu University? Reporters bombarded him from all sides. He tried yelling at them to back off. He seriously needed to pee, but they weren't giving up. That's when some sleazy-looking guy squeezed up beside him, holding a phone inches from his face with a smug grin. Student real quick, who's prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or are you more into Xingguan? Maybe even Xu Zhou? He didn't say a word. He just took off, sprinting even faster. He had zero time for whatever kind of fan service nonsense this was turning into. After finally ditching the media mob, he slipped into an empty basketball court. Alone at last, he was practically buzzing with excitement. This new development with the system, it was wild. So he wasn't locked into just one template. He could actually draw more through rewards. That was insane, beyond anything he imagined. Just as he was soaking in the possibilities, someone appeared, interrupting his thoughts. A man in a black windbreaker approached him. Student congratulations on taking the top spot. Startled, turned, wondering if he was another reporter. But the man removed his hat with a polite smile and said, Relax. I'm not with the press. I'm from the imperial capital. He leaned in slightly. Let's talk about something a little more classified, like genetic locks. The moment those words landed, froze. He didn't know anything about genetic locks. His powers all came from the monster template system. Did this guy know something he shouldn't? Who even was he? Sensing He's hesitation, the man asked casually, Did your father ever mention the term genetic lock? He stayed calm and nodded. According to the original host's memories, that term had indeed come up once. Just once, and strangely enough, from his ordinary father. The man then pulled an envelope from his bag and handed it over. Aren't you curious how a regular taxi driver knew something like that? Doesn't add up, does it? E's eyes narrowed. Could there be something deeper going on? Was his father actually someone else entirely? The man continued. Because of your unique situation, the imperial capital has authorized access to a restricted file. Just for you. He opened the envelope, and what he read left his eyes wide. Project Prometheus, a major player in Blue Star's gene research world. Once a leader in the field, the institute had been blacklisted and chased down by nations everywhere after a major incident. Since then, its top researchers vanished, forced into hiding. One of their major breakthroughs? Genetic lock technology. As he read more, E's expression turned cold. So that's what this guy believed, that his so-called ordinary father had actually been a top researcher at Prometheus. And that he himself wasn't just some student with a lucky streak. He was a walking, talking secret result of one of their experiments. The man in the windbreaker quickly reassured him. Don't worry. The country has no intention of causing you trouble. I came here only to inform you. As the person directly involved, you deserve to know the truth. Clearly, he was worried he might freak out and do something reckless. After all, he was now a critical part of the nation's cultivation initiative. His safety had officially become a top priority. He said nothing. He just stared. He stared blankly at the man. If I told him I was calmer than he is right now, would he even believe me? But just like that, his attitude shifted. He suddenly felt like someone carrying a great responsibility instead of enjoying a convenient windfall. Man, being famous and important these days is such a pain, he muttered, smugly. Fame brought attention, and attention brought trouble. Society really did revolve around status, after all. With that, the man in the windbreaker turned and left the court. The second he was out of sight, Ihi's fake solemnity vanished. He rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming. Money, fame, power. Not bad for a few days' work. He had made a fortune during these college entrance exams. Things were finally lining up for him. Entry into Hwada University, a 2 million yuan scholarship from his principal, and another 800,000 in bonus rewards. But more important than any of that, he'd earned the right to draw a new template ability. Sure, he knew getting another god-tier template like Mad Flame Demora would be rare. But still, there was always a chance. And he couldn't wait to see what came next. Without hesitation, he activated the system. A swirling vortex of deep purple opened in front of him, echoing with the roars of ancient beasts, like a cursed gateway filled with monsters lost to time. His jaw dropped in awe. Moments later, the results began to show. A thunderous stampede of footsteps rumbled through the air as the new template took shape. A D-rank Colossus-type humanoid. Bloodline ability, Gigantomachia. A 60-meter titan, cloaked in ultra-heated steam. Its evolution path, a fixed humanoid behemoth. Current compatibility, just 1%. He didn't look impressed. Compared to Demora's I-rank power, this titan felt underwhelming. But then, something clicked. His eyes widened. What if the abilities from different templates could be stacked? If he could combine the titan's powers with Demora's? Holy, the potential was beyond insane. This wouldn't just put him at the top of the food chain. This could make him the one and only true hybrid, king of all monsters. The apex of every template combined. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a dimly lit villa with a hauntingly elegant atmosphere, a massive man sat at a carved redwood table. His name was Huolong. He was on the phone, speaking to a business associate. Yeah, I've got personal matters to take care of. Cancel everything. He ended the call and let out a long, deep breath, tapping his finger rhythmically on the wood. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of a television broadcast in the background. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike left a deeper mark, until a dent formed under his finger. You see, Huolong's younger brother had been missing for over 2 weeks. The search team had come back with nothing. No body, no trace, except a bit of residue where the signal from his brother's device had last been detected. The tests confirmed it. Faint nuclear radiation. That was all Huolong needed. As a seasoned hunter of forbidden realms, he didn't need a full report. No explanation. No evidence. He knew. His brother was gone. And worse, whoever did it had cleaned the scene flawlessly. No blood. No clues. No mistakes. Huolong's eyes stayed fixed on the television. The footage replayed again. Ihi's battle with Lu Qingyu. That specific moment when Ihi unleashed his atomic breath. Huolong didn't need confirmation. He just knew. His gut screamed it. And the fact that Ihi was the only known individual wielding nuclear radiation ability sealed it. He closed his eyes, weighed down by sorrow and guilt. He'd warned his younger brother countless times to leave the underground world behind. But the kid never listened. And now, he'd failed. He'd made a promise to their mother before she passed, that he'd protect his brother no matter what. When Huolong opened his eyes again, he wasn't the same man. His entire aura had shifted, cold, terrifying, grotesque. He stared at the image on screen. Ihi standing triumphant, hailed as N-City's rarest genius. Hwada University would no doubt fight tooth and nail to recruit him, but it didn't matter. They wouldn't get the chance to see him enroll. Early the next morning, Ihi was prepping for a secret realm expedition, eager to test out his new template and a few personal theories. That's when a courier arrived, handing him a letter. An actual handwritten letter. It was from Chuzhou. Apparently, the Huadu Central Research Bureau had detected a secret realm rift set to open at 3 p.m. that same day, right in N-City's Redwood Mountain. The estimated threat level? C rank? Maybe higher. Chuzhou wrote that he planned to join the team exploring the rift and asked if Ihi wanted to team up. Ihi blinked. His first reaction wasn't about the secret realm. It was about the absurdity of someone using a letter in this day and age. Seriously? What year does Chuzhou think this is? Could that guy be a time traveler too? 3 p.m., Redwood Mountain. Once quiet and barely visited, the area was now overflowing with life. Thousands had gathered. Warriors, mercenaries, veterans from powerful organizations. Some came by foot, others by chopper. Military personnel had already set up base to prevent conflict. New secret realms meant danger, but they also meant untapped opportunity, chances to strike gold or shoot up the ranks. At the base of the mountain, Ihi finally met up with Chuzhou, now with a sword strapped to his side. Chuzhou took one look at him and raised a brow. You got stronger again. Ihi flinched. That creepy smile of Chuzhou's made it even more unsettling. Still, he was impressed. Chuzhou had a good eye. After all, he had just used part of his prize money to buy several gene serums. boosting his compatibility with the colossal humanoid template to 35%. Sure, it was a low-tier template, but its rapid growth made it highly efficient. Sometimes speed beat raw power. They chatted casually as they waited for the rift to open. Curious, he asked what university Chuzhou had applied to. Chuzhou's mood shifted for a second, but he still answered. Huadu University. He noticed, but didn't press. Maybe we'll end up classmates. Just then, the crowd erupted. The rift had begun to open, splitting wide into a glowing gap several dozen meters across. A rift shimmered open on the mountainside of Redwood Mountain, swirling like liquid stardust. Then, an ear-piercing screech ripped through the air. From within the rift, a massive three-headed bird burst halfway out, its feathers dark and laced with deep purple. Clearly a high-tier beast, it relied on its airborne dominance to try and seize the lead, forcing its way through the dimensional crack first. Too bad it picked the wrong crowd to show off to. Waiting outside were thousands of armed warriors, and the second they saw the bird, they roared in unison, a sound so thunderous it shook the entire mountain. The bird froze in panic. It turned to retreat, but it was already stuck, jammed halfway through the rift. Before it could even flap once more, a wave of warriors crashed into it like a flood. The poor thing was stomped into the ground within seconds, reduced to a pulp of feathers and shattered core. Ihi and Chuzhou followed the wave of warriors and stepped into the rift themselves. By the time they passed through, what was left of the three-headed beast had already been hacked to scraps. A pitiful end. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, the scenery was surreal. Towering rainbow-hued trees stretched into the sky, each over 100 meters tall. It would take a dozen people just to wrap around one. Beneath them, the warriors looked like ants, insignificant in the shadow of giants. The air was thick with a metallic, bloody scent. Ahead of the rift, a small-scale beast tide had already formed, blocking the path forward. The space near the entrance had clearly become the first battlefield between the incoming warriors and the monsters defending the realm. And without a moment's pause, the warriors charged forward again, their cries blending into a brutal and deafening war anthem. You see, the reason none of them scattered in search of treasure right away was because of a state-enforced rule. Warriors were allowed to explore secret realms freely, but they were also bound by duty. If a beast hide was left unchecked and spilled into the real world, resulting in civilian deaths, the responsible warrior would be stripped of their title and brought before a military tribunal. On Blue Star, great power came with real consequences. Ihi and Chuzhou didn't hang back. They dove straight into the front lines. Chuzhou unleashed his bloodline power, releasing waves of ice that froze the monster's feet, halting their advance. The ice didn't last long. The beast shattered it and broke free. But even a few seconds of delay was enough for the warriors to strike hard and fast. Then, out of nowhere, a beast lunged at Chuzhou from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated. Ihi's atomic fist melted it into paste before it even landed. Chuzhou turned, nodding in gratitude. "Watch your back," he said dryly, completely unfazed. Then he added, bored, "None of these things are even worth fighting." And he wasn't wrong. A smoking trail of ruined monsters lay behind him, charred, disfigured, and motionless. Chuzhou just stood there, stunned. The scene was monstrous. He had already wiped out wave after wave of monsters with ease, while the other warriors were still carefully holding the line. It was obvious now. This was the sheer, devastating power of nuclear radiation. Silent, inescapable, unrelenting. What made it terrifying wasn't just its destructive force. It attacked life on a cellular level. The battlefield was now contaminated, and at the center of it all was Ihi, the walking embodiment of nuclear fallout, finally unleashing his radiation freely. The cries of beasts echoed constantly across the land. Bloody-mouthed monsters tried desperately to lunge at him, but as they approached, their flesh peeled, bones dissolved, and they collapsed into twitching piles of rot, melting before they could even touch him. Those few monsters that did manage to force their way through his radiation barrier were immediately met with a brutal atomic punch, obliterated on impact. Anything that tried to strike from the skies, obliterated midair by his iconic atomic breath, a beam of raw destruction that cut through anything. The only real difference between dying to his breath or his radiation field was this. One was instant, the other a slow, agonizing decay. Either way, the result was the same. He was terrifying, a literal death god on the battlefield. Wherever Ihi walked, life faded. The air itself grew toxic. His presence alone was enough to wilt monsters before they even realized what was happening. Even the warriors fighting beside him felt a deep, instinctual fear, thankful that he was on their side. Ihi, meanwhile, wasn't thinking about any of that. He simply stared at the pouches of harvested magic cores by his side, grinning like a farmer admiring a season's perfect harvest. That smile, disturbingly calm and satisfied, sent shivers through the warriors nearby. Their skin prickled with goosebumps. Honestly, he didn't even need his arsenal of atomic techniques. Just his nuclear field was enough to make most warriors think twice about ever standing against him. Elsewhere, on a nearby battlefield, several warriors struggling against waves of beasts looked back in confusion. Behind them, a large group of fighters appeared to be taking a break. One warrior scowled. What the hell? Why is it already quiet back there? Do they have a high-level fighter on their side? Nope, someone replied casually. They've gotten city's top scorer from the entrance exams. The top scorer? You mean a student? What's a student doing in this war zone? The warrior hadn't watched the exams. Thought it was just high schoolers sparring. Nothing worth seeing. The response was sharp. You idiot. That student could take down 10 of you without breaking a sweat. A beast tide isn't random. It's led by lord-level monsters at the core. Kill the lords, and the tide falls apart. Right now, a team of 10 top-tier warriors had pushed deep into the swarm to track down those leaders and take them out. Meanwhile, the rest of the horde, while weaker on average, was endless in number. And as the fighting dragged on, the warriors began to wear down. Then someone had an idea. Why not herd the beast straight toward their nuclear ace? No one knew who came up with it first, but soon a strategy formed. Warriors coordinated to redirect more and more monsters toward Ihi, essentially using his radiation zone as a living fortress. Even high-tier magical beasts began appearing near his position. He didn't have to lift a finger. With the warriors shielding him from direct assault, all he needed to do was stand still, quietly, steadily, releasing death into the air. He continued to unleash lethal waves of nuclear radiation into the oncoming beast tide, turning the battlefield into a radioactive graveyard. Any excess radiation that happened to breach the martial energy shields of surrounding warriors, he effortlessly absorbed it back into himself. No harm done. With he acting as the heart of the battlefront, warriors instinctively clustered around him. Together, they pushed back against the invading wave of monsters. Some of the higher intelligence beasts noticed something was off about him. They sensed the danger, but unable to confront him directly, all they could do was rally more and more monsters to charge, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. The battlefield grew more intense by the second. Chaos roared from every direction. It was impossible to say how long the brutal clash raged on, until, suddenly, a flare lit up the sky. The signal. The decapitation mission had succeeded. Somewhere deep in the beast tide, the lord-level monsters had been slain. Across the battlefield, bloodied warriors looked up. Eyes dulled from the endless slaughter suddenly sparked back to life. The beast tide was breaking. They'd won. On the other side of the field, Chu Zhou, who'd been moments from collapse earlier, finally wiped the sweat from his brow. He exhaled hard, relief flooding his exhausted body. The first wave of beasts in the Redwood Mountains secret realm had been defeated. The victory came at a cost. Of the thousands who had entered, only a little over 800 remained. Many of the fallen were dead. Others were crippled. Their warrior journeys ended forever. Such is the life of a warrior, standing between glory and death, never knowing which will strike first. From the smoke and ruin, he walked over to Chu Zhou, hauling several large sacks on his back. He stood out like a sore thumb, far too relaxed after a battle like this. Hey, he asked casually, you got any idea how I'm supposed to carry all this stuff back? Turns out, during the retreat of the beast tide, he had strolled past the carcasses of every monster that died under his radiation and harvested their magic cores. One by one, while other warriors were too wary to even go near a nuclear-contaminated beast, he was casually looting the field. Helpless, he dropped the heavy sacks at Chu Zhou's feet. Without a word, Chu Zhou handed him a silver-black ring. A space ring. E's eyes lit up. Space rings were worth tens of millions. And this guy just handed one over like it was nothing? Damn, Chu Zhou, he said, grinning. Didn't know you were packing that kind of wealth. Before they could continue, a commotion rippled through the crowd behind them. The buzz of voices drew their attention. They looked up to see a large group parting like a wave. At the center of the formation, a tall man strode forward with deliberate purpose. The name was Wu Sun. He walked straight up to Yi. This was the man who, along with his elite group, had led the charge that brought down the Beast Tide's core. He was the leader of the famed Silver Wolf Martial Arts Group, one of the most powerful organizations in Aining. I heard about your performance from my team, Wu Sun said. You interested in joining us? He explained that joining Silver Wolf wouldn't interfere with Ihi's college studies. In fact, it would come with all kinds of benefits, subsidies, resources, even protection. To sweeten the deal, Wu Sun offered him an S-rank group contract on the spot. The surrounding warriors could hardly contain their envy. On Blue Star, few opportunities matched what Ihi had just been offered. On Blue Star, registering a martial arts group meant unlocking a world of opportunity. Sponsorships from major companies turned into funding and perks for group members. Without backing from a powerful martial arts group, even the most skilled warrior would struggle to afford the crushing costs of their profession. That's why the Silverwolf Martial Arts Group was such a big deal. They were one of the largest organizations in the entire Sea Kingdom. Even top students from the prestigious Imperial Capital University rarely qualified for S-level contracts. So Wu Sun offering one to he wasn't favoritism. It was proof of how much he valued his potential. Just then, the crowd stirred again. From between the warriors stepped a majestic tiger, its coat shimmering like polished obsidian. It wasn't a warcraft, but a genetically engineered beast from one of the leading biotech companies. Sitting cross-legged atop, it was a woman with a fierce presence. She glanced at Wu Sun, amused. So that's why he vanished right after the beast tied. He'd raced over here to poach a rising star. She turned to Yi. I'm from the Qingdao Martial Arts Group. We may not be as large as Silverwolf, but I can guarantee you this. If you join us, you'll receive 15% of our monthly training resources. Gasps erupted from the crowd. 15%. That wasn't an offer. That was practically an investment. Warriors exchanged stunned looks. Clearly, they had underestimated Yi's value. These groups were practically fighting over him. The other group leaders stayed silent. They wanted him too, but the offers from Silverwolf and Qingdao were so generous. They had to think hard about whether to compete at that level. But he didn't hesitate. He smiled politely and declined both. Thanks, but I'm not planning to join any martial arts group. At least not for now. Neither Wu Sun nor the woman from Qingdao seemed surprised. With talent like his, he didn't need backing to shine. To them, this wasn't about sealing a contract. It was about planting a seed, a connection for the future. More leaders stepped up, offered brief greetings, and left, content just to get on his radar. Interestingly, even Chu Zhou received an S-level offer from Wu Sun himself. And just like he turned it down. The crisis had passed. With the beast tide broken, the warriors began to scatter, starting the next phase, free exploration. He suggested heading to the treetops for a better view of the terrain. The secret realm was a sprawling forest of titanic trees, and mapping it out from above made sense. Chu Zhou agreed. They each had their own method for the climb. Chu Zhou bent his knees, gathered power, and launched himself upward. At the peak of his jump, he manipulated the moisture in the air to form a platform of ice beneath his feet, just enough to push off again with a second leap. Yi's method was far more direct. He activated his nuclear light combat mode, concentrated energy beneath his feet, and blasted off like a missile, rocketing to the treetop in seconds. He reached the canopy first, with Chu Zhou arriving right behind him. What they saw made Chu Zhou's jaw drop. What the hell is that? In the distance, slowly moving across the forest floor, was a group of black humanoid creatures. Massive, mountain-sized figures. Towering so high, they were visible even from here. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the sheer scale of the black humanoid figures was staggering. Each one had to be over 1,000 meters tall. It was almost impossible to comprehend. Not really, he said, casually brushing it off. They're probably still young. In a few years, who knows, we might be able to take them down and maybe even uncover the secrets behind this place. Chu Zhou turned to him, silent. In his heart, he knew that if he were facing something that massive and unknown, he'd be afraid. But he was already thinking about conquering it. That was the difference between them. It wasn't just skill. He had an unshakable will. That's what made him a real warrior. Chu Zhou couldn't help but feel a little small in comparison. Meanwhile, he had no idea his offhand comment had triggered a 1,000-word self-reflection monologue in Chu Zhou's mind. In the poor guy's eyes, he was basically a life coach now. But he wasn't just sightseeing. While scanning the area from the treetop, he was also maintaining his life magnetic field to sense the distribution of living things across the secret realm. That's when he noticed something strange. There was a lake, and yet it registered as completely blank. No life signatures. A void, like a dead zone in the middle of a living ecosystem. That was definitely not normal. Where there's no signal, there's usually something big hiding. Where there's smoke, there's fire. In a place like this, the bigger the mystery, the greater the reward. He pointed southeast. There's a lake there. Let's check it out. Without hesitation, the two of them took off through the towering forest, quickly reaching the lake's edge. When they arrived, 3 others were already there. To Yi's surprise, one of them was someone he recognized, Sister Yuli. Well, she chuckled, spotting him. If it isn't our top scorer. She hadn't expected the high schooler she helped out weeks ago to turn out to be this powerful. Back then, she'd given him a discounted warrior business card. Not a huge favor, but one he had never forgotten. Her teammate, a bald guy covered in tattoos, smirked. You know the little top scorer from its city? Hurry up and introduce us. The third member, a man with glasses, added, he was pretty incredible back there during the beast tide. You picked a good one. Yuli gave a quick recap of how she first met Yi at the Warrior Center. The story left her teammates amazed at how casually fate had played out. A random encounter had led to meeting one of the most talked-about warriors just 2 weeks later. Curious, Yi asked, "How long have you guys been here?" "Not long," Yuli replied. "Two of my teammates went diving to scout things out." But before she could finish, a figure burst out of the water, gasping with excitement. It was Yu Yang, one of her team. "Jackpot," he shouted. "Guys, we've hit it big. We're gonna be rich." Huang Tong Tong, Yuli's eyes lit up. "Wait, what do you mean?" "Slow down." Yong grinned wide. "There's a ruin under the lake." The moment he said it, the whole team buzzed with energy, everyone visibly thrilled by the discovery. Everyone except Yi, who blinked in confusion. He leaned toward Chu Zhou and nudged him. "Okay, what's so great about that? What kind of ruin are we talking about?" In this mysterious realm, ancient structures, the landscape, remnants believed to be left behind by a lost civilization hidden deep within the secret world. Scholars and experts have come to call them simply the ruins. These ruins are more than just relics. They house advanced technologies and strange artifacts, fragments of knowledge that, according to some, laid the groundwork for today's martial arts and genetic advancements. Chuzhou paused before continuing. "They say our modern fighting techniques, and even some gene tech, all trace back to discoveries made in these ruins." Yu Yang, maybe caught up in the excitement, shared this with his teammates, but forgot to check who was listening. His face tightened when he realized two outsiders, Yi and Chu Zhou, had heard every word. Regret immediately followed. His eyes turned sharp, his hand drifting toward the sword on his waist. Chu Zhou picked up on the shift. In places like this, where treasures lie buried, people often kill for far less. Bloodshed near ruins isn't rare. Greed makes monsters of men. Just as Yang was about to make a move, Yuli stepped in, shouting at him to stop. He leaned casually on Chu Zhou's shoulder, the two of them staring Yu Yang down with an amused smirk. "They're not just randoms," Yuli said. Yi and Chu Zhou ranked first and second in Ancidity's college entrance exams. They're miles ahead of your average warrior. If anything, we'd be lucky to have them on our side. That changed things. Yu Yang hesitated before asking, "So, how are we splitting the loot?" "Simple," Yuli replied coolly. "They get a cut based on how much they contribute. More effort, more reward." Yu Yang's eyes flickered. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. He kept quiet after that. With his future looking bright, he wasn't about to make enemies he didn't need. He took the lead as they made their way into the lake. Using their enhanced lung capacity, the six of them dove nearly 30 meters down. At the lake bed, Yu Yang spotted a familiar marker, guiding everyone into a submerged cave. A hidden tunnel lay inside. When they emerged from the water, they found themselves in a vast underground cavern. Yu Yang climbed ashore, frowning. "This is weird," he muttered. "Where's that guy? Wasn't Li Wei supposed to be on watch?" The tattooed man frowned. "He probably found something and bailed." Yu Yang pulled out a walkie-talkie and tried calling Li Wei. Nothing. Static. The silence gnawed at him. Something was wrong. Then, Yuli calmly asked, "When you first came down here, did you check for monster activity?" "No," Yu Yang admitted. "Li Wei and I dropped all the monster bait bombs. Not a single sign. Nothing came up." One of the female teammates looked uneasy. This cave gave off a bad vibe. With Li Wei missing, maybe they were walking into something far worse than they thought. Yu Yang snapped. "We have to go in. If we turn back every time things get risky, we'll be stuck as nobodies forever. Anyone scared can leave now." No one moved. Even a hesitant teammate stayed quiet. And then Yu Yang said it. If a mountain of gold was right in front of you, it'd go against human instinct not to reach for it. With that, the group pressed on. Yu Wang took the lead, but the air was heavy. Li Wei's sudden disappearance had everyone tense, alert for whatever threat might be lurking ahead. Yu Yang switched on an ultraviolet flashlight, sweeping it across the ground. Faint marks glowed, traces he and Li Wei had left behind earlier. They followed the trail deeper into the cave, the path slowly narrowing until only one person could pass through at a time. As they crept through the tight tunnel, Yu Yang's eyes darted about. He turned back, locking eyes with Chu Zhou, and silently mouthed a warning. "Something's off." Chu Zhou nodded subtly. "Yeah, the timing doesn't add up." They were both thinking the same thing. Yuli had said their group arrived at the lake just 10 minutes ago, tops. Yet somehow, Yu Yang and Li Wei had already discovered this exact cave beneath the vast lake, found a hidden entrance, and scouted deep into the underground. It felt staged, like they already knew the layout, like they had a mini-map. Maybe the idea of treasure clouded everyone's judgment, or maybe it was just that outsiders could see what insiders missed. Even seasoned fighters like Yuli didn't seem to suspect a thing. "This smells like a setup." Chu Zhou leaned closer, whispering whether they should warn Yi's allies and retreat. But Yi shook his head calmly. "Don't panic. I've got something on my sleeve." Chu Zhou didn't press further. If Yi was confident, That was enough for him. At last, the group emerged from the narrow corridor, and the space opened up into a massive underground chamber. The view was surreal. The cave was as big as a football stadium, every surface tangled with thick, dark green vines. Hidden among them were dull, depleted magic cores. All around were the skeletal remains of magical beasts, picked clean. So that's why we didn't see any monsters on the way down, someone muttered. They were all eaten by something worse. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. One of the teammates pointed with a trembling hand. High above, suspended midair by piercing vines, was a dried-out corpse. The clothes were unmistakable. It was Li Wei. Yuli and the female teammate froze, eyes wide in horror. Meanwhile, Yu Yang ignored the earlier question about the ruins. Instead, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, rambling to himself in a fractured voice. It was like something had snapped. He babbled nonsense about Li Wei's death, vines chasing him, and trying to escape. Then, without warning, his head began to swell grotesquely, and in a flash, it burst open. The explosion sprayed blood like fireworks, and from the wreckage of his skull, several twitching vines whipped out, like the feelers of some demonic parasite. But then, just as fast, a brilliant blue beam of light blasted through his torso. The vines withered instantly, incinerated by the pure atomic energy. No one saw it coming. Who would have thought the monster was this smart? After killing 2 warriors, it hadn't just fed on them. It had hijacked Yu Yang's brain. It had used them, turned Yu Yang into bait, just to lure in more prey. Yi's eyes swept across the cave, locking onto the slowly writhing vines now creeping along every surface. His gaze was cold, calculating. Then, with a thunderous crack, a massive boulder, twisted with vines, dropped from the ceiling like a meteor. It slammed into the ground behind them, sealing off their only exit. Chuzhou stared at the monstrous vines, and suddenly, a memory clicked. He'd read about this creature before, hidden deep in some obscure monster guide. It was a second-order, king-class magical beast, the ghost demon vine. As soon as he spoke the name, Yuli and the other 2 froze in place. Fear gripped them. King-class blood beasts weren't just strong. They were on an entirely different level. 4 first-level warriors like them, this thing might as well have been a god. But he just grinned, teeth gleaming. Doesn't matter what level it is, he muttered. Just watch me tear it apart. He was just about to trigger Colossal Titan mode, when a deafening boom echoed behind them. The rock wall they thought was impassable, blown to pieces. A mysterious figure emerged through the dust and debris. The pressure that rolled in with him was suffocating. His blood energy warped the very air, trailing thick, bloody smoke with every step. That kind of aura, it could only mean one thing. 8th level warrior. His name was Ho Long. Funny thing, Ho Long hadn't even planned on entering the Redwood Mountains secret realm. But the moment he caught word that someone was using nuclear radiation-based powers to hold off the beast tide, he knew. That person could only be, once inside the realm, tracking, he wasn't hard. Tiny traces of lingering radiation marked the way, breadcrumbs only someone like Ho Long could follow. And just as Yang emerged from the lake, Ho Long had found them. From a distance, he heard the mention of ruins. His breath caught. So he waited, watching the shadows, as he and the rest dug beneath the lake. He didn't need to rush. He let them uncover whatever treasures lay hidden down there. In this world, murder among warriors wasn't rare. It was barely even prosecuted. Evidence was hard to come by, and authorities rarely interfered, which made this the perfect opportunity. He'd finally kill the man who murdered his brother. And if he could swipe some relics from the ruins on the way out, even better. With the right artifacts, he could flee the Sea Kingdom altogether, vanish into a country strong enough to shield him from consequences. Ho Long had followed silently, masking his blood flow, halting his breathing. He even entered a suspended animation state to remain undetected. But then, the group collapsed the tunnel, and Ho Long's heart sank. Had he been discovered? He couldn't be sure. He'd erased every trace of his presence. But still, something about he made him nervous. He knew, even without seeing him, Ho Long could feel it. He had sensed him. He was certain of it. And he was just as confused. Who was this 8th level freak chasing after him? He didn't even know the guy. One second, they were exploring ruins, and the next, some lunatic uncle was crashing through explosions and bloody smoke like a boss from hell. Ho Long started muttering strange things, as if he had some kind of past. He frowned. None of it made sense. Still, for a moment, it felt like that mysterious warrior had glared at him with hatred. No, that had to be his imagination, right? With a sudden explosion of power, Ho Long erupted. 8th level blood, energy, surged around him as he bulldozed through the collapsed tunnel like it was paper. He charged forward, his voice echoing like thunder through the cave. Prepare to die. Ho Long roared as he launched straight for Ihi, but his momentum came to a grinding halt. Something was off. The so-called ruins ahead? They weren't ruins at all. It was a monster's nest. The ghost demon Vine didn't hunt like ordinary predators. It went after the strongest life force it could sense. And right now, Holong's blood aura was the brightest beacon in the whole cave. A rumble shook the cavern. The earth groaned like it might split apart. Vines exploded out from the stone in all directions, swarming straight toward Holong. Holong's eyes widened. He turned to Yi, cursing. Was this your trap? But his path was cut off. The vines were everywhere. He had no choice but to fight. The vines lashed out again and again, but Holong wasn't going down easy. His fists struck like cannons, his kicks shattered the air. Every strike exploded with force, tearing vines to pieces and splashing their fluids across the ground. But something was wrong. The longer he fought, the worse he felt. The demon vine was adapting, draining his chi, absorbing his martial power, poisoning him with neurotoxins. Holong was strong, but this beast, it was evolving with every second. The cave trembled violently now. Yuli, clearly panicked, shouted, "The cave's going to collapse." Before she could even finish, he stepped forward. "Move." Dark blue, armor-like skin began to form over his body, glowing with streaks of crystal blue light. The vertebrae along his back lit up, one by one, until he looked like a living reactor. And then, boom, a massive wave of atomic breath shot from his mouth. A roaring torrent of energy blew through the rock ceiling above, blasting open a path all the way to the lake's surface. Water came crashing down into the cave through the new gap, rushing like a flood. He turned to Yuli and the others. "Go. Now." They didn't hesitate. Everyone knew. If Yi wasn't staying to cover their escape, none of them would make it out alive. But Holong wasn't finished. "You're not getting away." He roared again, martial energy bursting from every pore. A shockwave ripped through the cavern, disintegrating the surrounding vines within a wide radius. The ground cracked beneath him as he launched forward like a missile aimed straight at Yi. But he didn't make it unchecked. Chu Zhou, who had been ready from the start, stepped in. His sword flashed from its sheath, bloodline power flaring around him. A freezing aura surged. Chu Zhou's blade sliced through the air, drawing in the freezing wind around him. The sword, crafted from a rare cold-attributed material with an 82% martial energy transfer rate, thrummed with power. He unleashed his soul-cutting sword intent. The strike carved a vacuum through the air, and wherever that icy energy passed, frost bloomed instantly, thick sheets of ice crystallizing in its wake. Holong met it head-on. His fist blazed, dragging red-hot flames in its wake. The heat wasn't ordinary. It pulsed with the fury of his blood, the fire glowing a deep crimson. Ice and fire collided. The clash of Chu Zhou's sword and Holong's blood flame fist sent a burst of mist billowing through the cave, steam exploding outward, masking everything. Chu Zhou knew his blade wouldn't be enough. The difference in power was simply too vast. So he didn't stop. Charging into the mist, he emerged like a phantom. His combat body ignited. Nuclear light gathering at his fist, the core of his energy flaring to life. Atomic power surged. The underground cavern lit up in blinding blue. With no time to dodge, Holong took the full force of Yi's atomic explosive fist. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball into the stone wall with a sickening crash. He spat blood but still stood. Even after taking Chu Zhou's strongest strike and Yi's devastating blow, Holong's body radiated power. His skin was scorched, but his presence remained overwhelming. High-level warriors weren't human in the usual sense. Their bones, muscles, even their organs had been reforged through relentless training, living weapons hard as steel. Holong turned, voice steady. "You're in the way. Leave." Chu Zhou, drained from the fight, understood. He'd only slow Yi down now. Without a word, he retreated, and not a moment too soon. The cavern began collapsing in earnest. Chunks of rock crashed down, revealing even more of the monstrous ghost vines writhing behind the stone. Meanwhile, Yuli and the others stood at the lake's edge. The water had turned cloudy, debris and bubbles breaking the surface as the entire lake bed shook beneath their feet. The monster had gone berserk. Then, Chu Zhou emerged, dripping and breathless. Yuli rushed to him. "Where's Yi?" Chu Zhou stared into the water, silent. Suddenly, a flash, brilliant blue lightning arced across the lake, lighting up the entire surface like day. At the bottom, Yi bit into his palm. Crackling streaks of electric blue current burst from the wound. Holong sensed danger instantly. He lunged forward, desperate to stop what was coming. Too late. A thunderous explosion of light erupted from Yi's body. Bolts of lightning surged out in every direction, engulfing Holong in a storm of energy. His alloy-like muscles began to blacken, carbonizing on contact with the lightning. It was just like a Titan transformation. Each Titan in those stories transformed by biting their palm, unleashing massive energy, usually in a burst of lightning. But the colossal Titan? Its transformation was more than just dramatic. It was tactical, a walking nuclear explosion. And now, he roared. His body erupted into a sphere of blazing blue light. The resulting blast swallowed the cave in a storm of thunder and radiation. From the shore, Chu Zhou and the rest could only watch in shock as the lake itself exploded in a blinding surge of atomic blue. The water erupted violently from the lake's center, and the group scrambled back, putting distance between themselves and the chaos to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. Steam hissed upward in thick waves, clouds rising as the fierce blue lightning finally died down. Half the lake had evaporated before the storm ceased. As the mist slowly thinned, they thought they saw something. An enormous shadow, shifting behind the fog. It was huge, towering, but just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. "Did you see that?" someone asked. But no one could be sure if it was real or just an illusion. Then, from the haze, a figure came sprinting toward shore. It was Yi, completely unclothed and unbothered. Chu Zhou clothes. Now, without a word, Chu Zhou pulled a pair of dark leather pants and a tank top from his space ring and tossed them over. Once dressed, he adjusted his gear as Chu Zhou stepped closer. "What was that blast just now?" he asked. He exhaled casually. "That guy. He was carrying a plasma bomb. Took the demon vine down with him." Chu Zhou blinked. "A plasma bomb? That's military-grade stuff. Totally illegal. Who even has access to that?" He hesitated. "Also, no offense, but that didn't look like a plasma bomb. That lightning storm, the giant silhouette." He cut him off, eyes calm. "You saw it wrong. It was just a plasma bomb." Chu Zhou stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Right. I must have been mistaken." He wasn't, of course, but he understood. Everyone had their secrets, and if he wanted to keep this one buried, Chu Zhou wasn't going to dig. After all, he had secrets of his own. Still, the truth was, he had gone overboard. Holong's body was gone, atomized, but at least the ghost demon vine's magic core had been recovered. The mission hadn't been a total loss. Meanwhile, Yuli and her team, exhausted from the chaos, had decided it was time to leave. She turned to Yi with a sheepish expression. "Sorry, we followed you here and ended up needing to be rescued. We'll repay you once we're out of this place." Yi waved her off. "No need. We'll call it even for that favor you did me. But if I pay you back," she smiled, "then you'll owe me again." With a laugh and a quick wave, she left with her teammates. Over the next 2 days, Yi and Chu Zhou continued exploring the secret realm. With Yi's life magnetic field perception, they tracked down all kinds of valuable spiritual herbs. While they didn't find anything as rare as the blood jade fruit, it was still a solid haul. By the 3rd day, they decided they'd collected enough. Time to leave the Redwood Mountain's secret realm. But as they exited the rift, both of them froze, staring in disbelief. The mangrove mountain they once knew, gone. What used to be a barren stretch of wilderness was now transformed into a fortress of civilization. The trees and rocks had been cleared, replaced by a steel jungle of towers and reinforced structures. A hospital, an auction house, an armory, even a hot spring hotel. Off in the distance, a temporary airport buzzed with activity. And as night fell, the entire mountain shimmered under a sky full of artificial lights. The dazzling lights of Mangrove Mountain now stretched so far and bright, it felt like they could be seen from orbit. The sheer scale of ZA country's infrastructure left both Yi and Chu Zhou speechless. They could only marvel at how fast everything had changed. Sometime later, he made his way to the secret realm appraisal office to get his loot assessed. As required, he prepared to hand over 1/10 of his harvest as tax. Without hesitation, he summoned a large sack from his space ring and dropped it onto the table with a heavy thud. The staff behind the counter flinched. "Careful," one of them snapped. "If you damage anything in here, you'll be the one paying for it." Scratching his head, he offered an awkward apology. "Sorry, just have a lot of stuff. Figured I'd better hurry, or you won't finish by noon." The staff member gave him a cold look, but motioned for him to continue. He took out a second sack, this time more gently, and placed it beside the first. Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth. By the time the 6th bag dropped, the lady behind the counter had turned pale. Was this guy trying to move the entire Redwood secret realm? After nearly 3 straight minutes of hauling, she couldn't take it anymore. "Are you done?" He gave a small smile. "With the sacks?" "Yeah." She sighed in relief. "Still got a bunch of spiritual medicine, though," he added casually. Her soul left her body. She immediately transferred Yi to the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center. Compared to magic cores, identifying rare herbs took way more time. And now, her entire department was facing an overtime nightmare. When he arrived, the appraisers stared in stunned silence at the spiritual medicines spread across the table. It looked less like a collection and more like a wholesale market dump. One of them muttered, "Since when were rare elixirs sold like cabbages?" With so many high-grade items, the entire appraisal team dropped what they were doing to prioritize Ihi's haul. And while everyone around him was losing their minds over the treasure trove, Ihi, completely unbothered. He barely even looked interested. The green and white quality magic cores? Useless to him now. He planned to sell them all. As for the 5 blue magic cores from third-level monsters he'd picked up during the Beast Tide, and the emerald green core with gold veining from the Ghost Demon Vine, those were staying with him. By the time he exited the magic core recycling station, his bank account had ballooned, over 27 million in ZA currency. Yet, staring at the long string of zeros didn't bring him any excitement. Maybe it was the sheer size of the number. It didn't feel real anymore. Or maybe his perspective had changed. At this point, he'd trade all that money just to boost his template compatibility by another 10%. Just as he was heading to collect the assessed elixirs from the center, a sleek luxury business car rolled up beside him. The door opened, and out stepped a smiling, well-dressed middle-aged man. He greeted Ihi warmly and introduced himself. "Li Yutian," he said, "owner of Pingy Pharmacy. I've heard quite a bit about you." He had walked away from the secret realm with a massive haul of spiritual medicines. He was already thinking about how to offload them when a sleek voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yutian, the owner of Pingy Pharmacy, stepped forward with a smile. "I heard you picked up quite the collection from Redwood Mountain. Mind selling them to me?" He didn't beat around the bush, offering to buy everything at a rate 1 point higher than market price. He said nothing, just stared. So much for privacy. As expected, those old foxes at the appraisal center had leaked the details. Still, it didn't bother him. In fact, this saved him the hassle of hunting down buyers himself. If someone wanted to come to him with money in hand, he wasn't going to complain. The deal was quick and easy. Yushin even looked like he was the one begging to make the purchase. And honestly, that wasn't far from the truth. Despite taking a financial hit, Yushin was grinning ear to ear as he handed over the contract. The reason was simple. He could see talent when it walked into a room. He had managed to find more high-grade elixirs in one trip than most teams could in a year. For a businessman like Yushin, this was an opportunity to build a long-term relationship. One good deal now might open the door to exclusive access in the future. As the funds landed in his account, he stared at the balance. Another mountain of money, but it didn't move him. No amount of cash could compare to increasing his power by even 10%. The truth was frustrating. Basic genetic potions, white and green magic cores, they were all meaningless to him now. They did nothing to push his template compatibility forward. He let out a quiet sigh. It turned out his template had a more demanding appetite than he did. What he really needed was high-tier genetic medicine, but that came with restrictions. Access was locked behind status and privilege, neither of which he had enough of. Money alone couldn't buy what he needed. That left one other path. Martial arts techniques. Back during the entrance exam, he had crushed Lu Qingzhu and the others. But it wasn't because of technique. It was all thanks to the overwhelming power of the Demora template. In pure martial arts skill, he didn't stand a chance against those seasoned fighters. Now that he realized it, he knew exactly who to turn to. Someone with deep connections, someone who could get their hands on the best martial techniques out there. Principal Old Deng. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward the city's #1 middle school. When he arrived, the principal welcomed him like family. Old Deng poured a cup of hot tea, even gave Ihi's shoulders a friendly massage. Didn't expect the top scorer to pay a visit to his old school, he chuckled. Of course, with his experience, the old man could tell right away. Ihi was here with a request. Chuckling to himself, Old Deng pulled out a bottle of white medicinal wine. Inside, floating gently, was a rare ginseng elixir. "Got this just recently," he said proudly. From none other than Li Yushin, the boss of Pingy Pharmacy. Who could say no to a gift like this? A bottle that could strengthen the body, invigorate circulation, and boost vitality, especially when soaked with a rare medicinal ginseng. Principal Old Deng's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Well, he grinned. Our top scorer isn't just smart and capable, but also knows how to respect his elders. He smiled, humble as ever. "Just doing my duty. It's a traditional virtue of our Xia country, after all." Touched by the gesture, the principal stopped playing polite. The gift was delivered. Now, it was time to talk business. He leaned in and got straight to the point. "I want to learn real martial arts." The principal's expression shifted, more serious now. He explained further. While the market was flooded with countless so-called martial arts techniques, most were low-tier knockoffs. True high-level martial skills were rare and tightly guarded. There were really only 2 legitimate ways to get them. First, through university. Students could earn access to top-tier martial arts via contribution points. Second, through legacy. Inherited techniques passed down in elite warrior families. For example, the Liu family's signature style, which only core members or specially recognized outsiders could learn. This was the reason why top talents like Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou, and even Yi He himself, despite being peak-level martial apprentices, hadn't yet broken through to warrior level. It wasn't about talent or physical limits. It was about access. The truth was all official methods to advance to warrior rank were restricted to college students. The government didn't allow civilians to possess or train with such knowledge outside the education system. That's why Yi He had come here, to Principal Old Deng, a man with enough connections to open locked doors. The principal raised a brow. Why not just wait? You've already applied to Huadu University. You're guaranteed to get in. He gave him the look, his most earnest, determined signature move. I can't wait. I need to improve. Seeing that burning determination, Old Deng sighed. This boy was different. Fine, he thought. Talent like this couldn't be boxed in by rules. As an educator, wasn't it his job to teach according to each student's needs? Rules are for the rigid, he added cheekily. Not for people like us, right? That did it. The principal was glowing. He was already halfway to cloud nine from all the flattery. You're lucky the education system has open-minded teachers like me, he said with a chuckle. The very next day, just past noon, he stepped out of the shower, fresh from training, when his communicator buzzed. It was the principal. I've arranged everything. You can head over now. He thanked him and casually asked which martial family had agreed to train him. The answer froze him in place. The Liu family. He stared at the screen, stunned. The Liu family? Willing to hand over their sacred martial arts? This was incredible, but also deeply suspicious. Why would they suddenly offer up their most guarded techniques, especially after what happened to their prize prodigy, Lu Qingzhu? He couldn't shake the suspicion. After all, he'd humiliated Lu Qingzhu, their pride and joy, in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. And now, the Liu family was just handing over their secret techniques? Was this legit? Or was the principal setting him up? He had his doubts, but he went anyway. The Liu family's estate sat on the outskirts of a city, a massive piece of land passed down through generations. It wasn't just a home, it was a declaration of power. Meanwhile, on a road not far away, a black, customized motorcycle thundered down the street like a jet engine. Its price tag? Over 2 million yuan. Its engine? Comparable to a supercar. The rider, Liu, decked out in dark shades and a leather jacket. Wrapped tightly around his waist was a blonde girl, her hair whipping in the wind. The rush had her clinging even tighter, praising him between gasps of adrenaline. Liu smirked, feeling like the king of the world. But just as he was about to boast, something startled him. A figure appeared next to him out of nowhere. It was Yi He, casually pedaling a yellow shared bike. You might want to keep your eyes on the road, Yi He said, glancing sideways. Drive recklessly, and the ones who cry won't be you. It'll be the people who care about you. Liu nearly fell off his bike. Was this guy seriously lecturing him while riding a rental? He clenched the throttle hard, and his steel beast roared with fury. He shot off, flipping Yi He the middle finger as he left him behind in a trail of smoke. Who cared if he had some rank? A street-level cyclist like him had no right to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qingzhu. The girl behind him squealed again, praising him for being so alpha. Liu grinned. Victory felt good, until it didn't. A strange sound hummed behind them, louder than even a motorcycle's engine. They looked back. A blinding streak of blue light cut through the air. It was Yi He, still on his little yellow bike. Only now, his legs glowed like rockets. He'd activated the nuclear light combat body, just in his legs, and the thrusters lit up like jet flames. He shot past them in a blur. Both Liu and the blonde gawked, mouths open, watching the humble bicycle fade into the distance like it was an F-22. No words, just pure shame. By the time they processed what had happened, he was already rolling up to the gates of the Liu family manor. He stared up at the castle-like structure. No surprise there. This was exactly what you'd expect from an old-money martial arts family. The whole place was like a private kingdom. The manor sprawled outward in concentric rings around the central castle. Meticulously maintained gardens filled the space, with hedges shaped into animals, bronze statues, and elegant fountains spaced between. The castle itself stood solemn and imposing, gray stone walls, sharp spires, and that hauntingly grand old-world architecture that made you straighten your back just standing in front of it. This is what legacy looks like, he thought. Way different from a flashy nouveau riche setup. Then he focused. Activating his life magnetic field, he quietly scanned the manor. Several strong auras flared into view. His senses were sharp. He could feel them moving, living, watching. Just then, the manor gates opened, and from a distance, a white figure approached with quiet grace. Flowing white dress, poised steps, the air around her still. It was Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu masked her nervousness behind a frosty demeanor as she greeted her classmate. Seeing this, he chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Not happy to see me." She quickly lowered her head. That's not it, she replied quietly. Oh, so you're happy to see me? He teased, clearly amused. He hadn't expected the aloof young lady to be so entertaining. Blushing, Lu Qingzhu tried to explain. My mother asked me to come greet you. Avoiding his gaze, she turned and walked ahead, leading the way. He didn't press her further, simply trailing behind, taking in the sights of the Lu family estate. At the main gate stood two well-dressed maids who bowed with perfect etiquette. After acknowledging Lu Qingzhu, they opened the grand doors. He stepped onto a luxurious carpet, entering a vast hall filled with refined, elegant decor. A towering ceiling and tall, arched windows bathed the space in light, showcasing the grandeur of the room. On the far wall, portraits of previous Lu family heads were displayed, each one radiating pride and legacy, a testament to the family's distinguished lineage. Lu Qingzhu lifted her head and called out to her mother, announcing his arrival. The crisp click of high heels echoed across the marble floor. He looked up, and there she was. A stunning woman descended the stairs, exuding elegance and power. Time had only refined her beauty, like a fine wine growing richer with age. Grace and dignity wrapped around her like a cloak. He held his breath. So this is Prime Minister Qingzhu. His mind flashed back to the day of the college entrance exam. Returning home, Lu Qingzhu had braced herself for harsh words from her famously strict mother. But instead of punishment, she was invited to the study for tea. Qingzhu brewed it herself, each movement precise, refined, perfect. Lu Qingzhu was tense, ready to apologize, but her mother raised a hand, silencing her with effortless calm. No need to be nervous, she said softly. I watched the live broadcast of your match against that boy. You did well. Exceptionally well. She paused before adding, his strength. Even if you were taking the Imperial Capital's exam, he'd still stand out. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Still, Lu Qingzhu said nothing. She stood quietly, head bowed, not daring to sit or even touch the tea. Qingzhu let the silence linger, then continued. In your generation, you're the only one capable of carrying the weight of the Lu family. Your brother, he lacks the ability. But you, she gently lifted her daughter's chin. You're still a girl, and a beautiful one. She sighed. Your father passed away too early. With no one to support us from behind the scenes, our family's influence has retreated to this small city of Aining. If a major family proposes a marriage alliance, we don't have the strength to refuse. That also means, annexed, and everything the Lu family has built over the past century will fall into someone else's hands. Qingzhu's voice was calm, but every word struck with weight. He seems like a good boy, talented, with a clean background and a bright future. From what I can tell, he's not the type to chase power for its own sake. I want to see the two of you together. What do you think? Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened at her mother's sudden declaration. But before she could utter a word, Qingzhu's sharp gaze, those fierce phoenix eyes, locked onto hers. You don't need to answer now, she added. Just try getting to know Back in the present, Qingzhu descended the last steps with elegance and officially welcomed He to the Lu family. He returned the greeting respectfully, his tone formal, though his mind struggled to block out the lingering thoughts stirred by Qingzhu's beauty. He presented his gift, but Qingzhu didn't spare it a glance. I heard from Principal Oldang that you're interested in learning advanced martial arts, she said flatly. Yes, he responded without hesitation. My daughter will guide you. He blinked, surprised by her straightforwardness. He hadn't expected this much generosity. Qingzhu accepted the gift, still without looking at it, and continued, she'll take you to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. You're allowed to train there, but nothing leaves the premises. You have one day. She paused. There are 3 Xuanhuan martial arts techniques hidden within the pavilion. Whether or not you can grasp them depends entirely on you. He was stunned again. He thought he might just get a glimpse of some higher-level techniques, nothing this elite, to be granted access to Xuanhuan-level arts. He couldn't tell if it was because Principal Oldang had pulled strings or if Qingzhu was simply investing in him. Either way, the offer was on the table. Whether it was a gift or a trap didn't matter. He had no choice but to accept it. Understood, madam. Please thank the Lu family on my behalf. He deliberately thanked the family, not Qingzhu personally. That choice wasn't lost on her. It meant he wasn't just accepting her generosity. He was making a promise. If the Lu family ever needed him, he'd answer the call. Qingzhu's expression softened. The more she looked at him, the more she appreciated his tact. He, meanwhile, suddenly felt like he'd just passed some kind of secret test. After parting ways with Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu led Yi out of the main hall. The two walked along a long corridor toward the martial arts pavilion. Alone again, the atmosphere between them shifted. Qingzhu couldn't stop replaying that meaningful look her mother had given her. He, oblivious, noticed something else entirely. Lu Qingzhu, why do I get the feeling you're avoiding me? I'm not, she said quickly, eyes darting away. But when he suddenly stepped closer, closing the gap between them and catching her gaze, she flinched. Like a startled deer, she stumbled back a half step. Lu Qingzhu had never been this close to a boy before. In that fleeting moment, she could feel the warmth of his breath brush against her right cheek. And just like that, her face flushed red. The usual icy aura of the untouchable mountain flower? Gone. She quickly stepped back and asked, flustered, "Why are you standing so close?" Without answering, Yi followed her through the manor until they reached a hidden underground chamber. Before them stood a massive stone door, ancient, rough, and clearly no ordinary rock. Yi's curiosity was instantly piqued. Lu Qingzhu spoke up, offering an explanation. "This door is made from power transformation stone. It was mined from a secret realm. Even a strike from a Xuanwu-level master wouldn't break it. It absorbs attack energy instead." "Can I punch it?" he asked seriously. She blinked, caught off guard. After all, most people would marvel at the material, not immediately want to smash it. Still, she nodded. "Go ahead." He stepped forward, clenching his fists. Energy surged through him. That familiar, blazing blue light wrapped around his hand like a comet about to strike. Lu Qingzhu's expression instantly changed. Her smile faded. That glow, it reminded her of something terrible. Without saying a word, she turned her face away. With a thunderous boom, his fist shot through the air and slammed into the stone. The force of it sent a gust whipping through the chamber, lifting the hem of Lu Qingzhu's white skirt. But the punch didn't explode. Instead, the energy vanished, absorbed completely by the stone. Ripples spread across the surface, gentle as waves on a pond. He stood there stunned. That had been his strongest blow. At the moment it touched the wall, it felt like it sank into water, soft, silent, smothered. Over 90% of the impact had been swallowed whole. It was rare to see him taste failure, and Lu Qingzhu found it oddly amusing. She covered her mouth to stifle a smile she hadn't even realized was there. She stepped forward and opened the stone door, gesturing for him to enter. Inside was the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. Shelves stretched across the chamber, lined with technique scrolls and manuals. Everything was organized by category, neatly and impressively. "All martial arts here are stored as copies," she explained. "They're categorized by movement, defense, internal force, swordsmanship, a lot more. If you want to learn something, just swipe this." She handed him a sleek black and gold card. "What about the Xuanhuan techniques?" he asked. "They're stored deeper inside, in a smaller stone chamber," she answered. "You'll need this card to access them, too. But even if you go in, you won't master anything in a day. At best, you'll get a taste of the basics." She paused, then pointed to another shelf. "Honestly, I think my mother giving you access to Xuanhuan martial arts might not be a good thing. I can recommend some techniques that are just a tier below, but much more suitable for you." He glanced at her, amused. "Are you worried about me?" That teasing tone again. Annoyed, Lu Qingzhu turned her face, deciding she was done talking to him for now. He raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I get it. No need to worry." Lu Qingzhu tilted her pretty head slightly, but said nothing more. She could tell he knew exactly what he wanted. If he was going to learn, he'd go for the strongest technique available. That was just how he was. If the Xuanhuan martial arts were right there in front of him, and he didn't have the guts to try, well, maybe he should just go home and focus on improving his compatibility stats instead. Besides, Qingzhu had opened this path for him. It was both a rare opportunity and a test. If he backed down now, or failed to rise to the challenge, he might never be invited into the Lu family's inner circle again. Seeing his determination, Lu Qingzhu fell silent. The chamber housing the Xuanhuan techniques was even more heavily fortified than the rest of the pavilion. Black power transformation stone, extremely rare and nearly indestructible, had been used for its construction. She explained that her great-grandfather's generation had started collecting the material, saving it for something truly important. It was the first time she'd spoken this much in one go. There was no mistaking the pride in her voice, pride in her family's legacy. The Blackstone vault opened with a low rumble, revealing 3 heavily fortified safes. Each one was solid enough to withstand a direct tank strike. Lu Qingzhu warned him, "Enter the wrong code 5 times, and the Xuanhuan martial art inside would self-destruct. Gone forever." He looked at the names displayed. 2 of them, Floating Shadow and Xuanhuan Jade Finger, were familiar. They were the very techniques Lu Qingzhu had used in battle. But the third one was something new. Devil in the flesh. He'd never seen her use it before. Lu Qingzhu explained, "You don't learn Xuanhuan martial arts by reading. You feel them." The creators embedded their martial rhythm into each one. If you can't resonate with that rhythm, or if your martial attributes clash, you won't even be able to begin training. In other words, the Xuanhuan martial arts weren't passive techniques waiting to be learned. They were alive. It wasn't about choosing a technique. It was whether the technique chose you. Suddenly, he understood why Lu Qingzhu never used the third technique. It wasn't about talent. It was incompatibility. After all, How could a refined, graceful girl like her be a match for a brutal, savage technique called devil in the flesh? But him? He was a perfect fit. I'll take that one, he said confidently. Lu Qingzhu input the code, and the safe clicked open. Inside was no scroll, no book. It was a bronze statue. A towering, muscular figure stood frozen in a battle stance, every inch of his form radiating violent power. Muscles bulged under his skin with lifelike detail, and nestled in the grooves between them were the twisted faces of ghosts, screaming, writhing, trapped in eternal torment. This was the true face of the technique, a warrior so fierce he crushed evil spirits under his skin. The killing intent rolling off the statue was suffocating. He could almost hear the cries of the damned. This was Xuanhua martial arts. Lu Qingzhu spoke again, her tone soft but reverent. Not all martial techniques are books or scrolls. They can be statues, paintings, weapons, anything, really. That's part of what makes martial masters so powerful. They can bind martial rhythm into objects, allowing them to pass their legacy down. She looked up at the statue, her voice tinged with awe. Only true martial masters can condense their rhythm like this. This is how their art lives on. If a martial technique fails to resonate with the user, not only does it become useless in battle, it can leave behind lasting injuries. That's why only Xuanhuan martial arts, forged by grandmasters themselves, reach such terrifying heights. The higher the threshold, the greater the power. Lu Qingzhu stepped out of the chamber, leaving Yi alone to face the rest on his own. He stood there, unsure. He didn't even know how to sense a martial rhythm. So he called out to Lu Qingzhu for help. Her reply was cool and short. If it's your fate, you'll feel it. That was it. He frowned. It almost felt like she was holding back on purpose, as if not telling him anything was her quiet revenge. Still, if destiny was the key, then fine. He'd wait. And how did he choose to wait? He lay down and fell asleep, without a word. Watching through the surveillance camera, Lu Qingzhu was stunned. She'd expected him to try something dramatic, kneel in meditation, spill some blood, anything. But this? Sleeping? Well, technically, sleeping near a Wuyin carrier is a method, she muttered, still speechless. When Yi next opened his eyes, he found himself somewhere entirely different. A crumbling old temple covered in dust and cobwebs. The floor creaked under his feet. The angry-faced Buddha statue at the altar had one arm snapped clean off. Was this the martial rhythm? Apparently, yes. He had entered the world of the third Xuanhuan technique. Yet something fell off. He couldn't feel any martial energy. The familiar atomic power of his Demora template wouldn't even activate. He felt human, normal, weak. Luckily, his monster system template was still operational. It immediately recognized that his consciousness had entered a special spiritual space and activated a protection function to prevent him from dying while his mind was exposed. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above, deep and wild. Only a real man can inherit my martial arts. If not, I'd rather it rot in the dirt. The voice grew closer. Boy, prove to me you're made of iron. He snapped his head up. There, perched on the broken arm of the angry-faced bodhisattva, sat a hulking figure the size of a bear. His wild, unblinking eyes stared straight into Yi's soul. He looked exactly like the statue from the chamber. The man grinned like a wolf. When the storm hits, 100 ghosts will roam in the dark. You must guard this temple. Don't let them defile that Buddha, he growled. If you make it through, I'll grant you the power to guard what matters. But if you fail, the man's tone darkened. They'll tear apart your spirit. You'll lose your mind, and you'll never cultivate martial arts again. He leaned in slightly. If you're a coward, now's your chance to run. A cold droplet slipped through the cracked ceiling and landed on Yi's cheek. The trial had begun. The man was gone, vanished, and outside the storm had come. Rain poured harder. The skies turned pitch black. Wind howled like wolves, and Yi could feel it. Countless unseen eyes watching from the dark. He scanned the temple and spotted something behind the altar, a rusty, broken sword. He grabbed it, its weight familiar in his hands. Then, with sword raised, he stood guard at the temple's ruined entrance, facing the night alone. Lightning cracked across the sky, casting a stark light on Yi's face. That thunder wasn't just weather, it was the signal. The world outside roared to life, and the night parade of 100 demons began. From the shadows, a dark figure lunged at him. Without hesitation, Yi swung his sword, aiming straight for its head. The moment the rusty blade connected, a golden light exploded from its surface. The ghost shrieked and disintegrated into ashes on the spot. So, it was true. The trial wouldn't leave him defenseless. The sword wasn't ordinary. There were hidden tools after all. His blood surged with excitement. No longer clinging to the safety of the ruined temple, he charged straight into the darkness, sword raised high. Unseen in the background, the burly man reappeared atop the statue's arm, watching the scene unfold. His eyes narrowed in scorn. Oomph. This brat actually ran out of the temple with a sword? Does he have a death wish? He scoffed, arms crossed. These spirits, all born from my evil energy. A little martial artist dares to challenge them head-on? Another idiot. Martial artists these days get more pathetic by the generation. He sighed and prepared to retrieve what he assumed would be Ihi's broken body. But then, he froze. Eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why aren't the ghosts touching him? Ihi, who barely knew the first thing about swordsmanship, was just swinging wildly. Every time a ghost approached, he'd lash out, and it would vanish in a flash of golden light. No form, no defense, no strategy. And yet, every slash landed. One ghost shrieked and lunged at him, claws extended, but its attack phased right through his body, as if he wasn't even there. He turned around and cut the creature clean in half. It became clear his system, still active in the spiritual realm, had given him complete immunity. He was untouchable, an invincible golden body. Grinning, he kept moving, the battered sword dancing clumsily in his hands. But even under his amateur swings, the ghosts fell one by one, like weeds before a storm. The burly man was speechless. When did this trial get so easy? Rain lashed the temple ruins, wind howling like the spirits themselves. Yet Ihi stood tall, drenched but undaunted, while the once ferocious ghosts shrank back like frightened sheep. Unable to watch any longer, the wild man descended and appeared before him. You, how are you unaffected by my martial rhythm? He shrugged, nonchalant. Just hard work and practice, that's all. The man paused, then burst out laughing. What a convenient little answer. But rules were rules. You've subdued the ghosts. As promised, I'll pass down the technique. Whether you can handle it, though, that's another matter. Just then, the angry-faced bodhisattva behind them crumbled to dust, revealing a deep, dark well beneath the altar. Cold air poured from its depths, thick with dread. That well holds the essence of every evil spirit I crushed in life, the man explained. The technique, paralyzing demon in the flesh, lies within it. If you can refine it. He didn't get to finish. He leapt in, without hesitation. No fear, no second thoughts. The man blinked, caught off guard by the sudden dive, then slowly grinned. Now I'm curious to see how far this kid can go. Good, that's excellent. The fierce man's voice echoed in the darkness, full of genuine approval. I've never seen a young man with a temperament like yours. Back when he was alive, the man had been a legend, one of the rare few to conquer an S-level secret realm. He lived by the technique devil in the flesh, and, in the end, he died by it. As time passed, his vitality waned. His energy faded. The evil spirits he had once kept sealed within his own body began to turn on him. Twisted and consumed, he lost control, killing those around him without mercy. To prevent his descent into total madness, he chose to end his own life. But before he died, he fused his soul, those vile spirits, and the martial art itself into the statue, a vessel to carry on the legacy. Though a century had passed and much of the sinister energy had faded, the remnants were still too powerful for an ordinary martial artist to endure. And yet, if Ihi could conquer that evil, face what the master himself could not, he would surpass the Path Creator. Back in the observation room, Qingzhu had joined her daughter in front of the surveillance monitors. Together, they watched Ihi lying asleep deep inside the martial rhythm space. Lu Qingzhu looked on, brows furrowed with concern. And suddenly she gasped. Mother, what's happening to him? On the floor, Ihi's body suddenly twitched. His calm expression shifted, and even though he was unconscious, there was a smug little smile on his face, like he was dreaming of something pleasant. Then, without warning, the ghost-suppressing statue began to crack. Ihi's skin broke out in goosebumps. His body trembled violently. Tiny trails of blood seeped from his pores, as if needles were pricking him from within. Lu Qingzhu panicked. But Qingzhu? She didn't flinch. Calmly, she took a slow drag from her cigarette. Smoke curled through the air as her eyes, hidden beneath long, dark lashes, gleamed with mystery. That third Xuanhuan martial art, she said, was found by your grandfather late in his life. He tried to practice it once. She paused, and despite his grandmaster-level cultivation, the technique rejected him outright. He suffered internal injuries on the spot. No one in the Liu family has dared attempt it since. Her voice grew colder. It's not just powerful, it's punishing. And power like that doesn't come cheap. If he wants the strength, he has to bear the pain that comes with it. She leaned closer to the screen, her tone soft but sharp. If he truly wants to wear the crown, he must carry its weight. But then, Qingzhu froze. For the first time, her confident eyes wavered. What? He was awake. Not just awake, he was stretching. Calm. Relaxed. Like he just had the best nap of his life. Lu Qingzhu glanced sideways at her mother, a nervous smile creeping on her lips. Mother, maybe Yi's trial wasn't quite as terrifying as you described. They looked back at the screen. The once majestic statue, which had radiated terrifying power, now sat dim and silent. The carving was still exquisite, but its spirit, its presence was gone. Because that power now lived inside Yi. He rose, standing tall, and offered a bow of gratitude. The fierce man's final words still echoed in his mind. Boy, you're the most talented person I've ever met. Maybe, the fierce man said, his voice fading into the shadows. You'll be the one to uncover the truth behind the secret realm, a task none of us could finish. I'll leave it to your generation now. To that, he could only respond with a smirk. Senior, you're mistaken. I was just cheating. Compared to the grand mission of uncovering ancient truths and bearing humanity's future, the raw, tangible power flowing through his veins felt far more real to him. He clenched his fists, a confident grin spreading across his face. Flesh and blood, binding the devil. This body is Azura incarnate. His system panel hadn't shown any stat increases, but he knew, deep down, that his strength had at least doubled. That was the terrifying power of mastering Xuanhuan martial arts. Just then, the stone door creaked open. Qingzhu entered first, her heels clicking against the floor, her usual poise replaced by urgency. Did you master it? He turned to her, smiling with sharp white teeth. Yeah, I did. Lu Qingzhu followed close behind and froze. Did I hear that right? Her mind raced. The title of genius had always belonged to her, but now, hearing those words, she felt a strange heat rise to her cheeks. Standing before her, that was what a true genius looked like. Qingzhu remained silent, studying him closely. Even with her daughter's talent, it would take a full week of meditation to resonate with that technique. Yet this boy what? Slept through it? In 1 hour? Did he really just sleep and figure it out? She wondered. He noticed the disbelief in their eyes. He had no choice but to prove it. He began circulating his martial energy, channeling it from his dantian into his palm. Normally, martial energy was invisible, but the power in Yi's hand pulsed with a dark crimson glow. It was the evil spirit energy he'd absorbed from the martial rhythm world. If he had to describe it, it was like a buff in a game, something that added explosive lethality to his attacks. With a deep breath, he unleashed his technique, mountain-blocking fist. His back arched like a drawn bow, and with power rooted from his core, he struck. The punch ripped through the air, cloaked in murderous red and black light. The impact echoed through the chamber, accompanied by a chilling, ghostly wail, as if 100 spirits had screamed at once. Lu Qingzhu's pupils contracted. The energy, the precision, the sheer pressure behind that strike, it was flawless. And she could hear it too, that haunting cry. That had to be the evil spirit energy he mentioned. Qingzhu, meanwhile, stared at him with an unreadable look. She had admired this young man before, but even she hadn't expected this. Not to this extent. He caught her gaze and instantly regretted it. Her eyes were intense, too intense. Madam, your daughter's right here. Can we tone it down? I don't want to be called Prime Minister's classmate again. Trying to steer things back to normal, Qingzhu cleared her throat. Since you've already mastered one Xuanhuan technique, would you be interested in learning the other two? You still have time left today. Lu Qingzhu, meanwhile, stood quietly. She wasn't overthinking his performance. Not really. Maybe just a little. At most, she felt defeated, because no matter how she looked at it, she was falling behind him in every way. Still, her heart stayed pure, and hearing her mother's offer, she listened. Qingzhu closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Was my daughter truly this dense, or just pretending? She had clearly said she didn't want anything to do with Yi, so why was she basically handing the entire Lu family fortune to him? Yes, Qingzhu had intended to invest in Yi. She was even open to making him her son-in-law. But that was supposed to come after careful planning, not after throwing every family resource at someone who technically wasn't even part of the Lu family yet. Thinking back to the earlier conversation with Yi, Qingzhu felt a headache coming on. Letting him learn any martial arts in a day? What was she thinking? She'd completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Yi politely declined Lu Qingzhu's offer. One Xuanhuan technique is more than enough, he said. It'll take time to absorb everything I've learned. Turning to Qingzhu, he bowed slightly. I'll be heading home. There are a few matters I need to handle. All right, she replied casually. My daughter will see you out. Then she paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. All right, the housekeeper mentioned you came here on a shared bike. Do you drive? If so, pick something from the garage for your ride back. It'll be more convenient. He blinked. Is she giving me a car now? It was starting to feel like every conversation came with a surprise bonus. First martial arts, now a ride. But then he remembered the sleek black motorcycle he'd seen earlier. the one that guy rode while carrying the blonde girl. Cool. Flashy. Totally his style. Do you have any motorcycles? Of course, Qingzhu answered smoothly. So, student E likes motorcycles? Seems you share that hobby with my troublesome son. I just wish he could be half as capable as you. She made a call to the housekeeper. Bring out the best one in Lu Qingzhu's collection. At that exact moment, Lu Qingzhu was strolling through the garden when Aunt Hong approached. Your mother has invited a son-in-law over today, she mentioned casually. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened. Who? His sister was a once-in-a-century beauty. Smart, talented, and untouchable. No ordinary guy would ever be good enough for her. Then a memory flashed in his mind. That guy. The one who ruined his day and scared away the blonde girl. His expression darkened. It better not be him. Then, vroom, something tore through the garden, fast as lightning. Lu Qingzhu blinked. He recognized the rider instantly. That guy. The one who showed up on a shared bike. What the hell is he doing? Riding my motorcycle. Back at E's apartment, the lights were dim and the windows fogged up from the heat inside. He picked up a glowing monster core and dipped it in sauce. Last time, he'd eaten one straight, and it tasted awful. This time, he was going in prepared, with flavor. He popped it in. Heat surged through his veins. The power exploded inside his limbs and bones. He could feel it working instantly. Then he summoned his system. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, he activated the superimposed, colossal humanoid template alongside the legendary Demora's template. After multiple core absorptions, their compatibility rates now stood at 85% and 21%, respectively. It was his first time using the super giant humanoid form. 50 meters tall, massive by normal standards. But in Redwood Mountain, where beasts moved like walking mountains, he was still small. Still, he was just getting started. Still not satisfied. He decided he needed to go bigger. He dumped all his available points into the Colossal Titan template, then grabbed a glowing green magic core etched with golden patterns. Dipping it in sauce like before, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed without hesitation. This one was meant to boost the Demora template, a special enhancement he had been saving. The moment it entered his system, a violent surge of energy erupted inside him. Lightning crackled across his entire body, wrapping him in a blinding storm of pain and power. But just as the agony peaked, something unexpected happened. A prompt flashed in his vision. Warning: after absorbing the genetic sequence of a rare plant-based life form, the Demora template is exhibiting signs of mutation. Do you wish to allow mutation to proceed? E froze. A mutation? That meant the template would evolve, but into what? If it gained new abilities, great. But if it turned into something incompatible or weaker, that would be a negative evolution. The risk was real. Still, after a moment of thought, he clenched his teeth and chose. Yes, he was going to gamble it. And luck was on his side. Template mutation successful. S rank. Nuclear Demora template unlocked. E's eyes widened. S rank. He was speechless. Then came another notification. When the Savage Trace Demora template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance of evolving into Star Universe Demora. His heart skipped a beat. Just the name alone, Star Universe Demora, sounded like it belonged to a being on a cosmic level. But to reach that evolution, his current template had to hit full compatibility. Fast. He clenched his fist, fire in his eyes. I need to upgrade this thing. Now. But just as he was getting lost in his thoughts, a loud commotion outside jolted him back to reality. Shouting. Sirens. Something was going down near his apartment complex. He frowned. What now? Could it be a terrorist attack? Just outside E's apartment complex, chaos erupted. A thunderous roar echoed down the street as armed units swarmed the area. Dozens of police cars screeched to a halt, sirens blaring, forming a tight perimeter and rushing to evacuate the panicked crowd. Back inside, a sudden knock on the door snapped he to full alert. His eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal. The apartment's original owner was a loner. No one ever visited, especially not at this hour. He hadn't ordered anything. No deliveries. No expected guests. His instincts kicked in. Before he could even move toward the door, his gaze shifted toward the open window behind him. The air shimmered, warping slightly. Calmly, he spoke to the empty space, asking the unseen presence if she already knew who he was. The atmosphere pulsed. Moments later, a figure materialized, right out of thin air. She stood there confidently, curves outlined by a sleek, white nano battlesuit clinging tightly to her body. A black reflective mask covered her face, hiding any hint of her identity. But despite her bold entrance, she seemed genuinely caught off guard. He clearly wasn't just some random guy. Originally, she had planned to stash something inside his place, then wipe his memory. Quick, easy. But now that he'd seen through her illusion, well, now he'd have to pay the price. He wasn't fazed. In a low voice, he asked who she was and why she had broken into his apartment. No answer came. Only the shadow on the floor shifted, energy crackling, snaking toward him like a venomous serpent. In that instant, he understood he couldn't move. The space around him was locked down. Fine, let burn. He had enough saved up anyway. If this place got wrecked, he'd just buy another. The masked intruder, slightly confused, asked what kind of nonsense he was babbling. With a dramatic pause, he stared her down and calmly declared she was already a dead woman walking. Meanwhile, down in the streets below, a vicious fight had broken out. Dozens of elite fighters in training gear surrounded a lone man, Zhou. Despite being outnumbered, he held his ground, dishing out brutal blows with precision. But then he slipped. One of the special operatives struck him hard in the gut. The impact drove martial energy straight in his core, sending waves of pain ripping through his body. Clutching his side, Zhou staggered. "Don't let up," one officer barked. "Wait for an opening, then take him down." They moved in sync, trained to fight as one. They pounced the moment he showed weakness. Zhou, he had no choice but to fall back, step by step. But this was his plan all along. He wasn't here to win. He was buying time. Time for Yaoi Mei to get away with the golden gene. Realizing his distraction was working, Zhou, he let out a mad, triumphant laugh and activated the forbidden blood-burning technique. Flames exploded around him, lighting up the streets in a hellish glow. He fought like a man possessed, pushing his limits against the incoming storm of armored police. Then, just as the battle reached its breaking point, a flash of bright blue light split the sky overhead. A dark figure dropped from above, slamming into the pavement beside Zhou Yi with earth-shattering force. The ground cracked beneath them. Zhou Yi turned and instantly recognized the figure. Yaoi Mei had arrived. Her silhouette was unmistakable. But wasn't her nano battle suit white just a moment ago? Now it looked pitch black, scorched like charcoal. Zhou Yi had risked everything just to get her out with the item. So why had she come back? Yaoi Mei pulled herself out of the shallow crater, visibly shaken. She hadn't expected he to be that powerful. That beam he unleashed, straight from his throat, hit her dead on. If it wasn't for the nanosuit's protection, she'd be in pieces. Leaning toward Zhou Yi, she whispered that the package was secured, hidden. It was time to vanish. Relief washed over Zhou Yi's face, until the armed police caught on. Realizing the two were working together, they immediately tried to box them in. But then, bang, a high-grade smoke bomb exploded, spreading a thick fog across the battlefield. This wasn't ordinary smoke. It blocked even the sharp perception of martial warriors. The police scrambled, channeling their martial energy to whip up gusts of wind, trying to clear the haze. By the time the smoke thinned, the pair had vanished, down into the sewers. 30 minutes later, Zhou Yi and Yaoi Mei emerged from an alley, far from the chaos. Distant sirens echoed through the streets. They'd managed to shake off pursuit, at least for now. Zhou Yi exhaled, finally catching his breath. As he admired how fast the nanosuit had repaired itself, a chilling voice sliced through the quiet night. "Still haven't explained why you broke into my home." Yaoi Mei froze. Her eyes widened in shock. She'd made a massive miscalculation. Picking a random apartment had seemed like the perfect plan. But of all people, she had to pick the final boss in disguise. And now, he wasn't going to let this go. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with fury. He glared at Yi. "How the hell did you find us when the cops couldn't?" He didn't bother answering. He didn't need to explain that Yaoi Mei had been unknowingly marked, traced by nuclear radiation from his own energy. He was always silent when he struck. Boom! A small blast erupted beneath his feet. In an instant, he launched forward like a rocket, the air hissing from the recoil. A fist flashed through the darkness, straight at Zhou Yi. But this wasn't just a punch. Fueled by dark red energy and malevolent spiritual force, a violent cellular reaction surged inside Yi's arm. His mountain-blocking fist unleashed at full power. Zhou Yi crossed his arms to defend, but it didn't matter. The punch ripped through his guard, the energy exploding on impact. It felt like getting hit by a freight train. Zhou Yi flew backward, smashing into a concrete wall with a deafening crack. Dust filled the air. Yaoi Mei gasped. A 6th-rank martial warrior, taken down in a single strike. And not just by anyone, but a boy whose martial energy barely registered above an apprentice level. Who was this kid? Zhou Yi, barely able to move, looked up and grinned through the pain. "I'm the disciple of Emperor Guangla." Yaoi Mei's expression twisted in disbelief. She had never heard that name before. Since when did a tiny city like an harbor hidden monsters like this? Before she could process, Zhou Yi cut in, his voice weak but sharp. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I just went through hell in that fight. Used a forbidden technique. Burn up half my blood." Zhou Yi could feel it. His blood was thinning, his power slipping. After the earlier battle and burning away part of his life force, he was down to maybe 70% of his former strength. But even now, weakened and worn, he refused to see Yi, just a martial apprentice, as a threat. He didn't care which legendary master Yi trained under. Geniuses? They always died early. Arrogant. Reckless. Always thinking they were untouchable. Zhou Yi took a heavy stomp forward, activating his 5-step formation. His soles crushed into the cold pavement as he advanced. Each step thundered louder than the last. With every stride, his momentum surged, faster, stronger. The air behind him began to twist and shimmer. Energy and blood swirled together, transforming into a cloud of red smoke. Under the dim night sky, his skin took on a metallic sheen, a silver hue stretching over his body like armor. And on his forehead, a thick, brutal horn jutted out. This was his true form, the iron-crowned rhino bloodline, fully awakened. Seeing Zhou Yi gear up for a final clash, Yi's lips curled into a sharp grin. Deep inside, his cells sparked with atomic fusion. This was the kind of fight he lived for. But just as the air tensed, Yimei made her move. Believing herself the true threat, she used the stealth mode on her nano-battle suit, vanishing into the air. She lunged from behind, confident he wouldn't sense her. She was wrong. Without even glancing back, he fired a concentrated atomic beam directly behind him. It struck her mid-air, right in the abdomen. She was sent flying, crashing into the sidewall as he calmly warned, "Stay out of this." Zhou Yi watched the failed ambush, seething. His own sister couldn't even land a sneak attack. Furious, he exploded forward, legs bursting with force, launching him like a missile at Yi. Their fists collided midair. The impact twisted the very air into ripples, shaking the space around them. Lightning crackled from Yi's strike, bursting across Zhou Yi's body. But the silver skin of the iron-crowned rhino held firm. Only dark scorch marks remained. No wounds. Yi's eyes narrowed. Zhou Yi's defense had skyrocketed. And that grin, Zhou Yi's grin, said it all. His beast form could survive tank fire. What could he possibly do to break through that armor? But defense wasn't the only thing that had grown stronger. His offense had evolved too. He tried to leap back, but Zhou Yi didn't give him a second. He was on him again, close range, fists flying with unstoppable aggression. His eyes gleamed with madness. The thrill of crushing a so-called prodigy lit him up from the inside. And still, he remembered that blast. That single blue beam that nearly took Yimei out. Even as he attacked, a flicker of caution lingered in his mind. Then, just as his punch was about to land, he vanished. Gone. No flash, no signal, no afterimage. Just disappeared. Zhou Yi blinked. What has happened? No matter how cocky Yi was, he knew he couldn't take on the iron-crowned rhino head-on. But he wasn't dead. Zhou Yi had felt nothing land. He hadn't missed. He had moved. Then, boom, a massive surge of blue lightning erupted behind him. He spun around, and there it was, a towering giant, half-shrouded in mist, rising 30 meters into the night sky. Its form blurred by plasma, but the glowing, dark blue eyes locked onto him with unnatural focus. Zhou Yi felt it instantly, a pressure deep in his chest, a primal fear. He was too close. He couldn't move fast enough. And then the sparks surged, and the entire area was swallowed by blue plasma. The explosion wiped out everything within dozens of meters, vaporizing debris, shattering foundations. Thankfully, the battle had shifted to a half-abandoned urban zone, scattered with unfinished buildings. There were barely any civilians around. White vapor hissed upward from the blast zone. Zhou Yi staggered out of the smoke, battered but alive. His body was a mess, but he'd managed to tank Yi's self-detonation. Barely. The once brilliant silver of his skin had dulled, a clear sign that his blood power was nearly drained. If he hadn't been a defense-focused warrior, he would have been reduced to ashes. And yet, before he could catch his breath, something crept into his awareness. He felt it, that primal instinct, being watched. His eyes locked on the massive figure looming ahead. The giant hadn't moved much, just stood there, silent and terrifying, mist swirling around it. Its exposed flesh glowed faintly, blue blood pulsing through thick, muscular veins. Zhou Yi stared. What was this thing? Was it some monster? A summoned creature? No. Could it be that the brat, transformed? As if answering his question, the giant began to move. One massive arm shifted through the mist, skinless, raw muscle gleaming, reaching straight for him. Zhou Yi's body reacted on instinct, leaping back. Years of combat drilled that into him. But the other fist was already there, bursting through the fog like a cannonball. Zhou Yi couldn't dodge. Still airborne, teeth gritted, he activated the forbidden blood-burning technique again. His body screamed as he drained what little remained of his life force, reigniting the silver glow across his skin. Boom! The punch landed. The ground cracked. The air blasted outward. Zhou Yi was smashed deep into the earth, shaking the entire block. The wind roared, kicking up rubble in every direction. And that was just the first punch. The giant raised its fists again and began hammering down, blow after blow, like a meteor storm. Each hit cratered the ground further, pummeling Zhou Yi with terrifying force. He could do nothing but endure it. His armor, though incredibly tough, transferred every bit of the shock straight to his insides. He felt his bones shatter, his organs twist. Even his soul felt like it was being rattled out of his body. If this keeps going, I'm dead. Meanwhile, Ihi's system panel lit up with real-time data. One line pulsed to the top. Colossal giant physical power, 23.8, 29.4. Yamei, still struggling to stand, trembled at the sight below. Zhou Yi, her prideful, powerful sixth-rank brother, was being brutalized like a training dummy. Completely overwhelmed by a monster that looked like Yi, she felt a pang of regret so deep it nearly crushed her. Why? Why'd I mess with this freak? Escape? Pointless. He'd found them once, he'd do it again. And abandoning her brother wasn't an option. She had one chance left. With resolve, Yamei sprinted up the nearest high-rise. Reaching the edge of the rooftop, she leapt, diving straight toward the beast. In her hand, she held a razor-thin yellow thread drawn from her nanosuit. It was molecular grade, sharp enough to slice through high-tier alloys like butter. As she closed in, her eyes locked onto the giant's throat. If this really is his vital points should still be human. She wrapped the thread around his neck, tight, fast, multiple loops. Then she pulled. A flash of red burst forth. Shock surged through her. The giant hadn't resisted at all. Its throat split open, and burning blue blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying into the night air, unstoppable. A small pool of blood spread beneath her. Yamei slowly stood, breathing heavily, thinking it was finally over. She looked up, locking eyes with the giant's massive dark blue pupils, each one as large as a lantern. But something was off. Were those mocking? Then, the giant opened its mouth. Inside, blue light began to swirl, condensing in its throat. A deep hum vibrated through the air, growing louder by the second. Yamei's eyes widened. In the last second before everything went white, all she saw was a wall of brilliant blue light rushing toward her. Boom! The atomic breath engulfed her. Her body vanished, vaporized, blown through the side of a building, leaving a trail of glowing destruction that lit up the skyline. The beam sliced through concrete like paper, branding a luminous scar into the night. As the last of the exhale faded, the giant stood still, its body glowing like a furnace. Steam hissed from exposed muscles and torn flesh as it began to evaporate, disappearing bit by bit in the rising heat. And then he stepped out of it. From inside the giant's fading skull, he emerged, threads of blood and muscle still clinging to him, releasing clouds of hot air. His hands sat casually in his pockets, his face calm, almost bored. He glanced down at Zhou Yi. What remained of him, anyway? Bloodied, barely breathing, Zhou Yi coughed, trying to speak. His body twitched. He lifted his head and spat a mouthful of blood in Ihi's direction. You really are a monster. Ihi simply shrugged. Anyone who kills should be ready to die. The sound of sirens rang out in the distance. The cops were closing in. With the kind of destruction Ihi had just unleashed, there was no way it went unnoticed. As he prepared to end it, Zhou Yi gave a twisted smirk. You think this is over? He croaked. That woman you killed, she hid something in your apartment. It's called the Golden Gene, and now it's yours. He wheezed, blood trailing from his mouth. And so are all the enemies that come with it. You better run, kid, because they'll keep coming. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Ihi frowned. This guy really had to get the last word in. Without saying anything, he raised his foot and slammed it down. Zhou Yi's head cracked against the concrete, and the silence returned. As for running, he never did. The sirens were nearly upon him, but Ihi didn't rush. He dealt with Zhou Yi's body swiftly, turned on his heel, and disappeared into the shadows of the night. By the time the police arrived, the streets were in ruins. Scorched pavement, a demolished building, a gaping hole where the atomic breath had carved through solid structure. It looked like a war zone. Later, he arrived back home. He moved with calm purpose, immediately sending a message to Aunt Sheen. How did the police questioning go? Aunt Sheen replied quickly. Everything was fine. The situation was tense lately, but for now, things were under control. He should lay low until Huad University reopened. He told Aunt Shin not to worry. After all, wasn't he the most well-behaved person she knew? Good thing he warned her in advance. With a blast at that scale, there's no way the authorities would have missed it otherwise. After signing off, Ihi scanned the room and found it. The Golden Gene, exactly where Zhou Yi said it would be. A sealed, silver cylindrical container. On the side was a black emblem, an eagle with its wings spread wide, but the wings were nothing but bone. No flesh, no feathers. He recognized it instantly. Laserbird. one of the biggest names in the biotech industry. And according to the Golden Gene, a marvel of genetic engineering, born from Laserbird's labs after the company inherited fragments of Prometheus's biological legacy. He stared at it. Of all the things to land in his lap, what annoyed him most wasn't just the danger it brought, but the sheer stupidity of it all. The security team Laserbird hired to protect this priceless project? Total frauds. They'd stolen it, tried to flee, got caught, and now they'd dumped the entire mess on him. He tried twisting the lid of the silver cylindrical container. No luck. Sealed tight. With a sigh, he tossed the canister aside for now. Bigger problems were staring him in the face, like the state of his apartment, or rather, the crater where his living room used to be. He stared at the rubble and muttered to himself, "Yeah, time to find a hotel." 1 month later, the scene shifts. Welcome to Swan Lake, the only B-level secret realm in all of End City. Deep inside its inner region, a battle was drawing to a close. A powerful team, each member no weaker than a 5th-rank martial warrior, had just cornered and taken down a ferocious 3rd-class Heil Bloodwolf. As the team leader carved open the beast's belly and retrieved its magic core, a deep, thunderous rumble echoed through the forest. Everyone froze. "See, Captain," the red-haired woman on the squad whispered, voice trembling. She pointed. Something wasn't right. In the distance, trees were falling, snapped like twigs. The sound of countless footsteps pounded the earth like rolling thunder. The ground shook beneath their feet. And then they saw it. A monstrous tide of beasts surged forward, filling the horizon. There was no end. A sea of claws, teeth, and raw muscle trampled everything in its path. And at the center of it all, a monster like no other. Perched atop a crocodilian behemoth, taller than mountains, sat a throne, made entirely of bones. But not just any bones. These were Heil warrior remains. Skulls stacked into intricate formations formed the base of the throne, each one a testament to lives lost. And lounging atop it, a massive black ape, legs crossed like a human's, eyes half closed like it was dozing. But above its head, the sky churned. Dark clouds spiraled, lightning crackled, and thunder rolled. The heavens themselves responded to its presence. Even half asleep, this creature twisted the natural order. This was no ordinary beast. This was an Overlord-class monster. Only they could summon a phenomenon so terrifying it bent the sky. The team didn't hesitate. They ran. The magic core? Forgotten. The captain's voice rang out, breathless and panicked. "Notify the army. Now, an Overlord monster is leading a beast tide. It's heading straight for the city." They all knew what that meant. It wasn't just danger. It was annihilation. Only Grandmasters and Senior Grandmasters could stand a chance against a threat like this. Grimacing, the captain cursed. These monsters never leave their own territories. That's the only reason the realm's been stable all this time. So why this thing crossed over? Because when an Overlord-class beast moves, it's not a hunt. It's a catastrophe. And as if that wasn't enough, these monsters emit a sound wave, inaudible to humans, but irresistible to magical beasts. It hijacks every creature below sovereign level and turns them into loyal slaves. Around every Overlord-class magical beast, the low-level creatures begin to gather, drawn like iron to a magnet. They don't just follow, they evolve. Under the Overlord's influence, even weak monsters are forced to mutate and grow stronger. Soon, a new wave of Lord-class beasts is born. And when this 5th-tier, sovereign-level monster leads that horde into the city, it won't be a battle. It'll be a massacre, and city would fall. Millions would die. High above the swarm, the black ape sat upon its grim throne of bones. Slowly, it opened its glowing scarlet eyes. Cold, disdainful, its gaze swept across the squad of human warriors like they were insects. Then, without a word, the crocodilian behemoth beneath it stirred. Its vertical pupils pulsed with violent light. It opened its massive jaws and let out a low, silent chant. But this wasn't a sound for human ears. Instead, vibrant sonic ripples burst out. Huge, multicolored waves crashing through the forest like a tsunami. Mud, stone, and earth began to rise, whipping into the air, spinning violently. Within seconds, the churning mass compressed into a massive 10-meter long stone cone, sharpened like a missile. With a blast of pressure, it launched forward, splitting the sky. Boom! An entire mountaintop was obliterated, pierced straight through by the attack. The team of warriors had no time to react. They were swallowed by a rain of stone cones, the sky itself raining destruction. It was like a meteor shower. The land shook. When the dust finally settled, silence reigned. A single severed hand remained, still gripping a radio communicator. But the message had been sent. Overlord-level incursion detected. Far above the carnage, the black ape rose from its throne. For the first time, it spoke. In fluent, chilling human language. Advance. full speed. The monster horde howled in reply, a tidal wave of bloodlust. The earth itself trembled under their charge. At that exact moment, outside the Swan Lake's secret realm, alarms blared across the city. Piercing, high-pitched warnings rang through the streets. Beast tide incoming. People froze in place. They'd seen in the news, heard about invasions in far-off countries. But that was somewhere else. That wasn't their city. Now it was. Reality hit like ice water. Many stood in stunned disbelief, wondering if it was just a bad dream. Then, a voice came through the city's broadcast system, the mayor himself. Attention, all citizens. A large-scale beast tide has erupted from the Swan Lake secret realm. It is expected to breach in city's defenses within 20 minutes. The army has already been mobilized. All warriors in the city are called to action, now. The message shattered the stillness. Chaos broke loose. People scrambled to escape, packing highways, crowding train stations, desperate to flee. Cars jammed every road. Trains overloaded. Flights sold out in seconds. The city was in freefall. Armed police were deployed to maintain order. Government forces worked around the clock, trying to stabilize the situation. Citywide alerts blared over every screen, every radio. One message stood out above all. Evacuation priority goes to children and students. They were the future. If and fell, it would be their responsibility to remember, to rebuild, to carry their city's legacy, and avenge those who had fallen. Inside City Hall, old Jianqing was buried in calls. One after another, trying to buy just a little more time, trying to slow the wave crashing toward them. His secretary burst through the door with urgent updates. Without missing a beat, the mayor asked, "Have the reinforcement requests been sent? Which cities are responding? Which cities are willing to send reinforcements?" The mayor asked, his voice tight with urgency. The secretary hesitated, her face grim. "It's not just us," she said softly. "Beast invasions have been reported in multiple regions across the country. Most cities are overwhelmed. The few that haven't been attacked yet have already begun building defenses, preparing for the worst." The mayor's shoulders tensed. "Then what about the imperial capital?" he asked, almost pleading. "Even just one grandmaster. Just one." But even that was too much to hope for. The secretary's next words dropped like a stone. An S-level secret realm has appeared in Guanshan City, just next to the capital. All top-tier warriors from the imperial capital have been deployed there to contain it. Old Jianqing collapsed into his chair, defeated. But his sharp instincts screamed the truth louder than any report could. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just some outbreak. The entire Sea Kingdom was caught in something larger, a carefully laid trap. A national-scale beast tide, coordinated, planned, but there was no more time to think. He stood again, straighter than before. Though nearing 50, that spark from his youth lit up his eyes again. They had no reinforcements, no support, only themselves. The defensive in city had already begun. Elsewhere, at the Chu family's private training grounds, the sounds of fists echoed through the air. Ihi and Chu Sensei were deep in a sparring match. By now, Chu Sensei understood. Try to test or provoke Ihi with words was pointless. If you wanted Ihi to take something seriously, you had to fight with everything you had. Even so, his all still wasn't enough. Ihi landed a heavy punch to Chu Sensei's chest. Chu Sensei quickly summoned an ice armor to defend, a thick layer of frost encasing him. But it shattered instantly. The punch tore through it with ease. Fused into Ihi's fist were jagged, magical fangs of pure, evil energy. They ripped the armor apart like paper. Chu Sensei was knocked back, but as he steadied himself, he couldn't help but smile. Didn't think you'd land that cleanly. He could feel it, the strange, dark power surrounding Ihi. It wasn't martial arts as he knew it. It was something deeper, something twisted. What style is that? Tortoise martial arts? Ihi shrugged. Yeah, picked it up about a month ago. Still working on the details. But what really mattered was this. He had grasped the core of its power. The demon in the flesh technique. A style that fed on evil spirits. Every time Ihi survived a brutal fight, every time he killed, his own evil spirit would absorb something from the fallen. Mimic them. Grow stronger. Before they could clash again, a sharp alarm tore through the quiet. Beast invasion. Both Ihi and Chu Sensei froze, instincts kicking in. A moment later, their phones buzzed. An emergency alert. All college prep students in the city were ordered to evacuate immediately. Flights B521 and B753 were scheduled at the city's main airport. High-speed train A423 was also ready for departure. They had priority. "Are you going?" he asked, eyes locked on Chu Sensei. Chu Sensei looked at him and hesitated. "With your talent, maybe you should," he said. "Leave the defense to others. You got too much to lose." But he clearly didn't know Ihi at all. That smile, that eerie grin, the same grin he wore right before a kill. Was he excited? He was. He smirked and replied flatly, "You talk too much." Since when did you get so sentimental? He cracked his knuckles. If I'm staying, then there's no reason for you to run, either. There was only one thing left to focus on. The scene shifts to the Liu family manor. Just as Liu Yanju was stepping out the door, she found Aunt Qin standing in her way. Yanju was ready to fight. She wanted to join the front lines against the beast tide. But Aunt Qin had only one concern, her daughter's life. If you go, she said, her voice low but steady, how confident are you that you'll come back alive, or even in one piece? Yanju stayed silent. Aunt Qin continued. There are around 30,000 warriors in N-City. Even if you count the retired veterans, the sick, the volunteers, you might reach 50,000. That's nothing. A drop of water facing a tidal wave. Her voice wavered just slightly. And as for the Overlord-class monsters, they're not enemies we can face. Not here. Only Grandmasters have even a chance of surviving them. And barely at that. To her, Yanju's life wasn't just her own. It was the lifeline of the entire Liu family. But Yanju didn't stop. She said nothing. She just moved past her mother and kept walking. That silence said more than words ever could. To her, if a warrior family can't rise to defend humanity from monsters, then what purpose does it serve? Aunt Qin didn't argue. She simply let the door shut with a deep, echoing thud behind her. As the latch clicked, a figure emerged from the shadows. Aunt Hong. Aunt Qin calmly lit a slender cigarette, half her face obscured behind long hair. She didn't need to give instructions. Aunt Hong already knew. Liu Yanju was not allowed to leave the manor. Still, Aunt Hong couldn't help but ask. The boy, is he leaving the city too? Aunt Qin exhaled smoke, her voice quiet but firm. Send him a message. Let him decide for himself. Meanwhile, back at the Swan Lake secret realm, tens of thousands of warriors had entered the rift, forming a solid iron formation inside the otherworldly realm bathed in starry blue light. 60% of N-City's total military force, along with every high-leveled warrior above martial artist rank, had already passed through. They were known as the Vanguard Unit, and they had only one job: scout the enemy. Gather intel on the size, strength, and abilities of the monstrous force marching toward humanity, including the Lord-class beasts, and, if possible, the Overlord itself. Then survive long enough to report back. Facing the endless beast tied ahead, the soldiers inhaled sharply. This was it. Most of them knew what they really were, cannon fodder. But they still charged anyway. Their battle cries and final roars echoed through the mountains, merging into a blood-drenched symphony that shook the forest with its rage and resolve. Outside the rift, a temporary military base had been fortified. Tanks, anti-air guns, rows of Gatling cannons, and massive machine guns were mounted into position, creating a wall of metal and firepower. The goal was simple. Any monster that stepped out of that rift will be torn apart by bullets and artillery before it could even touch the ground. Luckily, the rift size was limited. Only so many creatures could pass through at once, nullifying one of the beast tide's biggest advantages: overwhelming numbers. If they could just hold the line, if they could just prevent the horde from breaking out into the open, then maybe, just maybe, N-City could survive this. This was old Zhangqing's last hope. Everything hinged on the battlefield at the mouth of the rift. Suddenly, his serious gaze snapped upward, shocked. And he wasn't the only one. All eyes turned to the rift as a blood-soaked warrior stumbled out of the spatial tear. His arm hung uselessly, clearly broken, and his entire body was covered in gashes and dried blood. He took 2 steps forward, then collapsed. Like a lifeless sack of flesh, he dropped to the ground, gasping for air and barely holding on. Old Zhang, he croaked. Medics rushed in. Old Zhang was already at his side. But it was clear he didn't have long. With what little strength he had left, the warrior raised a trembling hand. Clutched in his fist was a USB flash drive. Data from the Vanguard Unit's battle. Old Zhang took it with urgency. Where are the others? He demanded. The warrior's face contorted in pain. Then came the answer. They're gone. All of them gone. His voice cracked like a broken drum. The beast tide crushed everything. Not even the bodies. Nothing left. A hush fell over everyone. But then, the dying man's eyes suddenly widened, filled with a mix of rage and sheer terror. His voice was hoarse and shaking. Watch out for that black ape. It's not just strong. It planned everything. It set us up. If not for that thing, at least a few thousand of us would have made it out. Old Zhang leaned in, desperate to know more, but just then, boom! A massive stone cone burst from the rift, spiraling through the air like a drill missile. It pierced a building in the distance, exploding into rubble. Crack, boom! Another flew out, and another. The newly built fortifications around the rift were hit dead on. Buried landmines exploded in a chain reaction. The ground shook violently under a wave of detonations. The beast tide hadn't emerged yet. They were trying to clear the path first. Old Zhang's eyes widened with realization. The first wave wasn't just an attack. It was a calculated strike. The stone cones were aimed directly at the landmines under the defense grid. They were systematically wiping out traps before stepping into the battlefield. He swore loudly. Open fire. Aim everything at the rift now. The tanks roared. Anti-aircraft guns lit up the sky. Shells and bullets rained toward the rift in a storm of fire, engulfing the entrance in explosions. But the barrage didn't stop the stone cones. More kept flying out, ripping through steel and earth. Old Zhang's face darkened. These monsters, they're using long-range suppression tactics. They weren't rushing out blindly. They were softening up the battlefield first, like seasoned tacticians. Since when do magical beasts fight like humans? The fallen warrior's last words echoed in his mind. The overlord planned it all. It was a trap. Huang clenched his fists, teeth grinding. Damn that black ape. Just then, another stone cone broke through the encirclement. This time, it didn't strike a structure. It slammed into the ground hard. Soldiers stepped back, weapons ready. Then a noise. A strange, high-pitched chittering came from the shattered fragments. A soldier turned toward the sound. Too late. A grotesque rat, massive, with membranous wings and fangs like daggers, erupted from the rubble and sank its teeth into the soldier's head, tearing it clean off. Blood sprayed across the ground. He fell without a sound. And this wasn't a one-off. Across the battlefield, the same scene played out. Everywhere the stone cones had landed, twisted creatures began to crawl out of the wreckage. It was a trick. The stone cones weren't just weapons. They were drop pods. Warcrafts, horrific, mutated beasts, had hitched a ride inside them, smuggled through the rift, launched over the front lines, and deployed behind the defenses. The monsters hadn't just broken through the gate. They'd already landed inside. The battlefield descended into chaos. Intercept those spikes before they hit. Old Zhang shouted through the comms. Don't let even one of them land. Stop them at all costs. The military scrambled. Missiles locked on and began taking down the incoming stone cones in midair. But redirecting firepower came at a cost. Artillery, once focused on the rift, now thinned out. The tanks faltered, forced to reposition. Infantry teams pushed forward to help. But the monsters weren't interested in fighting. They didn't engage, they dispersed, quickly vanishing into the smoke and debris. Their goal wasn't battle, it was sabotage. In minutes, they had already torn through key defense points, cutting into the gunpowder supply lines and crippling the network of traps that had been set up around the rift. Back inside the rift, the black ape's blood-red eyes gleamed. It wore an expression that was far too human, cold, cunning, and cruel. Smug and satisfied, it stood tall above the battlefield, watching the humans lose their grip on control. The tide was turning, and it knew it. Time was up. With a guttural voice, it issued the next command. Flatten them. Leave nothing standing. The ground trembled. Charging through the rift came a white-haired gorilla king, a lord-level beast the size of a building. Its howl shattered the air as it pounded its fists and tore through the front lines. Behind it, the rest of the beast horde surged forward. A deafening roar erupted from the rift as the white-haired ape led the charge, drawing firepower toward itself. Explosions rocked the area as artillery struck it head-on, but it didn't stop. It tanked every hit and kept going, giving cover to the other beasts pouring out. Dozens, then hundreds. Magical beasts used the distraction to slip through, scattering in all directions, past defenses, past barriers. The rift was breached. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Ihi stood still, overlooking the chaos below. He saw the tide breaking through, the defenses collapsing, and a realization hit hard. Humans were losing control of the battlefield. He looked toward the heart of the city he had only lived in for a few short months. It had grown on him. Its streets, its people, its fragile, imperfect peace. No way, not like this. There was no time left to think. He let out a roar and leapt off the rooftop. His feet hit the wall, and he sprinted straight down the side of the building. Halfway down, his skin darkened, toughened. His body shifted. He charged in the battlefield in his Demora form, no hesitation in his stride. Elsewhere in the city, Luo Shun's leg flashed with energy as he activated his Thunderkick martial art. His foot slammed into the abdomen of a snarling beast, the impact so fierce it forced the creature's eyes out of its skull. 5 down already? Nice one, Luo Xan, another warrior called out. Taking the opportunity, the man darted forward and carved into the monster's corpse, ripping out its magic core before it could regenerate. Luo Xan smirked at the praise and gave a casual wave. No big deal. But just then, thud. A severed beast's head landed at his feet. A petite figure strolled over, one foot landing squarely on the monster's skull. Really showing off for taking out small fry, she said with a mocking grin. It was Xiao Xiaoling. She tilted her head, still smirking. If you're the number one at third high, this city's standards have really gone downhill. Luo Xen opened his mouth to fire back, but stopped. He knew it. She wasn't wrong. And if it came to a fight between them, he probably wouldn't win. To save face, he could only stew in his own frustration for a moment. Then, a chill swept through the air, sharp and sudden. Frost began to spread across the ground like a creeping veil. From the distance, a solitary figure walked in, his posture composed, his hair perfectly in place despite the chaos around him. Chuzhou had arrived. Xiao Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief when she spotted the blue magic core in his hand. He actually took down a third-tier beast on his own, but what shocked her even more was his presence here at all. She hadn't expected to see him on the battlefield. Why hadn't he evacuated? Chuzhou didn't bother answering. Flaunting a kill meant nothing to him, especially not when it paled in comparison to Ihi's feats. With an almost casual tone, he shrugged off the danger. Life and death didn't seem to weigh on him at all. After all, their parents were warriors. Right now, they were fighting on the front lines of this beast tide. How could the children of such warriors think of running away? Just as the three exchanged words, Luo Xian's fingers began to twitch, betraying his nerves. He raised a trembling hand toward the sky. "Look out," he shouted. Chuzhou turned, following his gaze, just in time to see a tank plummeting from above. All around them, the battlefield descended into chaos. Beasts surged in from all sides, their rampage leaving nothing but broken bodies and destruction. Luo Xn couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster could throw a tank like it was a toy. The temperature dropped again. In one smooth motion, Chuzhou unsheathed his sword. With a single precise slash, he split the falling tank in two. The blade carved a half-moon through the sky, and the pieces landed on either side of him with twin, thunderous crashes. Xiao Xiaoling turned, heart-pounding, and saw the one responsible for launching that tank. Her face paled. She thought it was the Lord-level beast that had first stormed out of the secret realm. But how had it circled around and struck from behind? Not far off, a towering white gorilla, nearly 20 meters tall, moved forward on its knuckles, each step shaking the ground beneath them. Xiao Xiaoling tried to make sense of it, but Chuzhou quickly corrected her. "That's not a lord," he said. "It feels different." "Calm her down." Luo Xian didn't hesitate. "We need to fall back now. Even if it's not a fourth-tier lord, it's at least a third-tier rare beast. We can't handle this." They began to slowly retreat, but it was already too late. The beast had locked on. It let out a rumble of excitement and slammed a massive fist toward them with enough force to smash a tank. One hit and they'd be finished. Chuzhou's eyes widened. He clenched his jaw, drew in a breath, and braced himself, ready to give everything he had to block the attack. But before he could move, a streak of blue light cut through the air. A beam struck the gorilla square in the head, snapping it backward. Its body slammed into the ground with a crash. The beast tried to fight back, raising a massive hand to swat away the new attacker, only to find its palm completely caught. A much smaller hand gripped it tightly, refusing to budge. The attacker leaned forward, voice cold. "Open up. Time for your dental check." It was Ihi. The white gorilla's scarlet eyes widened. Its menacing glare twisted into something else, realization. It was screwed. Ihi stomped onto its lower jaw, forced its mouth open with brute strength, and unleashed a searing torrent of blue energy straight from his core. A blast of atomic light shot out, blasting through the beast's vulnerable mouth. Black smoke rose instantly, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. The white gorilla thrashed in agony, but within seconds, its entire head and upper body began to meld away under the relentless force of Ihi's breath. Xiao Xiaoling and Luo Xen stared the glow, then turned to Chuzhou, as if silently asking, "Was that really him?" Chuzhou didn't look away from the figure standing atop the gorilla's smoldering corpse. "Yes," he said calmly. "That's Ihi. With him here, maybe, just maybe, this city had a fighting chance." He didn't stop to talk. He had no time for reunions. Other fronts needed backup. He triggered an atomic burst beneath his feet, knees bending just slightly before he shot skyward, launching into the air with explosive speed. As he soared through the sky, he scanned the battlefield below, searching for the worst of it. He focused, activating his life magnetic field, and his path shifted. The next flash of movement brought him to one of the most devastated strongholds near the secret realm's rift. The defensive line was barely holding. The outer walls had already crumbled. The martial warriors stationed there, some of the most powerful martial artists, had fallen from sheer exhaustion. But even so, no one was backing down. The remaining warriors, and even regular soldiers, dug in. If they were going to fall, they'd fall fighting. From the horizon, a mammoth-like monster barreled through artillery fire, untouched. It accelerated, charged straight through the barricades, and brought the last wall down like paper. Behind it, an endless tide of beasts followed. With no other choice, the soldiers dropped their rifles, pulled out their blades, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the warriors. They had one goal: hold the line, delay the monsters, just long enough for a counterattack. Faced with a beast immune to bombs and bullets, the warriors went with pure force, rushing it en masse, climbing over each other like ants. Even if they got crushed into paste, they'd do anything to leave a mark. The tide of battle was usually shaped by clashes between top-tier warriors and elite monsters. But in this brutal world, even ordinary people refused to give up. They just had to hold out until someone stronger arrived. Then, as if answering their desperation, a swarm of shadowy red and black figures appeared. But instead of attacking the humans, they turned on the monsters. Beasts across the battlefield staggered in confusion, distracted and thrown off by the interference. Seizing the moment, the warriors charged in and struck down the stunned creatures. No one knew where the mysterious shadows had come from. But just as they asked the question, a beam of radiant blue light pierced the sky and struck the mammoth monster dead on. The beast, once untouched by any weapon, let out a deep, guttural howl for the first time. Then the breath faded, and the mammoth fell. Its massive body crashed to the earth. The hide that even artillery couldn't scratch was now burning and torn. The searing blast left a scorched crater in the mammoth's chest, a charred wound deep enough to expose bone. All around, the remaining low-tier beasts froze, eyes locked on Yi. They could do nothing but glare at the overwhelming force bearing down on them. Then, he moved again. He triggered a new skill, Thunderfang Cleave. A violent surge of blue energy erupted beneath his feet as he launched downward like a missile. The air cracked with a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the horde below, his descent carrying such devastating force that not a single monster in the blast radius survived. Elsewhere on the battlefield, warriors at other strongholds paused mid-fight, confused. Something strange was happening. The monsters were retreating. Instead of continuing their assault, they were shifting, turning and stampeding toward a single point. "What's going on?" someone shouted. A female warrior answered, breathless but clear. "It's Yi, the city's top scorer. He's entered the battlefield." The beasts were converging on his location. The realization hit hard. The monsters weren't retreating. They were calling for backup. Reinforcements. All aimed at taking him down. A man clenched his fists. Yes, he was strong. Unbelievably so. But at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. And their last hope. Without hesitation, the man turned and sprinted toward Yi's location. "We can't let him fall," he shouted. "Not like the others before him. We protect our top scorer, no matter what." As the scene shifted, a terrifying beast unleashed a sudden burst of blue energy from its eyes. The impact was devastating. Some were injured instantly, while others were killed outright. The surviving beasts sensed the danger and charged toward the source of the blue energy with frightening speed. At that moment, a boy who was rushing in to help froze in shock. He shouted for everyone to watch out, warning that a lower-class beast had locked onto Yi. His voice trembled with anger and grew louder as he declared that if the enemy wanted to kill, they would have to ride through the city and go through him first. Beside him, the girl who had accompanied him glanced around with teary eyes and muttered that they should kill the monsters, relieved that they were finally saved. The boy, now fully fired up, roared that humanity would win and the monsters could rot in hell. He urged everyone to hold the line, assuring them that reinforcements were almost there. The scene shifted again. Buildings were engulfed in flames, and the entire skyline glowed red with destruction. Amid the chaos, a deep voice echoed through a half-collapsed building. The speaker scolded another, calling him an old vest and accusing him of failing to protect a child. He warned not to wait until he was too busy to provide cover. If he had to go full force and the line broke, they would all be doomed. Without warning, a massive beast charged through the fire-scorched battlefield. Its sheer weight cracked the ground beneath its feet. Fire and energy erupted around it as it ran with terrifying speed. Then from the top of a burning structure, the boy appeared again. "Earth vein seals won't stop all the primal beasts," he said with narrowed eyes. "We need to take down the Sovereign to end this beast tide." Without hesitation, he launched himself from the rooftop and hurtled toward the monstrous creature. As he closed the distance, the beast bared its fangs and prepared to roar, but the boy raised his arm and clenched his fist as golden mana burst from his hand. The battlefield suddenly darkened, and only the eyes of the two opponents glowed in the shadows. Just as the tension thickened, another giant beast emerged and lunged at the boy. He turned toward it and said sharply, "Mountain-crushing python. 4th-tier king species, Lord class." The boy quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Blood Eye's strongest mount. If his sovereign's mount is here, then that damn monkey must be getting nervous. As he landed hard and sat briefly on the scorched ground, buildings crumbled around him and the earth trembled with the weight of the oncoming beast. Everything turned black again except for the glowing eyes of the monstrous threats. Then one of the boy's eyes flared to life and pulsed with golden energy. He shot forward with renewed determination, shouting, "You think I don't know you're good with Earth-type attacks? I'm using it for a reason." Suddenly, multiple glowing eyes appeared through the darkness, watching him. He gritted his teeth and gathered energy in his palm and said, "And you fell for the bait, bitch." Then with a surge of power, he thrust the golden energy toward the glowing eyes. Immediately, one of the monstrous eyes retaliated and fired back a massive beam of golden energy that struck the ground with such force it triggered a violent earthquake. On the other side of the battlefield, another beast emerged with its enormous mouth gaping open and metallic machinery embedded within its body, glowing faintly beneath the surface. Fire erupted from its joints as it burst through a burning structure. Yet the boy stood firm, his body braced, and his eyes steady. Good thing I had intel on the mountain-crushing python, he thought. The casualties would have been catastrophic if I hadn't gotten here in time. The mechanical beast lunged toward him, but the boy didn't flinch. Instead, he said coldly, "If you had entered the city completely, I might have struggled to weaken you. But just poking your head out, you're just asking to be slaughtered." With blazing speed, the boy activated his abilities and summoned multiple hands formed from energy, each glowing with golden light. He charged at the beast, which now had several shining eyes glowing from its armored head. Flames danced around them as the boy leapt forward and hurtled toward the creature. The beast was terrifying. Sharp horns protruded from its entire body, and it moved with unnatural speed. As the boy soared through the fire-locking eyes with the creature, he murmured, "As expected of a king species beast, you can even grow stone spikes from your body." Suddenly, another massive beast appeared with eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The boy's eyes narrowed as he studied it. As he prepared to advance, the beast struck first and slammed an attack toward him. The beast growled menacingly, "Foolish human, what do you think you're doing to my mount?" The boy immediately realized. Blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spikes. The red-eyed beast roared, "Now let me crush your skull so everyone can witness how insignificant humans are before me." With a deafening howl, the beast raised its arms and with overwhelming force unleashed a massive surge of energy. The battle was only just beginning. The buildings crumbled one after another as the earth shook violently beneath them and sent clouds of dust and stone into the air. Amid the chaos, a massive beast raised its paw high and sneered. It coldly stated that the explosion had torn its target's breast in a flash and confirmed that the city no longer had any strong martial artists left. According to the beast, it could now kill everyone without restraint. From the trembling, debris-covered ground where dust thickened the air and the foundations of buildings groaned under pressure, a boy stood up. Despite the tremors, he launched himself into the air. Rising higher and higher, he looked down at the beast with a piercing gaze. Once he reached a sufficient altitude, he began to channel his energy and summoned golden light that gathered and surged toward the enemy. What emerged was not just a blast. The boy conjured a beast of golden energy, towering in size and even larger than the monstrous creature it targeted. The beast below scoffed, declaring that the human's resistance was meaningless and that he was only delaying the inevitable. At that moment, an ominous voice echoed across the battlefield. Though disembodied, it was unmistakably powerful. The voice declared that there were no longer any neutral enemies on the battlefield. It claimed the conflict had become a game designed to drown humanity in fear and despair. The speaker expressed twisted delight at the thought of seeing the strongest human wear an expression of hopelessness and fear. A cruel, booming laughter followed, sending a chill through every soldier's spine. As shock gripped the hearts of many, another beast raised its paw to attack, but it was suddenly intercepted by a punch from another creature. The second beast growled that the first had been fast but still too slow, while the surrounding buildings collapsed in thunderous ruin. The first beast tried to flee, muttering powerful but still too slow. At the same moment, the boy jumped from one collapsing structure to another. First the second, then the third and fourth, until finally he soared high into the sky. He hovered there looking down at the beast who glared up with burning red eyes. "I don't tolerate lower creatures looking me in the eye," the beast snarled. But the boy didn't flinch. He maintained his gaze, unwavering and sharp. The beast released a sharp, violent energy that detonated in a heavy explosion aimed at the boy. Though he tried to evade it, the force partially struck him. Wounded, but undeterred, he remained standing. The beast, now infuriated, roared, "Why aren't you afraid?" Pushing himself off the ground, the boy growled back, "You think you're clever, but in the end you miscalculated because you were just an arrogant beast." Suddenly the beast flew into the sky, but the boy followed and unleashed golden energy that surged toward it. The attack struck true, and the beast's power visibly began to wane. "You lured me into a formation you laid out in advance," the beast said in disbelief, its strength failing as its energy dispersed. Black and golden wisps of smoke leaked from its body and twisted into the air like morning shrouds. The boy rose again and stood in front of the beast, who now weakened growled, "This is your plan. You think you can bury me underground? So naive, human." It stared at the boy with strange, furious eyes and bellowed, "You can't keep me sealed forever. The moment you falter, I'll tear every human here to shreds." But the boy, furious and resolved, responded without hesitation, "This isn't a backup plan." He slowly opened his shirt, revealing a symbol of a star etched directly over his heart. Placing his hand on it, he spoke with grim determination, "It's a hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage." The beast, sensing something ominous, shouted, "What are you doing?" With resolve carved into his expression, the boy pressed his hand deeper into his chest and answered, "At the start of this war, I've buried in cities once an only strategic nuclear warhead beneath the battlefield. The trigger is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates." The beast recoiled in disbelief. "You're bluffing. Who the hell would bet their life on something like that? You think I'll fall for this?" But the boy's expression didn't change. "I never planned to walk away from this city," he said. "I am Huang Qing, mayor of a city." In that moment, memories flashed in his mind. The day he stood before the people, making a vow. "I, Huang Qing, offer everything, my duty, my body, my life for its city and its people." With his eyes closed, he took one final breath and thought to himself, "I suppose I've finally done enough." Suddenly, the beast, in a last act of defiance, unleashed a massive golden blast that struck Huang Qing directly and smashed him into the rubble of a broken building. A fiery explosion burst in the sky and consumed the scene in blinding light. Far from the battlefield, a soldier received a message. As he turned to the horizon, his eyes widened in disbelief. A towering mushroom cloud rose from the earth like a monument of death. The sky was torn open by the force, and the flames spiraled into a ring that soared toward the heavens. Every martial artist who had managed to evacuate in time stood in silence with heads bowed and watched the sky. Among them, Xiao Xiaolong stared at the inferno with trembling breath. It was a funeral not of one man, but of a legend. As the scene shifted, a devastating blast struck the ground and ignited everything in a raging red fire. Amidst the inferno, a giant-faced skeleton wandered, roared, flew, and moved wildly. Above it, another skeleton stood with its mouth wide open while a ball covered in razor-sharp nails rotated ominously above its head. The skeletal figure raised its hand and waved, revealing its full arm in a threatening gesture. At that moment, a beast glared at the skeleton in shock and disbelief. Even as it stood tall, the beast muttered with disdain, unable to believe that such a lowly human could nearly defeat it. Enraged, it roared its intent to slaughter every last person in the city and to torture every human to death in the most brutal way imaginable. With those cruel words, the beast turned away and stepped onto the dusty ground, announcing its retreat to the Sin domain. It needed to recover its blood and qi, and once restored, it vowed to reduce the entire place to ruins. However, just as the beast began to depart, a chilling voice echoed through the air, asking where it thought it was going. Suddenly, a human-like figure appeared, radiating intense blue energy from his shoulders with his tail swaying with power. The beast froze in fear, its eyes widening as recognition dawned. It cried out in alarm, recognizing the human as one of the greatest threats of the invasion, a terrifying prodigy. The boy, with sharp eyes burning with determination, glared at the beast and expressed regret that he had arrived a little too late. Instantly, a surge of blue energy erupted around him, crackling and bursting through the atmosphere like lightning. Particles danced violently in the air as he charged forward at incredible speed with blue energy trailing behind him. The beast, already struggling internally, growled in frustration and shouted at the boy for standing before it instead of hiding. It lunged with its paw, declaring it the perfect chance to kill him. But the boy, unfazed, stared back and pointed out that had the beast chosen to run, his mini-nuke likely wouldn't have been able to catch it. Yet it chose to die here instead. The beast's red eyes flared as it opened its jaws and screamed in rage. Yet before it could act, a colossal bolt of blue lightning struck and overwhelmed its massive form. The boy descended from above and unleashed a devastating attack as energy surged around him. The charged atmosphere grew more intense with each pulse, and at the center stood the boy, now a dark, powerful figure surrounded by glowing arms, unleashing an enormous blast of energy. The blue surge raced through the war-torn city and crashed into buildings, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Civilians nearby were thrown off by the impact. Some were injured, others left confused. Amid the chaos, one shouted a question about whether another warhead had just gone off, while another wondered aloud if it was another trap set by Mayor Huangqing. Meanwhile, the beast stood, dazed with brown smog rising from its head as it struggled in a miserable state. Another red-eyed beast watching the scene growled and said, "Monster." The injured beast turned its head, opened its massive jaws and roared, "You are more beastly than me. Even most king-rank beasts don't carry an aura like yours." In response, the furious beast shot back that it was not like those badly chimps. It slammed its paw into the ground, and an eruption of blue, black, and red energy burst upward. The boy, propelled by energy, soared from one building to another, rising high into the sky, encased in swirling power. Charging toward the beast, the boy shouted that it was no use to run and called it a little monkey. The monkey-like creature, dashing away, growled back, saying that their sovereignty should not be underestimated. But the boy was not fazed. With a powerful wave of energy, he cleared a destructive path and blasted through all obstacles. Advancing with determination, he scoffed at the beast, calling it a sovereign-class creature to the end and mocking its injured, twitchy formal as being nothing more than a monkey. He reflected that in Titan mode his physique had passed 30 points across the board. Yet he had not completely overpowered the beast, and it had somehow managed to damage his arm. But he knew it was not enough. On the other side, the battered beast lay on the ground with smoke pouring from its wounded body. Struggling to speak, it admitted using full force in its last strike, and was stunned that the boy had already healed from it. It stared at him in disbelief, whispering to itself that running would not beat this genius, and that it had no chance of victory. Desperate, the beast tried to leap away. But the boy struck again from behind, yelling that the beast was filthy and did not deserve to stain the sacrifice made by Mayor Huangqing. He then launched a final massive blast of piercing blue energy. The strike crashed into the beast's back as it fled and tore through its body with unmatched power. As its strength faded and its body trembled, the beast cried out in agony, cursing the human genius one last time. The boy with the body of a beast stood near the collapsing ruins of a shattered building and stared into the broken earth. He growled with fury and said that the filthy monkey had gone underground to act dead. As a burst of energy erupted from him in a glowing circle, he declared that playing dead meant only one thing. It meant fear. Fear of being discovered. He knew it was more restricted than ever, and he realized this might be his best chance to kill it. He muttered that sovereign-class beasts could suppress their life force completely, and his eyes burned with regret as he added that if he had found it sooner, Mayor Huang might still be alive. He stepped forward with heavy intent and placed his clawed paw on the ground, while speaking with deadly certainty that the beast was now seriously injured, and even its steels would not be able to save it. He vowed to detect even the faintest trace of life. At that moment, a towering humanoid beast appeared at the edge of the battlefield and shouted that he had found the filthy ape. Then the giant beast opened his mouth and unleashed a blinding stream of fast blue energy that struck the hidden creature and launched it into the air. The monkey beast was thrown skyward and then slammed into the ground with brutal force. Gritting his teeth, the creature cursed and said he had been so close, and he could feel the entrance to the domain just ahead. He blamed the human mayor and tried to escape the overwhelming pressure of the giant beast's energy. As the searing energy raced toward him again and exploded, the giant beast opened his mouth and declared that this was the price for tainting Mayor Huang's sacrifice and promised to make him beg for death. The monkey beast, writhing in pain, clutched a glowing golden orb and shouted not to push his luck. He raised the orb in defiance and vowed to burn the last of his core's power to drag his enemy into hell with him. Energy burst from the orb, and the monkey beast leapt forward with a violent roar. The impact wounded the humanoid beast, and smoke poured from his body as the monkey beast summoned more power to his fist and struck with a devastating punch. The force of blue and black energy tore through the air and shook the battlefield, and the beast reeled from the blow. The monkey beast launched himself away from the scene as his final suicidal attack took its toll and flames consumed him in midair. Suddenly a massive jaw opened and the monkey beast dove inside, declaring that there was nothing left for the boy and that he was finished. The boy staggered and screamed in shock and confusion. His mind reeled and he asked if it was a mental attack. As he tried to regain focus, he noticed hands emerging from every direction surrounding the monkey beast and carrying it towards some unknown destination. He growled in frustration and shouted for it not to even think about running. When he tried to open his mouth to fire an attack, more hands clamped down on his jaw, and he realized they were sprouting from his joints. His body locked, and his limbs refused to move. Furious, he shouted, "No such trick will stop me," and he began to radiate heat that rose from 100 to 1,000 degrees. The growing heat shattered the hands that restrained him and unleashed a wave of blue energy that melted and shattered everything around him in a violent blast. The monkey beast glanced back while fleeing through the fire and snarled for his escorts to move faster. He shouted that the boy was catching up and that he was literally on fire. As the hands rushed forward toward their destination, they opened something from his grasp, and the boy surged through the flames in pursuit. When he saw what lay ahead, he hesitated and asked aloud, "What is that thing? Is it a beast or a demon?" As his eyes narrowed, he witnessed the creation of layered red, blue, and black energy bursting through the atmosphere. He gritted his teeth and said that kind of power is that a sovereign tool. If it is, I will be done for in a second. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a devastated city where buildings were collapsing, smoke filled the air, and chaos reigned. Amidst the destruction, several collective hands began forming the shape of a face. One of the hands opened an eye, revealing a red and golden circle with layered lenses, and in that moment, blue energy spread everywhere, causing the partially formed body to glow brightly. On the other side of the battlefield, the boy placed his hand on his head and murmured that although he had blocked the giant anthropomorphic creature's hearing, its eerie screams still echoed in his mind. Then, a massive figure emerged from thick smoke and, while standing still, accused the boy of slaughtering countless lives and attempting to walk away from it all. He shouted that the boy was dreaming and, with a surge of energy from his hand, blasted forward while emerging from the jaw of a giant beast. Mocking with a twisted grin, he sneered, "Here's a local speciality from our hometown, a nuke. Hope you like it, bitch." Another wave of intense energy exploded, and a strange figure with unusual eyes appeared as the energy shot at an incredible speed and slammed into the ground. Somewhere nearby, a group of people observed the chaos and noted that the rift in the secret realm had exploded. Concerned, they speculated whether Mayor Huang's plan had succeeded and warned each other to stay alert so his sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. They confirmed that the carcass of the blood-eyed black ape had finally been obliterated by the nuclear blast. Aid workers rushed to carry away Xiao Xiaolong, who had been injured in the battle. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou sat deep in thought, realizing that although the siege on the city had been won, it came at a devastating cost. Nearly 8% of fighters and soldiers had been killed or wounded. The scene shifted, and I found myself lying unconscious in the Swan Lake secret realm. As I slowly opened my eyes and sat up, my mind felt hazy. I wondered how long I had been out. I had poured every bit of my energy into activating the giant anthropomorphic nuclear template, yet the entire area was already soaked in radiation and leftover fission energy. In a strange way, I had ended up recharging myself just by lying there in the aftermath. The battle had been brutal, far more than I expected. Mayor Huang had sacrificed himself to lure the blood-eyed black ape into the blast zone, giving me the one chance I needed to turn the tide. Using the radiation zone's home field advantage, I self-destructed again and again, finally managing to obliterate that beast before it could be rescued. Even as I closed my eyes for a brief moment, I had to admit, my Infinity Monster template was powerful, but not enough to match an Overlord-class beast. Victory this time had come down to luck, opportunity, and a touch of fate. Still, deep down, I believed I could one day reach the pinnacle of martial power in Xia Nation. The problem was this secret realm left no room for slow, steady growth. It was chaos, and it was now or never. As I stood up, I couldn't help but wonder when I'd next have a chance to draw a rare template. If I could merge with the Comic Emperor template, that would be my fastest path to the top. But to do that, I had to act quickly. I needed to gather plant element magic cores and fuse them with my template. Beyond that, I knew I had to master the comic martial arts skill. My Infinity Monster template let me cheat a bit in the martial resonance space. But the comic martial arts came from an entirely different system, one that originated in a high martial cultivation world. Their growth might be slower than template abilities, but the potential was staggering. I looked back at the broken city. The sun rising behind the shattered buildings cast a strange warmth over the ruins. Maybe, just maybe, being transported here was part of something greater, part of my destiny. A month later, a statue was erected. Crowds gathered around it, taking pictures and remembering what had been lost and what had been won. I sat nearby, thinking back over everything that had happened. Across Xia Nation, 18 cities had suffered attacks from beast tides, and 12 of them had been completely sealed. Guanshan City had become the heart of it all, the site of an S-class secret realm buried in thick, impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Organization, Great Xia Dragon, had sent 30 barriers and 5 grandmasters led by Du Jingming to investigate. As I scrolled through my phone, my heart sank. Fu Hongsheng, the strongest guardian martial artist in Xia Nation, had personally entered Guanshan City. 8 hours later, he came out barely alive, accompanied by only 2 surviving grandmasters. The nation had declared Guanshan the 11th life-prohibited zone, and the confirmed global death toll reached 1.8 million. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Was humanity's survival on Blue Star really hanging by a thread? I didn't have time to wait anymore, so I contacted Aunt Sheen. She assumed I wanted to learn the last two comic martial arts skills from the Liu family, but I told her I had a different favor to ask. I needed high-quality plant element magic cores, ideally blue grade, or if possible, even the rare purple lord class ones. She was shocked. Plant-type magic beasts are rare as it is, she said, and lord class cores are extremely precious. What are you offering in return? I explained that during Huadu University's freshman opening, there would be a secret realm exam. I could team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her take first place. Aunt Qing didn't seem convinced. She reminded me that prodigies from other provinces would be competing too, and even though Qingzhu was talented, she only ranked mid-high among past Imperial Capital University freshmen. I had beaten her in sparring, yes, but I was still far from being at the level of a top-tier genius. I smiled and said, "But you entrusted the revival of the Liu family to me, didn't you?" Then I made my offer. If Qingzhu and I failed to win first place, I'd sign a 10-year contract. I'd serve the Liu family in any way, work wherever they needed, and even take care of her when she was tired. She placed her feet on the floor and gave me a teasing look. Serve and do menial tasks, is that right? I nodded as I stood up, and after a pause, she finally said, "All right." As soon as the call ended, our guy headed to the city hospital. Zhou had gone full battle maniac, popped 4 stimulants in a day, and landed himself in the ICU. The moment he pulled up on his sleek black bike, a bunch of hyped fans, mostly hot girls, swarmed him for autographs. He didn't expect to be that popular. After signing a few, he turned the rest down, but grabbed some gifts for his buddy. When he walked into Zhou's ward, he straight up lost it. Dude couldn't stop laughing. Zhou, the once handsome guy, was now wrapped head to toe like a discount mummy. Lying there with a half-embarrassed look, Zhou still tried to act all composed, like he didn't need the bandages and could throw hands anytime. Then, out of nowhere, the guy in the next bed casually called out to you like they were old brothers. He blinked and asked who he was. The dude let out a nervous laugh and reminded him. Turns out, he was Yi's first opponent in that promotion match a few weeks back. He squinted, tried to remember, but then froze when he noticed something off. At first, it looked like this guy, Xian, was better off than Zhou, but Nai was worse. His leg was completely wrecked. He was low-key stunned. Xian tried to keep it chill, telling Yi his leg wasn't toast yet. If surgery didn't fix it, he'd just slap on one of those new high-end combat prosthetics from Laserbird like it's no big deal. Our hero just stood there, half impressed, half horrified, as he thought that Xian might have been a little green, but no doubt he was a real one, a guy who actually got hurt defending the city. Mad respect. Right then Yi's phone buzzed from an unknown number. He checked it, blocked it as spam, and went back to what he was doing. But 10 seconds later it rang again. This time, it was Principal, sounding both stressed and ticked off. He demanded to know why he blocked an important caller from the capital and told him to unblock him right away. Realizing he kind of messed up, he unblocked the number. A call came in almost instantly. The man on the line introduced himself as Wang Tao, head of admissions at Huadu University. He was calling to let him know that Huadu University would be starting a month early and a special train would pick him up in 3 days. He asked if he had any requests or issues. He said no, and that he'd go with whatever the organization arranged. Zhou also got a call from Huadu University, though it wasn't from Wang Tao. Out of the 3 students in the 6th ward, 2 had already been accepted into Huadu. Xian lowered his head, clearly feeling out of place. Honestly, it felt like he didn't belong in that ward at all. Not even on the bed, under it maybe. Anyway, before heading off to report in, he had one last thing to handle. He said goodbye to Zhou and Xian and left the hospital. 3 days flew by, and the scene shifted to the Swan Lake nuclear blast zone. After the explosion, a massive mushroom cloud had thrown hundreds of tons of ash into the sky. The whole area had been stuck in a fake night ever since. He had come here right after leaving the hospital. Guided by the instinct of Damonra's bloodline, he tracked down the spots with the strongest radiation and energy leftovers, especially the place where Hongqing sealed the bloody black ape and nuked the site. He sat cross-legged in the massive crater and activated Damonra's template, pulling every bit of radiation energy into his body. His skin turned black and rough like reef stone, while thick mist swirled around him. As he breathed in the radioactive clouds, his back muscles relaxed, and steam poured out of his pores like a human steam engine. Eventually, the steam around him faded. A beam of morning light broke through the thick clouds, lighting him up like a spotlight on a dead stage. The heavy ash finally began to clear, and daylight touched the scorched wasteland again. He opened his eyes. A flash of blue light shot through his pupils. He pulled up his system panel to check the stats after 3 days of nonstop nuclear absorption. The monster template showed Yi's stats. He could still feel the electric arcs and dark red, evil energy in his body. 3 days in the nuke zone had boosted his martial and atomic fusion big time. Just from fighting the bloody black ape, his Damonra sync jumped by 1.5%, which is a huge gain. Normally, even a blue core wouldn't give that much. Training here turned out to be a goldmine. He gained over 6% in 3 days, which was wild. Too bad he had to dip. He bent his knees, atomic energy sparked under his feet, and with a flash and a boom, he shot into the sky. Meanwhile, at Ann City's high-speed rail station, the speaker was already calling out the final boarding for the train to Huado West. With only 5 minutes left, last-minute passengers were rushing to get through the ticket check. Zhou wasn't stressing, though. He knew he wouldn't be late. Right then, a loud sonic boom tore through the air. Something, or someone, was flying straight at them. The crowd instantly froze, their skin crawling. That pressure in the air felt like a monster was about to drop out of the sky. Except for Zhou. He just smirked, already knowing it was Z. When he landed, he looked like he'd just stepped out of an action flick. Dusty, calm, and sharp as hell. Warriors nearby started, low-key shaken. That crazy aura they just felt? Even some top-tier fighters couldn't match that. And City's golden boy had arrived. Zhou let out a small laugh. Dude got stronger again. No surprise there. Meanwhile, just took one last look at City. It was the place he first arrived in after crossing over, and now he was leaving it behind. Bittersweet, but it was time to move on. He and Zhou made their way to the train, and right on the 5-minute mark, the sleek red Huado University Express pulled out of the station. Inside, he got curious about the strength of the other students riding with him. He asked Zhou, and the guy confirmed it. Yeah, these kids were legit. The train itself was top tier too, made with the strongest materials that could take hits from a 1,000-ton force. On top of that, 5 black tortoise warriors were guarding it, some in plain sight, others hidden. Plus, there were even grandmasters keeping watch. After all, this train was packed with the nation's top young talents, future protectors of Xia Kingdom. He smiled a little. Using his life magnetic field, he scanned the students nearby. Some were decently strong, sure, but only 5 of them could maybe last 3 moves against him. Just as he finally sat down to chill, a blaring alarm went off. Level 1 alert. The Huado University train was under attack by some unknown enemy. The profs and faculty were already checking things out, but all other students were told to leave the carriage ASAP and not try to fight whoever's attacking. At first it was dead quiet, then the carriage exploded with noise. Some thought it was a drill, but others knew Xia Nation was weak right now, with top warriors gone and enemies probably ready to strike. The freshmen started panicking a bit, trying to decide if they should stay or leave. Zhou turned his head in Yi's direction and asked for his opinion. He had his eyes closed, and after training nonstop for 3 days straight, he just wanted to take a nap to recover when this annoying inconvenience happened. Nonetheless, he was still a practical person. He immediately stood up and prepared for action. He told Zhou that they needed to go see what was really going on. Their carriage was way in the back, so they had to pass through a few others before they finally ran into Jinxian, a freshman who looked like he barely made it out alive, drenched in blood and wide-eyed with fear. He shouted as the first 3 carriages were taken. The enemies used a domain that trapped people in another space, so the real world stayed untouched. The warrior teachers tried to protect them, but were killed or badly hurt. They worked together to push him out so he could warn the others. This wasn't a drill. His scream made several freshmen stop and rethink going forward. Just then, Yin showed up, this lion-haired dude with major boss energy. Everyone turned to look as he demanded proof. If there's real danger ahead, where's the evidence? A teacher's badge? Another injured student? He wasn't buying it. How could Jinxian escape, but not his own close friend, who was one of the strongest among them? A lot of students sided with Yin, thinking the same thing. So Yin just walked past Zhao, leading a group of freshmen toward the front carriage to see for themselves. Zhao stood there frozen, watching them walk to their possible deaths like it was nothing. He looked completely defeated until he saw someone he recognized. His eyes lit up when he saw Yi. He double-checked his life magnetic field to be sure, then gave him a small nod. Finally, someone he could trust. Jinxian explained that a girl named Lu Qing had shown him a photo of Yi and told him to pass along a message. Whatever happens, don't go near the front carriage. He paused for a second, still trying to process it all. He asked if that was all she said. Yep, that's it. Jinxian nodded while weeping. Oh, and apparently, she got seriously injured, like sword wound level injured, trying to protect him. She couldn't stop the others from rushing in like they had a death wish, but she made him promise to make sure he makes it out alive. Jinxian was genuinely moved by what he said, until someone smacked the back of his head and called him out for being dramatic. Seriously, was this dude already talking about her final wish? She wasn't even dead yet. Chu Zhao turned to Yi and asked if he was still planning to go into the front carriage. He didn't even blink. He said yes. He had promised her mom, after all. But then, out of nowhere, Jinxian stepped in front of them, blocking their path like some kind of last-minute hero. He blinked. For real? Jinxian asked how did someone like even pass the Huado University entrance exam with his loser attitude. Yi gave Zhou the nod, and the school's top fighter didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and casually launched a slash of sword energy straight at Jinxian. Jinxian frowned. Okay, rude. He didn't expect him to throw hands so quickly. And now he was seriously wondering how someone as elegant and smart as Louis Qing even knew these two muscleheads. But just when he was feeling a little proud of himself, a sudden fist came flying in and punched him right in the gut. The hit knocked the wind out of him, and the wound he had barely managed to stop bleeding earlier burst open again. He doubled over, coughing and clutching his stomach in pain. He gave a quick apology while Jinxian was retching, then handed him a few blood essence pills. At least he respected the effort. Then our hero and Zhou took off. Louis Qing was hurt, and they needed answers fast. They rushed to carriage number 4, which was already a mess. The door leading to carriage number 3 was wrapped in this eerie purple haze, like some kind of portal to another dimension. He picked up a travel bag and tossed it in to test it out, but there was no sound. It was like the bag had just vanished into thin air. Even his life magnetic field couldn't sense anything past that haze. But the weird part? A bunch of freshmen had already gone in earlier, and none of them had come back. Well, this just got interesting, he said to Zhou, then straight up dove into the haze like it was nothing. Of course, Zhao wasn't about to be left behind. He followed right after, and the moment they touched the haze, their bodies twisted and disappeared into it. Once he was inside, things fell off. Zhou, who had jumped in right after him, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he found himself walking alone on a glowing path in total silence. At the far end, the light got so bright it almost hurt to look at. He walked forward, and as the light got stronger, everything around him started to clear up. But when he finally stepped out of the glow, he froze. This wasn't the train anymore. Not even close. The sky was a dull gray, and around him stood crumbling buildings, like some post-apocalyptic movie set. Everything looked wrecked beyond repair. Yi's expression turned serious. Something was definitely wrong. His life magnetic field, the thing he always used to sense his surroundings, was gone. Or rather, it felt like this whole place was jamming it. In that case, the old way still worked, and that was getting to a higher ground to see the entire view of the strange place. He crouched low, then launched himself into the air, straight up leaped dozens of meters, and landed on top of a building like it was nothing. He glanced around. The buildings all looked the same, gray, lifeless, and eerily quiet. It felt like the whole city had flatlined. Even though his life magnetic field wasn't working, he could still feel it, that weird, creeping sensation like someone was watching him. Not just watching, mocking him. And yeah, it was seriously getting under his skin. So he stopped holding back. He summoned his martial energy, shaping his hands into a globe as he pulled in an unstable atomic force. The energy crackled between his palms. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the ball of chaos straight into the sky. Boom! A massive blast lit up the clouds. Heat and light tore through the gloom, ripping apart the gray mist above. He was going to light up this whole dead zone and let them know he'd arrived. As the massive blast lit up the sky and blew away the gloomy gray clouds, the entire dead city was suddenly glowing like a scene out of a sci-fi movie. Every freshman from Huadu University who had been hiding and holding their breath peeked out, eyes locked on the glowing sky. They were all thinking the same thing. Yo, who just pulled off that flashy entrance? Must be some high-level beast. Little did they know, the so-called expert was just one of their own. Only Chu Zhao and Louis Qing recognized that over-the-top energy signature. Now, speaking of those two, Louis Qing was holed up in a building somewhere, pale and clearly not in fighting shape. She saw the blue explosion through the window and instantly knew he had arrived. But unlike her, Zhou wasn't planning to sit still. Sword in hand, he was already making his way toward the blast zone, fully aware that he had just put himself in the center of every radar in the city. Back to E. He looked out the now-awake city, knowing full well he'd just called out everyone, not just his allies. Right on cue, footsteps. Then boom. Out of nowhere, a strange figure appeared behind him. The guy was decked out in black clothes, wearing a creepy white pig head mask, and dragging a rusty chain. At the other end of that chain, a long knife with fresh blood still on it. One look, and he could already tell this guy was pure bad news. No time for small talk. Flames burst from Yi's feet, scorching the floor as he launched forward with a sonic boom. He went straight for the mask, atomic fist cocked, and ready to take this weirdo's head clean off. But as soon as his punch connected, that long knife from the pig-headed freak stabbed straight into Yi's gut, completely bypassing both his martial arts shield and Damonra skin defense like they were nothing. Still, even though Yi's atomic punch burned hotter than steel melting temperatures, it didn't even fully fry the guy's head. Just surrounded it in blue flames. Weird. Meanwhile, the pig-headed dude tried to press his advantage, gripping the knife and pushing with all his might, trying to slice Yi open like a loaf of bread. But nope. His knife got stuck in Yi's muscle layer, which was already healing like it was on fast forward. Now it was Yi's turn. He grabbed the rusty chain wrapped around the guy's arm and yanked him closer. The guy might have been weak physically, But that weapon? Clearly something special. It ignored defenses like cheat codes. He smirked. All right, what the hell are you? Then, with both hands, he grabbed the pig mask, pulled open the dude's creepy mouth, and said with a grin, "Time for your oral surgery, buddy." What happened next was wild. He opened his mouth and fired a blue beam of high-temp atomic breath straight into the pig-headed guy's mask. His mouth had been roasted through, and the high heat had melted right through his neck. Still holding the mask, he casually declared himself a man of his word. He said he'd do it, and he did. But then he spotted something inside the mask. Reaching in, he pulled out a green pendant. That's when it clicked. It had to be a Huadu University trial. Kill weird masked enemies. Get loot. Classic game-style survival challenge. Right then, the blade still stabbed into his gut crumbled into pieces. Apparently, the weapon had been temporarily boosted with some high-level martial energy, and once that energy wore off, it turned into scrap. Staring at the pendant in his hand, he started putting things together. Was this like a battle royale setup? Take down enemies, collect their pendants. Last one standing wins? But before he could overthink it, danger hit. He suddenly felt an arrow aimed at the back of his head. Before it got close, though, a terrifying evil shadow burst out of his body, snapping the arrow midair with several bloody mouths like some horror movie creature. He turned toward where the shot came from and spotted another masked freak. This one holding dual crossbows. Already ticked off from the last fight, he dashed in, ready to end this dude on sight. But just as he moved forward, bam, a sharp spear pierced through the ground right in front of him and stabbed him straight in the chest. And while he was momentarily stunned, the crossbow guy took his shot, firing a volley of arrows at Yi's vital points. He didn't even get a second to breathe after the pighead brawl and was already surrounded by bloodlust from every direction. Still, they underestimated him. With a furious roar, he tapped into his monster template, summoning the raw power of his humanoid giant form. Flames and steam erupted from his body, and huge flaming ribs started forming around him, creating a monstrous figure wrapped in red and black evil energy. The masked crossbow guy froze in place, completely shook as a gigantic burning fist came crashing down on him like a meteor. Yi's punch smashed through the building they were in, reducing it to rubble and dust, and taking the masked guy with it. From a distance, other freshmen watched the chaos unfold, jaws dropped. A whole building just got annihilated. What was even happening out there? He stepped out of the smoke, still holding that spear that nearly kebabed him. He wanted to see the one who tried to skewer him, and right on cue, the guy showed up. This one wore a red-eyed rabbit mask and a slick black suit. In his hand, a new spear. Seems like these masked weirdos had regenerating weapons, as long as their bodies weren't dead yet. The guy then launched himself like a missile, spear aimed dead at Yi. He went for a counter-kick midair, but the guy's body twisted unnaturally, dodging with some real martial arts flair. Mid-spin, he adjusted his path, still gunning for Yi. He was stunned. This rabbit head dude knows kung fu? Right as the spear came within inches of his face. Boom! A towering ice wall formed in front of Yi, stopping the spear cold. Beneath the shade of two crumbling buildings, Zhou announced his presence by encasing the rabbit-headed man within a towering ice wall. The masked figure, holding his spear tightly, looked around in confusion until he sensed an attack from above. It was Zhou. He struck without hesitation, calmly observing how close the rabbit had come to being impaled. The rabbit narrowly evaded the strike. As Zhou's sword pierced the ground where his target had stood, countless ice shards exploded upward. The rabbit leapt out of the icy prison, counter-attacking midair with his spear. Their weapons collided above the city ruins, sparks flashing in the dimness. Within moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Although the rabbit had the advantage in reach and weapon type, Zhou's precise swordsmanship kept the fight balanced. During one fierce exchange, Zhou tapped into his ice power, freezing the spear in his opponent's hands. Caught off guard, the rabbit staggered. Zhou wasted no time, driving his open palm into the rabbit's chest and sending him flying. Even so, the rabbit absorbed much of the blow through his frozen weapon. As he attempted to escape, an enormous hand emerged from the darkness and seized him. Yi, having returned to his colossal humanoid form. A tremendous burst of martial and unstable atomic energy followed. The explosion lit up the gray clouds and shattered the silence. Nearby buildings crumbled under the shockwave's force. In another part of the city, moments earlier, two freshmen hid in a partially collapsed building. They'd formed a temporary alliance, and one of them peered outside and wondered aloud if that guy had died. The blonde stayed calm because she figured that he was probably one of the guys who went up against the masked freaks. She dismissed the flashy arrival of the loud, confident student as nothing more than arrogance. In her view, he was likely someone from a small town who had gotten into the university by luck. In contrast, she pointed out that true elites from major cities were already hunting the masked enemies. She knew them as Zheng and Yang from Magic City. Shindu from Deep Blue City, and Xian Shun from Lioli Island. The girl had no idea how they started hunting masked ones. The boy beside her asked if one of them would become the freshman champion. She shook her head and reminded him that the top spot always went to someone from the imperial capital. No one else stood a chance against those monsters. They had been raised with elite martial resources. Everyone else, she concluded, was merely an onlooker. Before she could continue, a massive blue beam split the sky. Both students were stunned. The light cut through the gray clouds like a blade, and they exchanged confused glances. What the hell was that? One of them finally muttered. They wondered if it was some kind of electromagnetic cannon and how a weapon like that could exist in the city. In another location, Zhang drove his massive broadsword into the chest of a horse-masked man. Zhang turned toward Zhe, Magic City's top scholar. Zhang stood nearby, watching as well. He voiced his suspicion that it did not seem like the work of the masked man. Zhe agreed. The attack didn't match their usual methods. He guessed it came from freshmen. Zhang found it hard to believe. A new student? The idea felt absurd. No one outside the imperial capital should possess such power. Still, they decided to investigate. They had already secured the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Xinlu from Deep Blue City likely had the goat pendant. Zinchan from Lioli Island held the snake pendant. And Lu Qinggu, a freshman girl, had reportedly killed Miner and taken the ox pendant. If the enemy operated under the logic of the Chinese zodiac, only 5 remained: pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. Of these, the dragon was surely the most dangerous, a boss-level threat, impossible to defeat head-on. Survival alone would be a challenge. The others, most likely, were near the epicenter of the blue beam. Zhe expected that both Xinlu and Zinchan would be drawn to the site. He turned to Zheng, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. A glint of ambition flickered in his eye. The final round had begun. If they wanted to win, they would need to take action. Meanwhile, Yi and Zhou had claimed the rabbit pendant. The rabbit-headed man was struck by the atomic breath at close range and disintegrated, leaving behind only the intact pendant. Zhou picked it up, turning it over in his hand with a furrowed brow. This survived. Even after that, he glanced at Yi, puzzled. What does it mean? He thought for a moment and explained that he had killed a pig-headed man earlier and recovered a pig-shaped pendant from the mask. It seemed likely that this entire trial centered around collecting the zodiac pendants hidden within each animal mask. Zhou asked if that meant they needed to hunt down the rest. He confirmed it with a nod. But before they could move, another masked figure launched an arrow from a nearby rooftop. Apparently, the crossbow user had survived the chaos and escaped. But now that he had been struck, he could track the attacker. They followed the trail through the wrecked city and arrived at a scorched battleground. The area showed signs of intense combat with melted ground and fresh burn marks. Zhou crouched and touched the earth. The enemy hadn't gone far. At that moment, Zhou's Ice Demon Dragon bloodline surged. A dark energy flared through his body. Instinct took over. With a mighty swing, he slashed toward a seemingly empty spot. A massive ice wall shot into the sky. From thin air, a scream rang out. A calm voice followed. Xinlu acknowledged that her optical camouflage had been detected. Beside her stood Lan Yusifeng. With delicate features and violet-blue eyeshadow, she looked far too innocent to harbor ill intent. But appearances, as always, could be deceiving. Despite being caught sneaking around, Lan Yusi didn't seem the least bit threatened when Zhou struck her directly with his ice element. He coldly remarked that people who hid in the shadows were rarely up to anything good. Before she could reply, another freshman appeared out of thin air. He was a sharp-looking young man in exquisite clothing with gray middle-parted hair. The temperature spiked immediately upon his arrival, and red flames flickered around his hands. He told Lan Yusi to step aside, his voice calm but commanding. As his palms glowed red like branding irons, he activated a genetic technique known as the Flame Demon Battle Body and slammed his hand against the ice wall. Flames danced through the structure, shattering it instantly. A massive burst of steam erupted, quickly blanketing the entire area. With a laid-back, arrogant air, the newcomer Xian Shun pulled out a pack of cigarettes and mocked Lan Yusi's weak optical camouflage. He saw no need for pleasantries and went straight to the point, asking whether they were trying to set up an ambush. Is this your idea of an ambush? Lan Yusi cut in smoothly before he could say more, keeping her cool the whole time. She claimed it was all just misunderstanding. They'd just taken down some guy in a chicken mask and were lying low to draw out anyone else who might show up. Xian made no comment. He calmly took out a cigarette and lit it with a tiny flame at his fingertip. Then he asked her what exactly she meant by all this. At that moment, he reached to the side and grabbed someone or something from thin air. It was a woman identical to Lan Yusi. Without hesitation, he lifted her by the throat. As she struggled, a poisoned dagger fell from her hand. Xian Shun crushed the clone's neck casually, prompting the real Lan Yusi's face to darken with fury. Xin Chun smiled in amusement, clearly never expecting her sneak attack to succeed in the first place. That would have been far too boring. After inhaling the entire cigarette in a single drag, he stepped forward. He grotesquely puffed out his cheeks and exhaled a large cloud of black fog toward Zhou and Yi. They managed to retreat just in time, but hadn't expected Lan Yusi to pull out a yellow fan marked with glowing runes. She waved it violently, and the powerful wind pushed the black fog right into their direction, engulfing both of them. Xin Chen casually conjured a massive fireball at his fingertips and hurled it into the mist to ignite it. The resulting explosion turned the fog into a swirling inferno. The air twisted with heat. Lan Yusi smiled behind her fan, believing that their enemies, strong as they might be, were still no match for them. "They're strong," she murmured behind her fan, "but not enough to stop us." But her satisfaction was short-lived. A thunderous clap echoed from within the firestorm, and the force of it extinguished the flames entirely. Xin Chun froze in disbelief. A single clap had unraveled his blazing cloud. Confusion filled his face just as a fist appeared inches from it. He saw it, but too late. Compared to that speed, he couldn't even begin to react. He had launched himself forward using mountain-blocking fist. His strike landed with crushing force, contorting half of Xin Chen's face and sending him flying like a ragdoll. Lan Yusi was stunned. She hadn't expected Yi's speed and strength to be that monstrous. His power left her feeling helpless. Most freshmen, herself and Xin Chun included, had yet to reach the warrior rank. Their cultivation remained stuck at the martial artist apprentice level, and their strength was limited by a membrane. Even with the Imperial University's higher standards, freshmen still had a cap. But he was something else entirely. With his system template, even at level 9, he could stack physical stats by raising compatibility. Lan Yusi hadn't realized she was fighting a monster. Even together, she and Xin Chun stood no chance. The pressure alone crushed her spirit. She turned to flee only to feel cold suddenly creeping around her feet. She froze. In focusing on Yi, she had forgotten Zhou. He had silently encased her feet in ice. "You forgot about me." Desperation filled her as she swung her fan and summoned sharp wind blades, shattering the ice. Using the momentum, her body lifted into the air. But as she rose, a hand clamped around her ankle. He had grabbed her. He slammed her into the ground, forming a shallow crater. Her fan slipped from her grasp. Without hesitation, he raised his fist again. Panicking, Lan Yusi burned a large amount of martial energy. A jade-colored burst erupted, and dozens of her clones shot out in every direction. The real Lan Yusi blended in and thought she was safe. But he only grinned, unbothered and wild-eyed. He activated his Shun Huang martial arts by combining imprisoning the devil in the flesh with demonic illusions. Dozens of blood-red shadows surged from him, transforming into demonic beasts that swarmed the fleeing clones. Lan Yusi's illusions didn't stand a chance. Her clones couldn't suppress so many at once. She had no idea what these creatures were, and fear froze her more than any ice ever could. He laughed, his expression twisted in madness. Lan Yusi could no longer fight. She could no longer run. There was nothing left to do except surrender to fate. Faced with Yi's overwhelming pressure, Lan Yusi surrendered and obediently handed over both the sheep and chicken pendants. When he further demanded information, she didn't hesitate to betray her ally. She revealed that Xin Chun possessed the snake and tiger pendants and explained the abilities he had demonstrated in combat. She continued by providing additional intel and speculations regarding Zai Zai and Zheng in Magic City. Lan Yusi emphasized that if he wanted to win the trial, he would need to collect all 12 pendants. "If you want to win, you'll need all 12, she warned. With the trial entering its final phase, the remaining participants were unlikely to wait and would soon strike on their own. If he didn't act first, others would come after him. Hesitate now, and they'll come for you. Knowing she had no real chance of winning, Lan Yusi figured she might as well stir the pot, create chaos, and let both sides destroy each other. With a bright yet cunning smile, she offered to guide Yi and Zhou to Zai Zai and Zheng. But he immediately declined, which didn't surprise her. After all, they had been enemies just moments ago. It made sense he wouldn't trust her. What did surprise her, however, was the way he smiled with his eyes fixed on her fan. And when he casually remarked that he liked it, Lan Yusi felt a bad premonition crawl down her spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zheng and Zai Zai were making their way toward the explosion site they had seen earlier. Along the way, they had encountered a group of arrogant freshmen attempting to team up and steal their pendants. Though the attackers were weak, it still took some effort to deal with them. Zai and Zheng suspected that by now, Xin Chun and Lan Yusi had likely made their move. But that didn't concern them. Whoever emerged victorious would only be holding the pendants temporarily, since Zhe and Zheng would take them later. As Zhe voiced this overconfident view, Zheng didn't disagree. In his mind, it was only logical. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He shouted in shock, pointing towards something ahead. Zhe stopped walking and narrowed his eyes as they both stared at the horrific scene. Xian Chen's corpse lay sprawled on the street, cleanly severed in half, thrown aside like a dead dog. His face was frozen in a mixture of shock and rage, unable to even register fear before he died. The sword that killed him had been too fast, too clean. Just minutes earlier, Xian Chen had escaped the scuffle between Lan Yusi and Yi, cursing Yi's terrifying strength. He hadn't expected to encounter such a monster before even reaching the imperial capital. Still, he found comfort in knowing that he had at least defeated Lan Yusi. Yet, he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that he had somehow marked him and would eventually come for him. Xian Chen decided it was best to find an ally with Zhe and Zheng. That was when he heard it as a blade scraped along the pavement behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure in the distance. The man wore a cold black Iron Dragon mask and gripped a long tang sword. He stood over 2 meters tall, gaunt yet menacing, dressed in ragged grand black robes that swayed in the breeze. But the most terrifying feature was his eyes with double pupils, both blood red crammed into each eyeball. They radiated a cold, eerie aura that made Xian Chen instinctively understand. This was no ordinary opponent. This was the first time Xian Chen had seen someone wearing the dragon mask. Unlike the other zodiac masked figures who felt like lifeless puppets, this man felt alive. The flickering streetlights between them glitched and dimmed, as if the very current was disturbed by his presence. Xian Chen blinked. The dragon-masked man instantly appeared 10 meters closer, the lights behind him going dark with a sizzling sound. For a brief moment, the street was pitch black. Then the lights returned only to reveal Xian Chen's body already split in two. Blood sprayed like a fountain as the dragon-masked man snatched the snake and tiger pendants, then vanished into the silent, dark streets. Back in the present, Zhang stared at the corpse, confused as to why Xian Chen had been killed so ruthlessly in the middle of the street. Zane knelt beside the body, examining the wound, and confirmed that it was the work of the dragon-masked man. The slash was clean and merciless. There had been no contest. He added that only the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac masks was capable of such a feat. Zheng was puzzled. Wasn't the dragon-masked man supposed to be confined to the underground parking lot? He and Zay had first encountered him after killing the dog-masked man. Back then, they were leading 20 freshmen. To win their loyalty, Zay, as the leader, guided them to the southern underground garage, where the dragon-masked man was rumored to appear. Only Zay and Zheng had made it out alive. Zay vividly remembered watching the dragon-masked man cut down 2 students as if he were slicing vegetables. He couldn't believe it at the time because this was supposed to be a trial, not real combat. But the smell of blood had been real. The pain had been real. Now, seeing Xian Chen's corpse stirred those dark memories. Zheng's voice snapped Zay out of his thoughts. With Xian Chen's penance taken, what was their next move? After considering it, Zay guessed that the dragon-masked man had been freed from his initial restriction. Perhaps all the other Zodiac mask figures had already been defeated, triggering a change in the rules. Now the final boss could roam freely, just like the others had once hunted freshmen. Zay concluded that the dragon-masked man was now actively hunting anyone with a Zodiac pendant. They couldn't afford a direct confrontation. Their only chance was to act quickly and find the remaining pendant holders and take their pendants before the dragon-masked man could. Determined, Zay activated his 4th Order King Bloodline Awakening, the Golden Winged Dragon. Awaken, Golden Winged Dragon. His body erupted in radiant golden light. Feathers sprouted from his cheeks. Platinum dragon horns curled from his forehead. A pair of massive golden wings over 4 meters wide and laced with dragon scales unfurled from his back. Come, then, face the true form of a sovereign. With one powerful flap, Zay soared into the sky and released a provocative cry that echoed throughout the city, broadcasting his challenge with golden martial energy. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Qingzhu, one of the first freshmen drawn into this strange world, was hiding in a crumbling building with her wounds still unhealed. After helping 2 others slay the Minotaur-masked man, they had stumbled into the underground garage and encountered the dragon-masked man. One of her teammates died instantly. If not for the arrival of a group of over 20 other freshmen, she would have been next. Though she survived, she had been badly wounded by the dragon-masked man's sword aura. Luckily, she and a fellow survivor encountered a faculty member from the Imperial University. The man claimed the train had been attacked, and the professors were missing, but he had a way to help someone escape and deliver a warning. Qingzhu chose to stay behind, using her injuries as an excuse, and sent the other freshmen instead. Before they left, she unexpectedly asked them to deliver a warning to him not to enter the city. She even handed them a photo of him. She stayed hidden, quietly recovering. Then she saw the blue explosion in the sky and immediately understood that he had come. This was bad. She lacked the strength to go find him. Still, she had. Just then, explosions echo from the surrounding buildings. A wave of panic hits her. She knows they found her. In her current condition, there's no way to outrun them. They've already locked onto her energy. They're here for the pendant. She doesn't care about it anymore, but something deep inside tells her that he'll need it. She knows she can't face them directly, so she makes her choice. She'll lead them there. But she has no idea that her worst nightmare is already watching from above. The dragon mask freak stands on top of a nearby building, eyes fixed on her. He remembers noticing her back during the college entrance exam, the moment she awakened the ghost sparrow bloodline, an extremely rare avian type. Now she's also carrying the ox pendant. Luck seems to be on his side. He watches as she moves through the streets and immediately figures out her plan. She's trying to lure him to the dragon's lair beneath the parking garage. He finds it laughable. The dragon has already been set loose. That place is empty now. He grins and steps away. Zhang is told to stay put. He's going to get someone. Then, without hesitation, he bolts. A massive assault, or perhaps a powerful burst of energy, erupted from Ouyangze. Hovering mid-air above the city, he watched the chaos below with sharp eagle wings spread wide and fierce eyes calm. Lu Qingzhu's voice reached him, declaring that he couldn't run. Zay's eyes widened. Sweat dripped as he froze mid-air. That voice was the dragon. It didn't make sense. The dragon should have gone after the others. But there was the red sharp-eyed beast staring directly at him. Fear crept in. Shock gripped his chest. A realization slammed into him. What if the ones he was chasing were actually the pendant carriers? His thoughts spiraled. He had 4 pendants on him. It was obvious now the dragon would go to the place holding the most pendants. He had gotten too confident, and now the tables had turned. His pupils glowed in panic as sweat streamed down his face. Zay drifted backward, wings extended, eyes locked ahead. The dragon was closing in. Hovering in midair, Zay narrowed his eyes. It had to be a domain. The dragon could use it too. Pressure tightened around his chest. Sweat ran down his neck as he realized this was a technique that dragged victims into a sealed space with a single glance. The only exit was to defeat the caster. Somehow, he had been forced into it. Without warning, a monstrous figure lunged at him with blinding speed. Its body burned with flames, a lightning-infused sword in hand, crackling with fury. Zay pulled his wings in close and braced himself to take the full force of the strike. Elsewhere in the city, Zheng Xiong intercepted a sharp beam of blue energy with his sword. The power nearly overwhelmed him. He released immense energy. Faint fumes rose from his skin as he stood unfazed. He questioned what kind of stunt was being pulled using global chat just to provoke them. Zhou drew his sword, raw energy rippling along its edge. He asked to take this one, wanted to test his strength. He gave him a calm and unreadable look. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong stormed in, yellow energy crackling wildly around his blade as he moved like a thunderstorm tearing through the sky. So this is the pride you're so desperate to protect? He barked, mocking their arrogance with a fierce glare. Zhou's expression sharpened. He focused and triggered Ice Vein. Then I'll bury it in ice. Zheng Xiong's sword surged with power and clashed thunderously with Zay's. The shockwave trembled through the air. He clenched his jaw, locking eyes with his target and vowing he wouldn't let him escape. Charging once more, Zheng Xiong unleashed roaring energy. Zhou stepped in, meeting the strike. Their swords clashed, grinding violently. Zay intercepted with a wind-soul blade, stopping the blow with swirling force. Zhou's rage flared. He moved in perfect unity with his weapon. Up above, the dragon hovered like it was just waiting for things to explode. It watched everything below, quiet but intense, sensing the energy build up. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong rushed forward, every step packed with serious power. He and his opponent collided, pouring force into each strike until the air between them cracked. He sat nearby, elbow resting on his knee, watching the battle like it was just another slow show. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong stiffened. Sweat rolled down his face. Ouyangze was broadcasting a distress signal. That signal, it's him. Zhou's sword blazed forward with immense force. Zheng Xiong barely dodged it. What the hell are you trying to pull? He gritted out a threat, warning that if he weren't so busy, someone's bones would be broken. Zhou questioned whether he was done talking tough. He never gave permission to leave. Then he launched forward, cloaked in a surge of blue energy. His mystic eyes cut through the air like daggers. Zheng Xiong froze. His throat tightened. A single word escaped in disbelief. A rain of punches landed before he could defend. He took a crushing blow and was flung backward by the sheer force. Blood dripped from his lips as he staggered. He muttered a curse. Had he really just been struck by a beast? He accused his attackers of ambushing him. He responded with amusement. That was no beast, it was him. He claimed the scream was so awful he had hit harder than intended. There was no ambush, only incompetence. His first strike had been faster than Zheng Xiong's thoughts. Fury lit Zheng Xiong's eyes. He growled that he would kill Yi. 3 minutes later, Zheng Xiong stood frozen, bleeding and broken. His body would no longer obey. He observed him calmly. He thought it wasn't a bad effort, lasting 3 whole minutes. Xin Chen hadn't even survived one hit. He took Zheng Xiong's sword and gave it a once-over. He found it decent, but in need of some upgrades. Zhou reported no pendant in the spatial ring, but they had found something. The sword pulsed with lingering power. He eyed it with a thoughtful smirk. Zhou stared at the blinking pendant in his hand. He remarked that it kept flashing like it was sending out a signal. In a harsh domain where jagged blue crystals gleam like frozen flames and a heavy layer of dust cloaks shattered stones, Li Xing lies broken and bleeding. His wings are scorched by fierce fire. His clothes tear and cling raggedly to his battered frame. Above him looms the dragon, an immense and terrifying figure cloaked in shadows and flickering flames. The dragon's voice cuts sharply through the smoky veil. I never thought it would come to this, he says quietly, stepping closer. Li Xing's eyes flutter open, wide with desperation, and blood streaks his cheeks. The dragon advances, his sword gripped tightly in one hand. I use every relic, every powerful artifact crafted by human hands, the dragon confesses, voice heavy with disappointment. But still, I fail to drive the nail into the heart of the dragon mask. I miss by no more than 3 finger widths. Li Xing's bloodied face stands as a silent testament to the brutal fight he endures, a fight that now seems lost. Suddenly, from the shadows bursts a monstrous figure, growing larger and more terrifying by the second. It closes in on Li Xing with a menacing presence that drains what little strength remains. The dragon sneers down at him. You lose your only chance to defeat Dragon Mask, damn bug. He spits with venomous contempt. As thick black smoke seeps into the domain, swallowing the entire scene in darkness, a sudden flash cuts through the gloom. A sword slices through the smoke, piercing Li Xing's body with brutal precision. A scream tears from his throat, raw agony ripping through his lungs. He claws at the stone wall for support, but his vision blurs and rolls back until all he sees is white light. Pain consumes him utterly, dragging him toward the edge of consciousness. Far from the chaos of that shattered domain, elsewhere in the city, a young woman climbs the stairs of a tall building. Her steps are slow and trembling, fear weighing heavily on her heart, but she forces herself upward. This is Qing Zhou, and she knows she's close, just a few more flights to the rooftop where Dragon Mask waits. Each step feels heavier than the last, every breath a battle. She wraps her arms around herself, trying to steady the trembling that threatens to overtake her. In her mind, she compares the dragon to the ugly OX, a brutish figure who pales in comparison to Dragon Mask's terrifying presence. Her heart pounds wildly in her chest. She worries desperately for young Shi, who is locked in a fierce battle with the relentless foe below, and she fears he will not last much longer. Now, Dragon Mask's attention turns toward her. Reaching the rooftop, she closes one eye tightly, the other pupil flashing with a strange, glowing purple light. Her mind races, searching for a way out, a way to send a message. She needs to signal Ihi, someone she trusts, someone who can help. This building, the tallest in the city, is her only hope. From here, Ihi's signal flare will be unmistakable. Without hesitation, Qing Zhou fires her own flare into the dark sky. It is a desperate call, a beacon in the night. The signal awakens something deep within her, a dormant bloodline pulsing with ominous power. Beneath her skin, a strange energy stirs. Nether Sparrow's essence ripples beneath her flesh, an eerie purple light flickers across her eyes. Suddenly, she sparks bridal flames, swirling, intense circles of purple energy that dance around her like living signals. Wings of dark, ethereal light erupt from her back, shimmering and twisting with raw power. But the power overwhelms her. With a pained grunt, she collapses hard onto the rooftop, gasping for breath. It's hurting me like hell, she whispers through clenched teeth, hoping desperately that Ihi has seen her signal. Then comes a strange sensation, a shiver running through her spine. Her eyes widen as they change, a haunting blend of white and glowing purple. She leans over the edge, clutching the ledge, and whispers, the sound, it's familiar. Her gaze pierces the shadows below, and then freezes. The dragon approaches. Panic surges through her veins, cold and sharp. She can hardly believe how quickly he finds her. Fear clenches her heart like iron shackles, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. Desperation pushes her to act. She needs to send another signal. Faster, stronger. Gathering every ounce of her power, she summons a new layer of energy. Twisting it fiercely, she releases two brilliant blasts of purple light that explode from the rooftop. The entire building hums with raw energy, glowing fiercely as sparks crackle in the air. Silence falls over the city like a suffocating blanket, thick and ominous. With terrifying presence, the dragon steps onto the rooftop. He is battered, his limbs bruised and bleeding, and a deep wound gapes on his leg. His sword gleams wickedly in his hand, dripping with lethal intent. Qingzhou's breath catches in her throat, terror wrapping around her heart like iron chains. The dragon laughs, a dark, evil sound that echoes off the stone walls. Raising his sword high, energy crackles along its razor edge. Qingzhou's eyes widen in paralyzing fear. She fixates on the blade, the image of her death flashing vividly before her. Tears prick the corners of her eyes as she whispers through trembling lips, "There's no time to escape." Then, in an unexpected burst, brilliant blue light explodes from every corner of the building. It swirls and gathers around the purple energy circle beneath her feet. With a powerful leap, he lands on the rooftop, sword raised high and blazing with energy. "I promise him," he declares fiercely, eyes blazing with determination. "And I'm a man of my word." The dragon's eyes widen in shock at Ihi's sudden arrival. Qingzhou gasps, cheeks flushing as she calls his name softly. The dragon's pupils constrict with fury, rage burning like wildfire in his gaze. He lets out a wild battle cry, his eyes aflame with power. "You're nothing to me," he roars, charging forward, sword swinging in a deadly arc. The dragon raises his own blade to block the strike. Muscles tense as their swords collide with a thunderous roar. Sparks fly and waves of energy pulse outward with every furious clash. I's powerful blow sends the dragon hurtling backward, crashing down the side of the building with a shattering impact. Stone cracks, glass explodes, and the dragon slams hard onto the ground below. Turning quickly to Qingzhou, Yi says sharply, "The new little brother I just take in. He's waiting in the eastern alley. Take him there first." Qingzhou nods anxiously. "What about you?" she asks, worry sharp in her voice. "I have to deal with the guy wearing the dragon mask." He replies grimly. Without another word, he soars upward again through the thickening smoke and choking fumes, sword ready and energy blazing like a comet's tail. Flames lick at nearby buildings, smoke curling and choking the air. He lands firmly on the ground, sword gripped tightly, his gaze fierce and determined. The man behind the dragon mask steps out from the shadows, shirtless and tense, muscles flexing as his sword gleams in the dim light. He eyes Ihi carefully, calculating. "When I receive the distress signal," Ihi says, narrowing his eyes, "I know something is off about this place." His gaze falls to a nail embedded deep in the mask wearer's body. Is this some plan to deal with Dragon Mask? Ihi wonders aloud, suspicion sharpening his tone. Before he can consider it further, a violent blast shakes the air, filling everything with thick smoke. The masked man lunges forward at incredible speed, sword raised high. Steel meets steel with a deafening clang. Both warriors swing their swords with fierce intensity, blades crossing in a deadly, precise dance. Energy surges outward in violent waves, lighting the space around them. Their eyes lock, cold, sharp, unyielding. "I'm really onto this," Ihi says with a wild grin, the thrill of battle lighting his spirit. His heart races with anticipation, ready for the fight that could change everything. The next scene begins with buildings already wrecked from earlier battles. Rubble litters the ground and cracks run through every wall. But before the dust can even settle, two massive sword slashes cut straight through the ruins, slicing one of the towers clean in half. The tower collapses with a loud rumble, and thick smoke blasts into the air like a volcanic burst. From deep inside, that smoke, two powerful forces shoot upward like rockets. It's our hero and the dragon mask locked in a brutal head-on fight. The dragon mask isn't just decoration. This guy fights like a real beast, every swing packed with deadly force. He's no less terrifying than an actual dragon. Our hero isn't clenching his jaw in anger. It's pressure. He's getting pushed back and fast. A powerful strike from the dragon's glowing head slams into him and sends him crashing through the clouds, disappearing into the world below. Another blast of smoke rises from where he landed, but something strange starts happening. The smoke begins to glow blue, and streams of wild mana start swirling in the air. The dragon hovers high above, watching every flicker closely. His sharp eyes never blink. Then, without warning, a massive blue beam shoots out from the glowing cloud. It cuts through multiple buildings in one shot, leaving only broken stone and fire behind. Everything in its way is erased. Now our hero rises from the crater completely transformed. His entire body is covered in a deadly armor made from dragon scales. A massive tail swings behind him, and energy pulses through the sharp blades around his arms. In his head, a voice speaks up, recognizing how strong the enemy truly is. This is the first real test he's had since arriving in this world. But even now, retreat isn't an option. He rockets back up into the sky, ready to face the dragon again. The enemy's aura is burning hotter than ever. Red energy pulses around that twisted face like lava about to erupt. But our hero only smirks. This is exactly the kind of fight he's been waiting for. A boss like Shenlong wouldn't go down that easy. In an instant, the dragon vanishes and appears right in front of him. There's almost no time to react, but our hero throws up his defense just in time. The dragon strikes with a furious combo, each hit faster than the last, forcing our hero to block and dodge with everything he has. That's when he starts noticing something strange. Ever since the mass cracked, the enemy has become even faster and stronger. Something isn't right. When their eyes lock, he sees it clearly. Twin pupils burning with pure rage and a thirst to destroy. Then it happens. One brutal swing lands clean and shatters our hero's sword in half. The blade snaps, and the last line of defense is gone. A cold shiver runs down his spine as the dragon raises his weapon, again aiming straight for the kill. He swings with deadly force, going straight for our hero's head. But in that exact moment, something wild happens. Our hero catches the sword with his mouth. He bites down hard, stopping the blade in its tracks. Sparks fly off the steel as he holds it firm between his teeth. Then, with a confident grin, he says he saw that one coming. Without missing a beat, he launches a crushing punch with a scaled arm, smashing it right into the dragon's face. The enemy never stood a chance to react. The impact is massive. The dragon's mask explodes into pieces, and his eyes roll back from the shock. But our hero's not done. As the enemy starts to fall, he grabs his arm mid-air, holding him in place. With a snarl, he says he's not finished, and slams him down again, this time with even more force. As he does, he cracks a quick joke, calling himself Technician Number 23, reporting for duty. Now the real punishment begins. A wild burst of blue mana explodes from our hero's body, lighting up the battlefield. The power behind it is raw and overwhelming. The dragon takes the full hit without a chance to guard. Our hero stops only for a second, thinking through every critical point on the human body: temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidney, groin. All the spots that cause the most pain and internal damage. And with Yang Zi's bronze spike still messing up his meridians, the guy's chi is completely out of control. Every punch now carries deadly force. Each strike lands with surgical precision, breaking him down from the inside. Bones crack, organs shift, and blood starts leaking from his mouth. His sword slips from his fingers, and his knees buckle. The fight is leaving his body. He can't even stand anymore. But falling isn't an option yet. Our hero sees it and doesn't let him drop. He charges up again and says he knew the dragon wouldn't go down without a fight. His best chance was that first ambush when neither of them knew each other's strength. And even back then, the odds of killing our hero were barely 30%. Now, there's no way out. Our hero summons one last move. Red mana bursts out, spinning into a violent tornado that surrounds the enemy in a storm of destruction. The pressure alone shakes the sky and rips through the air like a blade. The dragon is swallowed by it with no time to resist. This is the kind of power that breaks even the strongest will to fight. The tornado grows larger than the surrounding buildings, spinning like a violent storm, ready to rip the sky apart. The dragon head is caught inside, tossed around helplessly like a bag of chips in a raging wind. Watching from above, our hero realizes that this whirlwind, now infused with killing intent, is far more powerful than when it was in the hands of that ground user. But he doesn't wait for the storm to finish the job. He flies straight into it, shouting that it's not over yet, while calling the enemy a faceless punk. Mana surges around him, and the dust spins in wild circles as he charges his first punch. Thunderous energy builds up in his fist, and when it lands, it triggers a massive blast that clears a chunk of the storm. The enemy is thrown out of the tornado like a rag doll. Mid-air, our hero doesn't give him a moment to breathe. He follows immediately and launches a second punch, declaring it the black lash of a mountain-blocking fist. The impact nearly knocks the soul out of the enemy, sending shockwaves across the skyline. Still not letting up, our hero continues. He throws punch after punch, each one heavier than the last. The enemy is battered through one building after another, unable to escape or defend. The sky becomes their battlefield, and the city their wreckage as debris rains down from every collision. Then with a final burst of speed, our hero grabs him midair and slams him straight into the ground. The impact cracks the surface, and a cloud of dust explodes upward. The enemy lies there broken, bleeding, and screaming in pain, his strength completely crushed. Our hero hovered in midair and looked down at his defeated enemy. He scoffed and said, so this was a dragon. He expected power, but saw nothing more than a pathetic worm. But even in that battered state, the enemy wasn't done yet. He was trembling all over, barely able to hold himself up, but still muttering threats about killing our hero. With one last burst of strength, he reached for his sword, tried to lift it, but before he could react, our hero stepped in. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved his blade straight into the enemy's throat, and blood exploded out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's head was cleanly severed and dropped to the ground with a dull thud. As the dust and chaos began to settle, our hero noticed something lying in the rubble. A green pendant glinting faintly under the debris. He picked it up and smiled at himself. That was the dragon pendant. Now it was finally in his hands. With a steady voice, he said the game was finally over. Down on the ground, Zay stood like a statue, completely frozen and unable to say a word. His friends around him were just as stunned. No one could process what they had just witnessed. The air was thick with shock. Not far from them, Lu finally regained consciousness. She sat up suddenly and yelled that he should never have gone to fight that dragon-masked freak all alone. But Chuzhou looked at her calmly and replied that if anyone else had gone with him, they would have only held him back. Lu fell quiet, her expression shifting. Deep down, she knew he was right. Her injuries were so bad, she could barely move, let alone fight. If she had gone with she would have slowed him down. He would have been forced to protect her instead of focusing on the fight. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself that if only she was stronger, maybe she wouldn't be dragging you down all the time. Right then, out of nowhere, our hero suddenly appeared right in front of her, startling her as he casually asked what she was thinking about. She was stunned for a second, not expecting to see him, but quickly covered up her surprise by pretending to be annoyed. He smiled and asked if he could borrow the ox pendant for a while. She nodded and handed it over. With that, they now had multiple ox pendants along with all the others. Standing in front of the group, our hero said they should try placing the pendants in the order of the 12 zodiac signs, starting from rat and ending at pig. One by one, he carefully lined them up exactly as the zodiac order. Chuzhou leaned in and pointed out that nothing was happening. Maybe they messed up the arrangement? Our hero let out a sigh of frustration, but before he could respond, Zay stepped in and explained. The dragon pendant wasn't just another part of the regular hunter pendants. It was created for something else. A special kind of hunter designed to take down pendant holders. That means it probably wasn't even meant to be used to pass this trial in the first place. But just then, the final pendant was placed, and something strange happened. A soft pulse of energy spread across the area. The girl who had placed it froze wide-eyed. It worked. Everyone looked around confused and tense. Had they activated something? As they turned their eyes to the sky, they saw the clouds changing. A thick blanket of them had gathered, now glowing bright yellow in the center. That glowing energy started to drip downward like liquid spilling over the tops of buildings. Our hero stared in disbelief. He raised his voice and told everyone to look up. What is that thing? Right in the middle of the yellow energy, a massive eye slowly opened. It looked alive. That single eye locked directly onto him. It felt like it could see straight through him. He didn't know what it was, but it made his body freeze with tension. Then his feet began to lift off the ground. A strange force was pulling him upward, slowly drawing him into that yellow light. He tried to resist, but it was no use. Bit by bit, he was being dragged straight toward the eye. And then the scene abruptly shifted. They were all back on a bus. Someone looked around and said, "This is the university train. We're back. We're alive." Others spoke up, confused. One said they were just in that strange city. Another remembered being killed by a dragon-faced masked man. More voices joined in, all sharing similar memories. Everyone murmured in disbelief. It couldn't have been a dream. But how could so many people have the exact same dream? Yes, then suddenly, a notification popped up across the entire bus. All students, please remain calm. You were just drawn into a magical illusion realm created by the artifact known as the Mirage Eye. This was the freshman trial for Imperial Capital University. Please relax and take a moment to adjust your mindset. A special notice followed. In this year's freshman trial, Ephraim and City, along with Chuzhou and Lu's team, successfully gathered all 12 zodiac pendants and ranked first overall. Yi's performance was especially outstanding, and he will receive a special reward upon enrollment. Everyone on the bus erupted in surprise and confusion. Who's this guy? Most of them had died early during the trial, so they had no idea what had happened afterward. Whispers filled the air. Why didn't Yangzhou win? What even is in City? Nobody had heard of it before. They gossiped about the pendants, wondering how someone managed to gather all of them so suddenly. Some guessed that he must be an elite martial artist from a powerful hidden clan. Everyone was curious and excited to find out more about this mysterious top performer. Meanwhile, our hero stood quietly to the side, staring at something strange. A new screen appeared before him, and he muttered that it was finally here. It looked like fulfilling special conditions had unlocked a hidden reward. A new notification flashed. Congratulations. You have outperformed all freshmen in the Mirage Eye trial. You are rewarded with 1 template draw. Sweating slightly, our hero looked serious and called out to Chujo. He needed a wet wipe to clean his hands properly. This was going to be important. Now a detailed and glowing interface buzzed to life in front of him, swirling with blue and purple energy. Our hero raised his voice, saying that this time, no dirty tricks would be allowed. He focused as a raw demonic figure appeared before him on the screen. Another notification popped up, revealing the result of the template draw. It was a Class D template named Manhuarecap. Its bloodline ability was Corpse Infection, and its skill was Crimson Calamity. Our hero stared at the screen in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. As the train moved toward Huadu City, he grumbled to himself about the vampire template being SR tier with broken bloodline stats. Someone suddenly approached and asked if he was E, the one who defeated Chenlong. It was Zay. His friend, watching nervously from the side, thought the guy should calm down. If he picked a fight with E, this train didn't even have a hospital on board. He turned to him and calmly corrected that he hadn't just defeated Chenlong. He had killed him. Hearing such a savage reply, Zay broke into a cold sweat. But then, unexpectedly, he said something that shocked everyone around. He explained that he was planning to start a new student society at Huadu that would be different from the student council, and that he wanted E to join them. He was even offering E the position of president. He went on to say that the top freshman seat and the student council were both monopolized by Huadu locals, but with Yi's strength, they might finally break that outdated tradition. Zay extended his hand toward E. Now, everyone on the train was buzzing. Zay, the untouchable, was personally inviting E. People were already whispering that this could become a legendary group. He simply shrugged and said he wasn't interested in drug wars. To him, the student council was just a collection of scattered factions. He preferred flying solo. And just like that, the mood shifted. Hopes were shattered. The crowd began murmuring, calling it a historic rejection. Zay, however, wasn't discouraged. He pulled out a card and handed it to E, saying that future collaboration would always be an option. Later, as the sun began to set, Chujo looked out the window and told E they had finally arrived. He glanced outside and was stunned by the bright lights of Huadu City. As they stepped off the train, an instructor directed them to proceed through the tunnel toward the university. Everyone moved ahead, marveling at the advanced machinery and weaponry around them. An enormous aircraft stood before them, its engines puffing clouds of smoke. A loudspeaker announcement echoed through the area, instructing all students to board in order, using the same seat numbers as on the train, and to maintain order while boarding. Amid the bustle, he playfully smacked Qing Zhu on the backside. She immediately remembered her mother's warning that even though she was engaged, she wasn't married yet. She was supposed to behave properly in public and not let him take advantage of her. Blushing, she snapped at E, scolding him for acting in public when people were clearly watching. He brushed it off and said she must still be half asleep. He also asked why they were even taking a plane. Sighing, she wondered how her mother had managed to arrange her engagement to someone like him. Then she explained that Huadu was in the sky. He looked up and finally realized the truth. Huadu was a floating city, hovering above the earth, supported by massive engines blasting clouds of smoke to keep it aloft. A city literally turned upside down. As their aircraft entered the zone, a strong electromagnetic grid activated, opening the space for it to pass through. Our hero wondered if this barrier was meant to prevent magical beasts from entering. He sensed that even his life field sensing brain was being suppressed here. After disembarking, the instructor handed them their student cards. As our hero looked at his, the spaceships flew off into the sky, and the students were instructed to head to the maglev station for transit to their dormitories. Looking up, our hero saw futuristic buildings towering overhead, with lifts shooting skyward. Students around him were chanting excitedly that they had reached the highest city in the world, while others scoffed, calling such disciples dumbass. Our hero made his way to the 42nd floor and asked his friend to zoom his location. His friend replied that he was on the 45th floor. Anyhow, our hero entered his room and was stunned. A 100 square meter private space, just for students. He felt like he was about to be spoiled here. As he spotted the latest model of a PC, a wave of gratitude washed over him. Then he entered the bath, which featured a full bathtub and everything one could wish for. Finally, he threw himself onto the bed in excitement and thought to himself that this felt like the life of a five-star hotel. He grinned and muttered, it was time to get serious. So, he got up and went to max out his Raked Vampire template. Then he took out his phone, remembering how he figured out the usage of the student ID. He had to scan the barcode on the card using his phone to log in to the city-exclusive app, which connected to the University City Mall. Purchases could only be made using student coins, the city's digital currency. Without hesitation, our hero cashed out the last 30 million summer coins from his bank account and converted all of it into study coins. Just then, a notification popped up. He had received exactly 322.43 study coins. He began to sweat. 100,000 summer coins just for a single study coin? That was insane. But still, the gear in the Unimall was legit. It offered many items that weren't available on the open market. It was one of the city's hidden perks. So, he decided to buy only blood-related magic cores. That should be enough to fully max out his Raked. Even a massive pseudo-human template he previously built hadn't required more than 10 million coins to hit over 90% sync. Almost instantly, a drone delivered a box, and he was surprised by the lightning-fast delivery. As our boy opened the box, it revealed blue and green magic cores. He decided to devour them all in one go. The moment he did, his body turned freakishly overpowered. A system interface flashed before him, informing him that a beast had just been unlocked. Its name is Zawarudo, and its host is none other than E. Even though his numerical stats were still relatively low, he could feel the raw results. His fangs had become deadly sharp, and a literal blood gauge had appeared on his back. That meant if he bit into someone, drinking would be as effortless as sipping bubble tea. Then his hands transformed into sharp, deadly monster claws. His eyes turned ever red, and he knew he had just come up with a crazy idea. Without hesitation, our insane boy drove those sharp claws into his own neck, and a torrent of blood burst out. Our hero was standing in the bathroom with blood pouring down his body. The floor was slick with it, and his vision blurred for a moment. But then something started to stir deep inside him, like a furnace slowly coming alive. Warmth spread through his chest and limbs. Within seconds, the bleeding slowed. To his shock, the massive cut across his neck began sealing itself. Flesh pulled together, and the wound vanished as if it had never existed. He stared at his hand as it returned to normal and muttered to himself. His healing was much faster than before. The vampire regeneration was no joke. But he knew physical recovery wasn't the real prize. What mattered more was the new power coursing through him. A moment later, he stepped into a special training room built like a soft cushioned arena with glowing lights and reinforced walls. It looked like a futuristic dojo and had the perfect environment for pushing limits. He already had a feeling about the strange power his opponent carried. The energy was reversed, twisted, but powerful. Our boy now stood still with red energy crackling around him like sparks off a burning wire. As he opened his bright blue eyes, he laughed at the sight of the most terrifying vampire standing before him. Our hero grinned and told him to hit with everything he had. The demon didn't hesitate. Power exploded around him in a wave of heat and pressure. A strange white creature began to form at his side. Its body twisted unnaturally as it took the shape of another monster covered in roses. It smiled at the hero with a twisted expression. The monster punched the air. The strike was so fast it seemed to slice through space itself. Our hero barely had time to react. He raised his arms in defense, knowing there was no way to dodge. The punch didn't miss. It hit him dead on. His entire arm shattered. Bones cracked like glass. His body was sent flying across the room and slammed into the padded wall with force that shook the structure. Still, he stood back up with his injured arm dangling and blood trailing down his side. He smiled again and said this was exactly what he wanted. Raw and real. He took a breath and decided it was time to test the ability he had only just awakened. He activated the time stop. Everything went still. Now we saw the scene from the perspective of Zaruto. The vampire monster was frozen in place, but his mind remained active. Our hero gave the internal command to pause. He counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. At 5, the frozen reality began to crack. He noticed it. The host could only maintain the freeze for 5 seconds. It wasn't long, but he pushed it further. He told the time not to stop yet. At 5.3 seconds, a strain began to show. His eyes bulged and his breath caught. At 5.5, the host vampire moved again and lunged at him. But in a flash, the body, shattered shards of the creature scattered through the air like broken glass. The hero stood in silence and thought about what he had learned. The original limit was 5 seconds, but that limit didn't belong to him. The next morning, outside the city was buzzing with disciples. Our hero noticed that the sun felt a bit sharp, though Chuzhou disagreed. But the hero figured it out. Ever since he fused with the vampire template, he had started hating sunlight. Not to the point that it would burn him alive, but still, it bothered him. Chuzhou then asked if he had seen the University Academy reform plan for this year. The hero admitted he hadn't, since he'd spent the whole night wrestling with the host and hadn't paid attention to anything else. So Chuzhou explained that this year, every student in small group mentorships would follow a primary mentor for the year. They could also take on assistant mentors if they wished. Our boy asked, so they were going mentor hunting? Chuzhou clarified that no, they weren't, but he was. If he didn't want to, he didn't have to. But then our boy asked him to wait and checked out the new student group chat and the announcement from the previous night. It stated that, due to freshmen collecting all the zodiac pendants, the university was awarding him the privilege to freely select any mentor, and the mentor must accept. Refusal was not allowed. Our hero commented that publicly announcing such a thing felt a bit too flashy. Just then, in a massive building hall, everyone gathered for mentor hunting. The hero noticed that 3 people had come forward for the test, and the mentors had turned on the lights to pick their choices. He told his friend to go ahead, saying he'd wander for a bit, since he could choose any mentor he wanted anyway, so it didn't matter when he entered. Right outside, he thought that picking a mentor was a boring task, but suddenly he smelled something. His mind screamed. It was the smell of blood. He ran toward the source, thinking that if it were just normal blood, he wouldn't care. But this scent reeked of something deeper, hidden yet fierce. It churned like a deadly undercurrent beneath calm waters, thick with killing intent and sin. It was rousing the painful aura inside him. He had to find the source. As he arrived, he was stunned to see a cute little girl eating something, maybe a taco. The place was completely empty, and our boy's face twisted with confusion. He was sure now, the source of that terrifying aura had to be this cute little girl. Or had he mistaken her? He began to doubt himself. Then the girl turned her eyes toward him and made an unexpected remark. She told him that he had been practicing flesh-binding demon prison. Startled, our hero asked how she could possibly know that. In his thoughts, he wondered how someone who looked like a child could speak with the tone of a grumpy old man. And to top it off, she had just called him a kid. While still munching her food, the girl explained that she had helped Zhao refine that martial art. Hearing Zhao's name instantly soured his mood. The girl went on, casually adding that Chingu had been her disciple 90 years ago. The hero blinked and muttered under his breath, questioning if she was playing games with him. He reminded himself that martial artists could certainly outlive ordinary people. A grandmaster might still be in peak form even into their 80s or 90s. But this? She looked like she hadn't even hit middle school. Something didn't add up. Then again, he considered the possibility. Some martial artists might have the ability to compress their skeletons to achieve a childlike form. Still, this white-haired girl gave off an aura that was either so pure it was sacred or so naive it was baffling. There was no way that kind of innocence was just for show. Not even a top-tier actor like Oscar could fake that kind of energy. The girl now looked at him seriously and asked if he didn't believe her. With a smirk, the hero thought to himself that he would sooner believe he was the emperor. There was just no way. But just as he was letting his thoughts wander, a strange sensation struck him like lightning. Out of nowhere, an image invaded his mind, a vivid illusion. In it, he was being judged. His neck was positioned for execution. Then, without warning, a sharp blade came down and sliced clean through. His vision, now, from the perspective of a severed head, tilted upward, and there she was. The same little girl stood over him. Completely shaken, the hero staggered. Where had that come from? The illusion felt terrifyingly real. The killing intent behind it had been so raw and concentrated that it forced his brain to hallucinate his own death. A beheading that never physically happened, yet felt utterly convincing. He broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively tried to call out to his host for help. Before he could form a single word, the girl casually popped a lollipop into his mouth. Strawberry, her favorite, then said she was sorry about that, kid. She guessed she overdid it, and him not to report her to the school. Okay? She said it so innocently, adding that she only got 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time each week. She was literally pitiful. While our hero was still chewing on the gummy, he asked who she was. She struck a cute pose and introduced herself as Gong, a very powerful grandmaster. Then, leaning in like it was a secret between the two of them, she added that the Hua University president, Jingwon, was just a little kid once, and she had made him cry. Our hero dropped to his knees, shocked. If Gong Qi had helped refine the Huang martial art, then she might be able to help him break through his current bottleneck. She was a slaughter-hardened grandmaster, the perfect match for him. It was a no-brainer. He immediately struck a respectful pose and declared that he had wandered for years without meeting a worthy teacher. Forget all that. He, Jihe, wished to become her disciple, Master Gong. He begged her to accept him. Gong shrugged slightly, seeming unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium building, where powerful mentors were seated all around, someone muttered that he couldn't believe the deans of all 5 Hua University academies were serving as new student mentors this year. If one could become the disciple of even a single one of them, their future would be set for life. Another scoffed and said to dream on. These are the 5 deans. There was no way they would waste their time on nobodies like them. Someone else asked why the deans were even present. Sightseeing? Of course not. Another answered that the real reason was freshman E. He had completed the Zodiac trial. The deans were clearly there because of him. These were the whispers and discussions going on among the disciples. Meanwhile, the deans were quietly recapping the situation among themselves. What the new students didn't know was that the Zodiac trial had been broadcast live. Every teacher at Hua University had been watching ever since the broadcast from a train began. The faculty had been evaluating how each student handled sudden crisis situations. AI had been analyzing micro-expressions and reaction patterns. Each student's responses were scored. Those who rushed carelessly into Zodiac City unprepared received poor evaluations. Once inside, the students were scored on combat intelligence, real-world technique, and team coordination during battles with the Zodiac mask. Even if a student didn't land a kill, excelling in any one of those areas could earn a high score. He, E, was the only student to receive the highest score across all metrics. But even that alone wouldn't have impressed the deans. What truly shocked them was that he managed to slay a boss that wasn't even meant to be fought. The untouchable, certain-death boss, Chunlong. One of the deans remarked that he might not even realize who Chunlong really was. Chunlong was a battle model created by a national-level supercomputer, trained using data left behind by a national-level martial artist. Not all of that martial artist's divine abilities, like his god-grade eyes, could be perfectly replicated in the Mirage realm, but the model was based on the strongest martial artist in the history of Zodiac Country, or perhaps the world. His name was Hong Sheng. His university records hadn't been broken in 100 years. For E to slay a model based on him, even if it wasn't a perfect replica, was already proof of monstrous talent. As long as nothing derailed him, he was guaranteed to become a grandmaster, and he might even reach the Arc Master level. Now the deans simply waited for E to choose his mentor. Then, a faculty member rushed in with bad news. He said that he had just asked to become the disciple of Gong, the former Imperial University professor and current special personnel. All the deans were stunned to hear it. Back at the gym, he was still kneeling before Gong, pleading to be her disciple. He even grabbed her sleeve. Gong asked if he really wanted her to be his teacher. He replied firmly that he had made up his mind. In his thoughts, he reminded himself that she was technically over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling to a girl like her in broad daylight would probably land him in prison for at least 3 years. Gong responded that she thought she had already been expelled from the Imperial University. Ever the opportunist, our hero grinned and said that if she only got 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time per week, and if she took him as her disciple, he could find a way to restore her freedom within 2 years. The words made Gong lift her eyes. She finally accepted without a second thought. Our hero landed a win right then and there. But at that very moment, all 5 deans suddenly teleported to their location, buzzing with overwhelming energy. Gong looked at them casually and muttered that the busybodies had arrived. One of the deans stepped forward and reminded her that they had agreed there would be no contact with students during her release hours, and that her current mental state wasn't suited for mentoring. Another chimed in, agreeing and instructing her to return home immediately. Gong turned to the boy and asked for his name. With the utmost respect, he replied. He told her his name. She nodded, turned toward the others, and said simply that he should come home with her. Our boy looked at the deans one last time, then followed behind her without hesitation. The scene shifts to the gigantic residential building, standing in the air. Our hero looks around as he enters the university, while Gong is casually walking with her. As she steps inside the elevator of her apartment, it starts going down in the basement. Our hero asks if she lives out here. She answers that she does, explaining that for a few decades she had issues and kept hurting people, so the university placed her under the research institute. She adds that, luckily, she has learned to control herself in recent years, so now she can finally stretch her legs. Our hero then wonders aloud if he is her first student in all these decades. She looks at him with her single eye and remarks that he has an odd way of thinking and should be scared. He responds with a silly, frightened expression, sweat running down his face, and asks if she's going to drop him off, mimicking her tone in the process. They arrive at the 666 RD floor of the university, located deep in the basement. As our hero looks down the hallway, he notices it is surprisingly narrow and questions why the hallway of such a large institute would be built this way. She explains that only she is supposed to walk through it, then points out a number on the door. Our hero, confused, asks what the number means and what the countdown is for. At that moment, she suddenly rushes toward the other side of the hallway, muttering that there is no time and telling him to get inside. He repeats his question, wanting to know what the countdown means. She turns slightly while running and explains that every time she leaves, the clock starts ticking, and if she does not get back in time, the alarm will go off directly in the headmaster's office. At that point, the university would finally hunt her down. Our hero wonders if she is truly serious. Then, in a split second, he dashes to the other side of the hallway. Just as the countdown reaches 0, the door bursts open with brutal force, and an electromagnetic laser energizes the entire hallway. He gasps, realizing he made it out alive just in time. Our hero decides that he had just invaded time. Then he starts to suspect that there is some kind of magnetic field in this place. He figures out that his martial energy can't gather properly outside his body. That means any martial artist techniques will be significantly weaker here. Then Gong, casually sliding off her jacket, confirms it. She explains that, of course, this is her confinement cell. To stop her from escaping, Jing-won and his little crew built her this massive 3-level house. It contains almost everything. It's really big and fully stocked with entertainment and training rooms. But it's also layered with high-power magnetic suppressors designed to disrupt martial energy, just in case she ever gets bored enough to break out. However, she's just chilling on the sofa. But our boy feels this place is basically a luxury suite. Everything is provided. Every comfort is met. It's more like they've got Teacher Gong enshrined down here. The scene shifts back to Huadu University. Jing-won, the president of the university, receives a call. He's given the news that he has just become Gong's disciple. He shrugs off the news and tells them to leave him be. Their goal isn't to raise a pack of mid-tier talents. They raise one person, someone who can shoulder the future of Xia and all of humanity. When a true genius appears, their job is to support them fully and let them grow freely. He says to let each train under Gong for now. The special training camp for local freshmen is nearly finished. It will be the whetstone that sharpens those fledgling blades. Then he looks at the report again and notes that he has entered the confinement zone with Gong. So far, all is stable. However, per predictive analysis, special rank Gong's skill has a 5% risk of going out of control when confined with another person for a long period. He has a 90% chance of not surviving until rescue. And even if he is rescued, there's a 95% chance he won't make it. The president explains that special class combatants are either death row convicts with massive strength or martial artists whose power is uncontrollable due to special circumstances. The state restricts their freedom during peacetime. But when Xia faces a true crisis, they are deployed to the front lines as national-level weapons. Facing someone like that, he must be ready to die. Without that kind of readiness, how can he walk the path of slaughter? Xia is running out of time. The foolish formation of the Northern Brighton Federation and those heretical lunatics from the Divine Descent Nation, who worship secret realm tech, are all getting restless. Looking down at the raw skeletal structures of the new buildings, he mutters that this new generation has to grow fast. Back in the confinement room, inside the training hall, Gong tells Yi that it's been decades since she taught anyone. So, she wants to start with a spar. Our hero asks her if she's going to suppress her cultivation to the martial stage to spar with him. She nods and says that's right, for a god to do that. Then she laughs while stretching a little. Our boy says he's ready to face his teacher. Taking an excited stance, he thinks that he really doesn't want to relive that guillotine illusion from earlier. But then, Gong dashes at him with insane speed. Our hero realizes she's going straight for the vital points and wonders what happened to the friendly spar. As she aims for his throat, our hero quickly calculates at least 5 dodge patterns, but every time he tries, she nails him before he can even move. She's reading his body like a book. There's only one choice: take it head-on. He shifts into his dragon fawn body to block her attack. He also puts his arm in front of him and withdraws her slicing fingers. Gong realizes that he is trying to use his bloodline awakening to boost his speed, defend, and counter all at once. But she immediately calls it a bad idea. She's far faster than him. She slips past him easily with fluid movement. She turns his body elastic, rolls his arm around her own, then jumps behind him. With a sharp pull, she nearly breaks his arm or possibly fixes his back in the process. Whatever she does, it sends such an overwhelming wave of pain through him that our hero cries out louder than he ever has before. Just then, in one swift motion, she hopped back, leaving our hero drenched in blood. Yet, he grinned and admitted that his teacher wasn't holding back at all, saying his bloodline awakening had just been knocked back to 0. Wiping the blood from her face, the teacher chuckled, enjoying the taste of blood after so long. Our boy, catching his breath, wondered aloud if he could ever match her in physical technique. Knowing the answer, he declared that since he couldn't, he'd be using a slightly unfair martial skill next, and politely asked for her guidance. With those words, his body transformed, buzzing with thunder as a colossal skeleton loomed behind him. He had maxed out the giant anthropomorphic template overnight, a fact that now seemed like a saving grace. His teacher, noticing the overwhelming power, questioned whether such a monster could still be called a mere martial disciple. It seemed she had taken in quite a troublesome student. Taking a stance, she decided it was time to show her real skills as his teacher. A slicing motion through the air unleashed a pull so fierce that red mana ripped off the floor, hurling towards him. But our hero had already shifted into his dragon form. The moment the blast hit him, a massive boom echoed, yet he stood unaffected, leaping upward like a giant beast. From above, his voice roared as he unveiled his celestial anthropomorphic split form, Maccabeast Anthropomorph. Towering over his teacher, he prepared a devastating punch, but she remained calm. With a swift air slash, she intercepted his extending fist, slicing through and striking his arm with precision. The blow was brutal enough to shatter even his anthropomorphic arm into fragments. Landing back on his feet, our hero analyzed the situation. His armor, crafted from the Cosmos Emperor's outer shell, was supposed to be dozens of times tougher than any giant's, yet she had ripped through it effortlessly. His eyes widened with disbelief and a flicker of rage. Just as she lunged at him, accusing him of hiding within the mouth of his armor, he realized how terrifying her detection abilities were. Even after completely shutting down his life functions, she still sensed his presence. She slashed at his arm once more, determined to force him out. But our hero countered by extending sharp metal surfaces from his face, aiming to deflect her relentless strikes. Sliding down gracefully, she prepared for another attack, but suddenly a beam of powerful light surged towards her. Our hero challenged her, curious if her strikes could pierce through this new defense. Deep within the vessel, he knew the nuclear beam wouldn't easily melt her, but he was eager to see how she would respond. Out of nowhere, sharp metal chains appeared, binding our hero tightly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again on that eerie wooden altar, teetering on the edge of death. The guillotine loomed, its blade poised to fall. As it loosened and prepared to sever his neck, he shouted out, invoking the Crimson Planet's ice-free domain. A bizarre creature appeared, adorned with a flower on its head, a twisted vessel birthed from our hero's power. He urged his teacher to push through the ice that was pulling her into this killing domain, reminding her that this was no longer the real world, but a forced mental illusion crafted for pure slaughter. He needed her to withstand it using his spiritual power. Within this collapsing dimension, the Crimson Calamity unleashed a barrage of punches. As the illusion crumbled around him, our hero finally regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found his teacher casually munching on a lollipop, commenting on how insanely tough that turtle shell of his was. Glancing around, our hero noticed his anthropomorphic form lying in ruins, bashed to pieces. He realized that his teacher had ripped him out from the mouth of his own armor and shattered the hardened defense crystal he had formed to protect his real body. That kind of destruction wasn't something achievable at the pure disciple stage. Feeling a mix of frustration and awe, he pointed out that she had cheated. She responded nonchalantly, claiming she had beaten him fair and square, questioning where the cheating was in that. He looked at her skeptically, prompting her to admit, perhaps, she had used a tiny bit more force than necessary. After all, she was super strong, and it was difficult to hold back perfectly in just one or two strikes. He stood there in silence, watching her, and just as he thought she would brush it off, she turned back, looked at him with a hint of guilt, then suddenly grabbed him, clinging tightly as tears welled up. She pleaded with him, promising that next time she wouldn't bend the rules, and begged him not to be mad or leave. It had been decades since she had someone play with, and she wasn't ready to lose that again. Seeing her cry like a little kid, our hero asked her to stop weeping. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked up and asked if he wasn't going to leave. With a big grin, our hero told her that he had worked so hard just to become her disciple, so leaving wasn't even an option. She quickly stood up, trying to regain her composure, and casually mentioned that she wasn't crying a moment ago. He chuckled to himself, quietly impressed by how fast she could bounce back from that emotional moment. She walked over to the refrigerator, pulled out a couple of bottles, and said she now had a good sense of his strength. While he wasn't quite at her level yet, compared to most people, he was definitely gifted. She gave him the green light to start training, but wanted to know what he would like to learn first. Still haunted by how his dragon punch had been so easily destroyed, our hero mentioned advanced martial art techniques and asked how she managed to slice through his lightning and humanoid arm like it was nothing. Shaking a soda can in her hand, she explained that slashing wasn't something you could just be taught. It's something you understand after cutting through enough things. Curious, he asked what kind of understanding she meant. She stared directly into his eyes and said it was the feeling of a lion. She went on to explain that every human body, magical beast, or object has a precise point of entry, a line that can be cleanly severed. She called it the kill line. As our hero visualized it, he realized her master-style slashes were completely different from Qianlong, who also specialized in slashes. Qianlong's technique focused on overwhelming force and razor-sharp precision, but her style was more like a butcher's cut, executed with perfect accuracy and flawless technique. She then mentioned that if he wanted to learn that level of mastery, it would be complicated. Her advice was for him to become a martial artist first. Without a solid martial foundation, he wouldn't even qualify to learn most of her techniques. She glanced at him and asked if he knew the difference between a martial disciple and a martial artist. When he admitted that he didn't, she explained that it wasn't about physical improvement. The key difference was the mind. Martial artists developed a critical ability called inner vision, which allowed them to refine their martial cultivation from broad movements to micro-level precision. With inner vision, a martial artist could see their own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs, and could use martial energy to reinforce them, pushing the body's limits further. She summed it up by saying that a strong spirit must come first, and only then could the body's strength follow. Our hero found himself admiring how sharp and knowledgeable she was. No wonder she held a professional teaching position at Imperial University. Even if she seemed a little unhinged, her expertise was still rock solid. He thought back to how, ever since fusing with the vampire template and awakening his shell, he had felt a noticeable rise in his mental clarity. This would surely give him a huge edge in the martial arts stage. Curious about how advancement methods differed at that level, he asked her for more details. She explained that advancement techniques and martial skills were divided into 4 tiers. Normal students from vocational colleges or low-tier schools only had access to unranked advancement techniques. These unranked methods were easy to use and, with enough blood energy and martial power, could break through more than 80% of all martial arts barriers. But students at Huadu University started with Xuanhuang tier methods as their baseline. Hearing this, our hero began wondering about the legendary Tiangang and Disha tiers. She told him that those techniques were like sacred relics, most of them retrieved from hidden realms or ancient ruins, and there might not even be 10 of them left in the entire world. Even Imperial University possessed only one, and with his current rank and clearance, there was no chance he would get access to it. Then she surprised him by saying that he could actually learn a Disha-tier advancement technique, the Killer Bodhi Heart Sutra. It was the very same technique she had mastered, and even Xiaohu's flesh-blood demon cage had been inspired by it. Hearing this, our hero's face lit up like he had hit the jackpot, and he begged her to teach him the technique. She smiled and told him to get ready, because they would start right now. He was about to experience the killing intent domain she had crafted specifically for this. She tossed a small ball onto the desk. As it landed, the entire atmosphere turned blood red. Our hero found himself engulfed in the overwhelming domain he had always feared. His master's laughter echoed around him as she declared her love for the scent of blood. The scene shifted outside the university. As classes were dismissed, our hero casually strolled along the pathway, his steps steady like a warrior returning from battle, while Chuzhou followed him in silence. The weight of his aura felt different now, sharper, heavier. Eventually, Chuzhou caught up and asked how his first day had been, mentioning that he had heard something about him becoming. But before he could finish, a sudden reflex overtook our hero. He spun around, instinctively drawing his sword, his movements fluid, precise, as if the world itself had slowed down for him. He was fully prepared for an ambush. Realizing it was just Chuzhou, he smoothly lowered his blade and said with calm steel in his voice, "Stay sharp. The blade that gets drawn a second late is the one that never strikes." Chuzhou, now drenched in sweat, looked at him in shock and stammered, asking what in the world he had gone through that day. Just 10 hours earlier, inside the illusion realm, there was a pool of blood. Monsters were gnawing at their bodies, and they were in massive numbers. Her teacher recalled in his mind that he was not allowed to use any martial skill or power, only the blade in his hands, against those zombies. As the zombies poured down on him from all sides in that pool of blood, our hero wondered how he could possibly kill all of them with such a dull knife. Just then, Teacher Gong's voice came back to him, reminding him that the point was to let his body remember the sensation, to feel the slicing of skin, the splitting of bone. As the monsters completely pulled him down, he held his sword upright, remembering that he had to train his muscle memory so he could instinctively locate the kill line and strike fast and accurately. At that moment, our boy realized he understood it now, and he was ready to let the party begin. With one swift motion, he sliced down all the monsters grappling him. Then he struck several more and began killing them savagely. The teacher was there, watching him, thinking that this kid was something out of this world. Our hero was now beaming with a red aura, realizing that practicing his dishaedier technique inside an illusion was actually dangerous. Most martial disciples were not even qualified to attempt it. Meanwhile, Hortusia thought to herself that if this boy's mental stats were not abnormally high, the sheer killing intent would have devoured him. She then looked at him, her eyes beaming with bright light, knowing now why Shi Jingwen called him the rising star of Hadu. Even her teacher was now looking forward to his bright future. The scene then shifts back to our hero's dorm, where he drops straight into his bathtub. While chugging down a drink, he mutters that it has only been one day, and he is already dead tired. No wonder this is the best university in Xia. Just then, his phone rings, and he gets excited to see it is Louis Qingzhu, his shorty. Back in her apartment, she is lying there like a true baddie. As our hero greets her, she tells him that her mom just sent over what he had asked for, and that it is with her now. She rolls down from the bed, adding that her mom also wanted to thank him for helping her place first in the freshman trial. Our hero responds that if that's the case, he will swing by her place to pick it up in a bit. The girl looks surprised and tells him there is no need. She will send it over by drone instead. He agrees and asks if she met her mentor today, wanting to know who she got. She tells him it is Dean Bai, who said she had potential and took her in as a student. Our hero congratulates her, saying that's great for her. Then she asks who his mentor is. He decides it is better not to tell her the truth, that he rejected the top 5 deans in a row, knowing she would not be able to sleep if she heard that. Instead, he says he was taken in by someone and blurts out a name. She does not understand and asks what he said, so he pretends the signal is dropping and ends the call. Half a semester later, as the first term neared its end, the freshmen at the university had experienced an eventful ride. At the start of the semester, Yang Zhe had formed the Dragonblood Society by gathering elites from various provinces, and they quickly gained influence among the first years. Unsurprisingly, after the university students returned from their summer training camp, they clashed with Dragonblood. As tensions escalated, duels broke out between Dragonblood members and local students, and naturally, Dragonblood lost more than they won. Their monument faded from prominence. Right now, the most popular first-year student is named Xiang Jian, or, to be precise, he might be the most famous freshman nationwide. After all, he was the top scorer in the university entrance exam. During the live stream of the exam, his power astonished viewers. Rumor has it that Fu Hongsheng personally praised him as a future national great warrior. As for Yihai, who once stood in the spotlight at the beginning, no one remembers him anymore. He vanished from public view over 3 months ago. As we returned back to the underground chamber, Gong urged him to move faster, jumping onto his back as each step filled him with refined martial energy laced with her killer's intent. She claimed it would strengthen his recent breakthrough and let him feel her delicate little feet, teasing that he was lucky. Meanwhile, he was struggling to death, sweat pouring down as he thought to himself that this was anything but lucky. She had sealed off his martial energy, making every push-up feel like he was lifting a mountain, and her martial energy wriggled through his body, tickling him to death. She calmly taunted him, asking what was wrong and whether he was already tired. She pointed out he hadn't even hit 1,000 yet. Annoyed, our hero gritted his teeth and demanded to know who she was calling a scrub, declaring that he would show her and pick up the pace. Just as he regained his energy, Gong drove him even harder, urging him to go faster and faster, to push himself. Our hero roared in determination, pushing like a berserk monster. Then a massive, catastrophic boom shook the place. Gong leapt into the air, and when she looked down, his body was completely shredded. He explained that the surge of body energy had torn apart his old, worn-out muscles and replaced them with brand new ones charged with martial power. Gong tried to avert her gaze, but couldn't help looking. His form was simply too majestic. Still, she mocked him, pointing out that his shirt was gone and asking what his problem was. Our hero covered himself, telling her that if she was going to cover her eyes, she should also close her fingers and not peek. Turning away, he announced it was time to end this retreat. Gong asked if he was leaving. He replied that, of course, he was. After being holed up with her for 3 months, he needed to see the sun again. Gong began to cry like a child, asking if he would come back. He answered calmly that he would, but told her to work on her video game skills because she was terrible at them. She shrugged him off, asking who told him to play with her anyway. Finally, our hero stepped out of that hell and looked up at the gigantic building, thinking that it had been 3 months since he had last seen the sun. Even though he no longer loved sunlight, he still missed it. As he walked toward a public station, it truly felt like a lifetime had passed. But he reminded himself that he hadn't come out of retreat just to stroll around. There was work to do at the university. Grades there included a key component involving campus missions, which meant hunting down wanted martial arts fugitives, investigating secret realms, assisting in beast defenses, or even fighting criminal groups and foreign forces. His first stop would be the University Activity Center to grab a mission, and while he was at it, it was time to see an old friend. He went to find Chongzu, greeting him with a long time no see. Chongzu told him he had been kept waiting for far too long and was glad. He asked him how the power-up is going, and Chuzhou simply replies that he broke through the martial artist 2 months ago. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that this is the first time he has seen E in 3 months. On the surface, there is no obvious change in our hero, but in his mind, he feels that might be the most terrifying change of all, leaving him to wonder just how far his strength has grown. He recalls that 3 days ago, he was invited to watch a private ring match between a freshman named Xiang and the Dragon Blood Society's vice chairman, Yang Zi. As expected, Yang Zi was defeated in just 10 minutes, and from the flow of the fight, Xiang clearly was not even going all out. Chuzhou wonders whether Yi could have fought Xiang at all, and he starts to suspect that Xiang might not even be Yi's match anymore. At that moment, Qingzhu runs up to them and apologizes for making them wait. My boy looked at him to complete her sentence, but she was clueless. The thought of her mother comes to her mind, reminding her that even though they are a couple, they should openly act like one. She was sweating as she tried to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, she leans in to kiss Yi. He asks her what she is doing, pointing out that they have not seen each other for 3 months, and she has not even greeted him yet. Since our boy does not kiss her back, she becomes annoyed and declares that she hates him. After a while, the scene shifts to a large stadium, where the 3 of them watch the giant screen. The display cycles through recent hot missions and standout compilations. Chuzhou mentions that the 2 of them have already completed 3 missions over the quarter, and they came today just to team up with him. Qingzhu lists 3 missions she considers most suitable for them: the Hangcheng serial killer, the Liancheng beast-eyed anomaly, and Liangshu's country counties of abnormality. All were once Tier 2, but Liangshu's is now Tier 3. Off-campus missions range from Tier 1 to 5, with higher tiers being more dangerous. First years usually take Tier 1, and his only Tier 2 mission had a 10% team success rate, so approval for Tier 2 is rare for a squad with only 3% completion. At that point, our hero flips out a special card that Gong had given him and says it is fine because he has a privilege card. He remembers Gong, saying he could match first and second tiers and fight strong opponents, but needed harder missions to improve. Gong warned the card let him take any tier, yet he should avoid Tier 4 and 5 as they had too many variables and even Xuanwu-class warriors had fallen in them. His girl asks where he got the privilege card, while our hero sweats, trying not to reveal the truth. Just then, Chuzhou asks his view on the missions, and our hero says risk and reward go together, silently grateful for the change of subject. The first is a manhunt where the Criminal Investigation Department has failed for months, the challenge being tracking, not killing. The second is auxiliary work with the Great Dragon Finch unit, which would leave them doing trivial tasks away from combat and intel. The third puts everything in their hands with high risk and high reward. He questions why anyone afraid of danger would be a martial artist, and says he prefers the third. Chuzhou immediately agrees, and Yi's chick eventually agrees as well. When they head to the reception, the receptionist dismisses them, saying this is nonsense, pointing out that a second-year squad was already wiped out in Lingshu. She remarks that 3 first-years daring to take on a Tier 3 mission are overestimating themselves. Our hero then presents his privileged card, which only makes the receptionist more annoyed. She accuses him of lying and threatens to call the director to expose him immediately. She actually calls the director right away, but then, her tone changes dramatically. She turns back to them with a big smile and wishes them victorious fortune. As they leave, he steps a little ahead, saying that he is picking something up before they proceed further. The scene shifts to the College of Mech and Magi Tech Foundation, a quite weird-looking building. Our hero stands before a door, scanning his identity for verification. As the door opens, he steps inside to find himself in a highly advanced lab. He approaches the dean and says he is here to claim his weapon, the first-place reward from the Pendant War. The dean acknowledges him, noting that our hero has skipped the dish a tier skill in favor of choosing a weapon. Then he cuts off this talk and unveils an incredibly formidable sword. The dean explains that while the weapon lacks elemental attributes, it channels martial arts energy at 95% efficiency and is forged from a legendary ultra-tough special alloy. The blade's quality surpasses even store-bought gold and ranks alongside the Great Red Divine Blades. As our hero draws the sword, the dean describes it as a horse cutter measuring about 1.2 meters in length with a wide, flat-edge profile. Its dusky surface is speckled with a starlight pattern, while the spine is reinforced with dense iron moon, adding weight and impact so that every swing delivers devastating force. When our hero tests the blade, it slices through the air effortlessly, and the grip feels perfectly tailored to his hands. The dean says the handle is wrapped in anti-slip black leather threaded with metal filaments and starfall gold to enhance energy infusion. He adds that each strike creates a veil of wind and a flash of light strong enough to kill with precision, with the swings stirring a small storm in the tech lab. Our hero finds it amusing that the sword had been customized to his old measurements 3 months ago, yet still matches his increased strength after his martial arts breakthrough. Turning away, he remarks that Imperial-used bladesmiths are truly legitimate. The dean jokes that even Senior Kong might call him dad when it comes to forging skills, but also warns E never to say such a thing to Gong. The scene then shifts to Lingshui County. The trio walk down the road, with Chuzhou reminding our hero that to keep the mission under wraps, they are here posing as ordinary junior students on an internship. Our hero considers the plan and begins his first sweep with live field sensing, pushing the demon aura template to his team. This coverage should blanket the county, though he worries their arrival might scare enemies into hiding. He thinks extermination is hard because of the searching rather than the killing. Chuzhou suggests going to the house arranged by Imperial U. As they walk, a rider offers them a lift and recommends a tricycle for cheap fast travel. Our hero smirks, thinking the mission starts now. While on the way, the tricycle driver told Xiao Yi that he looked like a decent sort and asked which school he belonged to. He replied that he was from Lingshui County and had brought 2 classmates over to have some fun. He added that he was currently studying in Yinchang. The driver was surprised. His cigarette slipped from his hand as he gasped. He asked again, and Xiao Yi reassured him that he was indeed from Lingshui. The driver then asked about his family, saying he didn't recall ever seeing him before. He calmly explained that his grandfather's name was Yi Shorong, who had passed away a few years ago, and that he moved away after that. The driver realized then that he was old Yi's grandson. Meanwhile, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had brushed up on the local Lingshui dialect on the plane and that his cover identity actually existed. The driver laughed strangely and said that he still remembered his roots, which meant he lived a blessed life. Before long, they reached the Huadu mission base and began unloading their bags. As the driver was about to leave, he mentioned that in 2 days Lingshui County would hold its biggest event. He added that if he was shy and didn't want to leave the house, he could personally come to fetch him. He simply thanked him and turned away. As they moved into the base, Chuzhou remarked that the house had not been lived in for over a decade, that it was falling apart, and that the weeds and mosquitoes had taken over. He said they needed to clean the place. He stepped forward, saying that cleaning was his specialty. He struck the ground with brute force, and the impact released a wave of bright light. All the weeds instantly burned away. When they checked the rooms, Chuzhou told he to put down their luggage, explaining that he was going to install microcameras around the property for surveillance. Meanwhile, Qingzhu said she would check inside the house. In one room, Qingzhu called Xiao Yi to come take a look at something. Xiao Yi asked her what she had found that kept her staring so fixedly. She pointed to a shard with a red cloth over its face, saying she was not sure who or what it was for. Xiao Yi told her that this was not originally here. When she asked what he meant, he explained that the shard was made of wood. If it had been there the whole time, it would have rotted away years ago. Though covered in dust, once wiped it was practically new. Hearing this, Chuzhou immediately drew his sword, saying that someone must have placed it in this old house, and that he did not like the look of the statue, so it should be chopped down. Qingzhu quickly told him to wait and not be hasty. She suggested that it could be an important clue and they should examine it first. Xiao Yi agreed, but as he channeled blue mana in his hand, he glared at her with frustration, demanding why she was siding with a battle maniac. Qingzhu gasped and said that at the very least, they should check what was under the clay mask before smashing it. When she carefully lifted the mask, a bright eye was revealed, watching them all this time. A hunch struck Xiao Yi, and he immediately grabbed her hand to pull her back, warning that something was off. He told Chuzhou to cut it down right away because he knew something was wrong. Chuzhou stepped forward with his sword glowing brightly and, with a single flash, cleaved the statue into pieces. All of them were equally stunned by what happened next. The statue began to bleed, oozing a strange black liquid that crept down its body. Xiao Yi instantly sensed danger and summoned his minion, Za Warudo, who appeared in a fighting stance and struck at the statue before it could release anything further. The minion seized the black fluid in its grip. Suddenly, multiple jaws formed from the black mist and began to growl, but Zawarudo had already restrained them. Xiao Yi then instructed Qingzhu to seal the foul thing. She immediately began casting a spell, fixing her eyes on the black, twisted jaws. Though she carried out the sealing, Qingzhu was shaken and muttered in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of abomination this was. Xiao Yi placed his hand on her shoulder, steadying her, and asked if she was all right, realizing she had been touched by the thing's psychic energy. He channeled martial energy into her to calm her down until she regained her composure and said she was fine. Xiao Yi also felt the earlier wave of terror dissipate, replaced by a warmth spreading through his body. Looking at the cursed black mist frozen in ice, Xiao Yi concluded that the strange anomalies in Lingshui were tied to this clay statue, and that they had just taken their first major step in the investigation. He told Chuzhou and Qingzhu to stay behind and watch in case anything changed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had something else to deal with. Gritting his teeth, he thought about the tricycle driver he had tagged earlier with a radiation marker. If his timing was right, now was the moment to reel him in. There was no need for the driver to come fetch him. This time, Xiao Yi would be the one to come to him. The scene shifts to Lingshui County, at the towering Jinshan Buddhist temple. The temple stood high above the mountains, surrounded by dense forest, its presence both majestic and solemn. Strangely, the tricycle driver made his way into the temple. At the entrance, a monk greeted him and said that the abbot was waiting inside. The driver casually replied that he understood and followed. Together, they walked along a peculiar stone pavement that led deeper into the mountain, until they reached a vast underground cave. Inside the cavern stood two enormous statues of Buddhas, each holding weapons as though guarding a massive gate plated with gold. Stopping before the gate, the monk addressed the abbot, announcing that the man before him was a benefactor named Lu Jinsheng, who had already met the standard to receive blessings. The monk then added that Lu had something important to report. The abbot asked the tricycle driver about his intent and why he visited so suddenly. Just then the Buddha turned green as he sensed someone intruding. In seconds, he turned into a lizard monster, scaring the shit out of the driver, and he immediately went down to his knees begging and saying there is an immortal among us. Just then a boot of our hero came slamming down. He hits right on the head of the lizard monster, smashing it into ketchup within a split second. As he walks there, Warudo guards him with a mana barrier, and he feels thankful, otherwise the nasty blood of the lizard monster could have messed up his clothes. The driver hesitantly asks Xiao Yi if he truly belonged to the Yi family. Before Xiao Yi could respond, the two giant Buddha statues suddenly stirred to life. Their eyes glowed with a strange, otherworldly energy as they stepped down from their pedestals, weapons raised and aimed directly at him. Xiao Yi was startled that the statues could move, but the shock only lasted a moment before they swung their weapons at him. In an instant, he summoned Warudo, who intercepted the attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the cavern. Yet Xiao Yi only cracked his neck and remained calm, unfazed. The Buddhas trembled from the force of his energy, then pulled back their heavy arms and prepared another attack. They struck again, swinging their four-weaponed arms from a different angle. Xiao Yi slipped on his glowing blue ring and commanded it to hide itself in spatial invisibility so the enemy would not detect it. With his free hand, he drew the Starfall Cleaver, his sword gleaming with overwhelming force. He dashed forward with blinding speed, his blade slicing cleanly through the statue's weapons and arms as though cutting butter. Both Buddhas were left disarmed, yet they did not retreat. Instead, beams of searing light burst from their eyes, lancing toward Xiao Yi. He dodged swiftly, stunned for a moment that these were even Buddha statues at all. The energy blast struck the cavern ground, but to him they were far too slow. With a burst of strength, he leapt high and spun his Starfall Cleaver again, driving it down with brute force. In a single sweeping motion, he cleaved through both Buddha's heads. Their massive frames collapsed as sparks erupted from their mechanical cores, short-circuiting violently. The tricycle driver stood frozen in disbelief. One of the severed Buddha head's laser beam is still firing, and in its fall the beam cuts clean through the driver, splitting his body into two. He fell lifeless beside the ruined machines. Xiao Yi observed the remains and murmured that they were never living things to begin with. From the start, his life field sense had detected no vitality. What puzzled him was how a place like this remote county could have such advanced constructs. He turned to the massive golden doors before him. Were the answers hidden behind them? He ordered Warudo to handle the entrance, remarking wryly that as a university student he ought to have proper door-knocking etiquette. Warudo ignored the pleasantries and smashed the doors apart with a single blow, flames bursting from the chamber beyond as the stone crumbled. Xiao Yi stepped through the shattered gateway, gazing at the vast underground palace within. At its center stood a colossal Buddha statue, blood seeping from its head and mouth. He called out mockingly, asking whether its host would continue to hide like a frightened mouse even when guests had already arrived. At that moment, a figure emerged. It was another Buddha, who spoke in a calm but solemn tone. He said that the temple bore Xiao Yi no grudge, so why had he come here to profane it? Our hero tells the monk that, by the way, you robot, you must be addicted to playing a suit actor now. He then draws his sword and cuts the monk in half with a single slash. Suddenly, another monk appears behind him and calmly says that the benefactor's blood karma is truly heavy. Annoyed, our hero snaps back and tells him just to shut the fuck up. He prepares his stance, but suddenly the ground gives way beneath him, and he falls inside. Yet he lands perfectly balanced down on his knees. Rising to his feet, he looks around and sees many doorways. He wonders aloud that this place looks like a sewer with 18 doors. As he questions whether these are sliding gates, multiple green eyes begin to gaze at him. Suddenly, countless beasts swarm out of those gates. Our hero mutters that there are more lizard things, and a lot of them this time. Each one radiates Tier 1 to Tier 2 martial fluctuations, and their life signatures are almost identical. It looks like mass production. Artificial bioandroids trying to Zerg rush me. The weeds on the graves of the last guy who tried that are already a meter high. A Zerg rush means flooding the opponent with many weak, easily produced units. With that thought, he decides to unleash his Yuan Wang blade art. Extending his blade, he performs the first form. Cut 1,000 leaves. Its deadly effect drenches the entire place in red. His slash leaves a trail of crimson impact behind, and the monsters freeze in place. He smirks and remarks to himself what kind of good temple keeps this many ugly monsters under its floor. Yet, even as the monsters roar, he stands tall atop a mountain of their corpses, clutching the severed, twisted head of the monk. The monk's eyes water as he endlessly repeats that the benefactor's blood karma is truly heavy, over and over again. Our hero scoffs, thinking that these are brain-dead bio-units, its head torn clean off and still coping with a pre-recorded line. He then wonders whether the puppet behind the curtain is finally going to come out. Just then someone laughs, the sound sharp and provoking. The ground trembles as a giant statue of Mecha Titan begins to move. Smoke bursts out in heavy waves, and the figure reveals itself as a machine. Rocket fuel burns from its arms to drive its movements with unnatural speed. The Mecha Titan declares that the benefactor is beyond salvation. It steps forward, and to our hero's surprise, the statue begins to transform. The massive figure raises its foot and tries to crush him, booming that he must return to the wheel of rebirth. Engines roar and exhaust blasts in the opposite direction to push down with even greater force. The foot slams toward him like a falling mountain. Yet our hero still stands unbroken. Mana pours from his eyes, and his glare burns like fire. He accepts the challenge and tells himself to bring it. The Mecha Titan slams its hand down on him. A thunderous burst shakes the chamber, and smoke rolls across the floor. From inside, that colossal palm, a bright energy, flares like a rising sun. Alarms blare at once. A warning reports an energy spike beyond parameters. Another reports the right arm is overheating. A third screams high temperature alert. The machine freezes for a moment as if it cannot understand what it is facing. Its hand is then smashed back as a gigantic Godzilla-like beast erupts from beneath the armored palm. The creature chants Namo Amitba as it lashes out with raw force at the Mecha Titan. The Mecha Titan throws a heavy punch, but the strike is caught in midair as if it were nothing. The monster grips the fist with ease and holds it still. Inside that towering beast, our hero shows a manic grin. His eyes are wild as he snarls that he is not finished yet. He promises the Mecha Titan will taste his jet black iron-hard knee. With brutal strength, he slams the knee into the Mecha Titan's arm. Metal cracks like stone under thunder, and the plating bursts apart to expose the inner parts. The alarms scream louder. A new warning confirms multiple damages detected in the cranial unit. Sparks fly as gears grind, and the machine staggers back. Now both giants, the Mecha Titan and the Godzilla, stand face to face. The Buddha activates its nanotech and shoots beams at Godzilla, calling them prayer bead flow cannons. The summoned cannons unleash fire, and a cloud of red smoke bursts out on impact. The Mecha Titan does not stop there. It orders every battery to fire again. Flames roar as heavy blasts strike Godzilla, and a huge wave of smoke covers the chamber. The Mecha Titan laughs at Godzilla, mocking what kind of monster forces it to deploy so many weapons just to erase it. But then its eyes narrow as the smoke clears. The Godzilla is still intact. From within the beast, our hero speaks, saying all those toys are nothing but hard weapons and useless against a martial artist. The Mecha Titan clasps its hands together, confused how this monster can still endure. It thinks it must release more power. But before it can act, the Godzilla unleashes its sharp meteor-like personification, tearing through the body of the armored Titan. Right at the Titan's mouth, the Godzilla charges a nuclear breath called Biokian breath. The blinding blue beam erupts and rips the Mecha Titan apart. Inside, our hero almost feels pity for destroying such a carefully crafted machine. When the smoke rises, he turns back into human form. He looks down at the broken ground and says that whenever someone digs a giant hole in a mountain, it is always lizardmen or Mecha Titan waiting inside. As he lands, he mutters that the mastermind is just a typical research-happy mad scientist. Facing a massive hole ahead, he notes that it leads into a passage beneath the Lotus dais. Meanwhile inside, two scientists had been watching half an hour earlier. One reports to his superior that the hero destroyed the mechanical Buddha at the gate, but reassures him that the newest structures of the door cannot be breached. Yet at that very moment, the hero breaks through it. The scientist insists it does not matter because they still command a cyborg army. Tens of thousands of bio units can wear down even a martial master, and it will help clear their surplus inventory. But soon the hero tears apart those units as well. Shocked, the scientist says to the doctor that they still have a trump card. He explains the Mecha Buddha combat suit was designed to counter great beasts and that defeating one martial artist should be simple. Yet the hero destroys that too. The scientist tries again to say they have a trump card, but the furious doctor snaps and tells him to shut up. The doctor with one mechanical eye curses at him for raising a doomed flag. He warns that the hero is already at their doorstep. He says the guards above should buy them a few minutes at most, so they must retreat and trigger the base self-destruct. They cannot risk any data leaking out. This old doctor is revealed as Dr. Foam, once part of Prometheus and now absorbed by Lizardbird. 10 years ago, Lizardbird set its sights on this county. After secretly replacing the monks in the temples, they twisted the locals' faith and began brainwashing. Under the promise of blessings, the people were lured into human modification and turned into test subjects. The data and material all fed Lizardbird's biotech. Our hero feels pity for the victims, but knows the base must be destroyed. He shatters the ground with immense force, and a blue beam rips the floor apart. He leaps down with a wide grin, calling out to the abbot and demanding to know where he is running. The scientists cover the doctor as guards rush in, but the hero cuts through them in a heartbeat. He stands before the doctor. The old man trembles and asks what he wants, saying they can talk it out. He secretly holds a self-destruct watch that can blow the base in one press. Lizardbird has also implanted micro-bombs in every researcher and manager, while keeping their families under surveillance to ensure silence. Before the doctor can press it, the hero grabs his hand. The doctor cries helplessly, but the hero grips his jaw and lifts him off the ground. The old man struggles, his eyes rolling back as the pressure builds. Then the hero slams him hard into the floor. He leans down, deadly serious, and demands that the doctor confess everything he has done in the city. The old man gasps in terror. They're in the underground laboratory. The hero demands to know if the doctor was the one who murdered the 3 young martial artists and what they're doing down here. The doctor shouts in rage that he cannot reveal anything about the experiments. He explains there is a monitor inside his brain, and if he speaks forbidden words, the bomb in his body will detonate. As he speaks, the hero notices green smoke rising from him. The doctor says that if he's going to die either way, he will make it quick. The smoke pours out of his face, and his body begins to shrink. Pain twists him as the hero grabs hold. The hero feels pity and mutters that Lizardbird always turns its people into death seekers. A poison capsule was hidden in the doctor's mouth. An alarm blares. The hero checks and sees that the doctor's heartbeat has stopped. The auto self-destruct has been triggered. Behind him, a dreadful minion rises. The hero says that death itself is too much of a mercy for him. The arm of Zerudo pierces the doctor, and red aura bursts out as his body begins to revive. The doctor transforms, explaining that vampires can turn corpses into corpseborn. Most of them are little more than zombies with no regeneration and dulled intellect, rotting bodies with no will. But he boasts that he carries ancestral humanoid power fused with the gift of the vampire. Before he can say more, one of his eyes bursts from his skull. He falls to his knees and calls the hero his master, bowing deeply as his form shifts to that of a younger man. The hero declares that he can create retainers whose memories and talents remain intact, who do not fear sunlight, who regenerate endlessly, and who obey him absolutely in both mind and flesh. He tells the doctor that he cannot die now, and the self-destruction should be negated. From this moment forward, his past is meaningless. His only name is Mad Doctor, and his only duty is to serve. The Mad Doctor bows again and swears to serve his lord as master. The hero explains that since the doctor has accepted the ancestral power, a mental link now binds them. The old monitors cannot touch him anymore. Mana blazes from the hero's eyes and surges into the doctor's vision. The hero commands him to show when this city was first infiltrated. In the doctor's memories, he sees a scientist gnawing on a human arm. He calls out to him, asking if he is sneaking food before the lunch break and whether the data comparison is finished. The scientist apologizes, saying he is just too hungry. The doctor also bites into human flesh and mutters that today's menu is still raw meat. He complains that chewing with his teeth is a chore. The scientist answers that these were offerings from the county, 3 young outsiders brought for the Buddha, tender and fresh. The doctor feels something is wrong. Later, he dozes in the prayer hall and notices others falling asleep while kneeling. A scientist whispers that this is perfect. They can move the county's people straight to the lab while they sleep. Storage made it easy. The doctor frowns. They came to pray for blessings, yet suddenly fell unconscious. Why? The scientist shrugs and says sleep is normal, is it not? But the doctor's unease grows. He looks at the shrine of divine descent and notices strange numbers carved on his own arm. He wonders what they are and why he engraved them there. The scientist says it looks like a puzzle. The doctor realizes it is a file code, an internal format. He enters it on his computer, and the truth shakes him. His memories and cognition have been altered. He asks who did this, who turned him into a lab beast. The files reveal the truth. The numeric code was left by himself before infiltration, a message to his future self. He knew his mind would be tampered with, but trusted his curiosity to solve it. The code warned him of cannibalism, hypersomnia, and false idols. The mastermind behind it all was the so-called divine descendant nation. The hero watches these memories and says the raw meat was human flesh and that the divine descendant nation is nothing but a cult. The young doctor admits this base once belonged to Lizardbird, but the cult infiltrated and seized control just as they rewrote the recognition of the townsfolk, turning them into puppets. The hero asks about the three martial artists. The doctor lowers his head and admits they were eaten as well. The hero curses, realizing he and his own friends would have been treated as premium cuts. The doctor continues, saying he has been here for 8 years. The temple's bioman conversion program is complete. Soon martial artists will be replaced by stronger and more efficient machines. He mutters that Prometheus was right. He recalls the anomalies, how his team flagged them in February, detected outbreaks in March, and investigated daily. Yet even with his wit, spotting gaps and restoring clarity for moments, he could not resist the rewriting of his cognition. The Jinshan Temple Lab has already sunk too deep. There is no escape from that well. The progression of the anomaly is clear: cannibalism, hypersomnia, idol worship, and mass sleepwalking. Eating flesh marks the first stage, when the body alters under the will's influence. Hypersomnia means the mind is sinking further. Idol worship means both body and spirit are tainted beyond cure. Mass sleepwalking means the person is no longer human, only food for that will. The doctor admits he once thought illegal human testing was the darkest abyss, but compared to this cult, it looks almost civil. The cult plans to feed an entire city to that will. He explains that the core agent polluting minds and draining life force is a demon fetus brought out from a secret ruin. It is maturing quickly. The hero calculates that in 2 nights it will be ready. He remembers the tricycle driver's words about the city's grand triennial gala. In 2 days the people will gather, and that event is the cult stage. While still in the lab, our hero thinks that he has pulled all the useful memories. So, this face really belongs to the lizard bird. And what about the divine descendant, the demon fetus, and the 3 Huadu martial artist whereabouts? Just then, our hero starts to thank the doctor. Because of him, he learns a few of the lizard bird's secrets, including his lovely illegal experiment. He does not have the energy to deal with the lizard bird right now, so he will just leave it to the Huadu and let them deal with it. There's also an unexpected surprise. That is, he participated in the research and development of the golden gene. During his lifetime and underground, the use and efficacy of the Golden Gate gene make him think that we will think about that after we clear the Lingshui anomaly. Just then, a notification pops up about the Lingshui anomaly, saying the task is complete. Our hero thinks that although, according to the Huadu's requirement, those who find out the truth can choose to end the mission, what our hero wants now is the Huadu mission reward. He makes a mean face and says that he would rather steal the divine descendant's prize. Then he tells the doctor that next he will go to the ground in the Lingshui, where he will supply his blood, and he tells him to find a way to seed it into the country's water system, in short, to maximize infection. The doctor smiles broadly, saying that madness, truly madness, he sees that his lord is going to fight the demon fetus for believers. As our hero thinks about that, pathetic creatures, the doctor continues by saying that by now, the Lingshui's residents are already in a state of contamination, that there is no going back, that converting them is selfish, sure, but when this ends, he will try to send them back to their old life, and that at the very least, under his control, they will not hurt society. However, the scene shifts to the old house base, where 2 of his friends are resting. Our hero arrives there, saying that you are eating this because it is Ling Shui's food, but as he looks at Qingzhu, she is almost dazed with hunger, and our hero says that it looks like you know what food means here. His friend says that he and Qingzhu scouted out too, and they figure that the townfolks are eating people. He asks our hero if he knew that already, and says that the bottom line is that the whole city's cognition is wrapped. Something is enslaving them. Our hero wonders that it's not bad. His killer boy guess is almost on spot. Then Qingzhu asks him about an illegal lab that has been in Lingshui for years. Why is the county such a mess? His friend says, so the powerful biotech org got pulled under by the anomaly too. They hit our boy with a barrage of questions, saying that is beyond tier 3. Should we call the Huadu for backup? Our hero was sweating, thinking that, are you kidding me? If I let Huadu come, how would I intercept? He immediately shouts that they should relax, that danger is in the weird. Danger is in the weird, not in the safety, and that they should not scare themselves. He thinks that if your first thought is to grab reinforcement, you will never finish anything. Then he relaxed and said that we will hold position till night. We have seen raw flesh and idol worship, and there's one anomaly we have not met, mass sleepwalkers. Then he says that maybe this twisted city shows its full face after dark. The scene shifts to Shiedu Laserbird HQ, boardroom. A shady figure says that half an hour ago, HQ received the self-destructive trigger from the Jinshan temple based in Lingshui. Then it was canceled after a few dozen seconds. Something is wrong. We cannot reach that base. Today's board is to decide our response. Today's board is to decide our response. Then he says that's simple. Better to kill the wrong ones than leave the witness. Detonate every researcher's heart bomb to prevent living testimony. Then send a special squad to Lingshui immediately. The scene shifts to the Lingshui central water plant. A giant explosion occurs within the pipelines. The doctor's heart was gushing out blood, and he barely tells our hero that the Laserbird just tried to detonate a bomb in his body. The good thing is he removed it in time, and now he is recovering, and knowing them, a special squad will be in Lingshui any minute. Our hero says that it does not matter, he just needs to proceed, and he complies with his order. The scene opens at the Lingshui train station exit. The train stops at the empty station. A dude walks out the train. His name is Catfish, who says the station is quite a spot and admires the company for picking it as a black site. Behind him, a girl with a bag says that HQ confirmed Great Xia Dragonfinch was not involved with the Jinshan Temple raid. Her name is Aries, and she was carrying a baby with 2 more heavy loads. She says that whoever did it, the company has too many enemies. Then we see 2 more players come out of the train, one named Gold Snake and the other Bluebird. A guy behind them in glasses says to hit the base first. His name is Black Lion, and he says that anything that can be destroyed, gear, record, wipe it. As they walk, they chat that the captain should let them get food first since they had instant noodles all day. One says they need to find a place to nurse the baby, and the captain answers to just feed it since he will not look. He adds that they do not look like professionals at all, and the captain replies that the fearsome king of killers Captain Flizzardbird Squad 3 used to be an ordinary programmer. Just then Black Lion says that the guy in the black suit and the shades poses they're the pros, blend in, do not get noticed enough, split up. Gold Snake and Bluebird survive the Lingshui situation, and he will take Catfish and Aries to check the Jinshan Temple base. He told everyone to move. At night, we saw a house where they stayed. Inside the bowl, there were mouths of the monster. They observed that the city is wrong and something is really off. No kidding, people eating tends to ruin the vibe. The girl says that this will not be simple, and she looks at an idol placed in a cupboard with some clothes. As she peeked inside, it was a giant eye with pink pupils, and she saw these clay idols. Suddenly, Gold Snake got a call, and is informed that the cause of the Jinshan Buddhist temple base accident has been identified, that a powerful warrior destroyed the entire base single-handedly, that tens of thousands of bioman corpses carpeted the outer catacomb, that a 4th-class combat mecha was torn apart brutally, that no survivors were inside, but the base leaves, that chief researcher Dr. Fong is missing, and that at least nobody was found in or near Jinshan Temple. Just as the voice continued, it was suddenly cut by the signal jamming. The guy wondered what happened, and as he looked out of the window, he was shocked to see the biospecies men swarming their house, saying that massive sea walkers are closing in on them. Gold Snake warns the team that they've been discovered. As he turns back, he tells Bluebird to move, but instead, she plunges a dagger into his stomach. The scene turns dark and menacing. Aurora looks down on him. Through his pain, he asks if she's being controlled by something. His eyes fall on the idol of Shrine, glowing with purple energy. He realizes this idol was taken from the secret realm ruin, Moonlight Nightmare. Meanwhile, our hero stands atop a tower, staring at the massive moon. He feels his life field getting jammed too easily. Pulling out his phone, he sets the first task, pin Shuzhou and Xinzhou, the crowd's location. The southeast side of town is where the sleepwalkers are. If these mass sleepwalkers are feeding, he wonders what that feeding even looks like, and guesses it won't take long to find out. Meanwhile, Gold Snake barely regains consciousness, his mind clouded with confusion. As he awakens, he finds himself tied to a wooden plank alongside Bluebird. To his shock, many of the townsfolk they'd seen earlier are there as well, moving like puppets under some strange control. He tried to wake Bluebird, but she remains unconscious, even as death closes in. Desperate, Gold Snake turns to the townsfolk. He calls out, asking if they are with the Divine Descent Nation, offering to talk, warning them that the organization behind him is powerful. But his words fall on deaf ears. No answer comes. He curses under his breath, realizing they can't be reasoned with. They're brainwashed beyond humanity, beasts in human skin. No, worse than beasts. At least beasts fear pain and death. These cultists are lunatics. Nothing frightens them. Suddenly, a bell tolls, startling him. Who struck it? He looks up, and the moon looms so close it feels as if it hangs just above their heads. Its size is suffocating. Among the townsfolk, one suddenly steps onto another's shoulders, climbing toward him. More follow, piling their bodies one atop another to reach the bridge. The wooden plank stretches higher and higher, yet the horde continues to crawl, clawing their way upward. On the other side, Black Lion tries to contact Gold Snake, but there's no response. A heavy feeling sinks in, something is wrong. He suspects the man who destroyed Jinshan Temple has made his move. Either way, something big has shifted in the city, and it's time to take the initiative back. As the group moves, they stop in shock. The massive moon looms unnaturally close to Earth. Ares points ahead at a blazing pillar of light, thinking it looks as if the moon itself is pulling it down. Black Lion dismisses it as nonsense, yet realizes the light is landing somewhere inside the city. The fall of Jinshan Temple, he now understands, was never as simple as headquarters believed. Without hesitation, they rush toward the phenomenon, determined to reach the spot where the moonlight strikes, even as Gold Snake and Bluebird remain lost in darkness. As they enter a silent street, the group presses forward until a strange feeling makes them stop. Black Lion senses a presence and fires an arrow into the shadows. The shot collides with a defensive umbrella, deflecting into the wall with enough force to nearly shatter it. Adjusting his glasses, Black Lion notes that this is Magitech, no ordinary opponent. The wielder closes the defensive tool, now clearly an umbrella, and rests it over her shoulder. She steps into view, revealing herself as Qingzhu, demanding to know who they are and why they attacked. Black Lion chuckles at the sight of her attire. To him, it's clear she isn't a local. That means the one who wrecked Jinshan Temple must be her. He orders his companions to crush the two pests within 3 seconds. Without hesitation, they rush forward. As the clash begins, Catfish slams into Chuzhou with crushing pressure, mocking her as a beauty too precious to waste on death, promising instead to savor her corpse. Chuzhou grits her teeth and channels every ounce of strength to resist the assault. At the same time, Qingzhu conjures an ice wall, but a storm of rapid strikes from Black Lion pounds against it. The barrier shatters into shards under his bare hands, leaving Qingzhu stunned to how easily her defense was broken. He follows with a brutal explosion that engulfs the street in smoke and fire. Using the cover, Chuzhou and Qingzhu retreat, realizing these three are no ordinary foes. They are high-tier martial artists, far too dangerous to face head-on. But before they can escape, Black Lion flashes forward in the blink of an eye, materializes behind them, pressing 2 daggers to their throats. He counts down the last second, but his focus shifts upward as a massive sword hurtles toward him. He pulls back just in time, narrowly avoiding a clean decapitation. His eyes lock on a newcomer. Suspicion flashes across his face as he wonders if the stranger is with the others. But the figure makes his intent clear. He has come to kill Black Lion. Instead of fear, Black Lion laughs, unleashing his mastery of assassination arts. With the technique known as 12 Phantom Boldness, his body splits into multiple illusions, each one poised to strike from a different angle. The deadly chorus converges, all aimed at the newcomer's end. But the stranger is no ordinary foe. He is our hero. Crimson energy erupts from his body as he calls forth Zawarudu. He is a martial artist and bodyguard of terrifying skill, able to shrug off tank shells, yet still mortal. His clones spread out, surrounding the battlefield. But our hero surges forward, red energy crackling across his body, tearing through every phantom in an instant. He doesn't need to find the real one. The slaughter leaves only a single figure standing. The last survivor is Black Lion, whose true name remains unknown. Our hero fires an arrow straight into his skull, calling him an unremarkable king of killers. The arrow pierces through his forehead, dropping him lifeless to the ground. Grabbing the corpse by the face, the hero crushes down with immense force. Blood erupts, dissipates into the air, and the body withers into a rotting husk. The hero calmly notes his own advancement, now reaching martial artist stage 8. The raw red essence has been fully absorbed. Catfish trembles in disbelief. His captain has been killed in the blink of an eye. Ares tenses as the truth sets in. Their new opponent is a monster who drains his enemies dry. Looking down at the remains, the hero declares that the fight is far from over. He summons the flesh-prison blood fiend marionette, shaping a giant bloody hand that drags Black Lion's body back into a grotesque form of bones and flesh. Ares stares in horror as her fallen captain rises again, a puppet of gore and blood. She wonders if these enemies are truly martial artists at all. Each one feels worse than the last. Determined, Ares hurls her infant into the air. In a flash, the child transforms into a hulking beast. She commanded to hold the hero off while she and her ally retreat. The hero narrows his eyes at the towering creature, but turns his focus elsewhere. He orders Chuzhou and Qingzhu to coordinate with his demon shade and pin down the bioman. Both immediately obey. The hero announces that he will pursue the other two masters. Then, in a surge of power, Qingzhu reveals him true form, an awakened ice demon dragon. Yellow energy erupts and collides around her as she glares at the bioman. With a roar, she launches forward, meeting its colossal fist head-on. Chuzhou slams the martial prodigy weapon at the baby monster, but punches back with brute force as the crystal weapon crashes against him. A massive cloud of smoke erupts, yet the baby monster remains unharmed. Hidden in the icy surge was the real strike as the blade shot for the creature's throat. The muscled beast jerked aside just in time, but half its face froze and cracked away, revealing an alloy skull. Chuzhou was shocked that a monster that big could move so fast. So this really was a bioengineered human. But he wasn't fighting alone. The blood fiend's shadow split into 12 crimson phantoms, tearing through the brute with a storm of slashes that even its regeneration couldn't keep up with. Soon the thing was left drenched in its own blood. At the same time, Qingzhu had finished charging her power. Huge violet wings spread from her back as dark feathers gathered into her hands, compressing into a sphere of burning ash. The ash sphere grew to 5 meters before it ignited into a blazing violet sun. Qingzhu called it the purple nether sunflame. At that moment, Chuzhou froze the brute's legs while the blood fiend's shadow held it from the front. From above, Qingzhu hurled the burning sun down. A massive explosion shook the city as violet flames swallowed the monster whole. Its screams echoed through the night until it was reduced to ash. Silence fell over the city once again. Catfish fled through the sewers in pure panic, reminded of the times he'd run for his life on war-torn battlefields. Suddenly, a beam of azure light tore through the stone above, flooding the tunnels with moonlight. A mocking voice echoed that rats truly love to hide underground. Catfish felt no anger, only terror. Outside, the thick mommy ran in desperation. Then she saw a massive crescent blade aura cut into the sky. That killing intent could only belong to E. Her heart sank. Catfish was as good as dead, and she knew she was next. Golden Snake and Bluebird were already gone, and now even Catfish had fallen. She was the only one left, haunted by the thought of who those 3 kids really were. She told herself she couldn't die here. She had to survive, yet when her gaze rose to the grotesque human ladder stretching toward the moon, her gut twisted in dread. White Sheep was certain this had to be the work of the Divine Descent Kingdom. Her only chance to escape was to climb the moon-bound ladder, even if it meant giving her soul to a demon. But when she stood before it, she froze in horror. The bridge was made of naked, writhing human bodies. Yi's voice came from behind, asking if she really planned to go up. She turned to see him holding Catfish's severed head in one hand and his blade in the other. She scrambled onto the ladder, climbing faster than she thought possible. In moments, she found herself at the surface of the moon, staring at a grand gate of white jade. Dazed and trembling, she watched as the gate slowly began to open. Inside the gate, White Sheep thought she saw her parents waving, and she smiled with relief, believing she had reached heaven's bronze gates. Through the terrific sight of the moon, our hero finally enters the gate. He laughs as she looks ahead, but suddenly he dissolved into air because he had never been real. It was the moonlight twisting their fears, making the thick mommy see Yi's illusion. From a distance, our hero looks at the moon and thinks to himself that Heavenfall played well, turning her fear into an illusion of him to force her to ascend to the moon, which he finds quite interesting. Checking his phone, he notices that the lizard birds have sent a hit squad into Vartet, and as for the remaining 3, they're probably wishing there were a few grins like in him. He says that Heavenfall's people should arrive tomorrow. With the lizard bird having lost both a piece and a squad, they will likely sit tight, so no more outsiders interfere. After all this work, he feels the real show has begun. At that moment, the streaks of naked men towering up to the moon vanish, and the moon drifts farther away from the earth. Those men begin to wander aimlessly through the streets while our hero and his crew watch them. His girl notes that this mission is stranger than they imagined, yet they're determined to keep going. Our boy tells her to relax, confident that he has everything under control, and reminds her it's not just the 3 of them since they have a powerful ally assisting from the shadows, one who simply chooses to remain hidden. Chuzhou reflects on this ally, suspecting that after all this time, he cannot possibly come from an ordinary background as his file claims. Among martial artists, bloodlines differ, and those of higher rank live on another stratum. He could be the secret child of the powerhouse, or perhaps a young master from a great clan training incognito, And if it is the latter, then a guardian would be supporting him from behind, which would explain his mysterious ally. Our hero releases dark shadow energy from his body and tells his companions that he has an important task for them. The energy shoots far away, and from it multiple minions take shape. He instructs his companions to go, with his shadow avatars, and destroy every clay idol in the city. Chuzhou acknowledges the order and rushes forward with the shadow avatars, but Qingzhu remains silent and doesn't move right away. Just as she's about to act, Arhio calls out to her. She asks him why, and he looks at her calmly, telling her to trust him. She feels a bit uneasy because of Doll E's blank expression, but then she smiles and says she does trust him. Even so, he asks her to place more trust in their teammates, reminding her that she doesn't need to carry everything on her own. Later, at the county residential area, our hero meets his minion doctor. As soon as the doctor greets him, he brushes aside the formalities and orders him to prepare for war as quickly as possible. The doctor reports that the artificial humans he had previously cut down have been piled into a pit. Hearing this, our hero is pleased, believing there are more than enough for him to use. He then invokes the power of personification. A massive skull made of dense mana manifests behind him, its heart throbbing with gushing red blood pumping at the base. The blood pours down onto the artificial humans like a torrent from a turbine. With crushing pressure, it engulfs the twisted biohumans. Their eyes begin to glow red, and in an instant, he revives the bio-augmented corpses with the vampire virus. Calling upon the archetype authority of personification, he declares that he must grant them even greater strength. For when the moment arrives, these biohumans will transform into an undying giant legion that serves him alone. For when the moment arrives, these biohumans will transform into an undying giant legion that serves him alone. The doctor reports that the biomosquitoes have been released and are already flying toward the county. Our hero calls it excellent. Since each mosquito carries vampiric blood, they will slip into every house and spread warmth throughout the population. Once the infection begins to take hold, he instructs the doctor to repair the Machu Grand Buddha. Though it lies in pieces, they can strip its weapon and refit it for use. He asks if this can be done, and the doctor replies with full confidence that it can. Satisfied, our hero says it is good that all the pieces are now in motion, and wonders how many opponents that so-called Heavenfall will dare to send. The scene shifts to two buses speeding through the city. The story reveals that Heavenfall began as a doomsday cult during the first eruption of the Secret Realm incursion. A mysterious priest, wielding horrors drawn from that realm, helped the cult expand at a terrifying pace. Their creed is to nurture a demon embryo taken from the Secret Realm, feeding it flesh and souls until it matures into a vessel. Through it, their gods may briefly descend and lead humanity to what they call the true heaven. At this point, a new villain who is a bishop is introduced. He declares that this land has long been the hardest place for Heavenfall to breach, but now it is about to become part of their kingdom, and the divine embryo is on the verge of awakening. As the bus speeds toward the city, one man turns to the bishop and points out that Lingshu County lies ahead, the very place where the divine fetus was planted by the archbishop 4 years ago. The archbishop gave so much for the church, yet in the end he was struck down by the ignorant dragon sparrow people. He never even had the chance to witness the divine fetus, which he had nurtured with such devotion, reach maturity. Another assistant laments that the world is cruel and merciless, saying the man was one of firm faith, filled with compassion and kindness, yet he was left with not even his bones remaining. The bishop responds that this is exactly why they must not allow the archbishop's sacrifice to be wasted. They cannot let the world sink further into ruin at the hands of the ignorant, for otherwise this place will become another sin domain. He then gives the order to prepare for the coming of the god children, declaring that this is liberation, that they are saving humanity. The puppets, moving like ghosts, lift their hands and begin to chant, repeating again and again, God descends to earth, heaven on earth, fight for God. Yet even as their voices rise, the moon above bears the most grotesque sight of all, a freakish grin with hollow eyes staring down. On the following night, the bishop witnesses the mountain of bodies stretching toward the moon once more. Removing his cap, he remarks how thrilling this is, for in all the history of the church, only 2 divine fetuses have ever succeeded. A silly smile creeps across his face as he says that now his own name will be written into the history of the church. Suddenly, a violent volcano erupts from the mountain. The bishop recalls that the first hatchling of heaven brought global climate anomalies, monstrous tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and countless disasters, leaving hundreds of millions dead, injured, or displaced, and that was the devastation caused by only 1 minute of God's activity. Massive clouds filled the skies with a thunderous roar. He goes on to explain that the second descendant, born on the Australian continent, shrouded the surrounding seas in fog and black currents, sealing off the entire region. Afterward, the entire continent fell into silence, all contact lost. Satellite scans showed only a pitch-black void across the area, the ultimate sign of catastrophe. The bishop makes a small cut on his arm, letting a drop of blood fall as he recounts how the allied forces of all nations suffered enormous losses. From that time onward, the Dark Forest Sea was classified as an S-rank forbidden zone, a place no one was ever to enter again. Before the blood reaches the ground, it crystallizes, lifted into the air by dark energy. The bishop raises his voice, declaring that here their church will welcome the arrival of the third god. The congregation begins chanting their spells, and blood from their bodies flows out to nourish the crystal. The bishop walks across the piled corpses of biospecimens, each step pressing into flesh, his bloody hands raised as he chants. Reaching the celestial gate, he touches one of the bodies with his bloodied palm and prays, "God above, please accept my blood." At once, the gate opens, and a blinding light pours forth as a voice commands him to step forward. The bishop steps forward carefully and lays his eyes on the platinum coffin, the one prepared by a former archbishop that holds the divine fetus within. He knows that after feeding on the life force of the people of this county for 4 long years, the divine fetus is nearly at full maturity. Meanwhile, on the ground, his followers continue chanting spells over the crystal. From above, he calls out to them, declaring that it is time to begin the welcoming of God. As the children raise their eyes in shock, they see the bishop carrying the divine coffin and descending toward them. They immediately respond with obedience, affirming their devotion to Father Bishop. He places the coffin beneath the glowing red crystal while others hurl their dark spells upon it. Raising his hand, the bishop cries out to the heavens, calling upon the great moon demon god of the dreamscape, proclaiming himself as the most faithful servant and begging to speak the divine name. Suddenly, the moon demon barrows and a deafening alarm begins to blare. From the faces of the biospecimen humans, a strange mist begins to pour, spilling from their mouths as they cry out in anguish. Their corpses pile toward the moon, exhaling grotesque fluids. Out of nowhere, a shriek echoes so loudly it can be heard for miles, and the transparent mist thickens, turning into a dark blue haze. One spellcaster, overwhelmed, cries out in shock as he witnesses the transformation, the pure white spirit now completely tainted blue. He wonders aloud how such a thing is even possible. The roar that he heard, could it have corrupted the divine spirit? But no, he tells himself it should be impossible. How could a spirit tied to the divine fetus be corrupted by some unknown roar? Who could possibly be behind this? The dark blue mist rushes toward the coffin, merging with the surrounding dark energy. As it surges forward, the spellcaster panics, realizing the ritual cannot be stopped. The tainted spirits are trying to corrupt the fetus. Then, without warning, our hero appears from the shadows behind him, offering a cold apology for keeping them waiting. Startled, the spellcaster demands to know who he is. But with unwavering determination in his eyes, our boy answers with sharp defiance, asking how in this situation the man still fails to recognize him. Activating his 3 life-saving magic artifacts, he moves in a blink, his blades slicing through the air. In an instant, he cuts through the spellcaster's body as though it were butter. As blood gushes out, our hero stands tall, declaring with finality that he is the demon. The bells clang even harder as the spellcaster can no longer endure, blood spilling from every part of his body. His eyes widen in horror as he sees the demon moon Barrows drenched entirely in red blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Our hero stands over him and remarks that he is weak, and even with 3 life-saving magical artifacts, they were useless. But suddenly, an unbelievable surge of power rises. Our hero turns sharply to see another figure step forward. This time, it is the bishop himself. The man addresses him calmly, asking if he would like to join the divine church. Our hero stares at him silently as the figure reveals his face, introducing himself as Lin, the current highest leader of the Xia Kingdom Divine Church. He explains that the one just slain was only his deputy bishop. He goes on, saying that the church's members live lives of constant risk, and so having subordinates impersonate him from time to time is the only reasonable measure. Our hero glances back at the deputy bishop's corpse, realizing the truth. It had been a decoy. His thoughts race at having been fooled, and he instantly lunges toward the true bishop. Leaping through the air, he closes in, but the bishop extends his hand, releasing a grotesque fluid that spreads outward. He declares that this place is the holy ground for welcoming the divine, and no one can come and go as they please. At once, several writhing tentacles burst forth, binding our hero in midair. Gritting his teeth in disgust, he snarls at the sensation gripping him, wondering if this is telekinesis. Without hesitation, he summons Za Warudo. His strongest minion manifests behind him, and immediately the tentacles unravel and fall away. The bishop's eyes widened in shock at the sight. What the hell is this? He mutters, staring at the looming shadow behind our boy. He demands to know if our hero has also cultivated divine arts. In response, our hero raises his hand, and a weapon begins to form in crackling lightning. He scoffs at the idea, saying divine arts mean nothing to him, and that the only reason he had wanted to leave was because he didn't want to fight near the cursed coffin. As the lightning surges, the weapon takes shape, gradually forming the immense build of a giant dragon. Our hero smirks and declares that he was never afraid. The colossal dragon opens its jaws wide and lunges forward, striking at the bishop with devastating force. The bishop raises his hand defiantly, insisting that such wild things could never harm him. He braces himself to block the dragon, but the overwhelming pressure makes him tremble. The sheer force shakes him violently before hurling him backward. The dragon smashes him into the ground, sending up a massive cloud of smoke. The impact is so colossal that his body is dragged across the county's homes, tearing through multiple buildings before coming to a stop. The bishop lies bloodied and broken, his body riddled with wounds, blood pouring from every part of him. But suddenly, purple energy surges through his frame. His shattered arm ends, his muscles knit back together, and his body begins to restore instantly. With a cruel smile, he rises and declares that our hero cannot hurt him. He proclaims himself favored by the gods, his tone dripping with arrogance as his body finishes healing. Our hero, watching this, feels only disappointment. This arrogant man's incredible healing ability could become a troublesome obstacle. Someone suddenly walks across the blood, chanting over and over, "God descends upon the world, heaven on earth." Our hero turns to look and realizes he's surrounded. Multiple cult spellcasters closing in from every direction. He mutters that he almost forgot about these lunatics. The cultists draw bloody daggers and shout that they are all justice before stabbing themselves in the heart. Blood gushes everywhere as they collapse to the ground. Our hero scoffs, calling it mass suicide and thinking these maniacs are impossible to understand. But then the corpses start trembling. He narrows his eyes, ready for their next stunt. Suddenly, a thick wave of black mana slams into him, sending chills through his body. He can feel the slimy spiritual energy crawling in the air. From the corpses, monstrous hands with razor nails tear through dead flesh and crawl out. Colossal demons emerge, their heads like twisted sheep skulls with 3 eyes, their bodies towering and grotesque. Our hero smirks at the sight, muttering that in the end, it's just another demon. He couldn't help but admire that the cultists were truly dedicated. They transformed into demonic beasts with grotesque shapes and towering strength, using their own bodies as conduits to summon demons. Yet he felt disappointed, because to him this was nothing more than a mass spawn. Without wasting time, our hero summoned his own giant minions. With crackling light, the minions appeared right behind him, towering above the lesser demons. Our boy declared that it was too bad, because now he had troops to spawn as well, reminding himself that he didn't resurrect those lizard men for nothing, as they were the vessels for these humanoid bodies. The demons lunged at our boy with outrageous roars, but in the very next moment, their bodies were severed in a single blow. They were completely crushed by our hero's troops, who loomed above them and rained energy blasts that wiped them out from afar. The deputy bishop, shaken, said that one of his companion bishops had been killed for no reason, and now countless giants had suddenly appeared. He began to wonder who on earth their enemies truly were. Using his ability, he pressed his finger against his forehead, and at once he realized that a boy was leading these enemies. He quickly activated his spirit sight and discovered something shocking. Our hero was standing right beside the coffin. In an instant, the deputy bishop realized that our boy was targeting the divine embryo and concluded that he had to stop him immediately. But just as he prepared to move, our hero's companion appeared above him and declared that they were his real enemies. Grinding his teeth, the bishop thought that these people had clearly come prepared. Could they be Dragon Lark operatives who had already uncovered the cult's plan here, from the initial beheading all the way to the demon horde being stopped by the giant army? Now escape was impossible. The cult's mission this time must have been. But before he could finish his thought, the scene shifted to our boy, who was quietly observing the coffin. He muttered that even approaching it gave off a chill, so sharp it felt as if it could freeze the very soil. He guessed that whoever lay in the coffin held extreme hostility toward him, then scoffed that it was no surprise since he was the one who had dared to NTR that deity. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. It declared that a template had been obtained, and that the host had gained special energy and divinity. It further explained that during the rite of heaven's descent, the heavens had spent 40 years gathering faith power to solidify a divine body. Half of that power, however, had been polluted by the host. The polluted faith power was taken by the demon embryo, which used it to construct a vessel that allowed the moon demon to act in the human world. The cursed portion of that gloomy power, however, had been stolen by the host at the moon demon's birth. Argyle reflected that he had been honest with himself from the beginning, as he had never truly taken those Heaven's Descent fighters seriously. His true enemy from the start had always been that deity tied to the moon and to dreams. Even if he stole divine power, even if the being in the coffin was nothing more than a malnourished, premature infant, it must have already awakened. He tore open the coffin lid and demanded why the so-called god was still hiding in the coffin, but what he found inside left him completely shocked, for there was nothing there. Confused, he wondered what was going on and why the coffin was empty. Then he spoke again, planning something strange, mocking the absent deity by saying that it called itself a god, yet hid like this, and that this was quite nice. His weapon appeared in his hand as he sneered that it was far too quiet. He noticed that the roars of giants and demons clashing had vanished without him realizing. The battle between his companions and the deputy bishop was gone as well. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only him behind. But suddenly, he sensed something. He turned and asked if it was who he thought it was. His eyes fell on the bishop, who replied by asking if he had forgotten his true self, and then spoke words that the moon was an illusion. Our hero was stunned, his face turning pale as sweat trickled down. He asked frantically when exactly this had happened, repeating the question twice in desperation. The bishop's eyes glowed brighter as he chanted his spell, answering that it must have been when our hero fell into the dream and laughed. The scene shifts toward the quiet houses where a giant beast suddenly clashes with Qingzhou. She unleashes a blazing blue flame at the monster, while Chuzhou battles fiercely from the ground, giving the creature no chance to breathe. The deputy bishop grows furious, realizing they are only managing to stall his enemies with a grand spell. Once again, he channels his mind energy to probe what the grand bishop is doing. His focus lands on our boy, and he immediately senses a strange energy radiating from him. Something feels terribly off. He can no longer detect the bishop's spirit power. A dreadful thought rises in his mind, and he fears it might be true. But before he can put his suspicion into words, one thing becomes clear to him. He must reach the divine embryo before it is too late. He wields his Xuanmu divine needle, a weapon that, once plunged into an enemy, sprouts blood thorns inside their body that grow outward until the victim is torn into pulp. Charging toward our boy, he declares that sinful souls will be punished by the gods and filthy flesh will be executed by him. Chuzhou notices the deputy bishop rushing straight for E. He shifts into berserk mode and urges Qingzhou to save E while he holds the monster off alone. Unleashing the forbidden art Ignite Blood, he creates a colossal ice demon that instantly freezes the raging beast. The effort nearly drains all of his martial chi, but even then he shouts at Qingzhou not to hesitate, reminding her that their lives are worth less than Yi's. She leaps into the air, determined, and answers that she understands, telling Chuzhou not to die. Suddenly, the frozen demon melts away and emerges as a blazing monster wreathed in fire. Chuzhou realizes he can no longer seal it. The beast slices his arm, shattering the remaining ice into fragments, and roars while Chuzhou digs his fingers into the ground to steady himself. Then the monster slams its massive arm down on him, causing a thunderous explosion to erupt. Chuzhou growls that death cannot claim him yet, not before he finishes his revenge. The six-eyed demon begins to turn, but before it can move further, countless sharp crystals rain down, piercing into its body. Screaming in agony as blood pours from its wounds, it catches sight of the berserk Chuzhou standing tall and proclaiming that the bloodline power of the Huadu branch runs in his veins. Then, out of nowhere, strange things begin to form out of black energy, scales and twisted shapes wrapping around Chuzhou. His arm and shoulders morph into fierce, jagged teeth as he declares that he has no choice but to use the running blood secret technique together with the bloodline breakthrough. He knows the speed at which life is consumed will double. Raising his head, winds whip around him violently, and he states that if this is what it takes to send the demon back to hell, then it is worth it. The raging winds condense into a massive blade towering several meters high, and with all his might, he swings it down. The demon reels from the bloodline's secret technique as the blade smashes into its body, erupting the area in a deafening boom and a choking cloud of smoke. Flames burst from the smoke, blazing outward in every direction. Chuzhou begins to sweat, stunned by the overwhelming power radiating from the demon, far beyond his own force. To his shock, the beast has forged a godlike defense, blocking the strike completely. The demon not only withstands the storm chi sword, but scorches it with fire until it shatters into countless fragments. Chuzhou is left drained, with no energy to continue the fight. Just then, a red missile rips through the air and slams into the demon's skull. It pierces straight through its face before detonating, nearly shattering the monster's body into pieces. Exhausted, Chuzhou crashes to the ground, unable to believe that another expert has appeared. He wonders if this mysterious figure is truly an ally. His eyes then fall upon a gun aimed squarely at the demon, held by the doctor. The doctor explains that thanks to his lord leaving him with that armor-piercing round infused with martial energy in advance, he was able to strike at the perfect moment. He admits that he once thought Chuzhou was the weakest among his lord's team, but now realizes Chuzhou had a hidden trump card. He reflects on the warrior hierarchy: martial disciple, martial warrior, martial instructor, and beyond up to the nascent tier. He deduces that Chuzhou is already on the verge of breaking through the martial disciple stage, while the girl, Qingzhu, appears equally formidable. It becomes clear to him that those who remain close to Lord Yi must all carry exceptional potential. Above the doctor's head, drones hover, dispatched to help restore Chuzhou's strength. Once his recovery is complete, taking down the great demon will be no challenge. Meanwhile, the deputy bishop seethes with anger, unable to fathom where his enemies come from. Each one of them is younger than the last, and each radiates an energy stranger than the one before. Chuzhou walks coldly with the head of the demon beast, and Qingzhu looms over the deputy bishop. Chuzhou says that they are just ordinary freshmen from Huada. The cheeky deputy priest summons multiple coffins from the sky, and they roost into the ground, defending him. From among these coffins, the door slams open, and the same martial team that they had previously wiped out now appears as summoned minions by the deputy bishop. Qingzhu was shocked that these are the missing sophomore squad from Huada, and those three, the middle one, reminded him that he was one of the trio that they fought before. The deputy bishop laughs and says God is favoring me. From a distance, the doctor observes all the scene and says that the girl that his lord ordered to take special care of, she's facing 6 undead with the aura of martial instructors. She's surely doomed. Previously, I didn't send the giants to reinforce her and the other because the giants are too weak and lack intelligence. Sending them would only interfere with due fighting. But now, they must send support. If they fail his lord's order, he shall gladly accept 100 deaths. So he blows down his weapon, and giant minions appear just behind Qingzhu, right in front of the 6 undead martial instructors. She figures that these zines must be friendly troops that are trying to stall these corpses, so she must find a chance and rescue Yi first. As he flies behind, passing the giant monsters, the deputy orders his undead to stop her from approaching the divine seal. The undead shoots a laser and jumps towards him, leaping above the towering Titan troops. The initial attack was blocked by the Titans, and they even hauled some of the minions to their place, and Juzu successfully escaped. She was looking at our hero, who was just standing behind the coffin. She calls in a wait for him, but suddenly a green dagger strikes her midway, and it wounds her arm. She cries in pain, but still she is resolute that it's not over. With blood dripping with her arm, she barely maintained her posture, and right before she falls to the ground, she flies again towards our hero. While she was just behind our boy, there was a moment. There was just one moment she needed. The deputy priest was shocked that all of his plan is to fall into a pit as she hugs him tightly and leaps above with him, saying she has finally got him. While flying with him away, she feels the need to get our boy out of this mess as quickly as possible. The arm that was just injured on the blood thorns is now getting more painful. She feels that for now, she can use purple flame to suppress the spread of the blood thorns, which should prevent it from affecting their movement. As she looks down, she realizes that the giants from earlier that were rescuing her are now being savagely killed by the 6 undead instructors. She realizes that the 6 bodies are still alive, and she can't stay here any longer. She feels that she needs to leave immediately before they leap up because they were all eyeing on him. Suddenly, someone warns her to leave E, which shocked her. Her eyes widened. She asked who is it. The figure says that she has already done enough, and she won't blame her anymore. While standing against the white moon, the figure tells her to come on, give E to it. She spits out and says she will not give him at any cost. She even tells the figure to get lost and shouts, but suddenly something struck her and she got teased. She realized that she has been getting into a psychic attack. Her head hurts, so much pain as multiple spells almost invade her memories. She couldn't hold the laughter that continuously goes through her ears, making her cry in pain. But before start getting unconscious, she says she can't let he hurt, but then she starts to fall. The 6 undead on the ground look at their falling enemies. Suddenly their necks twist and start going upwards. They shoot up with brutal speed, and their heads turn to the sharp edge to attack their enemies. Suddenly, a sound summons Zawarudo. She faintly opens his eyes, and found Arhio finally gets his consciousness back. He apologizes to her that he wakes up a little late. Before getting unconscious, She was thankful and smiles faintly that it's a relief that he's not too late. Arhio was holding her midair and says her to rest, and for now on he will handle next whatever comes. From the ground, the deputy bishop was annoyed that how did this guy escape the god's illusion? But even so, he shouldn't be able to face 6 moon god apostles at once. The 6 undead leaps above and pulls out their move while the deputy also uses his spell to attack together and says there is no way his enemy can block 7 martial artists at the same time. Arhio just sent his girl to a safe place and says his minion has also been neutralized. Just the deputy general was about to say to kill our boy. He was shocked to look at a giant foot looming above their head. This would crush them into pulp as a red energy burst out and a cloud of smoke erupts. Arhio looks down on them and says, "What that noise you're making, dogs?" On the other hand, the bishop was also trembling with fear. He was sweating and says no. He says he was trying to stop the tormenting. Even though this was his illusion, he couldn't understand why can our boy kill him so freely. Every time he slaughtered him, he felt that tearing pain. Here we come to know that while our boy was in the illusion, he was fighting the head bishop and killing him savagely. The bishops couldn't understand how does he escape the dream, or is it the illusion has no effect on his enemy at all? He couldn't understand and came to a conclusion that his enemy is practically a demon god. Even the divine cannot punish him. Then he says, "Forgive me, moon god. I have no choice but to shut down the dream and kick him out." The moon says, "Lie down," and lied down the divine coffin. The guy started shivering in fear and says, "Moon god master." The moon says, "I can only complete the vessel using your weak mortal body." On the other hand, our hero's colossal titans have killed every single undead instructor. Our hero says even with this power, it is ultimately nothing more than a pile of corpses. The cultists of this heretical sect have all been eradicated. Suddenly, someone descends down. Our hero is surprised that there is still someone left behind. He looks at a creature covered in white dress, who looks like straight coming from heavens. As our hero looks at this guy, it has white hair, shining eyes, and looks more deadly than ever. Our hero smirks sillily and says it might be a moon demon or a moon god. He calls it a bastard, too, and says finally, the big shot reveals itself. The god who toys with countless lives and the vessel of the moon goddess herself. In that instant, invisible steps formed beneath Basmuth's feet as he walked across the empty air toward Ihi. A pale lunar glow followed him, casting a radiant spotlight that tracked his every move. Moonlight wrapped around him like a cloak. When Ihi blinked, the city was gone, replaced by an endless, silent void. The ground beneath him was grayish-white, pockmarked with countless craters. It looked like the moon, but it couldn't be real. There was no freezing cold, no suffocating lack of air. He quickly realized what this was, a domain, much like Gongku's killing intent field. Unlike illusions that only affected the mind and spirit, a domain shaped reality itself, and its damage was real. In this place, even Ihi's invincible golden body was meaningless. As he studied his surroundings, Basmuth descended from the void, stopping 20 meters away from Ihi's towering, giant-like form. Of course, that distance meant nothing between beings like them. Speaking fluently in Ihi's own tongue, Basmuth confessed his admiration. He called Ihi an extraordinary human, the only one bold enough to steal a fragment of his divine power and live. In fact, Basmuth said their compatibility exceeded 96%. Ihi was the perfect vessel to complete his human incarnation. Ihi's enormous form loomed silently, his mind racing. His plan to steal Basmuth's vessel had already succeeded. All he needed now was to stall for time. But Basmuth pressed on, his tone persuasive and serene. He promised Ihi that if he surrendered his body, he would be allowed to keep his consciousness. Together, they would transcend mortality itself. Basmuth spoke of the vast world beyond, the blue star, the hidden realms, the Sin domain, claiming he had seen only a fraction of what truly existed. "Join me," he said. "Rise to the moon. Ascend beyond the heavens." Perhaps any other human would have accepted such an offer from a god. But he wasn't like most humans. His giant form let out a booming laugh before raising his middle finger at Basmuth. "Save it," he said. "You gods act all mysterious, but in the end, you're just another breed of intelligent beings, no better than us." Basmuth's incomplete form posed no real threat, and Ihi knew it. The god could only rely on whatever scraps he could gather, and Ihi wasn't about to become one of them. Basmuth tried everything next. Threats, promises, bribes. The same tired tricks humans used when cornered. He let out a short laugh. "Really? That's all you've got? I expected more from a god." His words were sharp, laced with mockery. But Basmuth's expression didn't change. His face remained calm, cold and flawless, untouched by insult. In his eyes, Ihi's defiance was meaningless. Even if his vessel wasn't perfect, even if it held barely 20% compatibility, it would still be more than enough to crush a human like Ihi. In Basmitha's mind, Ihi wasn't a threat, just a meal waiting to be devoured. His offer earlier had been nothing but courtesy, a small gesture of admiration. The outcome, after all, would be the same. Basmith raised a pale hand and clenched it slowly. Instantly, an invisible force wrapped around Ihi's massive frame. The pressure was monstrous. Flesh tore, bone shattered. His giant body collapsed like a balloon pricked by a needle. With one sharp motion, Basmith ripped open the remains of Ihi's enormous body. A beam of moonlight speared through the wreckage, freezing Ihi in place. His limbs refused to move. Basmith, ever merciful to those he respected, decided to spare Ihi's mind. He would allow his consciousness to live on, even as part of his divine vessel. His glowing hand reached toward Ihi's forehead, ready to consume. Then, Basmith froze. A flicker of confusion broke through his calm. He couldn't sense Ihi's soul. He tried again. Once. Twice. Still nothing. Ihi's laughter echoed through the void. Finally figured out, huh? You can crush my body all you want, but my soul's out of your reach. He revealed the truth. His system panel had already accounted for this. Knowing Basmith would overpower his physical form, he had used his vampire template's extreme regeneration. Before the battle even began, he had split his body vertically, entrusting one half to the Mad Doctor. When this body fell, his consciousness would awaken in the other. Basmith stared, momentarily speechless. The realization hit too late, because in the next instant, the heavens above split open. From the rift, a colossal sword descended, tearing through the void and cleaving the lunar realm apart. The moon's light fractured, the entire domain shattering like glass. Hovering in the chaos stood a man wrapped in white bandages, wild dark green hair whipping in the wind. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve. He was the Grand Master of the Lonke Division, protector of the Xian Nation, guardian of humanity, Lonke himself. And he wasn't here to save anyone. He grinned down at Basmith, his voice steady and fearless. He'd already reported everything to the Dasha Federation. His goal was never to defeat Basmith, only to seize the divine power the god had brought into his mortal vessel. The moment that power was secured, the Mad Doctor, who had known of this plan all along, sent word straight to the Federation. They, of all people, understood how dangerous anything connected to demon hatchlings could become. And now, the real battle had just begun. Basmith looked up at the man hovering above, his silver eyes gleaming faintly like fragments of the moon. A flicker of curiosity passed through them. Could this truly be a human? He studied Long's form carefully. If this man was really of human origin, then perhaps humanity's potential had been drastically underestimated. For a few long seconds, the two simply observed each other in silence. Then Lonke spoke, his tone skeptical. You're Basmith? The so-called abomination? Hard to believe. Your body feels too impure, too mixed. His words carried weight. He wasn't guessing. He knew. Lonke had faced one of these creatures before. Back when the first abomination descended upon humanity, he was among the grandmasters who stood against it. That battle had taught him the true meaning of annihilation, what it felt like to stand at the edge of the world's end. And compared to that monster, the silver-haired being before him was nothing. For the first time, Basmith's composure cracked. Ihi's taunts hadn't stirred him, but being looked down upon by this human did. And Lonke was right. The truth stung. Using a weak vessel like Lin Shui's body to complete his divine form was the ultimate humiliation. To Basmith, it was filth, contamination. With a sharp motion of his hand, Basmith flicked Ihi's unconscious body aside, tossing him out of the battlefield like a discarded feather. Lonke blinked, momentarily thrown off. Didn't expect that. The abomination actually cares about the kid. He frowned, then shrugged. No matter. I'll find him once this is over. He muttered the name he'd heard before. The moment his thoughts settled, Lonke raised his arms. The air around him roared as he summoned the true form of the Azure Dragon. Divine energy erupted from the heavens, shaking the void itself. Basmith responded in kind. His aura swelled, monstrous and divine, twisting the space around him as the two titans collided. The clash of dragon and god split the sky apart. Far from the devastation, in a fog-shrouded mountain forest, Ihi stirred. His body ached as his vision steadied. He rose slowly, scanning his surroundings. A wave of dizziness washed over him before he centered himself, channeling his chi and expanding his life magnetic field to its limit. Nothing. He couldn't sense Lin Shui County at all. That could only mean one thing. Basmith had thrown him here on purpose. The moon god must have realized that his battle with the Azure Dragon would obliterate everything nearby. Tossing Ihi clear the battlefield might have been his twisted way of sparing him. Ihi exhaled, relief flickering in his mind. Luckily, he'd told the mad doctor to evacuate Zhou and Lu Qingzhu earlier. Otherwise, they'd be dust by now. Still, the idea of Basmuth possessing instantaneous teleportation unsettled him. If that god ever decided to hunt him down, escaping would be a nightmare. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced at his system panel. For a brief, absurd moment, he felt like he was being stalked, watched by some obsessive, celestial pervert. The thought was enough to make even him shudder. He sighed. Guess even guys like me need to watch our backs these days. Now, away from the chaos, he finally had time to focus on what truly mattered, the divinity he'd stolen. After all that struggle, after all that risk, it had better be worth it. He opened the system panel and tapped on the entry labeled divinity. As the data unfolded before him, his eyes narrowed in deep concentration. He was beginning to understand what kind of power he had just claimed. According to the system, divinity could be born in only two ways. The first was through relentless cultivation, the kind that led a being to ultimate transcendence, breaking through the mortal shell and touching the realm of gods. The second was by birthright, a privilege of those high-dimensional races whose very existence granted them unshakable dominance over their chosen domains. In sum, it manifested as innate divinity, a core essence that bestowed absolute and irreplaceable authority within a specific field. Different paths, same origin, the power of divinity. And now, it made sense why Basmuth had gone berserk after losing a portion of his own. Once a god's divinity was stolen, it could never be reclaimed. Even for a being as vast as Basmuth's true form, that fragment was gone forever. Small as it seemed, it was an unforgivable loss. That realization made Ihi wary. The divinity he'd taken wasn't just a trophy, it was a target painted on his back. Still, as he studied the glowing system panel, excitement stirred within him. The data revealed 5 divinity points, all tied to the domains of moon, dream, and illusion. If these were applied to a compatible template, they could evolve it entirely within that field. But even when used on an incompatible one, there was still a chance the template might absorb and adapt to those divine traits. The system even gave a hint. His moon and illusion templates were best aligned with his vampire Rakud's template. He hadn't expected divinity to be this potent. It didn't just add power, it refined it. It could raise the very limits of a template's potential. Until now, the vampire Rakud's template had been something he relied on instinctively, never truly developed. He'd used its race's natural abilities, but not its full path. Now, with divinity infused, it could transcend into something greater, an evolution that merged vampiric nature with moon and illusion. His other templates weren't suited for it. Demora's path was already evolving on its own, and he didn't dare disrupt that natural mutation. The colossal humanoid template, though powerful, had no affinity for divinity at all. It existed only to enhance Demora's template, not to evolve independently. But the vampire Rakud's template, that one was different. Its control over time made it infinitely adaptable. It was his strongest hidden card, his ace apart from his main combat form. After careful thought, Ihi made his decision. He selected the vampire Rakud's template for the divine upgrade. Instantly, streams of luminous text cascaded across the system interface. The once B+ rated template surged upward, energy flaring like a rising tide. The transformation had begun. The vampire Rakud's template, once a mere blood predator, was evolving. Its rank soared from B+ to A tier, its lineage transforming into something entirely new, the Moon Demon Bloodline. Power pulsed through the words as the panel displayed the new traits. Bloodline power, Moon Banquet Carnage. Under the night sky, the host's strength, regeneration, and martial energy increase by 100%. Under the moonlight, this power rises to 150%. During a full moon, a special awakening triggers, the Moon Nightmare, unlocking the double moon world domain. Another entry flickered into existence. Blood Nightmare. The host's blood becomes both hallucinogenic and violently aggressive, turning every wound into a weapon and every drop into madness. He stared at the final lines in awe. His lips curved slightly. This was more than an upgrade. It was rebirth. Under the moonlight, he was no longer just a man wielding a system. He was becoming something far greater. The system display continued to expand, unveiling more terrifying powers one after another. The weak who came into contact with his blood would be enslaved instantly. Their bodies corroded, their will erased. The strong would suffer a different fate. Their spirits would wither, their minds trapped in illusions spun from the blood itself. The more of his blood that entered their system, the deeper they would sink into hallucination, until they could no longer tell dream from reality. Under the moonlight, this nightmare grew even stronger. Then came another line of text, glowing crimson. Blood control. The user can accelerate blood flow to amplify physical performance for a short duration or compress and fire it as high-pressure blood arrows. The blood temperature can drop to several dozen degrees below zero, freezing anything it touches. Next appeared the power that sent a thrill down his spine. Moon's darkness triples the host's strength and speed under normal conditions. Under moonlight, 5 times. Under a full moon, 8 times. Grants the special ability, Time Stop. When under moonlight, cooldown is reduced. During a full moon, the time stop duration doubles. E's breathing quickened. His eyes stayed locked on the glowing system panel. He had expected the upgrade to be powerful, but not this overwhelming. Sure, most of its full potential required nighttime or moonlight. But once those conditions were met, the boosts layered together like an unstoppable chain reaction, an exponential surge of strength. It wasn't just strong, it was monstrous. A perfect synthesis of power, control, and survivability. A top-tier functional template. He smirked to himself. Guess the rougher the storm, the bigger the reward. Coming to investigate the Manhua County anomaly had been risky, borderline suicidal. But now it was clear it had all been worth it. Still, his thoughts briefly drifted to his classmates. They had risked their lives too. Under Imperial University's mission grading, this incident easily reached level 4, and the danger level had crossed into level 5 territory, which could only mean one thing under the Academy system: maximum tier rewards. He rose to his feet in one smooth motion. The forest canopy stretched above him, bathed in cold, silver light. He leapt effortlessly onto a treetop, balancing against the whispering night wind. The moonlight washed over him, soaking into his skin and veins. Every cell in his body thrummed with energy. The power of the moon demon bloodline ignited within him, pulsing like a second heartbeat. He clenched his fists, feeling the strength coil and release. Then, whoosh! A flurry of punches cut through the air, fast enough to make the atmosphere crackle. Shockwaves rippled visibly around his arms, warping the space before him. Even without channeling energy, just using his raw, physical power, the results were devastating. After stretching briefly and adjusting to his moonlight-enhanced physique, he spread his arms wide. His silhouette stretched, bat-like, as he propelled himself through the forest, moving with lightning speed between the trees. He needed to get out. His comms device was destroyed in the chaos, and he had to reach a human settlement fast. He had to contact Imperial University. The Dasha Federation would surely want answers about the Moon Nightmare incident. But he couldn't afford to be caught unprepared. Too many of his secrets couldn't survive an official interrogation. Under the scrutiny of professional truth readers, lies would unravel instantly. So his first move was clear: re-establish contact with his old backer, Imperial University, before the gods, the Federations, or anyone else could make their next move. That was the whole point of having powerful connections and university backing. They were meant for situations exactly like this. A supersonic fighter jet sliced through the clouds, escorted by 4 smaller aircraft on each side. Inside were 3 key figures returning to Imperial University. Among them, he was the only one conscious. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu lay inside the life support capsules, their condition stable but fragile. When the aircraft finally landed, the cabin hatch hissed open. The ramp descended with a metallic hum, and Ihi stepped out, blinking under the hangar lights. For a moment, he just stood there, dazed, feeling the solid ground beneath his boots again after everything that had happened. Then his gaze caught an elderly man waiting at the base of the ramp. The man wore a perfectly tailored dark Zhongshan suit, standing with a kind of calm precision that spoke of old-world craftsmanship. Yet despite his sharp, disciplined aura, there was an easy warmth to him, a gentleness that reminded Ihi of spring sunlight filtering through leaves. The two contrasting traits didn't clash. They merged effortlessly, as if precision and grace had always belonged together. The man smiled and stepped forward, extending a hand. "I'm Shi Jingwen, president of Hua University." He quickly straightened and returned the handshake, his usual calm replaced with a mix of awe and disbelief. "It's an honor, sir," he said, his tone almost shy. "You're practically a legend among Hua University students." President Shi chuckled, his laughter deep but kind. "No need for such formality. You've just returned from a battlefield. Relax. This isn't an exam." Hearing that, he let out a small laugh and exhaled, finally letting his shoulders drop. He stretched his arms a bit to ease the tension in his muscles. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked directly, "Sir, are you here to question me about what happened in Manhua County?" But the old man simply shook his head. "No, nothing like that." He smiled again, this time with a knowing glint in his eyes. "I came to tell you that your team's mission, the Manhua County anomaly, has already been marked as successfully completed. You don't need to worry about the aftermath." He frowned slightly. "That doesn't make sense. With everything that happened, an evil cult, a moon god's descent, shouldn't there at least be a full investigation? President Shi's tone softened. Leave that to the higher authorities. What you need now is rest. Trust Imperial University and Manhua's cooperation. The situation in Linchue County is being handled by those above our level. He stared at him for a long moment. The old man's voice was calm, but his presence carried a weight that made even gods seem small. And then Shi added, "Don't worry. Your personal secrets will remain yours. We respect privacy here. In the official mission briefing, this anomaly will be reported anonymously. Only the achievement will carry your team's name." He paused before continuing. "However, for the record, you'll receive credit for completing a Level 4 mission. Level 5 credits are usually reserved for professor-led operations." Handing that to first-year students would raise too many questions. He nodded slowly, still processing. Shi's expression brightened as he concluded. "Of course, when it comes to rewards, the university will honor it as a Level 5 mission." For a moment, he thought he'd misheard him. That level of recognition, the resources, the status, the points, was something most students could only dream of. It felt unreal, like he was still inside one of his illusions. He glanced at President Shi Jingwen again. The man's serene smile carried a gentleness that felt genuine, yet beneath it was a pressure so immense that it made Basmitha's divine presence feel almost lighter. A cold thought crept into Ihi's mind. Does he already know about the system? The next morning, Ihi was summoned to the president's office for a private briefing. As he entered, the mad doctor had already arrived and was setting up a projection. The screen flickered to life, replaying the post-battle footage from Linchue County. And as the room dimmed and the video began, the air grew heavy once more. The aftermath of the moon nightmare was about to be revealed. He scrolled through the report file on his phone and froze. What he saw didn't make sense. Linchue County had been mountainous. Forests, ridges, and plateaus spread across its terrain. But now, what remained was a colossal crater. The entire county had collapsed into a massive basin, as if a meteor had slammed into the earth and carved out an abyss that swallowed everything. The city, the rivers, the land, all gone. He exhaled sharply, tension coiling in his chest. This world of martial transcendence was too damn terrifying. Even with all his recent upgrades, even after evolving the vampire Rakuds into the moon demon bloodline, he didn't feel safe. Every time he thought about Basmith, that godlike existence, a sharp ache pulsed behind his eyes. The lunar gaze, that mark, that remnant of Basmitha's divine sight, still lingered on his soul. Yesterday, he'd reported the issue to President Shi Jingwen. The old fox had listened quietly, his expression unreadable, before giving a calm reply. "Don't worry, Longke will handle it. He knows how to seal the lunar gaze." And so, he waited. Now, seated in the quiet of Imperial University's guest reception hall, he kept his senses alert as the door opened with a faint click. He looked up immediately. Standing in the doorway was the man he'd been waiting for, the second-ranked martial artist in the entire Dasha Federation, one of the few who stood at the very summit of Blue Star's power hierarchy. Longke. But the man before him looked different. He wore a thick black fur cloak layered over heavy winter garments. His complexion was pale, his aura flickering faintly, unstable, like a dying flame struggling against the wind. It was as though he'd just returned from a frozen battlefield, carrying the chill of another world with him. He realized instantly, these were the after-effects of his battle with Basmith. Longke noticed the concern in his expression. Though his face remained calm and his tone steady, the pride of a warrior compelled him to speak. "I'm fine," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. "Just caught a bit of cold from that cunning moon demon." He paused, then added with quiet conviction, "But I still won." After 100 exchanges, his vessel began to collapse. "If Basmith hadn't had so many escape techniques, I'd have killed him already. You would need to wait for me to seal that mark." He couldn't help but smirk. He hadn't expected Longke, the legendary, aloof grandmaster, to justify himself like that. It was oddly human, even kind of endearing. Still, he said nothing as Longke began removing his heavy coat. The fur fell to the side, revealing his powerful, bandaged frame, each muscle tense and disciplined, marked with faint traces of battle. "Before we begin," Longke said, rolling his shoulders, "I should tell you something." He adjusted his stance and looked Ihi directly in the eyes. "President Shi Jingwen, he's skilled at reading fate. He already told me about your special nature, so I'll share a few things that aren't common knowledge." His gaze hardened slightly. "Ihi," he asked, "have you ever considered that the monsters we fight, the ones we slay without hesitation, might once have been intelligent beings just like us?" Ihi froze. His eyes widened as the implications sank in. Longke nodded slowly, as if confirming what Ihi had just realized. And then, with the weight of countless years in his voice, he began recounting events from a forgotten past. stories that blurred the line between gods and men, between monsters and heroes. The truth behind Blue Star's demons was about to unfold. According to Longke, it had all started decades ago, when he was still a Xuanwu-level martial artist. Back then, he'd followed his master and 5 senior disciples into a newly unearthed ruin hidden deep within an A-level secret realm. The mission was supposed to be a straightforward exploration. It wasn't. When he finished his story, only he had survived. Everyone else, his teacher, his seniors, were gone, consumed by whatever lurked in that ruin. But survival came at a price. Longke had been infected with something, a curse. It crept through his veins, reshaping his body, corroding his mind. His flesh grew coarse, his bones twisted, and his consciousness began to fade. He could feel it, the slow, inevitable pull toward madness, toward becoming a beast. The best doctors across the Federation, even those from other nations, could do nothing. No medicine, no martial technique, no spiritual purification could halt the transformation. So, he made a decision. He exiled himself. He refused to let himself turn into a mindless monster on his homeland soil. Refused to become the very thing he'd spent his life destroying. He traveled alone to an S-level secret realm in the Great Atlantic, an expanse so dangerous that even elite teams rarely returned. He had gone there to die, but fate had other plans. A violent sea storm swept his ship away, tossing him through waves higher than mountains until he washed ashore on an island that, according to him, no human had ever set foot on. Longke stopped there, his expression turning guarded. The rest, he said quietly, is top secret. It concerns the strategic fate of the entire Sea Nation. I can't say more. Ihi's curiosity burned, but he could tell from the man's tone there would be no further details. Still, Longke continued, his voice lowering slightly. There were people on that island, people who saved me. They stopped the beast within me from devouring what was left of my mind. As he spoke, he began to unwind the bandages from his torso. The sound of fabric peeling away echoed through the silent room. Beneath the wrappings, his skin was etched with deep black runes that pulsed faintly, alive with a rhythm that didn't belong to any living being. The instant Ihi's eyes caught them, pain seared his vision like needles stabbing straight into his pupils. He flinched, clutching his face as a few drops of blood slid from between his fingers. For 2 sharp breaths, his eyes burned, then healed instantly, thanks to his regeneration. But he didn't dare look again. Even that single glance had carried the illusion of falling endlessly into a void without end, a darkness that pulled at the soul itself. Longke watched him in quiet curiosity. Interesting, he said after a pause. A Grand Martial Master once fainted after a single glance. And weaker warriors, their minds collapse instantly. Some never wake up. He smiled faintly. But you? Just a little bleeding. Exactly as he'd expected. President Shi Jinwen had been right again. He was different, an anomaly. Maybe Longke thought this young man truly held the potential to shift the balance of their collapsing world. Don't resist, Longke said calmly. I'm going to imprint 2 of these runes into your sea of consciousness. Once that's done, you'll be free from the moon demon's gaze. You'll finally sleep without that thing watching you. Yi nodded silently. Longke raised his hand and pressed his index finger to Ihi's forehead. From his fingertip, the black runes oozed out, thick and viscous like living ink. They writhed as they sank into Ihi's skin, twisting and coiling like dark worms burrowing into the depths of his consciousness. The moment they touched his soul, his vision blurred, and the faint subtext on his system panel that displayed lunar gaze mark, active, flickered violently. Then in a blink it was gone, erased, like a system glitch correcting itself. The seal was complete. Longke slowly rewrapped his body in the nanomaterial bandages, the mysterious runes vanishing once again beneath the fabric. With a soft rustle, he slipped back into his heavy black mink coat, his aura stabilizing. The temperature in the room seemed to rise again, the suffocating pressure fading. The lunar gaze was sealed, and for the first time since Lin Shui County's destruction, he could finally breathe. Out of nowhere, Longke suddenly asked, "Tell me, Ihi, your teacher, was it Gong Ke?" The question hit him like a thunderclap. He froze, eyes widening. He immediately remembered his teacher's warning. If anyone asks, don't ever mention you're my student. The reason was embarrassing. Apparently, back in her days at Imperial University, Gong Ke had been infamous. She wasn't just a top martial artist. She was the big sister who terrorized half the male students on campus. She'd bullied so many of them that, decades later, they'd all grown into powerful figures themselves. The idea of bumping into any of them now made Ihi's skin crawl. Sweat trickled down his temple. Of course, Longke noticed. With his years of battlefield experience, he could read people like an open book. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Relax," he said. "I I have no grudge against her. His voice softened slightly. I only asked because before her mental injury, Gongku was one of the few martial artists who might have reached Grandmaster through the path of slaughter. It's a real shame what happened to her. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly with curiosity. In short, I like to spar with you, he said simply. I want to see how pure her legacy of slaughter still is. He blinked in surprise. A spar? Now? Then again, it wasn't unusual. The stronger the warrior, the greater their desire to test their strength. It was almost instinctual. He gave a faint, resigned smile. Understood, senior. Long K gestured toward the moonlight streaming in through the window. Let's do it under that. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes. His expression darkened, as though haunted by distant, unpleasant memories, illusions he'd rather forget. Moments later, the two made their way to the fourth panoramic arena, a private martial platform reserved for Imperial University's top martial masters. The open roof allowed the moonlight to pour down in silvery rivers, casting the entire arena in an ethereal glow. Long K stood calmly at the center, arms folded behind his back. Use your full strength, he said. I'll defend with one hand, and only physical power. You have the first strike. If you can make me move even half a step, you win. He paused, his tone turning lighter. If you win, you'll earn one free favor from me, anything within my power. And, his lips curved faintly, you'll gain direct admission into the first division of the Great Sea Dragonbird, with all rights and privileges. The offer was beyond generous, but he could tell from Long's tone, he didn't think it was possible. Still, he bowed slightly. Then please, guide me, senior. As he straightened, the moonlight enveloped him, sharp and cold. In that instant, his body erupted with a crackling surge of energy. The air trembled around him. He drew the meteoric blade, raising it high above his head. The weapon hummed in resonance as he activated the moon of carnage. The pale moonlight darkened. Its glow turned blood red, bathing the arena in a crimson haze. The energy in the air thickened, almost suffocating as the blood-soaked light fused with He's killing intent. The silver blade in his hands bled into red, the metallic sheen replaced by a color so deep it seemed alive. Martial energy and the power of blood surged through him, flooding into the weapon until the blade extended outward, forming a 45-meter-long crimson shadow. Long's pupils contracted sharply. For a moment, his aura flared in instinctive response. What he felt emanating from he wasn't human. It was divine. The pressure was eerily similar to the moon demon's aura, but not tainted by corruption. No, this one was pure. It carried the same origin as the moon itself. He wanted to ask how had this student suddenly awakened such a power? His past records had never shown even the faintest link to the lunar domain. But before he could voice the question, he moved. The blade came down in a single, thunderous strike. The moon of massacre erupted forth, a gigantic, blood-red crescent tearing through the air like a falling moon. The arena shook as the attack crashed downward, splitting the night itself. The blood-red light engulfed the entire arena, staining the ground in a crimson haze. Murderous intent, thick and suffocating, burst outward like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire Imperial University campus. Even Long's brows twitched. He's killing aura had reached the level of a battlefield massacre. Long's fist tightened. Then, with terrifying calm, he stepped forward and threw a casual punch, aimed straight at the descending blood moon slash. Meanwhile, deep underground beneath the Imperial University Research Institute, inside the high-security confinement wing, Gongku, Ihi's teacher, sat lazily on a couch, half asleep, until her entire body tensed. Her instinct screamed. That killing intent, she knew it. Her expression hardened instantly. That's Ihi. Impossible. He'd been gone for only 3 days. How could her disciple emit such a murderous force? Had he lost control? Was he about to unleash a slaughter across the city? A cold dread crept in her chest, and she wasn't the only one who felt it. All across campus, every martial arts instructor, every student with trained perception, all felt the same wave of murderous pressure crash through their consciousness. The more sensitive ones broke into cold sweat. Some of the weaker students, those with fragile mental fortitude, collapsed, hallucinating blades pressed against their throats. Even outside the university, people reacted. In a luxury hotel not far from campus, Shi Jingwen, draped in a bathrobe, froze mid-motion. He sat up abruptly, eyes fixed toward the direction of the university's martial arena. Behind him, a woman's soft arms slid around his shoulders, her tone teasing. What's wrong, Master Shi Jingwen? Something more exciting than me. He gave a distracted chuckle. Nothing serious. Just, that's one hell of a killing intent. His gaze sharpened slightly. To spread this far. Whoever's fighting must be putting on quite a show. Back in the panoramic duel arena, the Crimson Crescent tore through the air, crashing downward with earth-shattering force. But Long K didn't dodge. Unlike Gong Ku, who would have targeted weak points to collapse her opponent's momentum, he faced the blow head-on. He clenched his right hand into a fist, muscles coiling like tempered steel, and met the attack with pure, unfiltered violence. The two forces collided. The blood-colored moon and military fist crashed together, exploding with a storm of energy. Sword winds ripped across the arena, tearing through barriers and scattering fragments of light like shattered stars. But through the chaos, Long K stood motionless, unshaken, unyielding, as steady as a mountain. E's attack, monstrous as it was, couldn't make him move even half a step. That was the difference between them. One of the Federation's top two martial masters against a rising prodigy. Still, Long's eyes widened slightly. For a rookie to unleash this much destructive power, this was no ordinary talent. Then his aura flared. "Good attack," he murmured. "But now it's my turn." He stepped forward and threw a punch. The air detonated. A shockwave like a falling meteor ripped through the arena. E's blood moon shattered instantly, collapsing into a storm of red mist that flooded the space in a wave of raw pressure. E's body reeled backward, blood spraying from his lips. His energy reserves were completely drained. His life force and martial chi burned to their limits. He stumbled, nearly falling. Long's expression softened. His instincts as a warrior vanished, replaced by genuine concern. He appeared beside Yi in an instant, one arm reaching out to catch him before he hit the ground. But then, his pupils narrowed. Something was wrong. The energy around Yi flickered strangely, too calm, too deliberate. Long K froze as realization hit. He'd been tricked. Yi had deceived him. He stood there with a strange grin, completely unfazed, and pointed out that Shi Jingwen had moved. Just half a step, but enough to seal the outcome. The match was his. Normally, someone like Yi wouldn't stand a chance at deceiving the Azure Dragon. But this time, the blood mist he inhaled worked in his favor. Its hallucinogenic effect clouded Shi Jingwen's sharp senses for a brief moment. Combined with the nightmare moon curse slowly draining his stamina, he managed to pull off the impossible. Shi Jingwen let out a deep sigh, his tone calm, yet acknowledging. He praised Yi not just for his skill in combat, but for his cleverness. Then, as one of the strongest warriors on all of Blue Star, he asked what Yi wished for as his reward. To describe a promise from the Azure Dragon as priceless would still be an understatement. He understood this well, and instead of using it right away, he decided to save that promise for later. Shi Jingwen nodded in approval, clearly impressed by Yi's foresight. Then came the unexpected twist. Shi Jingwen expressed his desire to take Yi as his disciple. Originally, he had planned to wait until the mischievous kid lost, but since fate turned out differently, he decided to make his intentions known now. He admitted that Gong Ku's teaching wasn't bad, and though Yi's killing intent and combat instincts were sharp, they lacked true depth. Killing intent alone won't carry you far, Shi Jingwen explained. Without a stronger body to sustain it, it's nothing but an illusion. In short, he wanted Yi to focus on strengthening his physique. Yi nodded, a faint smile crossing his lips. He found the advice amusing since Shi Jingwen had yet to see his real body. Shi Jingwen went on, stressing that the key lay not just in training, but in who he trained under. With your solid foundation, he said, you can't afford to take the wrong path. The right teacher makes all the difference. He completely agreed, saying that he'd visit the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy the very next day to begin proper training. That left Shi Jingwen speechless. He had been hinting so clearly that he himself wanted to be Yi's teacher. Yet this brat missed it entirely. How could someone so sharp in battle be this dense outside of it? From Yi's perspective, though, it made sense. Shi Jingwen was a man of status, constantly busy, and he had never heard of him accepting any disciples before. Why would he assume that a legend like the Azure Dragon would want to take him under his wing? In the end, Shi Jingwen didn't press further. Instead, before leaving, he handed Yi a rare and incredibly difficult body-strengthening technique, something he had seized from a powerful Western warrior he once defeated. It was said to be a national treasure of that distant land. Shi Jingwen hoped that Yi would train hard, study diligently, and eventually master the technique he had just given him. Yi was thrilled, bowing deeply in gratitude, completely unaware of Shi Jingwen's hidden motives. In truth, the Azure Dragon had no intention of making things that easy. The technique he handed over was notoriously difficult, nearly impossible to master without proper guidance. Shi Jingwen knew that sooner or later, he would hit a wall and come seeking his help. And when that happened, he'd naturally become Yi's teacher in all but name. Later, he'd simply make it official, and everything would fall neatly into place. After parting ways, he finally returned to his dorm. It had been ages since he last stepped foot there. Come to think of it, he'd been enrolled at Imperial University for more than half a year, but most of that time had been spent training underground with his instructor. His own room felt almost foreign now. Holding the martial arts badge in his hand, he wondered if he should use the sleep cultivation method to start learning the new technique. But before he could decide, the doorbell suddenly rang. He quickly slipped the badge into his space ring and walked to the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to find Ouyang Zi standing there. "Mind if I come in for a chat?" Ouyang Zi asked politely. A bit puzzled, he let him in. The only reason he could think of was that Ouyang Zi wanted to persuade him to join the club again. But before they could even reach the lounge, Ouyang suddenly dropped all pretenses and dropped straight to his knees. He froze, completely taken aback. Ouyang Zi began begging, loudly and desperately. Apparently, there had been too many people around earlier, so he had to keep up appearances. But now that they were alone, he was throwing away every bit of pride he had left. "Please, I'm begging you, become the president of the Dragon Blood Society," he cried, clutching E's leg like his life depended on it. E just stared at him, speechless. This was the same guy who once bragged about taking half the Imperial City student body under his control. And now, he was on the floor, looking like a complete mess. What on earth had happened? He frowned and asked how Ouyang Zi even knew he'd returned to his dorm. Ouyang Zi sheepishly admitted that one of the Dragon Blood Society members had spotted him through the surveillance cameras. That answer didn't sit well with Yi. "Cameras? You've been spying on me." Ouyang Zi quickly explained that they were only installed in the corridor, but before he could finish, he had already dragged him straight to the training room for a little lesson. 20 minutes later, Ouyang Zi was sprawled across the floor, gasping for air, looking like he had just crawled back from the 9 layers of hell. He looked down at him and asked, "Now, care to explain why you want me as president?" Ouyang Zi's face was swollen beyond recognition, and his words came out muffled. He couldn't make out a single thing. With a sigh, he tossed him a few blood-replenishing pills. "Here, take these before you talk." The pills worked instantly. Within seconds, Ouyang Zi's injuries were gone, and the color returned to his face. Ouyang Zi finally explained the truth. The Dragon Blood Society was on the brink of collapse, and he was the only one strong enough to save it. At Hua University, students were free to form their own clubs and organizations. But unless a club achieved something extraordinary, the school wouldn't fund it. When the Dragon Blood Society was first founded, it had perfect timing. The summer training for the Imperial Capital's first-year reserve forces hadn't ended yet, so the new organization quickly caught fire across campus. Under Ouyang Zi's leadership, the club partnered with several martial arts groups and even opened discounted business channels for its members. That move boosted its popularity, attracting even more students. The more members they gained, the higher the club's value rose, which drew in additional sponsors and resources. It was a perfect cycle, growth feeding more growth. But success never lasts without envy. As the Dragon Blood Society expanded, it began to clash with the Student Union, an organization dominated by local Imperial City students. Under the pressure of their leader, Shi Jingwen, things started to crumble. One setback followed another. The club's commercial ties were severed, sponsors pulled out, and the welfare programs that had kept members loyal vanished overnight. One by one, ordinary members began to leave. Nobody wanted to stay on a sinking ship. With its reputation in ruins, no new students were willing to join either. Now, the once promising Dragon Blood Society was barely holding together. He quickly pieced the story together. It was obvious. Ouyang Zi had been crushed by Shi Jingwen. Ouyang Zi didn't even deny it, but he hurried to explain that the situation was complicated. Sure, they could ask for help from senior students, but there was an unspoken rule. Conflicts within the same year had to be settled by students of that same year. If they ignored that rule and brought in senior reinforcements to fight back, Shi Jingwen would use it as an excuse to summon senior-level locals from the Imperial City, and that would completely wipe the Dragon Blood Society off the map. In short, he was the only one who could turn things around. The only first year strong enough to stand against Shi Jingwen on equal footing. He thought about it for a moment and then nodded. He agreed to help. Ouyang Zi's reaction was instant. He leaped up in excitement and tried to appoint he as the new club president on the spot. He stopped him immediately. "Hold on. I never said I'd be president," he clarified. "Think of me as a consultant. I'll help protect the club's assets, but that's it." Still curious, he asked what Ouyang Zi planned to do next. That's when Ouyang Zi revealed the so-called Dacia recovery plan. It wasn't top secret, so he was free to talk about it. The plan, he explained, was a national initiative, one aimed at rallying martial artists from all over the country to reclaim the 12 major cities and surrounding territories that had fallen completely into the hands of monsters. Universities across the entire nation were set to join the Dacia recovery plan. The senior students from Imperial University would be leading the charge at the front lines. Freshmen, on the other hand, wouldn't be thrown into those life-threatening zones. Their duty was to secure the surrounding areas of the fallen cities, still dangerous, but not outright suicidal. And because of that, this year's final exams and the selection of new grade leaders would all take place within the recovery plan itself. Ouyang leaned forward, explaining his idea in detail. He wanted Yi to take full command of the Dragon Blood Society during the operation, to lead the entire club and score the highest results once it was all over. He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "We'll talk about the plan later," he said calmly. "But first, there's something else you need to handle." A drop of sweat rolled down Ouyang's face. He already knew what Yi was referring to, the surveillance camera. Under Yi's watchful gaze, Ouyang dismantled every piece of equipment and packed it away. Only when the last wire was gone did Yi allow him to leave. As Ouyang's figure disappeared down the hall, he couldn't help but smirk. The man had no idea just how much he'd helped him. This recovery plan wasn't just a mission, it was Yi's opportunity. Every major accomplishment he achieved granted him a chance to draw a new template, and the greater the feat, the higher the chance of obtaining a top-tier one. Besides, Ouyang's business skills were actually impressive. If Yi used that talent wisely, pushing through every obstacle and rebuilding the Dragon Blood Society's power, they could make it the #1 organization in all of Hua University. And when that happened, the reward template he'd earn would surely surpass the ones he'd gained from both the Zodiac City incident and the college entrance exam. His next goal was clear: to master his existing templates and his martial arts to perfection. The following day, in the Dragon Blood Society's meeting hall, the atmosphere was tense. All 12 core members were present, including several familiar faces from Zodiac City. Xian sat lazily at the table, one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Smoke curled around his smirking face as he glanced at the clock, irritation written in every movement. "Where's Ouyang?" he scoffed, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The so-called presidents making us wait like servants?" Xiang Jinzhuang shot him a sharp look, clearly annoyed. He remembered how Xian used to act back when the Dragon Blood Society was at its peak, humble, respectful, always addressing Ouyang as president. Now, he didn't even bother hiding his contempt. Calling Ouyang by name, mocking his leadership, it was obvious he was stirring trouble. Xiang Jinzhuang held his tongue, though his patience was wearing thin. "The vice president's gonna pick up our real president," he said evenly. "They'll be here soon, so let's just wait." The room went silent. Everyone exchanged uncertain looks, and for a moment, the tension thickened. Xian's smirk faltered ever so slightly, while Lan Xiu and a few others froze in disbelief. You see, Ouyang had always referred to himself as vice president, and whenever he spoke in public, he made it clear the position of president had always been reserved for Yi. At that revelation, Xian and Lan Xiu's faces instantly drained of color. The moment Yi's name was mentioned, both of them were reminded of that terrifying freshman, the one who made them feel powerless, like insects caught under a storm. They'd been called prodigies since childhood, praised for their talent and strength. But in front of Yi, they were nothing more than buzzing flies before a predator. Xian quickly spoke up, his tone sharp with irritation. He refused to believe placing their hopes on Yi was a good idea. Among the first years, he argued, no one can match Shi Jingwen's power. There's no way we can turn this around. The smart thing to do is to let go while we still can. Lan Xiu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ouyang has already gotten plenty out of the Dragon Blood Society. Why cling to a sinking ship? A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. It's pointless to rely on an outsider who'll just drag us down. Xiang Jinzhuang's expression darkened. He could see right through their act. These two weren't offering advice. They were plotting an exit. Xian leaned forward, his voice full of confidence as he dropped his next card. The eldest son of the Zhou family from the imperial capital has reached out. You know who I'm talking about. Zhou Kai, heir of a true Dacia martial arts family. He promised to give us a solid place under his banner. He grinned, the cigarette between his fingers burning low. Tell me, isn't following him better than waiting around here for Shi Jingwen to crush us? At least with Zhou Kai, we've got a future. Then he looked around the room, sneering. Can any of you really trust Yi? The guy's been gone for half a year. He didn't even respond when the imperial capital students mocked him in public. You still think someone like that's coming to save you? Xian ignored the murderous glare from Xiang Jinzhuang and slammed his hand on the table. Enough talk. It's time to take sides. Right on cue, several prearranged voices chimed in. Those who had already been bribed nodded in agreement, pretending to think it over before finally siding with Xian. Their hesitation faded. Their loyalty shifted. And just like that, 8 of the 12 core members stood with Xian Shun. In their hearts, they justified their betrayal. We've already done enough for the Dragon Blood Society, they told themselves. The club's finished anyway. Why shouldn't we move on? But Xiang Jianzhuang could barely contain his fury. 8 defectors. 8 traitors. These weren't just ordinary members. They were the backbone of the organization. Each one managed key business networks, controlled vital resources, and commanded their own groups of followers. Their sudden defection would mean total exposure of the society's secrets. Entire branches would crumble. By the time Yi returned, he wouldn't be coming back to lead a powerful organization. He'd be facing an empty shell. Just as Xiang Jianzhuang was about to step in, the conference room door suddenly burst open, kicked clean off its hinges. A young man strutted in with an exaggerated swagger, his afro bouncing with every step. Gold and silver jewelry dangled from his neck and wrists. His outfit, so loud and gaudy, it practically screamed for attention. Xian Shun, he called out impatiently, his tone dripping with arrogance. What's taking so long? I was getting bored waiting downstairs. The room fell silent. Xian Shun and Lan Xiyu instantly switched faces, from smug schemers to groveling flatterers. They bowed slightly, smiling with fake enthusiasm. Everything's ready, young Master Zhou, Xian Shun said quickly. We were just about to leave. Xiang Jianzhuang's patience finally snapped. His aura flared, martial energy rippling through the air. Zhou Kai, he growled, how did you get into the Dragon Blood Society's headquarters? Zhou Kai laughed, loud, arrogant, and unbothered. How else? I fought my way in. He shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't worry, though. I'll compensate your injured men with money and cultivation resources. Honestly, they should be thanking me. If they knew how many years' worth of resources they'll earn from taking one beating, they might actually enjoy it. Xiang Jianzhuang's fury boiled over. As a fierce sword cultivator, he couldn't stand that level of disrespect. In a flash, his blade sliced through the air, aimed straight at Zhou Kai. But before the strike could land, a figure in black moved. A woman, silent, composed, deadly. With just a few swift moves, she intercepted the attack. The clash was brief, but devastating. Xiang Jianzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was being suppressed. Zhou Kai sneered, his voice thick with contempt. Pathetic. You can't even handle my bodyguard? And you call yourself a cultivator? He waved his hand lazily. Xian Shun, Lan Xiyu, the rest of you who want to join me, prove your loyalty. Beat him until he can't stand. Send him to the hospital if you have to. The defectors froze. Their faces paled instantly. They had agreed to leave the Dragon Blood Society for a brighter future, not to turn their blades on their old comrade. This was something else entirely. Zhou Kai's smile faded. His eyes turned cold. What's wrong? He hissed. You think you can follow me and still keep your conscience? If you won't do what I say, then you're useless. His aura erupted, thick, oppressive violet. Did you really think I'd taken just any dog? A dog that doesn't obey its master doesn't deserve to live. Then, boom, a terrifying pressure exploded through the room. Zhou Kai and his bodyguards' eyes went wide as an invisible force slammed into their skulls. They clutched their heads, groaning in agony. Everyone turned toward the door. Standing there was Yi, his hand resting casually on top of Zhou Kai's flashy afro, pinning him to the ground like he was swatting a fly. His voice was calm, almost too calm. Ouyangzi, he said slowly, just what kind of mess did you leave for me to clean up? I could hear this clown from the second floor. Ouyangzi stood behind him, scratching his head with an awkward smile. My bad. Maybe it's time we do a full purge of the club. Even under such unfavorable circumstances, that crooked-toothed fool still thought he was in control. Typical. The afro-wearing show-off actually got angry that someone dared to grab his precious hair. He opened his mouth, ready to spit out the same arrogant nonsense about who he was and what family he came from. But before he could finish, he flung him straight out the window. Crash! Zhou Kai and his lackey vanished from sight, their bodies sailing through the air before disappearing somewhere outside. The sudden silence that followed was almost peaceful. He exhaled slowly, his voice calm but cold. Finally, it's quiet again. Then his eyes shifted to Xian Shun and Lan Xiyu, the two traitors who'd started all this. He didn't even bother wasting words. With one flick of his wrist, they joined Zhou Kai and his dog, flying right out the window after them. For bags of trash, taken out in one sweep. He brushed the dust off his hands, then turned to the remaining cadres who had been trying to quietly inch toward the exit. His gaze locked on them. Something you'd like to say? They froze instantly. Sweat ran down their faces like rain. When he had moved just moments ago, his speed was so fast they hadn't even seen him. Not even with enhanced dynamic vision. That's when it truly hit them. The stories about Yi's feats during the Zodiac City exam weren't exaggerated rumors from Ouyangzi. They were real. every terrifying word of them. He, the first to recover, quickly bowed and apologized. President E, I was blinded by greed. I listened to Xin Chen's nonsense and made a huge mistake. He was quick to adapt, smart enough to know where things stood. After offending Zhou Kai, there was no going back to the imperial capital's inner circle. His only hope now was to cling to the Dragon Blood Society and beg for forgiveness. One by one, the other cadres followed, bowing their heads and admitting their fault. He didn't respond. He simply gave Ouyang Zi a sideways glance, his silent signal for Ouyang Zi to handle it. After all, their division of labor was clear. The Dragon Blood Society's internal affairs weren't He's concern. He had bigger things to focus on. Ouyang Zi straightened up and addressed the room. None of you will be expelled, he said flatly. But your cadre positions will be placed under review. If you don't meet the required standards, you'll be removed. And for now, you're suspended from all Dragon Blood Society activities for 1 week. His tone left no room for argument. Do you accept your punishment? Silence. A few of them tried to open their mouths to protest, but then they felt it. That suffocating pressure. He's aura filled the room like a tidal wave, crushing every ounce of defiance in their hearts. His voice was quiet, but deadly cold. He asked you a question. Do you accept? It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped each of their hearts, squeezing tight until breathing became difficult. Finally, in perfect unison, they shouted, "We accept." He withdrew his killing intent as Ouyang Zi watched them leave, his sharp gaze following their backs. He knew most of them were finished. Their leadership roles were as good as gone. But for now, he couldn't afford to throw them all out. The club had already suffered too much internal damage. One more shock could destroy it completely. When the last of the wavering cadres had left, only Ouyang Zi's most trusted members remained in the conference room. Without hesitation, he walked to the main seat and sat down. No more acting humble. No more hesitation. This time, he sat as the true vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. As everyone settled down, he turned toward Ouyang Zi, his tone firm and steady. You already understand our situation, he said. The Dragon Blood Society's decline comes down to one thing: money. No funding, no investment, no influence. He paused, leaning back slightly in his chair. That's why the Dacia recovery plan next month is our best shot at regaining attention. Ouyang Zi nodded in agreement. But he wasn't done. His eyes sharpened, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Still, that's too slow. I have a faster way. The room went quiet. Ever since I returned to Imperial University, he continued, I've been hearing one name over and over, Shi Jingwen. He's the reason this club's reputation fell apart. So instead of waiting for the Dacia plan, why not just deal with the problem directly? He smiled faintly. I'll challenge him. Beat him. End this whole mess in one strike. The group stared at him, dumbfounded. It was a reckless idea. Crazy even. But it was also something only he could say and actually make people consider. Because unlike anyone else, he had the power to back up his words. Unfortunately, Ouyang Zi quickly pointed out the problem. That might be difficult right now. Shi Jingwen announced this morning that he's entering seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. He raised an eyebrow. Seclusion? Ouyang Zi sighed. Yeah, and apparently, it's your fault. He explained that Shi Jingwen had been provoked by the murderous aura he released the previous night. The arrogant prodigy, unable to bear feeling inferior, locked himself away to push his limits and ascend to the next level as soon as possible. He gave a small chuckle. So he ran off to power up, huh? Shame. I was actually looking forward to teaching him some manners. Then his expression shifted. A new idea formed in his mind. If I want to attract sponsors, he said, it doesn't have to be through that guy. The point is to build momentum, right? Then instead of targeting just freshmen, I'll challenge everyone. All the strongest fighters in the school. Ouyang Zi's eyes widened. You're serious? He smirked. Of course. A proper show of power always attracts investors. And with a glint of ambition in his eyes, he added, besides, with Shi Jingwen's promise to list me in the first division of the Dragon Bird of Dacia, I can use that title as leverage. A little prestige goes a long way in marketing. The mention of the Dragon Bird immediately caught Xiang Jinzhuang's attention. His eyes lit up, filled with admiration. The Great Sea Dragon Bird. It's the most powerful warrior organization in all of Dacia. And the first division is their top force, the elite among elites. He went on, his voice almost reverent. Every other division is made up of Dragon Bird specialists, but the first division, those are the aces. Even here at Imperial University, less than 3 graduates a year ever qualify for it. It's the dream of every warrior here. He nodded slowly, gears turning in his mind. That's exactly why we'll use it. He stood up, eyes gleaming with determination. Before we do anything else, get the club's media team ready. If we're going to rise again, we'll make sure the whole university sees it happen. At that moment, He made his announcement. As of now, he declared, president of the Dragon Blood Society and ace specialist of the First Division of the Great Sea Dragon Bird, am officially challenging every warrior in Imperial University whose cultivation is below the level of Grand Martial Master. His voice was calm, but the confidence behind it shook the entire room. He leaned back casually and looked around. So what do you all think? Is that enough hype to attract the biggest investors on campus? The conference room went silent. No one spoke. No one even breathed. There was simply too much to take in at once. The challenge itself, the claim of being an ace of the First Division, and the fact that he was talking about it all as if it were no big deal. Xiang Jianzhuang, however, couldn't focus on anything else except one phrase. A specialist of the First Division. That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He knew the Great Sea Dragon Bird well, the most powerful warrior organization in all of Dacia. To even qualify for their entrance exam, you had to be a graduate. A student couldn't even apply, much less be accepted. So how could he, a mere freshman, already hold such a title? But he seemed completely unaware that this was such a big deal. In fact, he didn't even know the Great Sea Dragon Bird had an entrance exam at all. He hadn't taken one. He'd been personally recruited. Of course, he couldn't reveal the details. Ouyang blinked a few times, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Please tell me you're joking. That kind of claim isn't something you can just say lightly. But he shook his head. No joke. It's official. I accepted the position just last night. The paperwork should be processed in a few days. The room erupted in stunned silence again. And then he casually added, now, back to the challenge. Xiang Jianzhuang's jaw nearly dropped. You mean, you're really planning to challenge anyone at Hua below Grand Martial Master level? He nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In my estimation, he explained, ordinary martial artists can't touch me. I can crush them directly. The gifted ones might take a bit longer, but the result will be the same. He paused, tapping his fingers against the table thoughtfully. If I wanted to go after the truly powerful, I need to use my trump card, freezing time. But that trick depends on surprise. Using it just for show would be a waste. So for now, I'll hold back. It was a simple, matter-of-fact statement, but the air in the room felt heavy. Ouyang studied him carefully. On anyone else, this kind of plan would have sounded insane. But this was the same man who shattered records in Zodiac City. The same man who made monsters fear him. If anyone could pull it off, it was him. Finally, Ouyang nodded. Understood. Leave the rest to me. He immediately grabbed his communicator, ordering the media team to start working overtime. Then, he began calling potential sponsors, preparing to turn this into a spectacle that would rock the university. As for you, he said, glancing at with a grin, there's only one thing you need to do. Crush every single challenger. Within hours, the campus was in chaos. A massive headline exploded across the Imperial University's forum and news wall. Breaking news. The top freshman who vanished for half a year, has returned as an ace of the First Division of the Great Sea Dragon Bird, and has issued a public challenge to the entire Imperial University. The story spread like wildfire. Students all over the university buzzed with disbelief and excitement. Some scoffed, calling him arrogant for daring to challenge the entire school. Others had never even heard of him, insisting that the year's true top freshman was Shi Jingwen of the Imperial capital Xiang family. But those who had seen fight, those who remembered what happened in Zodiac City, began to speak up, and as their stories spread, the campus fell into a storm of rumors, speculation, and anticipation. It didn't take long for Ihi's identity to spread like wildfire. Everyone soon learned he wasn't just some random freshman making noise. He was the top scorer of the entrance exams after the nationwide reform. Back then, he had caused such a stir that several college deans personally showed up to observe his test results, each one eager to recruit him. But then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished. 6 whole months. No news, no sightings, nothing. So now that he'd returned with a challenge bold enough to shake the entire university, people couldn't stop talking. Some questioned his sanity. Others were simply curious. How'd he get into the First Division of the Great Sea Dragon Bird? After all, the latest graduates who took the First Division exam had all said the same thing. It was brutal. Nearly everyone failed. Only 1% of applicants ever made it through. So when the rumor spread that he hadn't even taken the exam and had been directly admitted by special recruitment, disbelief rippled through the campus. Direct entry? Seriously, some scoffed. Did he bribe the higher-ups or charm them with a smile? But skepticism only made the buzz louder. Within a day, Ihi's name dominated every conversation on campus. He wasn't just a freshman anymore. He was the topic of the semester. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial University Hospital, Chuho and Long K were resting in their beds when the news popped up on their feeds. Long K groaned. This guy, can't he ever just sit still? Chuho gave a weak laugh. You should know him by now. If he's moving this big, someone's definitely about to get wrecked. Back on Ouyang side, Things were moving fast. His efficiency was unmatched. Within hours, the publicity team had built a massive wave of momentum. The story exploded across campus, spreading beyond the university walls, hitting the internet, and instantly going viral. But soon, the debate shifted to one major question. Was Ihi really an ace of the Great Sea Dragonbird's First Division? Countless online users doubted it. Many accused him of using the claim just to attract attention or gain sponsorships. Then, in a move that shocked everyone, an official representative of the Great Sea Dragonbird stepped forward with a public statement, confirming that Ihi was indeed a special recruit who had been admitted without taking the entrance exam. The news went nuclear. Yet, instead of calming the chaos, it made things even more explosive. Some praised him, calling it proof of his extraordinary talent. Others scoffed, saying he must have pulled strings or had hidden backdoor deals. Critics sneered, asking how long he could keep up the act, especially with his matches being broadcast live. If he's really that strong, one commenter wrote, then let's see him prove it in front of everyone. Yeah, another added. No amount of hype can save him once the fights start. But amid all the noise, a different kind of buzz began to rise. People who were tired of speculation and just wanted to see the truth. If he's a fraud, we'll find out soon enough, they said. He's brave enough to challenge the entire university and livestream it. Let's see who's laughing then. Ouyang Zi, ever the strategist, seized the opportunity. He unleashed his journalism team to stir every faction. Those who supported Ihi, those who mocked him, and those who claimed to be neutral. The debates only fueled the fire. And in the end, no matter which side they were on, they all tuned into the same place. Every eye, every screen, every voice, locked onto Ihi's live broadcast. The stage was set. The entire Imperial University, and soon, all of Dacia, was watching. With both open and behind-the-scenes promotions rolling out, Ihi's live stream was blowing up fast. His popularity kept climbing, and soon even the biggest streaming platforms were lining up, trying to cut deals for exclusive broadcast rights. As the spotlight grew brighter, advertisers swarmed in too, throwing money like it was nothing just to be associated with the Dragonblood Society. Of course, this was all part of Ihi's plan. In just a single day, the once struggling Dragonblood Society was flooded with cash and brought back to life. But while the hype reached the skies, the scene shifted elsewhere. Imperial University Hospital. Inside a quiet ward, Zhou Kai sat on his bed, scrolling through the news about Ihi. A bitter laugh escaped him. That brat had thrown him out like trash. Not only was his martial energy sealed, but some strange hidden force had nearly crippled him. The memory burned in his mind, humiliating, unforgettable. And now, before he even had the chance to get his revenge, Ihi had the nerve to hold a school-wide challenge? Zhou Kai's eyes turned cold and sharp, his smile venomous. He knew the rules. In martial arts duels, accidents happen. If someone accidentally died, no one could complain. If he wanted to die so badly, who was Zhou Kai to stop him? 2 days later, the much-anticipated day finally arrived. The only thing that puzzled everyone was the timing. The match was set for the night. The Dragonblood Society had rented out the largest dueling arena in the region, a colossal structure reminiscent of Earthsbird's Nest Stadium. Fireworks burst across the sky, drums thundered in rhythm, and the crowd's energy ignited the night. The school-wide tournament had officially begun. In the Imperial Arena, the stands overflowed with students, roaring, waving glowing sticks in excitement. The live broadcast chat exploded as viewership shot past 30 million. High above, a helicopter hovered like a hawk in the clouds, rented specifically for Ihi's grand entrance. The moment the host gave the signal, Ihi leapt out without any safety gear. In an instant, the atomic energy inside him surged, doubling his speed midair. He became a streak of blue light cutting through the clouds, a living meteor watched by tens of millions. He broke through the sky, trailing waves of sonic booms, and landed with a deafening crash that echoed across the arena. The dust cleared. Under the moonlight, his figure stood tall and unshaken, a silhouette sharp as steel, glowing like a god descending to earth. The chat went wild, comments flooding in faster than ever before. In that single moment, one thing became clear to everyone watching. Ihi's strength was still a mystery, but his sense for dramatic entrances? Absolutely unmatched. Ihi's swagger was off the charts. Just by standing there, it was clear anyone who faced him had already lost before the fight even began. At this point, it didn't feel like Ihi was challenging the school, but rather that the entire school was challenging Ihi. The arena was on fire, the crowd completely swept up in the electrifying atmosphere from his grand entrance. Among them stood Long Tao, a sophomore watching from the sidelines, his expression unreadable but clearly dissatisfied. His friend caught on and nudged him. Thinking of taking him on, Long Tao smirked slightly. He didn't deny it. With this much attention, I'd be stupid not to show up. Turns out, Long Tao wasn't just any student. He was a small-time internet celebrity, the kind who knew how to ride a wave of hype. And tonight's event was the perfect storm. His plan was simple: become the first challenger. If he won, he'd become famous overnight. If he lost, he'd still get the spotlight by claiming he'd helped weaken He for the next victor. Either way, he'd walk away with clout. With that in mind, he strode confidently into the arena. The crowd roared as he introduced himself, Long Tao, second-level martial artist, and proudly declared his challenge to He. Behind him, a surge of crimson smoke and energy erupted, rising nearly 5 meters high. The display was loud, flashy, and full of bravado. He responded with his usual calm arrogance, introducing himself as an 8th-level Dragon Blood Society warrior. Tens of millions of viewers across the world went silent, holding their breath. Even the live audience froze, waiting to see what He would do. Long Tao, certain that his higher realm gave him the advantage, decided to go all out from the start. He poured everything into his strongest attack. He wanted to end it fast and save face even if he lost later. But what happened next, no one saw coming. The match began, and in less than a blink, Long Tao was down. He moved like lightning, a single brutal kick sending Long Tao flying across the arena before he even realized the fight had started. The crowd gasped as the self-proclaimed star lay unconscious, his dreams of fame shattered on the cold stone floor. He didn't waste a second. His voice, amplified by his martial energy, echoed through the arena. Next challenger. The words reverberated like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Then stepped in his next opponent, Yao Ling, a 5th-level warrior known for her mastery with a massive Guangdong broadsword. Despite her rank, her record was impressive. She had once defeated 3 7th-level martial artists all by herself. As the match began, Yao Ling moved first. She raised her blade, leapt high into the air, and unleashed a massive wave of energy as her sword came crashing down. But he didn't flinch. A surge of blue atomic energy gathered around his clenched fist, radiating sheer power. "Your blade," he said calmly, "is far too impure." In that instant, he punched upward. The impact shattered Yao Ling's sword into fragments before his fist smashed into her abdomen. She spat blood, her body hurled out of the arena like a broken doll. The crowd went silent. 2 fights, 2 instant defeats, and standing alone in the center of the arena, he didn't even look winded. After his latest victory, he had clearly grown bored. He glanced at the remaining challengers and casually waved his hand. "Don't waste time. All of you, come meet together." That one sentence was enough to set the entire arena ablaze. A moment ago, the senior students had treated his challenge like some ridiculous stunt. But now, their pride was burning. His words were an open insult, and they couldn't just stand by and take it. The remaining 9 warriors glared at him with contempt before charging forward in unison, their auras flaring like a storm of fire and lightning. But he didn't even flinch. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Every move, every strike, every counterattack from he crushed his opponents with overwhelming precision. Before anyone could even process what was happening, the scoreboard showed 11 consecutive wins, including the strongest from the second year and 3 elite third-year masters. He had fought nonstop, not even pausing to breathe. The first 2 matches had ended in less than a second each, and the third hadn't even lasted a full minute. The crowd lost its mind. The live chat exploded. Screams and disbelief flooded the air like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, miles away at Imperial University Hospital, the screen reflected in Zhou Kai's furious eyes. He watched as he wiped the floor with one opponent after another, his expression twisting with rage. His fists clenched, his teeth ground so hard they nearly cracked. "Damn it," he muttered, his voice trembling between anger and disbelief. How was he supposed to get revenge against that? Anyone he sent would probably end up right where he was, flat on their back in hospital bed. But then a name flashed in his mind. There was one person, one who might stand a chance. His elder brother, Zhou Yanting, the first son of the Zhou family's current generation. A man whose strength had long surpassed ordinary martial masters. However, Zhou Kai knew his brother all too well. Yanting was disciplined, rational, and utterly uncompromising. He'd never help with petty revenge. Unless Zhou Kai's lips curled into a slow, sinister grin as a dangerous idea took shape in his mind. The scene cut back to the arena, where Ihi stood tall, his posture calm, yet unyielding, like a pillar holding up the heavens. The students surrounding him clenched their fists in silent frustration, but none dared step forward. Even among the second and third years, no one could match his power. The truly talented ones, the senior elites and future graduates, had already ascended to the level of grand martial masters, and those left behind simply weren't capable of challenging him. Yet the irony was clear. He hadn't once fought someone weaker than himself. Every single opponent he faced was of higher rank, yet every one of them had fallen. By now, the entire upper division of Imperial University had lost all dignity. They weren't remembered as elites anymore, but as Ihi's stepping stones, their names destined to be engraved on the school's pillar of shame. But just when the air seemed to settle, when no one else dared arise, a new aura surged through the arena, vast and heavy like an incoming storm. The crowd turned as a figure walked in, calm yet radiating terrifying pressure. Zhou Yanting. Having rebuilt his cultivation to perfection, he wasn't just a ninth-level martial master. He was someone capable of defeating grand martial masters themselves. The arena fell silent. For the first time that night, Ihi's unshakable dominance was about to be tested. Zhou Yanting wasn't just any fighter. He carried the Sun Blaze bloodline, the pride of the Zhou family, a power so pure and overwhelming that few throughout their history could control it. The sheer energy it produced was enough to consume an ordinary man from within. To keep that power in check, he wore the Zhou family's custom-built nano battlesuit, designed to regulate and suppress his body temperature. Combined with years of calming disciplines, calligraphy, painting, and the Heart Sutra meditation arts, Yanting had forged perfect balance between destruction and restraint. To many watching, he wasn't just strong, he was terrifying. And as he stepped into the arena, the atmosphere shifted. The lights glinted off his silver battle suit, and the air seemed to tighten around him. Tens of millions of viewers went silent, convinced that Ihi was finally about to pay the price for his arrogance. But what happened next wasn't what anyone expected. Zhou Yanting pressed his palms together and bowed slightly toward Ihi. "On behalf of my brother," he said calmly, "I apologize. Any losses your Dragon Blood Society suffered, I'll personally see them compensated double." The entire arena buzzed in confusion. So it was true. Zhou Kai and Yanting were brothers. But Ihi wasn't buying a single word of it. His voice rang out, sharp and unfiltered. "You don't strike me as someone who came here for revenge. So tell me, why are you really here?" Yanting straightened, his tone turning cold. "For the reputation of the Zhou family," he replied. "My brother was at fault, but his eyes narrowed. You've dragged our family's name through the mud." It was obvious now. Zhou Kai had twisted the story before passing it on. Still, he didn't care. Explaining himself felt like a waste of breath. With Long Ke, one of the peerless powerhouses, backing him, he had no reason to fear the Zhou family, or anyone else. Then came Yanting's demand. "Kneel," he said firmly. "Apologize to the Zhou family in front of the entire university." Yi's reply was instant and razor-sharp. "Stick that where the sun doesn't shine." The tension snapped. Both men locked eyes, silent, calculating, and the referee barely managed to announce the start before they moved. Like gunfighters in a Western duel, they closed the distance in perfect sync. Then, two fists shot out at once. The moment they collided, a massive shockwave exploded outward, rattling the arena. The impact was equal, raw power meeting raw power. They pulled back instantly, then lunged again. From stillness to chaos, the clash became a blur. Their fists struck like thunder, rapid and merciless, each blow creating afterimages that blurred together in streaks of light. The air between them rippled like storm-tossed water, bursting with sonic booms and shockwaves that rocked the audience to their core. Their auras surged higher with every exchange, two storms locked in collision, feeding off each other's force. Then it happened. From behind both fighters, pillars of blood and energy erupted skyward, the raw manifestation of their martial essence. Each punch now roared like thunder. Each collision shook the ground beneath them. And as the fight raged, the intense heat began to take its toll. The silver nano armor around Zhou Yanting's arms started to glow red, then slowly disintegrated. The moment his skin was exposed to the open air, the temperature spiked. The next stage of their battle was about to begin. The temperature around Zhou Yanting spiked instantly. Heat waves rippled from his body as the air shimmered around his arms. Beneath his skin, his meridians glowed crimson, pulsing like molten magma. This was the true manifestation of the Sun Blaze bloodline. The audience stared in awe. They weren't watching two humans fight anymore. They were witnessing monsters in human form. Every strike they exchanged carried the weight of a collapsing mountain. Every impact made the arena tremble. Up in the stands, the viewers could barely make out their figures anymore. Just flashes of blue lightning and crimson fire spiraling together inside a storm-tinted blood red. Online, the comments were going insane. Zhou Yanting's strength is unreal. He's a demon. How's he not dead yet? Even so, people admitted, the fact that Yanting was holding his own, even for a few rounds, against Ihi, who is now feared as the Demon King of Imperial University, was an achievement in itself. Back inside the arena, the duel raged on. But then, for just an instant, Yanting's focus wavered. He felt something strange, a surge of energy rolling off He's body, raw and wild, the kind only found in demon beasts. That split-second distraction cost him dearly. Noticed. "Eyes on me," he said coldly. A flash of blue, a right hook like a hammer. The next thing Yanting knew, he was flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as his body crashed hard into the ground. From the stands, a young boy clutched his action figure and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come on, you can do it! Take down the Demon King." Yanting wiped the blood from his cheek, staring up at He with disbelief. "So, this is the kind of fighter the great Sia Dragonbird recruits," he muttered. "Barbaric." But then, something felt wrong. At first, he thought it was fatigue or a trick of the eyes. But as the seconds passed, he realized it wasn't an illusion at all. He was growing. Moments ago, they'd been eye level. Now, Yanting had to look up just to meet his gaze. In truth, he wasn't simply transforming. He was evolving. Instead of unleashing the giant's power in one explosive burst, he was channeling it from within, blending it with his vampiric control over blood and flesh. This gave him the best of both worlds, the speed and precision of a predator and the raw, crushing power of a giant. Every second, his strength multiplied. His muscles tightened. His bones hardened. His movements became sharper. Soon, Zhou Yanting only reached his waist. And in that towering figure before him, covered in black scales and glowing blue eyes, Yanting no longer saw a man. He saw a monster. Yi's next punch came down like a mountain collapsing. Yanting's knees buckled under the impact, the ground beneath him cracking as his legs sank deeper. His bones screamed in protest, his body trembling under the sheer force pressing down on him. And in that instant, that crushing, suffocating moment, Zhou Yanting finally understood. This was why Yi had dared to challenge the entire school. No ordinary human could possess such terrifying physical power. Zhou Yanting had believed his Sunblaze bloodline was unmatched. But compared to Yi, it was nothing. What stood before him wasn't a prodigy. It was a high-level humanoid monster, something beyond human comprehension. His bones cracked audibly as he fought to stay standing, but it was pointless. Yi's power was overwhelming, his presence absolute. Zhou Yanting could no longer resist. His body was breaking, piece by piece. The martial body Zhou Yanting had spent years perfecting was starting to crack. Every muscle trembled. Every bone screamed. It was clear, if this kept up, he'd have to start his cultivation all over again. Seizing the brief pause in Yi's relentless assault, Zhou Yanting gathered his strength and shot into the sky. Flames erupted from the soles of his feet, propelling him upward like a blazing rocket. High above the arena, he took a deep breath. If he couldn't overpower Yi in strength, then he would outmatch him in speed. At least, that's what he believed. But before he could even reposition, something happened that shattered his confidence. He had underestimated Yi completely, and it showed. Anyone who had studied Yi's past battles would have known what was coming. But Zhou Yanting had walked in blind, too proud to do his homework. Below him, Yi's entire body began to glow. The air crackled with pressure as a violent surge of atomic energy gathered in his throat. Zhou Yanting's instinct screamed. He darted left, just in time to see a blinding energy beam rip through the air where he had been. But there wasn't just one. Yi unleashed volley after volley, each beam exploding like artillery shells, forcing Yanting to weave and dive through the sky like a desperate bird under fire. The crowd gasped as the beams tore across the night sky, painting it in streaks of blue light. Pinned down, Zhou Yanting's expression hardened. There was no more room for hesitation. His eyes burned with resolve. If he couldn't match Yi's power head-on, then he'd burn everything he had left to win. "Don't blame me for not warning you," he muttered under his breath. He activated his earthly, evil martial art, the flaming sun demon hand. The nano battle suit around his body started to glow red-hot, the built-in suppressors melting under the sheer intensity of his bloodline energy. Then it all erupted. The Sunblaze bloodline inside him exploded like a volcano. Flames roared from his body as the air warped around him. His right hand, now as red and translucent as molten iron, stretched forward. All the power in his blood surged into his palm, guided by his martial energy. In seconds, his arm transformed into a miniature sun, radiating blinding light and unbearable heat. The crimson glow eclipsed the stadium's floodlights. The air distorted. Even the specially reinforced arena floor began to melt under the scorching energy. The crowd went insane. Screams, cheers, and disbelief filled the air. This was it, the climax of the duel. Zhou Yanting hurled the blazing orb downward, the flaming sun demon hand descending like divine judgment. But he didn't back down. He grinned, wild and unshaken, his blue eyes burning with fighting spirit. Finally, he said, Something worth my time. If Zhou Yanting thought he was the only one capable of firing energy beams, he was about to be proven wrong. He raised his palm. A violent concentration of atomic energy formed in his hand, pulsing and twisting, barely contained by his martial energy. Even then, it was dangerously unstable. One wrong move, and it could detonate in his face. But he wasn't done yet. Calling upon Crimson Calamity, his pure spiritual energy body, he merged the two forces together. The unstable atomic energy suddenly stabilized and expanded. A new martial art, one he had only just perfected, came alive in his hand. He called it the Demora's Qi Gong Cannon. The air screamed as the energy sphere condensed into a blinding beam. Then, he thrust his hand forward. A massive atomic beam erupted from his palm, tearing through the air and meeting Zhou Yanting's flaming sun demon hand head-on. Two ultimate forces collided, fire against atomic light. The night exploded in brilliance. The compressed sphere of atomic energy burst open, transforming into a colossal blue beam of light nearly 20 meters wide. It roared forward like a living creature, swallowing Zhou Yanting whole, a tidal wave of destructive energy that devoured everything in its path. Under that searing, blue-white radiance, Zhou Yanting's flaming sun looked pitiful, a flickering spark on the verge of being snuffed out. For the first time in his life, Yanting froze. As the torrent closed in, he felt it, that primal, suffocating certainty of death. Then came a sound, a thunderous boom that split the sky. The beam tore across the night like a streak of molten blue lava, engulfing Zhou Yanting completely. The shockwave rattled the arena, sending tremors through the ground. When the energy finally faded, silence fell. Zhou Yanting was gone. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The livestream chat went dead silent. And then, a calm, familiar voice broke through the tension. "Ihi, don't you think you were a bit too reckless?" Everyone turned their heads. Ihi scratched the back of his neck, flashing a sheepish grin. "Aha, I knew Principal Shi Jingwen was around," he said. "That's why I didn't hold back." From the sky descended a figure clad in a sharp Zhang suit, holding a badly shaken but very much alive Zhou Yanting by the collar. Principal Shi Jingwen sighed as he floated down beside Yi. He had only come to see what all the fuss was about, a tournament drawing so much attention across the empire. But instead, he found himself being dragged right into the spotlight. Now it was clear this had been Yi's plan all along. "I'm sorry, Principal," Yi admitted, bowing slightly. "I needed your presence to give the event a little prestige." He grinned awkwardly. "Please help me out, just this once." Shi Jingwen dropped the unconscious Zhou Yanting gently onto the arena floor. His expression was a mix of exasperation and reluctant amusement. "Your teacher, Gong Ku," he said, shaking his head, "always tells me her student is dull and clueless. But now I see, you've just been fooling her." He chuckled softly, then straightened. "Fine. Since I'm already here, I'll lend my support. Just this once." His voice echoed through the arena, amplified by his martial energy, so that everyone in Imperial University could hear. "Now then," he called out, "who among you still wishes to challenge Yi?" Silence. The senior students, hidden in the shadows, exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared to move. They all remembered the blinding blue beam that had just leveled the sky, the attack that had nearly vaporized Zhou Yanting, one of the strongest in their ranks. To face that again would be suicide. And so they hesitated, pushed one another forward. But in the end, no one stepped up. Shi Jingwen sighed, looking out over the trembling students. "In that case," he declared, "I hereby announce that Yi, a freshman, a mere martial artist, has defeated every martial master in Imperial University." The word struck like a thunderclap. "This is an achievement that will go down in history," the principal continued. "It is unprecedented and will never be repeated." The stands erupted in chaos, disbelief, awe, and thunderous applause. And in that moment, one truth became clear to everyone. Yi's name would forever be etched into the legend of Imperial University. The freshman who stood alone and conquered them all. The moment Shi Jingwen announced Yi's victory, his name exploded across Huad University and soon spread throughout the entire country. In its city, pride filled the air. People couldn't stop smiling whenever his name was mentioned. On the hot search rankings, every top spot was about Yi. From his jaw-dropping one-on-one duel to the principal declaring him a new legend, the internet was ablaze. Countless users rushed online, each claiming to know Yi personally just to ride the wave of fame. Yet beyond all the excitement, the nation stood on shaky ground. The martial saint was gravely injured. The Grandmaster's whereabouts were still a mystery, and several cities had already fallen. In such dire times, Ihi's sudden rise felt almost divine, a beacon of hope the people desperately needed. At city's #1 high school, where Ihi had once studied, his old homeroom teacher held a live broadcast of the battle for the entire school. The halls echoed with cheers as students proudly shouted Ihi's name. The teacher smiled, proud that his instincts about the boy had never been wrong. But not everyone shared the joy. In a quiet corner, Wang Tong, the same student who had once bullied Ihi, watched with clenched fists, unable to hide his resentment. Online, questions began to swirl. Why had the principal personally declared Ihi's victory? What connection did they share? Was someone powerful backing him from the shadows? Speculation spread fast, drawing the attention of countless organizations. After all, records clearly showed Ihi was just an orphan. Then, the Dragon Badge organization stepped in, releasing an official statement. Ihi's identity is a top-secret special classification. All parties are ordered to cease speculation and spreading false information. Any violations will be dealt with severely. At the Dragon Blood Society, the atmosphere was like a grand celebration. Ihi's triumph had brought them immense honor and silenced their rivals. No one was happier than Xiang Jinzhuang and Ouyang Zhe. To them, Ihi wasn't just a member. He was the spark that could revive their entire society. But amid the laughter and celebration, they suddenly realized Ihi was missing. Yin Jiang frowned. He said he had urgent business to take care of, he recalled. Meanwhile, in dorm room 42 FA3, as the world chanted his name, Ihi remained calm. Sitting alone, he opened a 3D communication screen, contacting the Mad Doctor. The golden gene bottle, the doctor reported. I retrieved it from the hiding spot in Ink City. Ihi leaned forward. Can it be activated? The Mad Doctor nodded slowly. It can. I was part of the original engineering team behind the Golden Gene project. But there's a problem. The vial has a built-in tracking transmitter. Once it's opened, the Thunderstrike bird will detect it instantly. Ihi's voice dropped. Is there a way to block the signal? I'm working on it, the doctor replied. I've already started buying the materials to construct a shielding room. It'll take about half a month to finish, and another half month to decrypt the vial security lock. Ihi gave a short nod. Good. Focus on safety first. Speed comes second. With that, the call ended. The 3D screen dimmed, leaving Ihi alone once more, calm in a world that couldn't stop talking about him. Ihi sat in silence, lost in thought. The Mad Doctor's words echoed in his mind, and with them came fragments of memory, the truth buried within Prometheus's past. He finally understood. Prometheus had once worked in secret with the Sure Jinwen Heavenly Nation. Back then, using its vast technological power, Prometheus had helped them cultivate a demon embryo. But when the fiend was about to be born, Sure Jinwen betrayed them and launched a sudden attack. What Sure Jinwen didn't know was that during the embryo's growth, Prometheus's scientists had already tampered with it, weakening the creature from within. As a result, Prometheus managed to capture the world's first living fiend. They dissected it, divided its remains, and used it for experiments. With this fiend, a being that surpassed all known life on Lambstar, Prometheus pushed biological research to terrifying new heights. Out of that madness came a string of achievements, the most famous of which was known as the Eden Project. The Eden Project's goal was ambitious, to create an artificial god, a supreme intelligence capable of uniting all humanity. It was designed to protect Lambstar from external realms, erase national borders, and rule the world through perfectly fair distribution, turning the planet itself into a man-made paradise. But that wasn't all. Another plan, called the Fireseed Initiative, sought to rewrite human genes entirely, advancing the species to a higher state. That initiative later evolved into the Golden Gene Project, which fell into the hands of the Thunderstrike Bird organization. He leaned back on the sofa, staring into the dim light. The web around Prometheus was far more tangled than he'd thought. People once accused him of being connected to them, and now, he wasn't so sure that accusation was wrong. Deep down, his instincts whispered that one day, he'd be pulled into that storm. He then remembered the Long K badge, a gift from a senior he'd never had time to study because of his commitments to Ouyang Zhe. Now, with some peace at last, he decided to begin cultivation through sleep. Placing the badge beneath his pillow, he crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and slipped into meditation. Moments later, consciousness drifted. When his eyes opened again, he was no longer in his room. Cold rain splattered across his face. He stood up slowly and realized he was clad in battered knight's armor. Around him, a field littered with corpses. The air reeked of blood and smoke. Scorched earth stretched in every direction, the flames still stubbornly burning despite the downpour. He crouched beside a fallen soldier, running his hand across deep claw marks gouged into the armor. These weren't human wounds. Nearby, massive footprints had sunk in the mud, proof that something enormous had passed through. Even as rain poured, embers still glowed faintly in the craters. When the rain finally eased, Ihi unfastened the heavy armor, letting it fall to the ground with a metallic thud. He couldn't imagine how soldiers from this western kingdom managed to fight in such burdensome gear. He rummaged through the battlefield until he found a great sword still intact. Lifting it, he murmured to himself, "So this is the martial fate realm. My power's limited here. Guess I'll have to rely on local weapons for now." He glanced around the desolate plain. Perhaps, like some hidden quest world, the master of this realm would soon reveal himself. And right on cue, the distant rumble of hooves echoed through the mist. Two black horses emerged from the horizon, pulling an ornate carriage gilded in silver. They came to a sharp halt before Ihi. The masked coachman, tall and silent, tugged on the reins. The curtain of the carriage lifted, revealing an old man inside. His face was stern, his short hair gray, and a black hat shadowed one eye. He stared at Ihi in silence as the rain began to fall again. The old man only gave Ihi a brief glance before snorting in disdain and yanking the curtain shut. The coachman cracked his whip, and the horses surged forward, pulling the carriage away without a second thought for the stranger in the road. Ihi blinked, slightly taken aback. "Hey, leaving already?" he called out. But just as the carriage began to pick up speed, it suddenly lurched to a stop. The powerful horses strained, hooves digging into the mud, but the carriage wouldn't move an inch. He stood calmly behind it, one hand gripping the frame. No matter how hard the horses pulled, the carriage stayed frozen in place. With a faint smile, Ihi said, "Old master, running off so soon? Aren't you supposed to give me a mission first?" The curtain flew open again, and this time, the old man's single visible eye widened. "This brat strong enough to stop my carriage," he barked. His tone turned cold. "I've nothing to say to a thief like you." He raised an eyebrow. "Thief?" Their words transcended language, connected by spiritual resonance. The old man's anger flared as he explained. "Years ago, a blue-haired warrior broke into my family estate, stealing our inheritance. My descendants couldn't stop him, so I sealed myself here in the martial fate realm to guard what's left of our honor. And now you appear, another intruder here to take what isn't yours." He could only sigh. "Old man, I've got no interest in your grudges. But as the designated NPC, you're supposed to give quests, not run away." When the old man continued ignoring him, Ihi's patience ran out. He drew the greatsword in one smooth motion, and with two sharp swings, sliced straight through a carriage wheel. The heavy frame tilted and crashed into the mud. "Hey, what are you doing?" the old man shouted, panic replacing pride. He smiled faintly. "Sorry, old master, but I can't have the guide NPC fleeing before the mission starts." He finally managed to drag the reluctant old man along. As they walked, the old man muttered curses about his ruined carriage, while Ihi apologized calmly, saying, "Since you're the master of the martial fortune space, you're the only one who can guide me through it." The words seemed to soothe him. Comparing Ihi to that long-ago blue-haired invader, the old man grumbled, "At least you're more polite than that thief." They continued forward, passing through the remains of creatures scattered along the road, scorched fragments, bones, and marks left from ancient battles. "Follow the blood spatter," the old man said. "That path leads to the trial." Before long, the land leveled out. Ahead loomed a pale mountain range, shrouded in mist. But when he checked the ground, the trail of blood suddenly ended. He frowned. Something wasn't right. The old man hid a smirk, his thoughts concealed behind a mask of calm. "Naive boy. Once you lose your path here, you'll wander in this martial fortune space forever." But Ihi's instincts flared. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Above, the sunlight dimmed, blocked by something vast circling overhead. Through the thinning mist, the shadow of a gigantic bird passed across the mountains. Ihi's eyes sharpened. "So that's it. The real trial isn't on the ground," he muttered. "It's in the sky." The old man chuckled quietly to himself, convinced he had finally led Ihi astray. But his smile faded when Ihi stopped, gazing upward, eyes sharp, expression calm. Within moments, the youth had already pieced everything together. The old man's confidence shattered. He found it so quickly. Ihi's reasoning was simple yet flawless. Flying beasts always built their nests at the highest peaks. If they followed the elevation upward, they would inevitably find the lair. The old man could only stare in silence, a strange feeling twisting in his chest. For the first time, he regretted that this youth was not born of his bloodline. He turned back with a faint grin. "Old master, mind lending me your horse again?" The old man stiffened instantly, his face draining of color. Again," he stammered. Moments later, he was already galloping across the frozen plain, the old man helplessly dragged behind him. The snowfields stretched endlessly ahead, until at last they reached the foot of a towering, ice-crusted mountain. The warhorse charged across the frozen surface, hooves hammering the ice like thunder. The wind howled, biting at their faces. Suddenly, the horse's eyes went wide, pupils contracting in fear. It reared up violently, neighing in panic. Both riders were thrown backward as the horse's hooves shattered the ice beneath it. He twisted midair, landing on his feet with perfect balance. The old man, however, hit the ground face first with a grunt. The horse's reaction was all the warning they needed. Ihi's instincts flared, danger. A deep, ancient roar split the sky. From the mountain's peak, a colossal creature burst forth, its three serpentine necks unfurling and wings blotting out the sun. The very air trembled under its presence. Ihi's eyes widened. That's... He almost couldn't believe it. It looked just like the mythical enemy of Godzilla, the devourer of stars, a creature of pure catastrophe. One of the dragon's three heads swooped low, its golden eyes burning like molten suns. The blast of air from its nostrils struck Ihi like a hurricane, forcing him to brace against the pressure. Before either of them could move, the dragon's jaws opened, and a torrent of fire roared forth. The flames consumed everything. The snow melted in an instant, the world drowned in golden light. When the blaze finally died, nothing remained of Ihi, not even ash. Only the old man still stood, his clothes scorched and body trembling, supported by his staff. He let out a long, ragged breath and muttered, "We've found the right place." But a mortal like him was doomed to perish before the trial's flame. I, as the master of this space, cannot die. He adjusted his black hat, his mouth twisting into a mocking smile. That kid was far too green. He then looked toward the smoldering mountain and began to speak as if lecturing a ghost. The trial was never about slaying the white dragon, he said. The true task was to find the spirit beast hidden within this mountain, then earn the dragon's approval through reverence, not battle. That is how one receives the inheritance. His eyes darkened as he remembered the past. The blue-haired martialist once passed this trial too, but instead of seeking approval, he used brute force, killed the white dragon outright, and stole the inheritance by violence. The old man clenched his fist, fury and guilt warring in his gaze. But then a strange sound made him freeze. He turned sharply. Through the drifting smoke, a figure slowly stepped forward. Ihi! His clothes were gone, his skin scorched, his greatsword melted to slag. Yet his body still radiated strength. He was completely unharmed. The old man's eyes went wide in disbelief. Impossible. You should have been reduced to ash. He could feel it, something extraordinary pulsing from within Ihi. The boy's body wasn't normal. It was as if something ancient and divine was protecting him from destruction itself. And for the first time, the old man felt something he hadn't in centuries. Fear. Black-green scales began to crawl across Ihi's skin, gleaming with a strange, verdant light that pulsed between the gaps like living energy. He looked down at his hands, voice steady and calm. When I first entered this space, he said, the archetype power rejected me. It wasn't compatible. But now, the synchronization rate has risen. It's fusing with my soul and beginning to manifest on its own. He clenched his fist, and the air trembled around him. When this power fully merges, he continued, I won't need weapons anymore. My body itself will be the weapon. He raised his head, his gaze locking on the massive white dragon looming in the storm. Let me show you true power, he declared, far beyond anything my old sword could unleash. The old man could barely breathe. His hands shook uncontrollably. You're not human, he gasped. You're a monster. A thunderous roar erupted from Ihi's throat, a roar that didn't belong to a man. In an instant, his body expanded, bones cracking and reshaping. The ground split apart beneath him as he transformed into a colossal black beast, his spines radiating green light, his scales hard as divine steel. He had entered a full Godzilla form, his archetype power reaching 71% compatibility. The transformation consumed his entire being, a living superweapon born from divine cells and human will. The earth quaked under his steps. Each breath burned like nuclear fire. Though this form could only last 2.5 minutes, Ihi's growl rumbled through the air. That's more than enough. The three-headed white dragon sensed the sudden shift in power and let out a furious roar, wings thrashing violently as it tore through the snowstorm. Ihi lunged, grabbing all three of its necks in one crushing grip. The creature shrieked, its wings flailing as he forced its heads down. A declaration of war between two monsters. Ihi roared, Godzilla versus the devourer of stars. The mountain trembled. The old man was thrown to the ground, staring up in utter disbelief as the sky split open from their clash. My God, he whispered. Ihi's body continued to expand, every step shaking the frozen world. Massive boulders shattered like glass, and the old man was tossed into the air by the shock waves, bouncing helplessly like a leaf in a storm. The dragon howled, its claws raking the ground, but he dragged it with sheer brute force and slammed it against the mountain wall. The collision cracked the rock and sent avalanches cascading down in blinding waves of snow and dust. Roaring, Ihi twisted the dragon's 3 necks, lightning and fire surging around them as the 2 titans struggled for dominance. The dragon's breath ignited the air, its power raging like a storm of wrath. Realizing it couldn't win on the ground, the white dragon beat its wings, trying desperately to take flight. But Ihi's voice thundered after it. Trying to escape? Don't think I can't fight in the sky. He raised his head, and the spines along his back began to glow brighter, veins of blue light pulsing up from his tail to his crown. Raw atomic power surged through him. The entire martial fortune space shook violently under his unleashed might. He inhaled deeply, the sound like a hurricane tearing through the void. A blinding blue radiance gathered in his jaws, condensing into a solid core of destructive energy. The white dragon responded in kind, its 3 heads opening at once, summoning a blazing torrent of flame and thunder. And then, they fired. I's nuclear breath met the dragon's fiery storm midair, colliding with catastrophic force. The clash formed a swirling red-black sphere of raw energy that expanded rapidly, trembling, distorting, until it finally detonated, swallowing the entire mountain range in a blinding explosion of light and sound. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that tore through the air, the sky shuddering as the 2 forces collided. Godzilla's full transformation had drained him completely, and after releasing that devastating atomic breath, it was clear that he was racing against the clock. He muttered under his breath, realizing this wasn't just some harmless beam exchange. Without warning, monstrous bone spines erupted from Godzilla's back as a mighty roar split the air, his transformation shifting into Meteor Godzilla. Nuclear energy crackled and exploded in all directions, the spines piercing the 3-headed white dragon that was too absorbed in countering the massive energy wave to even react. Its immense body staggered, leaving it wide open. Blood and scales from the dragon rained down, painting the sky as the thunderfire column splintered apart. The white dragon hung there, shredded beyond recognition, its remaining 3 heads barely clinging to life. I's mind raced as he counted the heads. The sight immediately reminded him of the fabled 3-headed dragon from ancient myths. Cutting off the flow of energy, he lunged forward. His kick split the air, a blue flash warning their eyes just before he unleashed his fury. Atomic power coiled in his throat, and with a fierce roar, he fired a blast directly into the dragon's open mouth, point blank. He bellowed that these freakish heads were about to be cooked. The explosion tore through the dragon's flesh, the blast thundering through its body, sending blood flying in all directions. When the smoke cleared, he stood tall, still gripping the dragon's burning red heart in his hands. The dust swirled around his feet as he stood amidst the ruin, radiating raw dominance as Godzilla. Below, the old man was frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. His voice faltered, struck dumb by the sight of a single man crushing a multi-headed dragon with nothing but sheer force. Fear drained the color from his face. He casually tossed the massive heart to the ground, almost knocking the old man over. With a smirk, he declared that he had found the inheritance and didn't need any backup. As he walked toward the heart, the old man screamed at him to stop. He only grinned, unfazed, and shoved both hands into the still-burning heart. Dragon blood sprayed like liquid fire, and he muttered through gritted teeth that it burned. But he dug deeper, his hands relentless, as if driven by madness. His fingers finally met something solid deep inside, and with a triumphant yell, he pulled out the strange artifact. The old man's panic was palpable as dark tendrils lashed out, wrapping around Yi's body. He immediately understood. The artifact was the legendary dragon armor, Earth Fiend's inheritance of the body. Thin, vein-like strands of power crawled from it, snaking across his skin, threading through his capillaries. The armor melted and fused into him, transforming into the abyssal dragon armor. The old man stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. He realized that their bodies were far too weak to bear the weight of such an artifact. Its blood, the power it devoured. Even that azure-haired martial artist, who had struggled to claim 90% of the inheritance, had only barely managed to harness it. But this boy, this kid, was the first in 1,000 years to earn the armor's full approval. He stood on the heart as though he had simply thrown on a jacket, casting a casual glance at the old man. "What's so hard about this?" he asked, his grin wide. The old man clenched his fists, shaking in fury. Finally, he muttered under his breath that the ancestors had accepted, at least the inheritance had gone to someone who wouldn't disgrace them. He pressed further, a grin on his face as he asked if there was more inheritance to be found. The old man nearly choked, outraged. "What? This impatient brat plans to rob my family's treasure too," he spat. Yi's grin didn't fade. "The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme. It only strengthens the body, But without an internal method of equal rank, the user won't last. Without it, the organs collapse, the bones snap, and the armor drains every last drop of blood. He leaned in closer, his voice low with certainty. Only the mix of internal and external forging creates a complete technique. It reaches the heavenly gang level, and I can't let this chance slip by. Just then, Yi's phone buzzed. It was a call from his girl. He answered with a sleepy mumble, barely awake. Spent the past few days doing nothing but resting and training. In my dreams, he muttered. The abyssal dragon armor dumped a mountain of info on me. I need time in the martial rhythm space to process it all. She responded with a soft laugh. Well, me and King Zhu got discharged yesterday. We were told to head to the University Activity Center to collect our mission rewards. The director also told me to remind you that your reward needs to be issued by the principal in his office. He was still half asleep, drooling slightly, as he asked, Do I really have to go to the principal's office? You think he wants another one of those private talks with me? He arrived at Hua Floating City University, still groggy from sleep. A woman in a red dress approached him with a polite smile. She introduced herself as Manhua, saying they had been expecting him. The principal was waiting upstairs, and she invited him to follow. He nodded, but a flicker of suspicion passed through him. She had zero martial aura, yet something about her didn't seem right. He even wondered for a moment if she was human. They stepped into the elevator, and he couldn't help but sneak glances at Manhua. She was stacked, and it threw him off. She caught him staring and bluntly asked, Are you curious about my body? He choked on his words, scrambling to explain. No, I just want to study the advanced tech, he stammered. Manhua's calm voice cut through his panic. That's not really the point, she said. With that, she started unbuttoning her shirt. Yi's eyes went wide, panic rising. But instead of anything spicy, she revealed her entire body was made of complex machinery. Her real body had been replaced with mechanical parts, and only her head was designed to look human. I'm a mass-produced model, she explained, totally different from a human woman. He let out the breath he had been holding, muttering under his breath, Hua University's tech is insane. The elevator reached the 667th floor. Manhua turned to him, saying the principal was waiting inside. He stepped out, thanked her, and walked forward. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his body locked up. A violent shockwave blasted through him, and countless flashing images assaulted his mind, causing his power to spiral out of control. He staggered back, disoriented, but a sofa slid in behind him, dropping him into a seat. When he opened his eyes, he found himself gently moved right in front of the principal, who asked if he had slept enough and whether he had studied the martial arts manual that Qing Long had given him. Still groggy, he blinked, confused. How the hell did I end up right in front of you? He muttered. The principal simply replied, This is my office, nudging a teacup towards E. The tea comes from a secret realm, enhanced by the Research Institute. He hesitated, his mind still foggy, then asked, Was that power I sensed just now spatial? The principal nodded, confirming. I can manipulate space within a range. These thoughts raced. Without spatial abilities, the principal could never have saved Zhou Yanting. A technique that could warp space was on a level with freezing time, a power beyond ordinary comprehension. The principal continued, Your grade points and resource cards from Imperial University have been moved into your account. Yi's eyes widened, but the principal wasn't done. As a main contributor to a level 5 mission, you may select 2 sets of Earth Fiend martial arts and receive 1 chance to forge an advanced weapon. He paused, considering. He didn't need new skills or weapons at the moment. After a moment's thought, he asked, I'd like access to the gene lock records and permission to investigate Prometheus. That's all. The principal nodded before he had even finished speaking. The approval was so swift, it made Yi's face heat up. He couldn't help but wonder if the man had read his mind. Finishing his tea, the principal stood. Let's head to the archive room, he said, his tone calm. He glanced at his untouched tea, feeling uneasy about leaving it behind, but the principal was already striding toward a massive door. We can browse the records first, then drink later. There's no rush. He followed, his curiosity growing, but when the door opened, his breath caught in his throat. His voice cracked as he asked, What monster has a brain that's only half intact? Before him, inside a massive test tube-like column, was a strange, half-brain wrapped in endless writhing tentacles, locked under heavy security. The principal explained, That's Manhua's central processor, the real body behind the artificial assistant. Yi's heart skipped a beat. So, Manhua was made by AI too. The principal confirmed, Yes, and this half-brain once belonged to Prometheus, decades ago. Yi's lips trembled at the name. Prometheus, the god ascension plan from another world. This half-brain had belonged to the first ancient aberration ever captured alive. Prometheus had torn it into countless pieces, consumed by madness and power. He launched the Eden Garden Project, slaying gods and attempting to unite humanity. His ambition knew no bounds. The principal approached a console and activated Manhua. The AI responded immediately, her voice calm and steady. The principal ordered the data to be exported, and moments later, rhythmic clicks signaled it was complete. He pulled out a USB from the port and handed it to Yi. This holds a portion of Nua's data. You may ask anything you wish. Yi's forehead beaded with sweat. It felt as if something inside him was stirring, awakening. Nua's processor contained endless secrets about Hua and Daxia University, secrets now handed to Yi on a silver platter. The trust felt surreal, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was a deeper reason behind it all. Seeing Yi frozen in place, the principal shoved the USB into his hand and patted it. Stop zoning out, he said, his voice firm. Even I'm breaking the rules by bringing a student in here. We need to keep moving. He blinked, a slight shock running through him. He was literally being escorted by the principal to break the rules. From the next room, Jinju's voice boomed, roaring with pride, his chest puffed out. He was laughing loudly, bragging about how he had advanced over a year's worth of progress in a single freshman term. He declared that geniuses came in all shapes and forms, and that he stood at the very top. But his laughter died the moment he spotted Yi standing just a few steps away. Yi's eyes remained calm as he asked, "Are you done?" Seeing Yi and itching to test his newly gained power, Jinju curled his lip in contempt. "You're the guy Yangze was talking about, huh?" He sneered. "You think you can walk right into my path?" Yi barely reacted, his usual bored expression still on his face. "If you got issues with the Dragon Blood Cub, go find Yangze," he said flatly. "Right now, I need the training room." Jinju's blood boiled. His aura exploded outward as he accused Yi of acting tough, then flaunted his reputation. "I'm Jinju, the one who stomped Yangze and almost wiped out the Dragon Blood Club in freshman year." Before he could say another word, he swung his hand, and the slap echoed through the hallway. The last syllable of Jinju's sentence turned into a garbled sound as his mouth twisted from the impact. His face went pale, and with a stunned collapse, he crumpled to the floor, unable to make another sound. He sighed and stepped over him, his voice cold and dismissive. "I already said I need the training room. Don't block the door." Jinju's world faded to black. When he finally regained consciousness, an entire week had passed. Inside the exclusive advanced cultivation chamber, he felt a deep satisfaction as he realized that, for once, no one stood in his way. The king of monsters inside him was hungry, and the hunger burned. Then, spirit stones of every color began to rain down from above. He lifted his hands to catch them, savoring the moment. Everything he had collected, monster cores, rare materials, and all the supplements from Huadu, was about to be burned in one massive push. Using so many cores at once would boost his compatibility to new heights, but it also meant he would soon sink into a deep, crystal-like sleep, unleashing a wave of nuclear radiation when he did. Pleased with the sight, he spoke to Nuwa, the little electronic maid who had become an integral part of his system. "Open the most isolated cultivation room." Her mechanical voice responded in its usual monotone greeting as she powered on. Ever since he had integrated Nuwa into the system, Huadu felt like his private playground. No procedures, no restrictions. He spoke, and everything moved according to his will. His excitement seeped into every word, relishing the privileges he now wielded. He ordered Nuwa to activate the room's energy shield so he could begin immediately. But Nuwa's report came back with bad news. The room's energy level hadn't reached the required threshold. He tossed monster cores into the system one after another, but the response stayed the same. Still not enough. Confusion hit him like a cold wave. The requirements were climbing too fast. As compatibility increased, breakthroughs became harder to achieve. The amount and grade of monster cores needed were skyrocketing. High-tier templates always carried this curse: slow growth, long development, and a resource demand so massive that it crushed efficiency. It reminded him again that he needed to study martial waves alongside the extraordinary system if he wanted to keep up. Suddenly, a warning flashed across the screen. A strong energy fluctuation had been detected. The system immediately cut off the data Pharaoh had tried to send and diverted all power to maximum defense. He let out a dry laugh, muttering, "If someone's trying to hack my system, they should at least do it properly. They're doomed to fail anyway." The wall clock flashed the time. 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds. Yi's body was encased inside a massive blue crystal, its surface lined with sharp spines. The shell was thick, but his silhouette could still be seen faintly, suspended in a pitch-black void. He sank deeper into the process, waiting for the moment when his crystal coffin would crack open and the monster king inside him would step out. Above Huadu City, Huadu University launched a full-scale offensive to reclaim the territory stolen by the monsters. Enormous warships floated overhead, resembling flying nuclear bombs. The headmaster had been in the sky since dawn, his aura heavy as he declared the beginning of the Great Summer Recovery Plan. 70% of the nation's fighters were being mobilized. His sharp eyes swept across the gathered troops as he announced their mission. Huadu University would take back 12 fallen cities. Below him, students stood in strict formation, each carrying a clear sense of duty. Their task was simple: help free the country from the beasts. The headmaster's voice rose, steady and heavy with conviction. as he told them to ignite the blood smoke banners. A thunderous shout erupted from the students, and energy roared through the air, shooting skyward. He pressed them further, explaining how their bloodlines would merge in the sky, crash into the enemy, and unleash the force needed to reclaim their homeland. This was the resolve of those willing to restore Huadu University, even if it cost their lives. Suddenly, a blazing pillar of red light widened and flared from the floating city. The headmaster opened his arms to the students, reminding them of their mission and telling them not to fear death. Above all, they had to survive and return. Hope only existed if they lived, and their strength would become the belief of the future. The hall fell into a deep silence, each word sinking in. He promised them that Huadu would always be their home, waiting for their return. His declaration reverberated across the land, a vow that echoed the will of the entire nation, to reclaim everything they had lost. The headmaster lifted his arm, unleashing a wave of momentum. "There is no fear among us," he said, his voice carrying the weight of 100 generations. Every fighter from Hua University stood in unison, answering his call. Yi's eyes had turned pitch black, his body still as a statue, waiting. His overflowing strength swelled, ready to snap the crystal cocoon apart, to break free in a terrifying new form that would shake the world itself. The scene shifted to another part of the facility. Director Yu, once a level 2 researcher at Prometheus and now a senior manager at Laserbird, walked past 2 guards, who greeted her with full respect. Her expression was grim as she reported. The golden gene was stolen, an important base was breached, and an elite squad has vanished. Laserbird has been hit time and again this year. Her eyes narrowed. The board believes one person is behind it all and wants the company destroyed, but they have zero evidence. Black Lion had wiped out every trace of Jin Shan Temple base, yet Long K continued to pin the blame on Laserbird. Director Yu's jaw tightened. If Great Summer Long K weren't so focused on reclaiming the fallen cities, our company would have been flattened by now. She paused, glancing at the strange creature hovering above her. With the nation's attention diverted, we finally have room to breathe, and we're using this moment to release that monster. The creature was a strange, tentacled thing, floating ominously above her. "This," she said, "is the failed product of the first golden gene experiment, a Pandora's box that could end humanity with a single mistake. Even as a failure, it carries the golden gene and can sense others like it. It often loses control, but it's the only hound that can track the stolen golden gene." Director Yu stopped before a massive secret chamber, its walls lined with advanced equipment. She reached into her coat and pulled out a heavy ring of metal keys. One by one, she slid each key into its lock with practice calm. Moments later, the reinforced door rumbled open. Inside, a gigantic bronze face loomed, its twisted shape slowly coming into view as the chamber lit up. Thick red cables hung from the ceiling, stabbing into the statue's head, as if feeding something inside it. Director Yu walked straight into the center of the chamber. She pulled out a fistful of pills and swallowed them like candy, chewing so hard that bits of the pills bounced off the floor. Her face twisted in agony as the chemicals slammed into her system, stretching her features into something wild. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment humanity would meet the nightmare hidden inside the creature. The strange spacecraft tore into existence like it had slipped through a crack in space. Inside its cold metal hull lay a restrained hound, surrounded by rows of raw blood packs. 2 scientist handlers watched it nervously. The bioman stretched its jaws, layers of needle-sharp fangs, and growled for them to keep the ship moving straight toward its chosen direction. A new squad of Terminator folk arrived, and a female scientist stepped forward, addressing their leader as captain. She pointed at the path ahead and asked if the place the hound marked was truly West City. The captain replied with a calm nod. Yes, that West City, the fallen city Long K had been preparing to reclaim. Another scientist tried to lighten the tension, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. Unless the thief who stole the golden gene was a grand master, even a profound-level martial artist would be easy prey for their entire squad. The girl agreed, saying that under the captain's command they had never failed a mission, and as long as they didn't cross paths with Long's first division, they would walk out alive. The captain opened his mic, ordering Eve to block the plane's signal and hack the system into autopilot. Eve answered with steady confidence. She would handle it. Almost instantly the ship lurched, shaking violently as autopilot took over. The scientist stumbled, grabbing onto railings. The girl panicked, shouting that the aircraft was going out of control. And then, before anyone could process the chaos, the captain moved. His fist blurred, and in a single brutal strike, he tore a male scientist's head clean off. The body collapsed with a lifeless thud. The girl screamed, asking when he had become a traitor. Everyone else froze, terror flooding their faces. The captain stared down at them with cold detachment. A traitor? Wrong. He had never belonged to Laserbird in the first place, so betrayal didn't exist here. He told them they could curse him in hell later, but for now, They had to die first. The soldiers begged him to stop, but he waded through them like a reaper. One by one, he cut them apart until the floor was nothing but blood. The hound let out a delighted laugh, thrilled by the massacre. Its maw gaped open, eyes bright with hunger as it asked if it could taste the blood. The captain tore a heart from one of the fallen. He pushed it into the hound's mouth, saying every person here had been a grand martial master. Their hearts were worth savoring. He added that the creature was free now. The hound licked its face with its long lizard tongue, unsatisfied. It demanded more, wanted every last drop. The captain didn't flinch. He muttered that he, a North Baidan secret agent, had somehow ended up feeding a dog. Then he asked what the beast expected next. His gaze drifted across the mangled corpses, bathing the floor in red. Then he opened the hatch and stepped out into the roaring air, saying the hound didn't need any special orders. It just needed to unleash everything inside it. Right here in the land of Zia, Dazia was beginning to reclaim its lost cities, and that resurgence was exactly what North Baidan intended to crush. The captain said he should go as well, because once the hound broke free, even he would be torn apart. He told the creature that the corpses of the Grand Martial Masters would make a fitting first feast after its escape from that prison. Then he stepped out of the hatch and dropped, flames dragging behind him as he plunged from the ship. The moment he vanished, a vicious red aura erupted from the hound. Every blood tube connected to its restraints snapped like threads. The creature laughed, saying it had once been nothing more than a hunting dog that fetched whatever it was ordered to chase, but now it was finally off the leash, free to sink its fangs into anything it desired. People had underestimated it far too long. It wanted to tear everything apart and devour them whole. The final knots binding it loosened as its power surged. One more violent pulse, and all the nails popped out. The metal chains shattered with almost no resistance. Smoke billowed around the beast as the alien biomass hound rose, unrestrained at last. Up close, its open skull and eyeless face looked nothing like a living creature, more like a nightmare sculpted into flesh. It muttered that it needed to finish absorbing the golden gene, achieve its true transformation, and ascend as a god. Then it wanted to see who dared treat it like a dog again. The scene snaps to West City. Sirens screamed across the sky as hovering ships blared warnings for all units to pull back from the bombardment zone. A strike was beginning. Heavy firepower meant to drag the sealed beast out of hiding. The entire city resembled a waking horror. The alarms echoed like the call used when weaker factions sent a dagger squad, led by a martial master, to infiltrate, strike the enemy's core, and decapitate the overlord. Two bombers swept overhead, carpeting the ruins with explosions. Then a towering monster rose up beneath one bomber. It slammed its claws into the aircraft hull and tore it open in seconds. But right as it roared in triumph, something struck it. The beast jerked back, stunned, and on its massive head sat the hound, laughing like a creature born from chaos. It said it wanted to try a different flavor this time. Tendrils burst from the hound's body, stabbing into the giant eagle's flesh. Strange string-like fibers wrapped around its leg, then its entire frame. Within moments, the eagle vanished beneath a cocoon of writhing tentacles. A new shape slowly emerged as the hound absorbed. No, replicated. The creature. It stepped out with massive wings and razor claws. The eagle's traits merged into its own warped form. The six-eyed fiend roared that this genetic ecosystem was unbelievable, that even its injured body could fully regenerate here. It declared this battlefield the greatest buffet it had ever tasted, laughing like a demon let loose. Later, West City lay in ruins. Nothing remained but broken stone and drifting ash. The identity of the destroyer was obvious. The final two bombers spiraled down in flames, smashing into the ground with a thunderous blast that sent another wave of black smoke rolling into the sky. A squad rushed onto the scene. One of them yelled to his partner, Louis, shouting that a plane had just been taken down by monsters, and they needed to hurry before anyone inside died. Louis called him Xiao Zhang and told him to calm down. The monster that smashed the aircraft could still be lurking nearby. But Zhang shot back that Louis was a grand martial master, and this was only the outer zone of West City. No beast out here should be strong enough to trouble her. Their third teammate chimed in, agreeing, and Zhang nodded, saying it made sense. If they were too scared to even investigate the outskirts, they shouldn't dream of venturing deeper into the city's core. Louis finally relented, telling them they could go, but to stay sharp. Then, suddenly, they spotted someone crouching beside a giant monster carcass, casually chewing on its flesh as if it were a snack. Zhang froze in disbelief. Every demonic beast drawn in by the crash had been taken out by this one figure. Louis instantly assumed it must be some deranged martial artist who slipped into the city during the chaos. But when the creature turned its head, all three of them stiffened. It wasn't human at all. It was the hound, now mutated into a demonic humanoid shape with 6 eyes and a twisted, nightmarish face. He looked at them with eerie calm and said the prey had taken the bait. Before anyone could blink, blood-red strings exploded toward them. Zhang reacted on instinct. Drawing his sword, and unleashing a chi wind slash. His blade stabbed into the hound's blood vessel, but the strike slowed halfway, sinking in like it was cutting through thick mud. He hesitated for a single heartbeat. That heartbeat was the end. A massive, deformed mouth ripped open along the wound, rows of jagged teeth snapping shut as it swallowed Jean from the waist up. His scream didn't even have time to leave his throat. The hound's entire body twisted unnaturally, stretching into a long, grotesque living tube. The remaining 3 teammates felt their souls shatter. Jinzhuang screamed that Zhang had been eaten alive, voice cracking from terror. Lui launched herself forward like a streak of lightning, appearing above the creature with pure fury blazing through her. She called the monster a bastard and aimed to cut it down. But the hound's arm warped into a deadly blade, and in an instant, it released chi wind slash. Lui froze, stunned. It was Zhang's technique. The slash crashed toward her with brutal force, and she barely rolled aside before it tore through her. She stared at the mutated creature, horrified. How could it perfectly mimic Zhang's move? Then she heard it, a trembling voice calling her name. She spun around, and her heart collapsed. Bundles of tentacles twisted together, shaping multiple distorted faces that all cried out to her. But one face was unmistakable, Zhang's real face, drowning in agony. Tears streamed down his twisted features as he begged her to save him. He sobbed that the pain was worse than death. Lui went rigid, helpless. For a moment she couldn't breathe. Then instinct took over, and she forced out the only order she could manage. Run. As Lui fixated on Zhang's tortured cries, the hound slipped behind her like a shadow. Its blade-shaped arm sliced through her in a single merciless swing. She collapsed without a sound. The creature absorbed her next, its flesh rippling as her form vanished inside it. The hound muttered that although this one was older, the meat was still firm. Then its 6 eyes shifted westward. It could feel the pulse of the golden gene calling from that direction. A twisted grin stretched across its distorted face as it whispered that it would merge into another martial artist squad, act friendly, and once they relaxed, he'd devour them one after another. Their horrified faces would be worth savoring. Across the battlefield, he sensed powerful life forces, grandmasters, elite warriors, and monstrous demonic beasts. If he consumed enough high-level genes, he wondered who would still dare to command him like a dog. He shot westward in a blur, declaring that he had shattered every shackle and risen as a demon. His laughter echoed like something born in hell. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, an even larger demonic beast was tearing the remaining ships apart, alarms still blaring. Soldiers panicked as one shouted that a lower-level beast had broken through their rear line. A thunderous hoof slammed down. A rider charged forward atop a heavily armored warhorse, shouting for them not to panic. With a spear in hand and killing intent radiating from his body, he looked ready to rip the battlefield itself in two. In the next heartbeat, he did exactly that. His spear descended in a green streak, burning through the monster's flesh and reducing it to ash before it hit the ground. The rider said that in the face of an endless beast tide, humanity's proud firepower was nothing but a candle flame swallowed by a tsunami, always a second away from being snuffed out. His name was Chung Tianyu, Dean of Hua University's Grandmaster Academy and captain of the elite operation to reclaim West City. He explained that only swift and powerful individual warriors could kill the high-level beasts hidden within the tide. Only then would the tide weaken and force the Overlord to emerge. That was the mission assigned to their 5-man dagger team from Hua University. As the battlefield quieted slightly, one teammate stepped forward. Addressing him as teacher, he praised Tianyu's choice of route. This was the perfect path to the Overlord's nest, already mapped out by Long's vanguard. This was Dai Qiming, president of Hua University's student union and a member of the Dagger Squad. Tianyu said that the stronger a martial artist grows, the sharper their spiritual vision becomes, clear enough that some even glimpse their own deaths in dreams. That's why, he told Qiming, warriors must always trust their intuition. He stretched out his arms and ordered the team to halt and stay alert. Qiming nodded, placing 2 fingers on his forehead as Tianyu released his energy, scouting the distance. Then Tianyu's eyes flew open. Something was coming fast, a mass of twisted claws, hurling toward them like a bullet. Its half-melted head streaked past them, crashing into the ground behind with an explosion so huge they barely dodged in time. Yet the creature stood perfectly untouched by its own impact, arms folded, staring at them with irritation. It said it had prepared a grand surprise just ahead. So why did they stop? Tianyu's stance hardened. His voice dropped into full combat mode as he declared the target confirmed. West City's Overlord, the Golden Horn Beetle, had appeared. He ordered all troops to form up immediately. The scene shifts to the heart of the West City war zone, where chaos had only grown worse. Nearly everything had collapsed into rubble, and the last standing building leaned like a dying beast, half destroyed and ready to fall. At the center of this desolation stood the monsters responsible for turning the city into dust. Tianyu burst in atop his mount, lightning dancing across his spear. With savage force, he drove his attack straight toward the towering beetle monster. But the creature didn't even flinch. It mocked him, calling humans weak and ignorant for thinking such cheap tricks could wound an overlord like him. The beast clenched its fist until it vibrated with murderous energy and swung forward in a crushing counter. It shot toward the lightning spear, only for everything to collapse in its face. Its attack fizzled out, and a strange figure clung to its arm, feeding greedily on its power. That figure unleashed an earthy martial art. Secret technique, water droplets piercing stone hand. In an instant, relentless blows hammered the beetle from every angle. Lightning shredded across its shell, nearly breaking its armor apart. The monster shrieked in fury, admitting that these crafty humans had clearly analyzed its weaknesses before forming this tactical squad. Enraged, it smashed its fist into the ground, trying to paralyze the entire group at once, then growled that it would crush the old geezer first. Someone shouted for Old Moo to fall back. The old man vanished just before the beetle's strike landed. The tank charged forward instead, raising his dragon-faced shield and absorbing the full weight of the monstrous blow. The ground beneath him shattered like brittle glass. In that split second, the other two warriors activated their formation. One called for Quan to take the lead. Quan answered instantly, asking for a buff. Yin and Yang symbols spiraled into a powerful array. Qiming shot toward it, punching straight into the technique and launching the formation across the battlefield until it wrapped around the beetle, locking it inside. The overlord froze. It felt as if its own body had been stolen from it. Then the earth beneath them glowed brick red as the humans completed a full-scale domain expansion. One by one, warriors stepped out of the crimson ground, surrounding the trapped creature. The beetle's eyes widened. It realized it was standing inside a true human domain expansion. It roared and began slaughtering its way forward. But a massive maniformed face, glowing with crackling blue lightning, appeared overhead like a divine punishment descending. The beetle stared up at it, trembling as it admitted that the human cultivation system truly had its merits. Suddenly, its wings snapped open, unleashing something razor-sharp and impossibly fast. The beetle murmured that perhaps the Emperor had been right. Learning from humans might truly be wise. In the next instant, it launched upward and rammed straight into the monstrous formation overhead. The collision erupted in a blinding explosion. The human celestial diabolic energy array was wiped out in seconds. The guards stared into the smoke, uncertain. One whispered that it couldn't have ended so easily. Another said that even seriously wounding such a beast would be a major victory. But when the haze finally cleared, reality hit them like ice. Half the beetle's body had been shattered, yet it still breathed. It snarled that humans were indeed impressive, and that any ordinary overlord would have died. But overlords had ranks, and it stood above the rest. The squad froze. Was this a metamorphic type? Their answer came as the beetle's flesh twisted and reshaped itself into a golden-horned insect, entering its second molting stage. Its speed skyrocketed, so fast it felt like the creature could steal a person's soul just by passing near them. It pointed at the group and declared that the troublesome old man would die first. The warriors rushed to protect old Gu, knowing he was their linchpin, but they were far too slow. With a flick of its fingers, the Golden Hornet unleashed a hellfire blast. The three martial artists were hurled away like dolls, and old Gu was left barely clinging to life, his body nearly burned to the bone. Everyone stood frozen. How could anything move this fast? Behind the Hornet, the tank and Tianyu attacked again, cursing as they unleashed the Dragon Thunder Spear. But the creature was a blur. It slapped the tank away with one arm and caught Tianyu's spear mid-strike as effortlessly as grabbing a falling leaf. Tianyu shouted for the tank, Wu Hong, to move, but his warning came too late. Wu Hong's mount was slammed so hard it died instantly, sending him crashing across the battlefield. The Hornet then clamped its fingers around Tianyu's throat, squeezing until his vision blurred. It mocked him cruelly, saying that if they couldn't handle even one overlord like this, how did they expect to face the others lurking inside West City? Tianyu froze as the truth hit him. There were more overlords waiting ahead. The scene shifts to the West City, East War Zone. A colossal space warhead appeared, nearly the size of the city itself. Inside the command ship, a pilot reported that a level 1 warning had been triggered. An enormous bioenergy signature was rising from 1,000 meters underground and approaching the surface. Then the Earth ruptured. Multiple octopus-like tentacles burst out, each one thicker than a cluster of buildings, towering high and smashing through everything as if the structures were paper toys. The pilot trembled, voice cracking as he said the computers had confirmed the creature had already reached Overlord level. And with no Grandmasters left guarding the ground forces, a strategic retreat was their only sane option. He couldn't understand how this was possible. The only Overlord in West City had already clashed with Dean Shen's Blade Squad, so why was another one awakening beneath them? The commander didn't waste a second. He barked at the crew to alert all ground troops to retreat, lift the entire battleship off the surface, and ascend immediately. They were to ready the bunker buster nukes for deployment at once. Before the launch sequence could begin, a colossal tentacle surged upward, rising above the battleship like a nightmare made of flesh. The crew shouted a warning. The tentacle was targeting them directly. A weapon module deployed automatically, firing a scorching laser beam that sliced the limb clean through. The severed tentacle plummeted, splattering blood across the ruins. But from the cut surface, new flesh writhed outward. In seconds, the limb regenerated, whole again, and lashed toward the ship a second time. The crew shouted that it had already grown back. The captain roared that they had no time left. They had to drop the bunker buster nukes now. They yanked the nozzles down and initiated the launch. Tentacles hammered down, trying to crush the battleship, but the nukes shot past them and disappeared beneath the earth. 3 colossal nuclear eruptions detonated across the battlefield, shaking the sky itself. Smoke billowed upward in towering waves. Adjusting his cap, the captain muttered about the terrifying might of 3 nuclear warheads and prayed that the ground warriors had managed to retreat in time. Then a female pilot went pale. She reported that the Overlord's life signal hadn't vanished. Instead, the tentacles were growing even more frenzied, right in the center of the nuclear inferno. The captain stared in disbelief. How could anything survive 3 nukes? Was the entire West City recovery plan about to collapse? Suddenly, alarms shrieked across the ship. The system announced that Central System Authority had been taken over. The warning repeated, complete takeover confirmed. The commander wondered if Manhwa was behind this. Then a strange voice echoed through the entire system. Calm, steady, and terrifyingly confident. It thanked all warriors in the West City war zone for their blood-stained efforts, and told them to leave the rest to him. The commander froze. Who was this person, and why referred himself that way? Before anyone could process it, the pilot shouted again. An intercontinental ballistic missile had launched directly toward their location. The captain stared at the trajectory. It was an ICBM. A heartbeat later, the missile ripped across the sky with a booming shockwave. It roared straight toward them, moving too fast for any ordinary life form to survive on its surface. Commander George collapsed into his seat, eyes wide, as he noticed something terrifying. The system detected a life signature riding the missile. Clinging to the enormous warhead, almost the size of their battleship, was a single small figure. Not falling, not breaking, standing firm as the missile screamed through the air. The captain could barely breathe. On a projectile moving at sonic speed, a person was standing. And that person, wrapped in a blazing hot combat suit, was none other than their hero. The captain finally understood there really was a human riding that missile. But even realizing it, he still couldn't comprehend how such a thing was possible. To explain it, the story shifted back a few minutes earlier at Hawaii University. A pillar of light had shot into the sky, not from something striking down, but from the place where their hero was being powered up. Hua, the fully autonomous combat robot, was enhancing him with machine-like precision. She informed him his breakthrough was complete and congratulated him warmly. Then she attached a new device to his arm, a custom nanosuit crafted specifically for him by Long's engineers. The suit wrapped around him like living metal, coating his body in jet black armor with glowing blue eyes embedded across the chest. It gave him a dangerous beauty, majestic and lethal all at once. He asked Hua how long the West City unit had been gone. She replied, 5 hours. 5 hours. He was stunned. Without hesitation, he ordered her to prepare a supersonic fighter jet, then instantly rejected his own idea, saying a jet was far too slow. An intercontinental ballistic missile. Now that would be fast enough. Hua accepted the order without a hint of doubt. He declared he had 2 missions in West City. First, meet the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, kill the Overlord, seize an Overlord-ranked demon core, and take the final step of his evolution. His Emperor General template synchronization had already surpassed 90%. At this point, every core beneath Overlord rank was useless. Even Lord rank cores could only nudge the percentage by tiny fractions. He confessed he had brute forced the synchronization to 99% by burning through resources, consuming Lord rank cores by the dozens, practically draining Hawaii University's entire market. But no matter what he devoured, that last 1% refused to move. Only a higher tier gene, an Overlord-level essence, could complete it. With that resolve burning through him, he launched himself upward. Back in the present, the hero locked eyes on the Overlord. 3 nukes had failed to calm the monster's soul. That meant the last missing 1% depended entirely on this creature. A thrill ran through him. According to the database, the being was classified as the Earth Demon, though he found the name disappointingly dull. He figured the monster would be furious if it knew he thought that, but he didn't care. He spread his arms wide. Instantly, frost bloomed along his limbs. Ice grew out in dagger-like shards, sharper than anything forged by human hands. His arms extended, transforming into enormous, crystalline wings. Then, with a single motion, he leapt off the supersonic missile, diving straight toward the swirling tentacles below. Those massive blades of living ice stretched outward, ready to slice apart, every limb reaching up to claim him. The moment our hero landed, pure chaos erupted, but not on his side. The battlefield shook as every tentacle belonging to the Overlord slammed helplessly into the ground under his assault. The captain and pilots stared, stunned with relief, trying to comprehend what they were seeing. The captain wondered aloud if Hua University had sent a Grandmaster-level reinforcement. His fist tightened with genuine excitement. For the first time, victory didn't feel impossible. Our hero continued carving through the storm of monstrous limbs, wings and weapons sweeping arcs of frozen destruction as he cut a path toward the core. He noted that the Overlord was hiding well, but not well enough. With a grin full of excitement, he declared that he would finish this creature in a single breath. His movements shifted instantly, from elegant to savage. He dove straight into the core and detonated into a blinding flash of white lightning. He unleashed Emperor Mora's secret arc, Nuclear Sky Kick. The impact tore the region apart, but the scene only escalated. High above the clouds, a blue beam shot downward, massive enough to match the width of a whole building. People miles away froze, staring at the sky in disbelief. The beam was so overwhelmingly bright that all anyone could conclude was the involvement of an Overlord. Meanwhile, back where the terrifying Hornet Overlord dominated the field, the carnage continued. Half of Tank Wu's body had already been obliterated. He collapsed without breath, and a bleeding, broken Tian Yu staggered behind him, coughing violently. The monstrous Hornet approached, mocking them. For someone specialized in defense, it said, the tank had been paper-thin, pierced in a single blow. Its body shifted again as 4 new arms extended outward. Tian Yu stared in disbelief. Another form? He could feel his blood-burning secret art reaching its limit. He knew that even if they triumphed, his lifespan would be drastically cut. But none of that mattered now. A glowing blue circle erupted beneath his feet as he activated the technique once more. As Grandmaster Tian Yu, he would slay this monster, even if it consumed every remaining breath he had. The Wasp Overlord answered with smug confidence. Martial intent locking, forced attacks, impressive tricks, yes, but they meant nothing against absolute power. Tian Yu roared and unleashed the Earth Fiend martial art 1,000-fathom Thunderstake, sending a barrage of mana-forged spears straight at the creature's skull. The Wasp caught all of them with one hand, casually, as if brushing aside dust. It declared that the Emperor had perfected the old civilization conversion experiment. After Tian Yu died, it would personally recommend his corpse to be reborn as a stronger being. An honor, it claimed. Tian Yu erupted in rage. He vowed to wound the creature so deeply it would never interfere with the West City recovery again. Summoning everything left in his soul, he thrust his spear directly into the remnants of his earlier attack, doubling the force and unleashing a devastating explosion that rippled across the battlefield. But none of it matters. When the dust clears, the Wasp stands completely unharmed. Arms folded, expression almost bored. He says Tian Yu's life-burning technique was annoying, yes, but nowhere near enough. The explosion should have killed him. And indeed, Tian Yu's body crumbles away like ash scattered to the wind. Only the wounded warriors remain, trembling, barely able to stand. The Wasp mocks them, saying that even after burning their life force to prolong their existence, they will still die without meaning. He adds that he only held back earlier because he wanted Tian Yu's corpse intact for rebirth, but the rest of them deserve no such courtesy. They will be crushed into nothing. And then, impossibly, the tank's body regenerates. Wu rises to his feet fully restored, casually commenting that it's surprisingly lively here, and he could feel the chaos from the outskirts of the city. Old Gu stares at him in disbelief. How could Wu possibly be alive? But then Wu looks at his dead horse, and something is horribly, unmistakably wrong. The eyes staring back are not Wu's. They belong to something else entirely. The hound creature that mimics whatever it devours. In Wu's voice, warped and wrong, the creature asks Elder Mu if he died, and then bursts into a chilling laugh. Scales rip apart its back as the warriors recoil in horror. Wu's borrowed flesh bends and twists, and then the thing falls onto the horse corpse, devouring it bone by bone with sickening crunches. When it turns back toward the warriors, they see multiple distorted versions of Wu's face stretching out of a single neck, all whispering in unison that the taste is incredible, that even a Grandmaster's mount is delicious. Eating a Grandmaster next will be even better. And the rest of the warriors look appetizing too. Before it can advance, the Hornet Overlord smashes its head clean off with a single blow. The Wasp grimaces in disgust, and mutters that this creature carries the corrupted aura of the Dark Way Star Aberrant. If aberrants like this roam freely, perhaps it is better for his species to rule the planet. But the mimic is nowhere near dead. A mass of writhing red tentacles bursts from the stump of its neck. Its true form finally pushes through, laughing with wild, unhinged madness. It faces the Wasp with a savage grin and introduces itself as -1, announcing proudly that it intends to eat the alien Overlord. The wasp stays unimpressed, calling it nothing more than an overconfident idiot. The instant -1 stepped in, the raised leg whipped across space and crashed into him with a curved kick. It looked effortless, but the impact spun -1 like a toy, his body twisting wildly through the air. Before he could even hit the ground, a second strike slammed into him and hurled him straight into a shattered building a few meters away with a thunderous crash. And yet -1 only laughed, urging Ihi to strike harder. Death meant nothing to him. He wanted to burrow into Ihi's mind and live there as a nightmare. His flesh suddenly softened and burst apart, spraying foul dark red chunks that dissolved midair. In an instant, his body melted into a massive crimson tide that surged outward and swallowed the ruined building whole. Atomic energy condensed in Ihi's palm, swelling into a blazing sphere. Watching his opponent spiral deeper into madness, he laughed. This was the first time he had faced someone even more unhinged and arrogant than himself. But to him, this frenzy was a mistake. A larger target was simply easier to erase. Activating Diora's secret technique, he unleashed the Imperial Atomic Blast. A pillar of azure energy tore forward and lit up the sky above West City. From a distance, Dai Chi Ming watched in stunned silence, struggling to grasp what he was seeing. The Grandmaster's speed and power shattered every limit he understood. Even elite experts would falter at this level. Yet none of them recognized that strange azure fluctuation. Still, relief spread among them. Whoever this mysterious figure was, he stood on their side. With a monster like that leading West City's recovery, they could breathe a little easier. Back on the battlefield, the blue atomic torrent carved a straight path of destruction, vaporizing every structure it touched and engulfing -1 entirely. Or so it seemed. Through the fading glare, the grotesque figure reappeared, mocking Ihi's effort as meaningless. No matter how devastating the attack, it could not kill him. He could divide without limit. The nuclear force ripping through his body did not end him. It fueled him. His cells split faster than the atomic energy could disperse, multiplying in a frenzy. Cackling wildly, -1's form fractured into several faces, each one grinning as if to hammer the truth into place. He felt a wave of disgust. Thanks to his peak compatibility with Diora, his chi and blood granted him an extraordinary awareness. He could not track every cell like a microscope, but he could sense the pattern. -1 was evolving in real time, reshaping himself to resist the atomic energy. As the creature hovered before him, laughing and taunting, Ihi's suspicion hardened into certainty. This was a being built for endless evolution. That was his authority. And no matter how overwhelming Ihi's power seemed, -1 believed the end was inevitable. He would outgrow every attack, close the distance, and consume him whole. He could clearly sense how terrifying the genes inside Ihi's body were. Compared to those supreme genes with the Overlord-level being he had devoured not long ago, they now felt pale and worthless. What he could not understand was why he still stood beneath Ihi. As the ultimate devourer, he had consumed countless life forms, refining ever more perfect genes and bloodlines within himself. By all logic, he should have surpassed anything alive. Yet the man before him shattered that expectation. The truth was simple. He was facing someone who had cheated the very rules of existence. Irritation twisted into hunger. -1 decided to swallow Ihi alive. His dark crimson cells multiplied explosively, merging into a colossal, oscillating mass. It rose and folded into a monstrous tsunami that surged across the battlefield, as if the world itself had tilted. The wave rolled forward with violent force, staining the sky and devouring everything in its path as it rushed straight toward Ihi. At its crest, a gigantic mouth split open like a blood-filled abyss, its interior churning like a grotesque grinder of flesh. From a distance, the vanguard squad watched a ruined building slide helplessly into that gaping maw and vanish, crushed into dust in an instant. Dai Chi Ming stared at the apocalyptic creature with a storm of unease brewing inside him. The question pressing hardest on his mind was how the mysterious expert intended to stop something like this. He was not the only monster on that field. -1's power was just as horrifying, and his regeneration and adaptation bordered on absurd. Even a nuclear strike might fail to slow it. But while Dai Chi Ming trembled from afar, Ihi faced the crimson tsunami without the slightest trace of fear. If anything, disappointment flickered in his eyes. After all that boasting, -1 was nothing more than a ravenous beast. He lifted his arm, and at his command the abyssal dragon armor flowed over it, layering his limb like a living nanosuit. With a one-armed liberation of the armor, he drew in his strength. His gauntlet fist glowed blood red, surging with atomic energy and killing intent as he unleashed his technique. One punch split the sea. A massive azure fist materialized and crashed downward, radiating a suffocating pressure that rivaled the devouring wave itself. The impact thundered across the battlefield as the strike tore through the crimson tsunami and squeezed the surrounding space until it warped. The dark flood ruptured instantly, ripped apart by the blue beam as it detonated from within. A huge portion of the mass was obliterated in a single blow, and -1 convulsed in searing agony. The slimy red membranes recoiled, twisting and shrinking as they separated into fragments before dragging themselves back together into a mangled heap. The endless expansion had stopped. -1 tore himself free from the wreckage, disbelief etched across his distorted features. He could not grasp how Ihi's power had suddenly risen to such a monstrous height. This was only the beginning, and now it was Ihi's turn to answer with mockery. He stated plainly that his strength would always eclipse that of the so-called ultimate devourer. The words struck deeper than any blow. -1 could provoke endlessly, but he could not endure being mocked. Rage twisted his features as he activated a gene ability stolen from another beast. Within 100 meters, the air boiled like molten magma, announcing the awakening of atmospheric fury. Violent shock waves ripped outward, tearing through the space like an invisible blade. The ground convulsed in rolling tremors as the surrounding air erupted like chained vacuum bombs, detonating so densely it felt suffocating. A final explosion blossomed and hurled shock waves for miles. At the center of that devastation, a golden sphere wrapped around Ihi. Not a grain of dust touched him. He stood perfectly still while everything else was erased, calm to the point of indifference. With deliberate slowness, he brushed an imaginary speck from his shoulder. When his eyes settled on -1, contempt filled his expression, and a cold smile traced his lips. He asked if that display truly represented the peak of his power. In the distance, the fused remains of the crimson mass loomed like a grotesque monument towering over the ruins. Then the battlefield snapped back into motion. Enraged, -1 hurled himself forward and unleashed a storm of attacks. Acidic elbows sliced through the air, molten strikes crashed down like burning mountains, and lightning lashed out in a furious five-fold whip. None of it left a mark. He did not even bother to evade. He absorbed every strike without shifting an inch. Disbelief flooded -1's mind. He could not understand what kind of existence he was facing. He had devoured endlessly in pursuit of perfection. How could he stand beyond even him? Desperate, he unleashed another technique. His ultrasonic roar drained his reserves and exploded outward as a colossal sonic maelstrom. The battlefield was shredded by the screaming wave. Yet within the storm, Ihi stood relaxed, as if savoring a gentle breeze. His voice cut through the chaos, asking whether -1 considered these meaningless attacks a joke. The irony settled heavily between them. The claim -1 had made earlier now returned to him. No matter how he struck, he could not kill the man before him. With Ihi's physical strength elevated into an entirely new realm, his Shikigami, the fusion of spirit and flesh, had risen with it, pushing every aspect of his existence far beyond its former limits. Whether -1's attacks could even scratch his skin in a normal state was uncertain. Once his Shikigami surged and his attributes multiplied several times over, the difference became absurd. Put plainly, he could stand still and endure an entire day of assault, and -1 still would not pierce his defense. The taunts that followed were precise and merciless, dismantling the confidence -1 had built through endless evolution. He had believed that constant growth and refined genes guaranteed supremacy. Now that belief cracked. For the first time in his existence, the ultimate devourer felt the instinct to retreat. His body trembled, betraying a will that had once seemed unshakable. In a cold voice, he admitted the truth. Their strengths no longer existed on the same plane. The gap between them stretched so wide that any effort to bridge it was meaningless. From his perspective, he was a towering mountain that swallowed the horizon, while he himself, despite still evolving, was nothing more than drifting dust. With visible reluctance, -1 acknowledged this reality. He insisted that given time to consume stronger beings and perfect his bloodline, he would eventually surpass the monster before him. Yet even as he spoke, his voice weakened. He understood the opportunity had already slipped away. Regret and fury churned within him as he remembered the collapse of the Golden Gene's aura. Had that refinement not been interrupted, he could have confronted Ihi from a superior state and avoided this humiliation. Accepting that further battle would only lead to pointless destruction, -1 conceded that he had found no way to kill him. He even recognized Ihi as a perfect being equal to himself in principle. Since neither could eliminate the other, he proposed an alliance. He would abandon any claim on West City and the entire nation, turning his ambitions instead toward distant lands like the Northern Bond Federation. Such expansion, he argued, would conveniently balance global power in Ihi's favor. He painted a grand vision of division. The Blue Star would be split in two, -1 ruling the northern continent, Ihi commanding the eastern and western lands. He even promised assistance. If granted a single drop of blood from the world's strongest figures, he would engineer a toxin capable of erasing Ihi's enemies. As the devourer rambled, speaking as if dominion were already secured, Ihi answered with silence. Irritation sharpened his gaze. He raised a single finger. The simple gesture unsettled -1, who demanded its meaning. A second finger joined the first, forming a clear sign. 10 minutes. If -1 still breathed after that span, Ihi would surrender his own name and live as his hound. The implication struck like a blade. Realizing he was being openly mocked, -1 erupted in a furious roar. He answered with pure indifference, calmly counting down the minutes as if nothing else existed. Every passing second carried weight. -1 leaned back and spread his arms wide, his face twisting into a grotesque grin as he mocked the idea of death. It was a concept that had always slipped past him. Even if he desired it, he claimed he could not die. Every cell in his body was frantically driving itself toward further evolution. Before he could revel in his boast, Ihi appeared at his side without warning. The sudden proximity sent a jolt of shock through him. Leaning in close, Ihi murmured that he simply wanted to test that claim. Without waiting for a reply, one arm snaked around -1's body and locked him in a crushing embrace. The next instant, they blasted into the sky like a meteor ripping open the heavens. High above the ground, -1's body smashed into a building and scraped violently along its walls as they ascended. Torn flesh regenerated almost instantly, and manic laughter spilled from his mouth. He insisted these futile strikes meant nothing, but his arrogance was premature. He dragged him higher, punching through layers of cloud and climbing toward the thinning air and biting cold. A flicker of panic crept in -1's voice as he demanded to know if he planned to cast him off the planet. He stubbornly argued that even absolute zero and cosmic radiation would fail to kill him and would only hasten his evolution. Once he reached that state, he swore he would wipe every trace of life from Blue Star. At a staggering altitude, with the planet sprawling far below and the cosmos stretching endlessly around them, he seized -1 by the head. Their figures hung small against the void, a battlefield free of witnesses and safe from harming West City. He leaned closer and whispered a truth that sent a chill through -1. At this distance, he said, -1 had lost contact with his countless derivative life forms scattered across Earth. The immortal confidence on -1's face shattered the instant he heard those words. His body trembled as he demanded to know how he had discovered it. His true form was never as invincible as he pretended. If it were, he would never have been captured and sealed away by Laserbird. He was undeniably hard to kill, but each regeneration burned through his life energy. With every revival, that reserve diminished and weakness crept closer. In the clash with Ihi alone, he had already spent nearly 30% of it. The energy stored within him rivaled that of several ordinary overlord beasts, yet it was still finite. His real advantage did not lie in endless resurrection, but in the fragments he had shed. From the head shattered by the overlord golden-horn beetle to the countless tissues blasted apart during his fight with Ihi, every severed piece retained activity. These detached remnants continued to live and function even after leaving the main body. Those scattered fragments did not die. They slipped into dormancy. The instant -1's main body exhausted its life energy, the backup consciousness hidden within those fragments would awaken and trigger and substitute resurrection. The flaw was range. His divided consciousness could only function within a limited distance. When asked how he uncovered the secret, he answered simply that he was superior. In truth, he had traced the faint links between the severed pieces and the core body through his life magnetic field. By watching the battlefield shift and measuring the tension of that connection, he calculated its limits. At that moment, -1 possessed only a single remaining life. If the main body fell, there would be no return. Color drained from -1's face. Terror locked his muscles as the implication settled in. He could not afford to die. Death now meant permanent darkness. Desperation snapped his restraint. His body detonated outward, shredding into countless fragments. This was his final insurance. He gambled that he could never capture every piece, and that a single scrap slipping back into range would secure his survival. He asked calmly whether this was the fear of death finally surfacing. A thunderous shockwave answered. Before -1 understood what had changed, Ihi's form expanded violently, swelling into a towering 10-meter giant. Against those colossal hands, the scattered fragments were no more than drifting dust. -1 spat curses, stunned that his opponent could enlarge himself at will. In this monstrous form, he did not need to chase every particle. He only had to close his palms. The fragments were trapped at once. When -1 demanded to know his intent, the giant hands pressed together and ground slowly, deliberately crushing every piece. Flesh compacted under relentless force until all that remained was a single writhing mass. He offered no reply to the frantic questions. Only when -1 realized the truth did panic sharpen into fury. He called Ihi a fool, warning that consuming him would invite destruction from within. The warning changed nothing. He opened his mouth and swallowed the compressed mass in one motion. Laughter burst from -1. He believed he had slipped past annihilation. He was wrong. Devouring him was only the opening move. The next step was the Flame Sovereign. He transformed his colossal body into a sealed furnace, igniting a refining fire meant to burn -1 apart within the vast internal space. His entire aura shifted. A violent crimson flare erupted from his body like a newborn sun, staining the surrounding void blood red. The temperature of his colossal form spiked from 3,000 to 5,000 degrees Celsius in a blink and continued to climb without pause. Within moments it reached the threshold of the sun's surface. Trapped inside that inferno, -1 shrieked in panic. He had never imagined facing a being capable of releasing stellar heat. His genetic arsenal held nothing that could adapt to an environment comparable to a star. Terror stripped away his arrogance. He screamed and begged Ihi to stop, asking in desperation if he intended to refine him into some kind of pill. Agony consumed him. His body burned and twisted as he fought to force rapid evolution, desperately trying to regenerate cells that could survive the furnace. Every attempt collapsed. He raved about being a perfect existence destined to ascend with time, but the words dissolved into fading cries and then silence. At that instant, Ihi released a blazing red lotus shockwave that rippled outward for hundreds of kilometers through space. Had such power been unleashed over West City, the Flame Sovereign alone would have erased the metropolis and scar the nation's climate beyond repair. 10 minutes earlier, back in the ruins of West City, Dai Chi Ming watched He carry -1 into the sky and immediately relayed a report to Mission Control. Headquarters responded that they were already tracking the situation. The monstrous presence tied to the West City war zone had vanished and was being successfully eliminated. Confirmation followed that every overlord in the area had been killed. Relief settled over Dai Chi Ming as the weight of the battle lifted, but curiosity replaced it just as quickly. The mysterious powerhouse had turned an impossible campaign into victory. Without that intervention, retaking West City would have bordered on fantasy. He requested the identity of this savior, intending to offer thanks in person if secrecy allowed it. The reply stunned him. The individual was currently residing at Huada University. Dai Chi Ming assumed it must be a dean or a hidden professor and pressed for clarification, certain he would recognize the name. Instead, he learned the truth. The powerhouse was a student. As student council president, he prided himself on knowing the elite talents of the university, yet he had never encountered anyone wielding such brilliant and devastating azure energy. He also knew that no one in his cohort had reached the Grandmaster realm before him. The final detail struck like a blow. The student was 3 years his junior, a first year. At that exact moment, the sky erupted in a wave of terrifying heat, a brutal testament to the destruction of Ihi's Red Lotus. The view snapped back to space just as he dove straight down, tearing through the atmosphere at a monstrous speed, his body blazing like a comet crashing toward Planet Blue Star. Music. While falling, he grumbled that -1's form and flavor were both disgusting, and to make matters worse, the Flame Sovereign's heat had burned his nano battle armor to nothing. With no patience left, he chose to tap into -1's abilities. He stretched his mouth open, and in music, an instant, living tendrils slithered out, multiplying at a frightening rate and wrapping around him until his entire body was sealed inside them. Apparently, the fusion of his advanced vampire lineage with the God Template's evolutionary power let him absorb and refine -1's genetic traits. The dark red biomass it granted him could mimic clothing and simultaneously restore the damage his body had suffered in the Flame Sovereign state. Calling it a repair almost felt inaccurate. It was closer to a total upgrade. He sensed he could reshape his own form at will, like editing a character in a creation interface. Once the dark red biomass fully merged with him, Ihi's physique underwent a complete transformation. His resistance to heat, his capacity to store and channel energy, even his bones and nervous system all leaped beyond anything he had previously experienced. Outwardly, he looked unchanged, yet at the microscopic level, the difference was nothing short of revolutionary. Satisfaction flooded him, a sensation so intense that language barely captured it. In his judgment, this newfound power rivaled a high-tier template. Meanwhile, the perspective cut to the North Brighton Federation's military command center. Inside the base, the Union Army General of North Bayonne, General Duller, visibly trembled as satellite footage displayed a blinding red shock wave, erupting without warning. Demanding an explanation, he listened as the federal supercomputer, Eve, reported a violent high-energy reaction at the boundary between the stratosphere and thermosphere above West City of the Daxia Kingdom. The blast had spread across 600 kilometers and carried force comparable to a nuclear detonation measured in tens of millions of tons of TNT. The general swore under his breath, unable to comprehend why such chaos was unfolding during Daxia's recovery operation. A technician then announced that Eve had identified a life signature at the heart of the explosion. Shock hardened the general's face. He insisted that a blast of that scale should have reduced even a grandmaster to dust. then ordered the satellite image enlarged to uncover what absurd stunt the kingdom was pulling. As the picture sharpened, a young man clad in leather appeared, suspended calmly in midair, his aura surging like a living storm. Realizing the figure was likely still a teenager, left the general stunned. Then the young man's eyes snapped upward, his piercing stare locking onto them across the vast distance, meeting the satellite beyond the planet itself, and in a voice filled with authority, he demanded to know if they were spying on him. The view widened to reveal the full expanse of the North Brighton Federal Military Command Base, a cold fortress bristling with surveillance. Then, music. The perspective snapped back inside just in time to see him brazenly flip the entire base the bird. Yet General Dullard barely reacted to the insult. His mind was locked on a far more disturbing question. How had this young man detected them when their satellites were stationed in outer orbit? He barked an order for He's identification at once, already suspecting that the Great Daxia dynasty had produced a fourth national grandmaster. Before anyone could respond, He's eyes ignited with a vivid azure glow, and panic rippled through the overweight general and his staff. As Dullard muttered about what the boy intended to do, a subordinate urgently shouted that their satellite was registering an energy spike climbing at a horrifying pace. On the live feed, a blinding azure beam tore through layer after layer of Earth's atmosphere and slammed straight into the satellite, erasing it in a single flash. After annihilating the device, he sneered coldly at those cowardly spies in the north. With their eyes in the sky reduced to debris, he noted with satisfaction that Demora's template was finally operating at full capacity, and that music, the reach of his life magnetic field, had swelled into a colossal domain large enough to envelop the entire planet. Beyond that, it could perceive not only the auras of carbon-based life forms, but also the signals radiated by machines and countless unusual frequencies. With the western district of the city secured, a new thought surfaced. He wondered whether his present life level qualified him to enter the level 11 forbidden zones of life, and if attempting it held any real value. He had never been one to retreat from such prospects, especially with curiosity burning this fiercely. He unleashed his life magnetic field and stared down at the world as if peering into endless space, an invisible wave of perception radiating outward from his body. In a heartbeat, the field blanketed an entire province and continued expanding at an astonishing rate. Data surged into his mind like a flood, but -1's dark red biomass filtered the torrent automatically, preserving only what mattered and assembling music, a detailed three-dimensional map of the globe within his awareness. Through it, he observed the cities and infrastructure of Great Daxia in crystal clarity, every reclaimed district laid bare. Then Ihi's eyes narrowed and locked onto a distant point, as his dark red biomass extended toward the fallen city of Guanshan, which had music, transformed into an S-grade secret realm. The failure of the recovery effort there came as no surprise. In his perception, Guanshan resembled a perfect black void, a place where even humanity's mightiest martial artists stood powerless before the S-grade anomaly. If that city resisted all probing, he wondered how the other forbidden zones would respond. Despite the vast strength he now wielded, he understood he remained far from the absolute summit of martial power on planet Blue Star. Even so, he had merely stepped onto the threshold of humanity's highest echelon by borrowing Demora's legendary authority and strength. Setting Guanshan aside, his life magnetic field kept spreading without pause, carrying his perception across all of Great Daxia and deep into the eastern continent of Azeroth. It rolled past the vast Great Eastern Ocean, swept over the North Brighton continent, crossed the frigid northern seas, but his focus abruptly stalled over Little East Island, where the ruined Sun Palace loomed atop Mount Fuji. Inside the Sun Palace, a grand hall drenched in gold and crystallized incense failed to mask the suffocating odor of decay saturating the air. Behind a thin music curtain shielding a 20-meter dragon bed, a skeletal giant coughed violently, and the three maids in attendance immediately bent in reverence. From behind the ornate veil, an enormous arm, thicker than any maid's torso, stretched outward. Its flesh was shriveled like rotting timber and scarred with necrosis. Accompanied by another hoarse cough, the figure demanded his medicine. Once the maids withdrew, the being on the dragon bed rasped in disbelief that a perceptive force had extended into the nation's south-central domain. The hidden colossus pondered which powerhouse could possess such reach. Was it the cunning old fox Jingwen from the Great Sea, or Charles of the Western Continent? Or had someone finally noticed his near century of seclusion and come to test him? He muttered about hastening the refinement of the divine artifact and waiting for his ascent into the legendary realm, convinced that the day of his rise would mark the beginning of his dominion over the entire planet Azeroth. Meanwhile, on the western continent within the divine capital of the divine descent theocracy, the colossal 1,000-meter statue towering above the holy city displayed an ominous sign. Worshippers collapsed to their knees, crying that the true God had revealed itself, that prophecy stood proven, and pleading for mercy upon their gravely ill families. At that instant, a figure stepped into existence before the monument, as if emerging from empty air, asking in a measured tone whether that arrogant gaze had stirred the supreme being. The statue's brow twitched, releasing a peculiar fragrance. A fissure split its forehead and fresh blood trickled out while its mouth stretched open into an unnaturally wide, grotesque grin. Calmly, the young man pressed a goatskin inscribed with sacred scripture over the statue's upright, gray-yellow eye. The eye trembled once, and the immense structure froze solid. The young man, clad in the supreme robes of the divine descent theocracy with his eyes concealed beneath a white silk band, turned away and departed while murmuring apologies and urging the deity to remain in slumber. The view then shifted toward the restless waters bordering the Azure continent. A colossal icebreaker carved a silent path across the frozen sea. Inside the wheelhouse, the helmsman sensed a presence descending from above and hesitated, wondering if that distant gaze belonged to Yi. The man steering the vessel, a silver-haired figure with cold crescent pupils, was the Moon Nightmare Barrows. This parasitic higher intelligence studied the sensation with quiet amazement, stunned by how rapidly he had evolved in such a brief span. Such growth defied everything he had anticipated. Barrows lowered his eyes to his pallid hand, fissured like shattered porcelain, and silently cursed Qinglong for the blow that had crippled his vessel and dragged out his recovery. Even so, he resolved to seek Yi the moment he departed this region. With steady hands, he guided the ship into a dense gray mist blanketing the icy Oceania, a fog born of a chaotic age beyond which stretched the continent ruled by the second ancient demon, a being that had remained motionless since its emergence. From Yi's elevated perspective, his life magnetic field spanned the planet and exposed no fewer than a dozen regions resembling Guanshan City, zones that manifested as void-like pits swallowing his perception whole. Some presences within those depths even attempted to follow the trail of his signature and anchor onto his position. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he acknowledged how immeasurably deep planet Blue Star remained, crowded with concealed masters and grotesque entities beyond ordinary comprehension. Just as he prepared to retract his awareness, a frail mental current pierced his senses from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Though fragmented, he instantly recognized the voice as Principal Shi Jingwen. Through the broken transmission came an urgent warning to beware of Fu Hongsheng, along with a grave trust placed in him to safeguard Great Daxia. The message struck Yi with a chill of dread. He kept the magnetic field active and sharpened his focus, chasing every flicker of that fragile signal. Its origin was unmistakable, the peak of Kunlun Mountain. He struggled to understand why Principal Shi Jingwen would caution him against Fu Hongsheng, a national warrior believed to be secluded while recovering from severe injuries. What disaster had unfolded atop Kunlun Peak? He immediately summoned Manhua and ordered it to trace Shi Jingwen's signal. After an exhaustive sweep, Manhua Music reported that no active signal could be found. Jaw tightening, his expression darkened as he requested the status of Qinglong, the dragon bird of Great Daxia. Yet Qinglong's signal was absent as well. Manhua then reviewed his last recorded journey and revealed that his destination had been Death Valley on Kunlun Peak, with the purpose of the trip left undisclosed. Hearing this, unease settled heavily in his chest as he concluded that the two were likely in the same location, and that this crisis had erupted at the most critical juncture of Daxia's recovery plan. At this point, the three national grandmasters defending Great Daxia could no longer be relied upon. One had disappeared in Guanshan, and the other two had vanished at Kunlun Mountain. A cold tension coiled in his chest, heavy with dread. If Fu Hongsheng had truly betrayed them, then everything was about to collapse. Igniting atomic energy beneath his feet, he launched forward at terrifying speed, his thoughts spiraling through grim possibilities. If Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were gone and Fu Hongsheng had defected, then the highest pillars of Great Daxia's combat strength had effectively been erased. At the same time, the massive recovery campaign was still underway. Reclaiming the fallen cities would inevitably bleed the Daxia kingdom dry, inflicting severe casualties, and the downfall of the Daxia dynasty would invite every suppressed nation to surge forward with ravenous ambition. Without supreme combat power to deter them, Daxia had stepped into its most dangerous era. One mistake would be enough to trigger encirclement and partition by hostile powers on all sides. Death Valley on Kunlun Peak was a twisted forbidden zone capable of suppressing martial artists and magical beasts alike. It constantly birthed secret realms that promised immense rewards wrapped in lethal danger. Yet clashes between grandmasters could tear apart mountains and oceans. If Principal Shi Jingwen and Qinglong had truly joined forces against Fu Hongsheng, Kunlun Peak should have already been reduced to a shattered basin. Instead, there wasn't a trace of large-scale destruction. His expression tightened with unease. The only remaining course was to track down Fu Hongsheng directly. But if Fu Hongsheng was an enemy, revealing himself would be reckless. He swore under his breath, frustrated that intricate strategizing was never his strength. Combat was where he excelled. As he streaked past the warped gates of scattered secret realms below, he kept returning to a single conclusion. Becoming stronger was the only viable answer. He had already pushed his 3 templates to their limits. His achievements, as the top student of his grade, and the recapture of West City were enough to secure 2 additional templates. Beyond that lay the Golden Gene, an extraordinarily rare strand carrying dormant power, capable of mutations and evolutions far beyond conventional limits, which the Mad Doctor should have unlocked by now. If the Great Dynasty truly lacked protectors of sufficient might, then he would simply have to rise and assume that role himself, becoming the supreme guardian of the Daxia Kingdom. The scene shifted to his next destination, a shattered commercial complex in western West City. He descended and walked into the ruined structure, dark red tendrils swaying lazily behind him. After stepping inside, he remarked in a cool, detached voice that the environment was a complete mess. Sweeping the area with his senses, tapped into his bloodline link to verify that his target was still concealed somewhere within the building. Whoever was had hidden with remarkable care, as though desperately trying to avoid being found. Without warning, the upper floors exploded outward as a colossal azure beam ripped through the already shattered structure. A heartbeat later, he followed it down like a falling meteor, striking the ground hard enough to kick up a rolling cloud of dust. As the haze settled, and he steadied himself, a grotesque figure loomed ahead. It resembled an oversized worm, its cavernous mouth crammed with dense gray teeth, while stubby, swollen arms writhed grotesquely around its jaws. Against his present power, the monster registered as nothing more than clutter. He lifted a hand wrapped in blazing blue light, his eyes turning glacial as they fixed on the abomination. The killing technique, known as mental slash, fell in a silent stroke, and the creature was split into jagged halves before it could even react. Green blood burst outward in a violent spray, the sheer volume of it flooding the floor in a nauseating wave. From that viscous pool, something stirred. A slime-coated shape rose slowly, and the reason he had struggled to track his quarry became clear. The Mad Doctor had been hiding inside the beast. The man crawled free, drenched in sticky green gore. The instant he staggered closer, he flailed his arms in panic, begging him to keep his distance. Catching E's confused stare, he blurted that he was filthy, reeking, and feared offending his lord. The remark jolted E's senses, and the stench hit him at once. Covering his nose and stepping back on instinct, he demanded an explanation and asked who was pursuing him. Trembling, the Mad Doctor confessed that he had concealed both the Golden Gene and his own aura by burrowing into the worm. The laserbird music had dispatched a hunting monstrosity to seize it, an ultimate life form capable of devouring every living thing in the city. He urged immediate retreat. Hearing the description sparked recognition. He shaped the dark red biomass in a -1's likeness, and asked if that was the creature in question. The Mad Doctor's face drained of color as he confirmed it, then stared in stunned disbelief, realizing his lord must have consumed the monster. He stated calmly that he had handled it and refined the ugly thing. Inwardly, he rejected crude words like eat or devour. Refine was more fitting. The Mad Doctor dropped to the ground in full prostration, like a subject before a monarch. Startled, he cut him off and rebuked the antiquated display, ordering him to hand over the Golden Gene. Since he had no interest in touching the foul substance and cared little for the handling process, he summoned his Shikigami to collect it cleanly. The moment the Golden Gene was revealed, saliva pooled in his mouth, and a sharp hunger surged through him. Instinct urged him to consume it immediately, yet he forced the craving down and sealed the gene back inside its containment case. When the Mad Doctor questioned the restraint, he stated flatly that absorbing it would drag him into a deep metamorphic sleep, something he could not afford while West City was still a battlefield. His tone shifted without warning as he commended the doctor for flawless work. In the same breath, his hand shot forward and pierced the man's chest, channeling music strands of red-black matter into his body to safeguard this rare asset. The Mad Doctor, confused yet reverent, stood frozen as the substance coursed through him. He explained that the man's present strength was pitifully low, which was why he was always forced to flee danger. -1's red-black biomass would enhance his brain and carried power that bordered on the incomprehensible. He withdrew his hand and unfurled Demora's dorsal plates from his back. Without a flicker of hesitation, he gripped the radiant blue structure and tore it free with a blank, music expression. He placed the severed piece into the Mad Doctor's trembling hands and identified it as his crystal spine, warning that whatever strength could be drawn from it depended entirely on the doctor's capability. Cold sweat streamed down the mad music. Doctor's face as gratitude overwhelmed him. Choked with emotion, he broke into sobs and swore to repay the gift with an empire of his own making. He paused, mildly surprised he had never realized how sentimental the man was. He turned away and ordered him back to work. The Mad Doctor wiped his tears, forced his feelings down, and accepted the command with solemn resolve. When Ihi's sharp features and familiar sly smile came back into view, he remarked that the monsters infesting West City were still far too unruly. A citywide purge was overdue. On the eastern front of West City, the martial warriors were arriving at a staggering conclusion. The Overlord beast was dead, and the feral tide it commanded had collapsed into total disorder. With the two sovereign-class beasts eliminated, the Lord-level creatures spiraled into frenzy, slaughtering one another, and turning the battlefield into a gruesome chaos. At the same time, the martial forces pressed in from every direction, shouting encouragement as they advanced to wipe out every remaining monster. Yet amid the carnage, scattered beasts fled into the city's shadowed alleys. As the warriors prepared for brutal close-quarters combat, Manhua's icy voice cut through the comms, demanding that the inner city be turned over to him. The entire formation stalled. A female warrior recognized the name and inhaled sharply, realizing that the entity the super AI Manhua referred to was the same overwhelming force that had personally slain the two Overlord beasts. Without a moment of delay, the young commander issued a full retreat. Beneath the silent crescent-lit sky, a bluish-purple streak tore across the heavens, an impossible music, presence that none could ignore as it plunged toward the chaos consuming the city. Every Lord-level monster snapped its head upward and roared at the blazing omen diving straight at them. In the next instant, the meteor warped and unraveled into a storm of dark red energy that crashed into the battlefield like a nuclear detonation, unleashing a shockwave that flattened everything in its path. He expanded his life magnetic field at once. An invisible yet crushing force blanketed all of West City, pinning every monster in place and erasing any hope of resistance or escape. From his body, dark red biomass erupted outward as countless tendrils that swept up the scattered weapons littering the ground. That mass of living matter compressed rapidly into a colossal sphere powered by controlled nuclear reaction within him, music glowing veins to pulse across its surface like surging lifeblood. The spectacle was grotesque and terrifying. Sphere's skin split open as hundreds of writhing gun barrels burst forth, each threaded with atomic energy coursing through every channel and granting them the power to shred nearly anything. He narrowed his eyes, a frigid light flashing within them as he declared that the monsters would witness the true might of his creation, the divine angel gun. In the next heartbeat, innumerable bioprojectiles hardened from his flesh and blood and fired in perfect unison. Charged with devastating atomic kinetic force, they carved brilliant blue trails through the shattered night, each one guided flawlessly by his life magnetic field. Every shot corrected its own path and struck unerringly, piercing straight through the cores of its target. After the first volley, beasts across the battlefield crumpled in waves, their dying cries drowned beneath the relentless storm of destruction. Alone, he commanded firepower rivaling an entire artillery division, and each round hunted its prey with merciless precision. Such efficiency in slaughter defied conventional warfare. Watching from his command post, the Supreme Commander stood frozen in disbelief, one conclusion eclipsing all others in his mind. The young man fighting below was a monster who had stepped beyond humanity and brushed the realm of gods. Had he claimed extraterrestrial origin, the commander would have accepted it without hesitation. From the observation station, any lingering doubt about how a mere freshman had crushed two Overlord beasts and their Lord-class hordes vanished. At that moment, Ihi alone embodied the force of a full heavy artillery legion. The ruthless efficiency of his massacre had already eclipsed the Supreme Commander's own military might, leaving him questioning what kind of training could have produced someone like Ihi. That speculation was cut short when a subordinate urgently reported that Ihi's assault had stopped without warning. The hovering biofortress hung motionless, venting thick white smoke after its first discharge. This was the heat dissipation system releasing pressure through a porous cooling network formed by the black and red biomass. The flaw was impossible to miss. The weapons had overheated, and the atomic energy surging inside, Ihi had spiked to a dangerous level. Even his adaptive biological structure required several precious seconds to stabilize. The Supreme Commander reacted instantly, ordering every mobile energy cannon to rotate into full coverage and inner target lock. They had to buy time for Ihi's arsenal to cool and recover. As the command echoed out, the combat warcraft powered up in unison and unfolded their weapon arrays. What followed was a relentless downpour of munitions that struck the battlefield like divine judgment, blasting up walls of dust and fire. The barrage pounded without pause, and the surviving Lord-level beasts began to panic. Human firepower had never frightened them before, yet now rage mixed with dread as they realized those weapons had advanced beyond expectation. The airborne fleet was clearly synchronizing with the gun sphere below. If that sphere was not destroyed, escape back into the abyss would be impossible. One gargle-like Lord Beast tried to shove responsibility onto the others, barking that someone should charge first while the rest followed. His words were met with a heavy silence. Every creature understood the sphere fortress had to fall, but none were willing to be the first sacrifice. As the Lord-level monsters stalled in bitter argument, Ihi's second volley slid quietly into position, seconds from ignition. Then the sky over West City erupted. Explosions rolled like thunder as streaks of fire carved across the darkness, hanging over the beasts like a descending blade. Their screams tore through the air when the bombardment resumed. Lesser creatures were obliterated instantly, unable to withstand the storm. Ihi ignored any concern for reconstruction. As a martial warrior, he knew that without overwhelming force, countless soldiers would die in savage street fighting. The Lord-level strongholds were targeted with priority, because those thinking, panicked beasts had to be erased quickly if the hive was to collapse. The assault continued without mercy. Even the underground nests were pierced by earth-burrowing missiles that denied the enemy any refuge. Then, as abruptly as before, the gun sphere fell silent. After 2 devastating purges, West City's streets were carpeted with torn carcasses. Thick white smoke kept spilling from the biosphere as it struggled to cool. A Lord-level beast finally snapped, unleashing a furious roar and charging forward. Its intent was clear: destroy the weapon sphere during its reconfiguration window. If they failed now, none of the remaining beasts would leave the city alive. Those words snapped the stalemate. Every beast surged forward at once, and a monitoring technician immediately shouted that the city was spiking with extreme high-level energy fluctuations. His display showed more than 20 Lord-level creatures clustering together, howling in unison as they launched a suicidal charge straight at the sphere fortress. Down below, the martial warriors felt their blood run cold as the entire Lord-class force stormed the field. The squad captain grasped the danger instantly and barked an order to reinforce the gun sphere. They could not allow those beasts to break through. Their sole objective was to stall the enemy until the fortress fired again. Swearing to hold the line, even at the cost of their lives, the captain rushed ahead and his team followed. Outmatched and fully aware of it, they clenched their teeth and threw themselves forward. At the critical instant, a sharp metallic crack split the air as Ihi's biofortress suddenly opened. Before anyone could process what was happening, a blinding azure flash erupted from within. A colossal atomic beam, hundreds of meters long and thick as a pillar of light, punched straight through the charging Lord-level beasts and erased them in a single sweep. Their bodies disintegrated on contact. The warriors had not even completed their first strike when the battle was already over. The suicidal captain stood frozen, stunned by how abruptly everything had ended. From above, Ihi observed the aftermath with a cold gaze, asking aloud whether those foolish beasts had truly believed he would remain stationary and fire blindly. With that decisive blow, the recovery of West City was sealed. His arms merged with the dark red biomass and unfurled into vast wings. Wearing a grave expression, he declared that after this night, be no demonic beasts left in West City. Several hours later, dawn rose over the city and tore away the lingering darkness. After confirming that every last monster had been exterminated, Ihi allowed himself a faint smile as the official announcement declared the recovery campaign complete. At that moment, his long-silent system interface appeared with a new notification. It acknowledged his achievement as the savior of West City and awarded him a template draw. Because his contribution to the large-scale event had surpassed the required threshold, Achievement Fusion was also unlocked. This allowed him to combine achievements into a premium pull guaranteed to reach at least A rank. Already familiar with such mechanics, he let out a quiet laugh, recognizing the resemblance to the gacha systems from his previous life. Still, the prospect of a new monster template carried undeniable appeal. Lower rank draws no longer held value for him, so consolidating everything into a single high-tier attempt was the rational choice. Securing an A-rank entity comparable to Demora represented the optimal outcome, and the possibility alone stirred anticipation. Soon afterward, news of West City's victory swept across the nation, marking a powerful opening for the recovery campaign. Within a single day, 3 cities had been reclaimed. The first city to be freed was Union City, with Dragonbird's 1st Division acting as the spearhead of the assault. The second was Blue City, where martial artists from the evil metropolis led the recovery. The third was West City, reclaimed under Dean Chen Tianyu's command. On the surface, that was the entire story. Yi's identity, however, was locked away as a top-level secret. The Supreme Commander publicly credited only Chen Tianyu and his Dagger Squad and refused to elaborate because Yi's strength was simply too shocking. News that a freshman with peak Grandmaster cultivation could overwhelm a sect master would send tremors through the entire Azure planet. Not far away, Lu read the report in silence, doubt written across her face. She was almost certain the one who had taken back West City was not Dean Chen Tianyu. Since everyone involved had signed strict confidentiality agreements, she did not need further proof. She was not the only one who understood this. Lu also saw straight through the polished propaganda. After all, in the entire Daxia kingdom, only one person wielded that unmistakable azure beam of light. The scene shifted to Dasha's recovery plan General Command Headquarters, where the National Security Commander and his staff were still working nonstop to scrub any trace of E's exaggerated role in West City. Orders were clear. Seal every channel, classify all related intelligence at the highest level, and speak nothing of it. The information was far too explosive. If foreign nations caught wind of it, the consequences would be impossible to control. At that moment, the man at the center of it all returned to headquarters and approached the commander with a grave expression. The instant he addressed him as Sir, the commander visibly trembled, goosebumps racing along his arms. This dignified leader bowed to a mere student, a freshman, no less, and awkwardly insisted that the true superior stood before him. He ignored the ceremony and cut straight to the point. He demanded to know when his freshman valedictorian title from Huazhong University would be officially confirmed. The commander froze, cold sweat forming on his back. He could not understand why someone who had already surpassed even the dean would care about a freshman title. Wouldn't such a thing seem trivial to him? Regaining his composure, the chubby commander hurriedly explained that certification had to pass through Huazhong University's student council and normally required about a month. Seeing the faint displeasure on Ihi's face, he immediately searched for a faster solution. He blurted out that Ihi's situation was exceptional, that no freshman would dare contest the honor, and that the student council president happened to be present and could validate it immediately. By now, sweat poured from him, as if he had just finished a long sprint. He calmly asked where this student council president was. As if summoned by those words, the door suddenly swung open and the man himself stepped inside. When DeKaming caught sight of Ihi's youthful face, he inhaled sharply. But the moment he turned and asked whether he was the student council president, DeKaming abruptly accelerated and rushed straight toward him. At close range, he examined his face with a blank stare that left the poor man visibly shaken. A heartbeat later, DeKaming's expression transformed into open reverence. His joy looked greater than the thrill of slaying a monster. With solemn sincerity, he thanked Ihi, saying he spoke on behalf of his master to express their gratitude for being saved. Faced with such overwhelming enthusiasm, Ihi answered awkwardly that anyone in his place would have done the same, so thanks were unnecessary. He added that DeKaming appeared older, and being called senior felt inappropriate. DeKaming rejected that outright, declaring that in martial arts, strength determined hierarchy, and the stronger individual was naturally the senior. He could only nod and accept it with a restrained smile. Moments later, the system's voice sounded, congratulating him on securing Huadu University's valedictorian title. As a reward, he received a template draw. Once he finished his business at the General Command Headquarters, he turned his focus to the system. The long-awaited instant had arrived. He steadied his breathing and pressed the draw button. A dark purple vortex burst into existence, accompanied by the familiar howls of mythical beasts. It resembled a giant eye, its center a bottomless black void wrapped in swirling violet currents that shimmered with blinding radiance. He raised a hand to shield his vision. From that vortex emerged a colossal presence, a massive eye suspended in the air, encircled by writhing tentacles that sprouted from a grotesque mass of dark flesh. The system identified it as a B-plus rank Hellstar sample. The flesh split open like eyelids, revealing a hazy pink-white glow within, while smaller tendrils trembled like lashes. The giant eye opened fully, its crimson pupil locking onto him. Streams of information flooded in as the system listed its lineage abilities. There was Solar Frenzy Star, capable of detecting cosmic radiation and photonic energy. There was Celestial Light Manipulation, granting control and restructuring of energy flows within the vast, dark heaven, the devourer of all. Compatibility registered at 1%. He observed calmly, concluding that this template represented a true skill-based specimen rather than a simple enhancement to the body. He considered merging Hellstar's light energy with his own nuclear power, recognizing that a successful fusion would unleash enormous potential. The scene shifted to the fallen city of Qingshun, where the leading Martial Guild Alliance had launched a full assault. After a day of brutal casualties and dwindling ammunition, helplessness spread through the ranks. The source of their struggle was the Overlord Execution Squad. Even with the strongest guild leaders gathered, they failed to locate Qingshun City's overlord. Frustrated voices complained that an entire day of fighting had reclaimed only 2 counties. Elite assassination teams returned empty-handed. The rat species beast army infesting Qingshun City had turned every advance into a grinding stalemate. Even without towering monsters, those creatures had turned into a battlefield nightmare. Beneath the city, they wove a dense labyrinth of tunnels, preparing for relentless tunnel warfare against the Martial Guild Alliance. Because of that underground web, the bombardment and baiting strategies that had worked in West City were completely ineffective. Above ground, the city lay in an unnatural silence, showing no visible defenses. One guild leader clenched his jaw and declared that the enemy was deliberately luring them deeper inside, while a younger leader pointed out that the goal was to drag them into brutal close-quarters combat in terrain that favored the rats. At that moment, the female leader of the Chengda martial arts group glanced at her phone and announced that Union City, Blue City, and West City had all been recovered. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf Guild leader, Wuan, exploded in frustration and slammed his fist into the wall, his teeth grinding in anger. He understood that Qingqin City's overlord was hiding far beneath their feet. Reaching it meant carving a path through endless rat beasts inside, suffocating, twisting tunnels. It was a task that bordered on impossible. That realization gnawed at him, because nothing was more maddening than possessing strength, yet lacking a viable path to victory. Elsewhere in Qing City that same night, within one of its freezing, lightless alleys, a set of steady footsteps echoed softly through the narrow passage. When the figure stepped into view, it was Yi. Under the cover of darkness, he slipped silently into the city. A dark leather jacket clung to his frame, and his face was concealed behind a silver crystal mask etched with swirling vortex patterns. This operation demanded total secrecy. Under no circumstances could his identity be connected to the recapture of Qingqin City. At present, aside from him, no one on the planet knew that the 3 National Guardian Grandmasters of Great Daxia had vanished without a trace. The mastermind was most likely Fu Hongsheng, Daxia's #1 martial artist. What unsettled Yi most was the reason Fu Hongsheng had targeted the elite defenders of his own nation. With his power and status at their peak, Fu Hongsheng was a figure destined for historical renown. Yet by eliminating Daxia's top experts, he was clearly pursuing a goal that involved weakening the nation itself. Given Yi's rapid growth, he knew it was only a matter of time before he became a target as well. A future clash with Fu Hongsheng was inevitable. To stand against a being hailed as a martial saint, he had to accumulate strength at an accelerated pace. At the same time, he needed to remain hidden and act before Fu Hongsheng could respond. His greatest weapon for now was the information gap. Fu Hongsheng had no idea that he had already received Principal Shi Jingwen's message, and that unseen advantage shaped every step of his plan. His explosive growth came from the infinite monster template. Given time to mature, he would reach a point where no enemy inspired fear. The operation in Qingqin City was the ideal ground for that development. The instant he crossed into the city, he activated his life magnetic field and began a wide sweep. As the field expanded, it registered an overwhelming storm of biological signals, a mass presence that could easily reach into the hundreds of millions. The density of life interfered with his perception and made isolating the dominant entity nearly impossible. That alone explained why the Martial Arts Alliance had failed to retake the city. Even he struggled to pinpoint the Overlord's location. The enemy's concealment was meticulous, and the situation reminded him of the blood-crazed black ape of Aining, a high-level magical beast known for its cunning and its ability to inflame slaughter. The Overlord, however, faced an opponent burdened with too many abilities to counter. Somewhere among them existed the perfect answer. Without warning, the ground beneath his feet ruptured as dark red biomass burst outward like a tidal surge. It swallowed an entire street in seconds and poured into every fissure that led underground. The substance flowed effortlessly into the deepest tunnels, invading regions no light had touched. The rat army reacted at once, sensing a foreign presence intruding on their territory. They bared steel-shredding fangs and prepared to tear the intruder apart. They never reached it. From the spreading biomass, countless threads as fine as spider silk lashed outward and sealed the surrounding space. Before the muscular rats could squeal or lunge, the threads cinched tight, crushing their bodies and drawing them inward. Their screams reverberated through the tunnels as they fought in vain. Struggle only hastened the end. The tightening strands accelerated the devouring, and in moments entire clusters vanished without residue. The rats' strength had always rested on sheer numbers and perfect concealment, yet both advantages collapsed against the consuming force of the dark red mass. He watched the silent eradication with detached interest and pulled out his phone to pass the time. Beneath the surface, the slaughter continued unseen as hundreds of millions of rats were dragged into a swirling abyss of biomass. The same swarm that had stalled the Martial Guild Alliance was dismantled with effortless precision. After a short interval, he concluded that the city's rat infestation was nearly extinguished. His biomass had already pushed hundreds of meters below ground, leaving the target with nowhere left to disappear. When the dark red tide reached roughly 100 meters beneath the surface, the cunning Overlord finally lost the luxury of hiding. A few alleys away from Yi's starting point, the dark red biomass suddenly convulsed, churning and boiling as if pushed past its limits. In the next instant, a violent tremor erupted and a massive shock wave blasted the biomass aside. A thunderous impact followed as a grotesquely deformed rat paw smashed into the ground, splintering the pavement into jagged cracks. Then the creature revealed itself. It was a colossal white rat the size of a cargo truck, Its face formed from a cluster of writhing rat heads that shrieked in unison. Their piercing cries condensed into destructive sonic waves that rattled and toppled nearby structures. The Overlord twisted its monstrous head toward the masked figure in the dark leather coat. Unable to comprehend how a human had reached it alone, it demanded to know if others were hiding nearby. As the infamous Rat King, it found the situation absurd, having expected an ambush by a coordinated squad. It burst into mocking laughter and sneered at the spreading dark red biomass, admitting its power, yet boasting that his sonic roar completely suppressed it. In his view, the intruder had walked straight into death. He answered the threat with visible boredom. His gaze remained lazy and detached as he asked why the creature assumed he relied on a single technique. Before the Rat King could react, he lifted his hand in a casual motion. The sky answered immediately. High above, the clouds curdled into a brilliant, ghastly purple that spread outward until it smothered the entire city in oppressive gloom. The phenomenon continued to expand, swallowing the sky in every direction. Confronted with this overwhelming display, the Rat King's confidence fractured. Locked under the descending pressure, it demanded to know what kind of energy this was. The purple storm did not stop at the city. It stretched across the eastern hemisphere, iron dark clouds converging into a celestial maelstrom so vast that the moon itself seemed reduced to a speck. At Ihi's silent command, a beam of extreme intensity ignited at the storm's core and speared downward, linking heaven and earth as it targeted a single point in Qingchen. The Rat King felt death closing in. Panic replaced its bravado as it cursed and demanded the intruder's identity, already turning to flee. Ihi watched without emotion and asked where it believed it could escape, and what made it think it could outrun light itself. The purple beam struck the Rat King in an instant, landing with absolute precision. Its scream tore through Qingchen City, a raw howl that echoed across the ruins. When the light finally faded, the creature's lower body had been sliced clean away at the waist. Blood and torn flesh splattered across the shattered ground. Even in that mutilated state, the grotesque beast forced out a smug declaration that it was far harder to kill than it looked. He offered no reply. He simply raised his hand again, his fingertip aligning with the violet sky. This time, multiple beams descended at once, streaking down at cosmic speed. They crashed into the Overlord before it could even register the attack. Dodging was never an option. The Rat King released a final, agonized wail as the barrage hammered into it, carving a deep crater into the earth. Under the relentless storm of light, its massive body was shredded instantly, reduced to fragments that dissolved inside the blinding purple radiance. As the dust and smoke settled, a crimson sphere glowing like molten fire appeared at the center of the crater. He recognized it immediately as the Overlord's demonic core. Its host body had been annihilated, yet the core remained untouched. He reached out to claim it, but a sharp screech erupted from within. The sphere's surface flickered violently, swelling with unstable energy. He paused, suspicion sharpening his focus. The core was abnormal, nothing like the demonic cores he had encountered before. With a sudden detonation, it burst apart into a torrent of living rats that flooded outward in every direction. They scattered in frantic waves, shrieking as they fled. E's expression barely shifted. Watching the chaotic escape, he remarked with dry mockery whether the creature was attempting to imitate Musin. Dark red tentacles surged from behind him and lashed outward, sweeping through the swarm and crushing clusters of rats with brutal efficiency. The result was unexpected. Every rat struck split and regenerated, each fragment rapidly swelling into a new individual. These offspring were smaller, but moved with unnatural speed, darting away so quickly that even the tentacles struggled to intercept them. The reduction in size only amplified their agility. He clicked his tongue in open disdain. The so-called Overlord possessed nothing but evasive tricks and desperate survival instincts. In the end, a rat remained a rat, incapable of transcending its nature. He summoned his Shikigami and activated the time freeze ability. A presence materialized behind him, its arms spreading wide as a strange aura rolled outward. A colorless domain snapped into place and sealed the surrounding space. Within that instant, time itself came to a halt. Zawarudo's temporal stasis had evolved to the point where it could perceive the vital cores inside living beings. If he shattered every core locked in that frozen moment, the Rat King would lose the ability to divide again. Yet a question remained. If the fleeing swarm were only disguises for the demonic core, then the Overlord's true core had to be hidden elsewhere. The creature clearly possessed a final method to cheat death. He acknowledged the Rat King's survival instinct with a trace of detached admiration, even while judging it the weakest Overlord he had encountered. Its cunning was undeniable, but its end was already decided. The city it had butchered erased any thought of turning it into a subordinate through his progenitor power. He dismissed that path entirely and wished only that the creature might be reborn as a human in another life. Light gathered in his palm, and the scene shifted deep beneath the earth to the Rat King's underground palace. Millions of rats packed the cavern in a writhing, seething mass, twisting together as if performing a grotesque ritual. A vast transparent cocoon enclosed them, and at its center lay a demonic core curled into the shape of a rat. As the stored energy reached its limit, the core awakened. The cocoon pulsed violently and began consuming the surrounding swarm, converting every absorbed body into raw nourishment. When the final rat vanished, the cocoon split open and a hairless giant rat emerged. Memory of its near death surged back. White fur rapidly spread across its body as fear tightened its thoughts. The outpost of Qingshan was no longer defensible. It had to retreat to the sinful domain at once. Through clenched teeth, the Rat King cursed the Emperor's command that had forced demon core beasts into human territory to fight a pointless war. It had expected to hold the battlefield for another month by hiding within its subterranean palace, assuming the human grandmasters would stay away. The appearance of the masked figure shattered that calculation. That human released a substance capable of devouring demon beasts, commanded stellar power, and somehow annihilated every clone in an instant. The Rat King could not comprehend how it had been done. Its only salvation was that it had prepared a final escape, a golden cicada shedding its shell. Convinced that that reckless human freak, had only destroyed a disposable clone, the Rat King slowed as it neared the secret realm rift. Instead of plunging straight into the swirling light, it paused and spread a triumphant grin. Relief washed over it. Crossing that rift meant safe return to the sinful domain and an end to this nightmare among humans. It congratulated itself for surviving and admitted that remaining in human territory was far too dangerous. Retreat was the only rational choice. The instant it lunged forward, another beam of light crashed down from above, staining its white fur in a blinding violet glow. It roared in stunned confusion, demanding how it had been found. At the outskirts of Qingshan, the third beam detonated with such overwhelming force that the entire city shook. Guild leaders of the Martial Guild Alliance stared at the spectacle in frozen disbelief. Juan, unsettled like the others, muttered that it resembled a space-based energy weapon. Anything else sounded absurd. If it truly were such a weapon, why had no one informed the Allied forces stationed in the city? They abandoned speculation and rushed inward to investigate. Inside the urban core, an eerie silence greeted them. The rat infestation had vanished without a trace. After a tense search yielded nothing, they found only a massive crater glowing with magma and scattered shards of vitrified crystal. The bulky guild leader frowned, unable to sense any remaining rat presence. It was as if the entire swarm had been erased. Wuan confirmed the same result. Either the creatures had fled through a secret realm, or they had been completely annihilated by the purple strikes. Wusan lifted his gaze to the sky, still grappling with the question of who could wield such terrifying power. News of Qingshan's recovery spread across the nation soon after. A week had passed since Union, Blue, and West cities were reclaimed, and now Qingshan stood as the fourth liberated stronghold. Celebrations erupted as media outlets promised continuous coverage of the Great Daxia Recovery Campaign. Elsewhere, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Senior executives of the Great Daxia Allied forces gathered before a giant screen displaying the victory. While the public rejoiced, their expressions remained tense and guarded. Their focus centered on a single unresolved problem: the identity of the unknown figure who had secretly intervened in the battle for Qingshan. They couldn't tell who this person was, what he wanted, or whether he stood as an ally or an enemy. Just like the chaos in West City, disaster after disaster had piled up until this same mysterious figure stepped in and crushed every obstacle. Qingshan was no exception, aside from the eerie shift in his attacks, now burning with that unmistakable purple hue. At the very least, one fact was undeniable. This unknown powerhouse was currently fighting on the side of the Great Daxia Alliance. Under normal circumstances, the sudden rise of someone capable of tilting battles on this scale inside Daxia Kingdom would have triggered an immediate investigation from the Great Daxia Dragonbird. Yet when contacted, even they responded with evasive silence, indirectly admitting they were just as clueless about his identity. Whoever he was, hesitation was not an option. The remaining cities had to be reclaimed quickly, or the alliance would look weak and ineffective. While the armies debated, the man at the center of it all had already left Qingshan and was heading for his next destination. Excluding Guanshan City and the S-Class Forbidden Zone, 3 fallen cities still remained. 2 were already contested by the Great Daxia Dragonbird and Huadu forces, both reportedly close to victory. That left one final, nearly forgotten city. With that decision made, Yi surged forward, red flames tearing a blazing scar across the sky. He checked his phone, recalling the city's daily battle reports that spoke of endless stalemates and little progress. His previous methods, built around the Hellstar template and its glaring purple light, were far too recognizable. If he wanted to keep moving unseen, he needed another transformation. In the next instant, Black and crimson tentacles erupted from his mouth, spiraling around his body as his form twisted and reshaped. His hair spilled down to his waist, turning ghost white in the rushing wind, while a red mask sealed over his face, erasing every trace of his former appearance. This time, he chose to fight with a weapon. Drawing the Starfall cleaver from his spatial ring, he adjusted his grip and lifted the blade toward the darkened sky. Almost at once, threads of black and crimson tendrils slithered up and wrapped themselves around the cleaver, twisting along the blade with a grotesque elegance. When the disguise settled into place, he tested it with a single swing and felt a quiet satisfaction. Under this new persona, he intended to rely purely on killing arts and martial skill. Only Gong Ku and Qing Long knew the signature of his killing force techniques, which meant this identity was sealed tight. He ordered Manhua to play a specific track, and the moment the sound hit his ears, he launched forward at blistering speed. In the span of a breath, he reached Wave City, a place buried under dense fog that strangled the sunlight. The instant he arrived, he activated a concealment ability, erasing his presence as he slipped silently into the Allied camp. What greeted him was a deeply unsettling sight. Everyone moved as if trapped inside a shared illusion, and the longer he watched, the more a sense of wrongness crept under his skin. The overlord of Wave City had orchestrated something disturbingly subtle. While the coalition forces laughed, talked, and carried on with meaningless routines, he approached one woman and struck the back of her neck with surgical precision. Her skin split to reveal flesh that had already decayed beyond recognition. The truth slammed into him without mercy. The entire coalition had been wiped out long ago. Every single one of them was dead, yet none of them realized it. Their organs had rotted away, but their bodies still mimicked the shapes they once had. In effect, they were trapped in an endless loop, repeating the final day before their deaths and unknowingly deceiving both themselves and the Daxia Kingdom. Behind the mask, his expression hardened with a mixture of grief and rage. To him, turning life into a mockery like this was an unforgivable sin. He raised his hand, and a dark red tentacle lashed out, forcing its way into a nearby female warrior's mouth and cutting off her scream. After a swift probe, he retracted it, identifying the controlling force as blood nightmare art, a vile form of psychological hypnosis. As clarity returned to her eyes, he rasped out the truth in a hoarse voice. She was dead. The words shattered the fog in her mind. Memories flooded back, and her body locked in place before a scream tore free. Terror consumed her as she stammered that it was true. She had died on the battlefield. Through broken breaths, she revealed that the overlord of Wave City was a monster who had butchered the guild leaders and twisted them into undead servants. Clutching her head, she howled in agony as her skin began to rot and peel in real time. With her last strength, she cried that only a grandmaster had any hope of standing against that creature. The instant she accepted her death, the darkness drained from her hollow eyes and flared into a deep crimson before the light vanished altogether and her body crumpled. He studied the fallen figure and reached a cold conclusion. The moment the undead recognized their own deaths, the force anchoring their corpses unraveled. He knelt and gently closed her eyes, offering a quiet farewell and telling her to rest. Then he swore he would repay this cruelty in blood. Fury surged through him, his aura pulsing as he lifted his gaze and declared that the extermination would begin. The city remained buried under thick fog, the air saturated with the stench of decay, and every alley writhed with demonic creatures. Not a single trace of living humanity remained. He expanded his life magnetic field across the entire city, sweeping every corner. Yet the Overlord's life signature was nowhere to be found. The absence itself was unsettling. In contrast, the monsters all emitted nearly identical fluctuations, mirroring the dead coalition forces, as if they were mass-produced puppets. Unlike the Rat King that hid underground by nature, this Overlord had erased his presence almost completely. His patience snapped. Tired of the creature's hiding game, he chose to drag it out by force. As in Qingshun, dark red biomass burst from beneath his feet and flooded outward, swallowing streets and alleys in a violent surge. The tide expanded relentlessly above ground, drowning the city in seconds. Fog and darkness fused as every road, every structure, and every corner turned pitch black. At that point, he could have erased the entire city with a single thought. The remaining feral beasts were consumed without resistance. Yet his initial expectation collapsed into disappointment. Like the undead humans, the demonic creatures were nothing but hollow shells, devoid of value. Worse still, the Overlord continued to hide. He maintained the life magnetic field and pressed the search further. After a long, silent sweep, a result finally surfaced. His eyes shifted as he sensed an almost imperceptible probing technique brushing against his field. Its aura blended perfectly with the empty shells, so faint it would have been impossible to detect without clearing them first. He locked onto the source and turned sharply. The signal pointed toward the nearby mountain, where the Undead Alliance army had gathered. At the edge of the mountain cliff stood the coalition's strongest pillar, Li Chongzhen, Grandmaster of the Butterfly Metamorphosis stage and leader of the Hung sect. Within Great Daxia's martial world, his name carried enormous weight. He was recognized as the second greatest physical powerhouse after the Azure Dragon and ranked among the top 10 of the 36 Grandmasters. Li Chongzhen's roar exploded like thunder, rolling across the mountains as he ordered the assembled warriors to follow his command. Tens of thousands answered as one, their voices merging into a tidal wave that made the cliff tremble beneath their feet. Veins swelled along Li Chongzhen's face as a savage aura burst from his body, evoking an ancient beast stirring from slumber. He declared that the overlord of Wave City stood directly ahead and stood alone. Together they would crush him and free the city from demonic control. His words ignited the army. The warriors charged in a roaring surge, dust spiraling into the air as their cries of liberation echoed through the valley. Watching the frenzy he had unleashed, the puppet wearing Li Chongzhen's face curled his lips into a crooked grin and released a low, malicious chuckle. Without warning, the oppressive clouds above twisted and flared into a brilliant purple. Winds howled and coiled into a colossal vortex that swallowed the sky over the mountain. Panic rippled through the ranks as every gaze snapped upward, locked onto the unnatural storm. For a fleeting moment, some wondered if reinforcements had arrived. Then a human silhouette slowly formed at the heart of the vortex. The figure hovered high above them, like a dark god descending. Behind a demonic mask, his cold eyes swept over the chaos below without a trace of emotion. His farewell was simple. They should rest. A blinding purple beam split the heavens and slammed into the coalition like a falling bombardment. Another beam followed, then another, until the sky unleashed a relentless storm. Screams tore through the air as the strikes rained down like meteors. Shock spread through the warriors as they realized the man above was attacking them. Confusion quickly twisted into suspicion. Some feared he was a champion of a rival nation who had sided with the monsters. The captain shouted for an immediate retreat, warning that they were helpless targets under his shadow and ordering the air forces to deploy. The response that came back froze them in place. Every fighter jet and missile in their arsenal had vanished without a trace. It made no sense. This was their first campaign, and none of it had even been used. The logistics unit should have verified every supply before departure. That certainty twisted into dread as a question surfaced in his mind. When had they ever actually left? And when had they supposedly spent their entire arsenal? The gap in memory hollowed his thoughts. Amid the spreading panic, the imposter hiding behind a massive boulder ground his teeth in frustration. This outcome ruined his plan. He had intended to slip quietly into the human ranks, but now suspicion crept in. Had he already seen through everything? The answer arrived a heartbeat later. A towering column of purple light screamed down toward his position. Faced with that overwhelming force, he showed no fear. He clenched his huge fist and sank low, gathering power, then unleashed the Hung sect's secret earthly fiend martial art. The ground burst with a dull thunder as he launched upward. His punch collided with the beam and ripped through it, splintering the energy into glittering shards. The clash detonated with a deafening roar, shockwaves ripping through the air hard enough to make the sky quiver. On the ground, the real Li Chongzhen locked eyes with a masked figure above, killing intent blazing. Excitement twisted his features as he laughed and declared how thrilling it was to meet such an opponent. To him, the bodies of elite humans were masterpieces, and martial arts were the ultimate expression of that perfection. The masked man remained silent, but behind him clusters of radiant purple spheres bloomed into existence, swelling until their light washed over the battlefield. They dropped in a furious barrage. The explosions engulfed Li Chongzhen, yet he endured them through sheer physical might, his body weathering the storm with minimal harm. In the next instant, he surged upward like a hunting beast, a warped grin stretching across his face. Even he felt a flicker of surprise at the sudden spike in his strength. Then a massive fist, packed with terrifying speed and force, smashed into the mask. The impact shattered it into twisted fragments. Blood spilled from his nose and mouth as his body folded forward, each breath turning ragged. His attacker did not pause. A relentless chain of punches hammered into Ihi's face while he raved about turning him into his next puppet. In that frenzy, he savored the illusion that his opponent had been crushed beneath absolute power. Li Chongzhen gathered everything he had into a final strike. Golden light swelled around his fist, burning brighter and denser before he drove it straight through Ihi's body, cleaving him apart. For a fleeting instant, he believed the fight was over. Then the scene twisted. The torn figure, pale-faced and wide-eyed, blood still spilling from his mouth, blurred and dissolved like drifting smoke. It had been nothing more than an apparition. Realization crashed into him, and rage followed close behind. Yet his fury stalled as the world around him warped into a nightmare. Overhead hung a colossal blood-red moon that dwarfed his presence. He had been dragged into Ihi's killing domain, the lunar slaughter realm. The crimson moon poured down a suffocating pressure that seeped into his bones. Staring up at it, he muttered that he had walked straight into a trap. The moon of carnage ignited, and a violent light burst from behind it, tearing open the clouds. From that fracture emerged a massive blade, whose presence crushed the air itself. It split the blood moon in two and detonated with a thunderous shock that raced toward Li Chongzhen. The force flattened the mountain beneath, erasing stone and soil in a single sweep. Through the drifting red haze, he stepped forward with his heavy polearm resting across his shoulder and remarked that a counterfeit would always reveal itself in the end. No imitation could fool the instincts of a true martial master. Even with layered illusions, the impostor had failed to distinguish reality. Worse still, his puppet legion had been wiped out. From the shattered ground, a blood-soaked arm suddenly burst upward, clawing through debris. Li Chongzhen dragged himself into view, kneeling with a brutal gash carved from chest to abdomen. He admitted that even in this human vessel, tougher than most overlords, a single strike from he had scarred him deeply. That alone proved his opponent possessed a top-tier body equal to his own. The realization only sharpened his obsession. He's form was the perfect upgrade, and he intended to claim it. To do that, he would gamble everything. Golden rings flared to life around him as his muscles swelled, and his power multiplied tenfold. With a violent burst, he launched himself toward he like a falling comet. The impact of his launch cracked the ground where he had knelt seconds earlier. An overlord wearing a human shell was a rare abomination, but he had already decided to end this parasite. He shifted his footing, lifted the polearm, and met the charge head-on. Their collision detonated in a burst of force and light, yet his strike slid uselessly off the barrier of the golden rings. Li Chongzhen's lips curled in contempt. In his eyes, the result confirmed everything. No matter how fiercely he attacked, those rings would never break. He mocked him to surrender the body and spare himself a humiliating beating. With a sharp twist, he parried and hurled he backward across the air. He sneered that it was a disgrace for an overlord to occupy the body of a supreme martial artist and still fail to wield it properly. Then he vowed to demonstrate the true gap between them. Murderous red energy bled across the silver blade of his polearm as martial power and bloodlust fused into a lethal edge. In the span of a heartbeat, a storm of dense slashes engulfed Li Chongzhen, each cut more vicious than the last. The fight tilted violently in Yi's favor. As he carved through the air, he dissected his opponent with cold precision, ridiculing every weakness. The forehand lacked bite. The backhand carried no stability. Reactions lagged. Movements were riddled with flaws. If this was the level he intended to fight with, then he might as well keep dreaming, because what stood before him was incompetence laid bare. Under the relentless barrage, a flicker of fear surfaced in Li Chongzhen's eyes. The pressure tightened around him. The slashes grew sharper and more erratic, and even with the reflexes of a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster, he could not fully read them. Meanwhile, he saw through everything. Worse still, it felt as if he were being seen through in return. The parasite had twisted its life magnetic field to mask its presence, yet its true essence leaked through the disguise. He pinpointed the exact place where the intruder hid within Li Chongzhen's body. In a blur, he slipped behind him, summoned his Shikigami, and froze time. Trapped in the sudden stillness, Li Chongzhen struggled to comprehend how such a thing could bind someone with a grandmaster physique. Panic replaced arrogance. His instincts screamed to retreat, abandon this vessel, seize a stronger puppet, and return later. Then his thoughts stalled. His eyes widened as confusion swallowed him, and he realized he no longer understood what was happening. His entire body seized as if shackled by an invisible hand. No matter how fiercely he struggled, not a single muscle responded. For a parasitic overlord, the terror did not come from being overpowered. It came from the certainty that escape was impossible. Faced with unavoidable death, the creature shrieked and pleaded for mercy while a towering pillar of murderous energy descended on the exact point where it hid within Li Chongzhen. The impact erased it instantly, leaving nothing behind. The system's voice followed, announcing that he had completed the achievement of reclaiming more than half the occupied territory. He now qualified for a template draw with a guaranteed minimum A grade. Without hesitation, he initiated the pull. The familiar dark, purple vortex unfurled once more, roaring with the echoes of mythical beasts. Yet this time a sharp intuition tightened in his chest. Something was different. When the result emerged, his eyes widened. He had landed just 2 tiers below the ultimate S+ rank. The template shimmered with an almost hypnotic brilliance. According to the system, the S-grade template was the 10 Journo hymns. Its bloodline gathered the planet's natural energy and generated 7 elemental forces. The sacred tree lineage granted access to divine cells and command over the essence of the world tree itself. Added to that was the Eye of Cause and Effect, awakening the Karma Eye. Its current advanced form was undeveloped, and compatibility sat at a mere 1%. Even so, the significance struck him immediately. This was his most fortunate draw yet. Securing an S-tier template marked his entry into a class of power reserved for extraordinary systems. While its raw destructive force might not rival Hellstar or Demora, its breadth of abilities promised a far richer arsenal. In pure versatility, it could surpass them. In that sense, Genmu stood alongside the Vampire template as a top-tier skill foundation. As he absorbed the implications, the system issued another notification. It had detected a homologous template eligible for fusion. The Ten-Tailed World Tree could be integrated into the plant mutation branch of the Mad Emperor Demora template. Confirmation was requested. A warning followed. Because the Divine Tree ranked so highly, merging it could introduce unpredictable alterations to the final mutation state of the Star Emperor Demora. His expression hardened as the weight of that gamble settled in. He quickly grasped that Gunmu and the Star Emperor Demora both carried plan-aligned attributes. Templates were not isolated powers. Under the right conditions, they could interlock and evolve together, much like fusion mechanics and strategy systems. But unlike a simple game, this merger carried real stakes. Combining two templates with limitless ceilings and an unknown outcome was a calculated risk. If it succeeded, the result would be a unified super template that eased the burden of future upgrades while amplifying his overall strength. If it failed, the foundation of both templates ensured they would not collapse into uselessness. Even with a downgrade, they would retain respectable power. The true danger lay in a potential loss of long-term growth and a reduction in template rating. As he weighed that uncertainty, the system introduced a decisive variable. He possessed an advanced fusion catalyst, known as the Golden Gene, a material capable of refining bloodline structures and steering genetic fusion toward favorable outcomes. The implication was immediate. The coincidence was too precise to ignore. The one resource capable of stabilizing such a merger had already fallen into his hands. For a moment, the alignment of events felt orchestrated, as if an unseen intelligence had arranged every step to lead here. Regardless of its origin, refusal was no longer an option. To face Fu Hongxiang in the future, he needed strength that dwarfed his current limits by orders of magnitude. He issued the command to fuse. Inside the vial, the Golden Gene trembled and underwent a violent shift, its color darkening before dissolving into the system. A notification followed. The Star Emperor Demora state could not fully assimilate the Ten-Tailed World Tree genes, triggering additional mutations. The Golden Gene was injected as an optimizing agent, and the templates entered a volatile phase of fusion. Before the system could deliver a final verdict, his attention returned to Li Chongzhen. The once imposing Grandmaster now looked withered, his flesh shrunk tight against bone like a dried corpse. Lying weakly on the ground, he gathered what little strength remained and asked whether the parasite had been destroyed. He confirmed it without embellishment. When Li Chongzhen then asked about the warriors of Wave City's coalition, he was told they would soon be erased as well. Li Chongzhen forced a bitter smile and thanked him. At the very least, their remains would not be profaned any further. Yet the question lingered in Yi's mind. The parasite alone should not have been capable of overwhelming a martial master of Li Chongzhen's caliber in open combat. Something else had orchestrated the massacre. With fading breath, Li Chongzhen warned him to stay vigilant. The overlord they faced called itself one of the four envoys of its emperor. Its power exceeded that of a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster, and more troubling still, it wielded martial techniques with precision and had already grasped a grandmaster's domain. Its next destination would be the imperial capital. The information tightened Yi's focus. Great Daxia possessed 36 grandmasters, and ordinarily at least 20 were stationed in the capital. But the campaign to reclaim the 12 lost cities had drawn away every elite fighter with meaningful combat strength. The Dragon Bird had also redeployed its best warriors to the borders to prevent foreign incursions. The result was stark. The imperial capital stood exposed, stripped of its strongest guardians. The scene shifted to that capital, to the garrison hidden within the secret territory of the Geelong River. Beneath the calm surface of clear water lay a concealed base built by Dragon Sparrow, an arrangement known to insiders. Over the past 5 years, the Secret Realm's beasts had dwindled to weak remnants, lowering its danger classification from B to D. Inside the camp, complacency ruled. A noisy barbecue filled the air with smoke and laughter as guards reveled in their assignment. One of them remarked that there was no better posting than this. While martial artists elsewhere were bleeding on the front lines, they remained behind, eating well and collecting pay. Even as collateral branches of the imperial capital's 9 great families, stripped of political influence and real wealth, they still enjoyed an easy and comfortable existence. The conversation grew louder, and one man declared they would keep the music playing, keep eating and dancing, and drink until they collapsed. The guard assigned to the radar suddenly wandered over to the group, irritation written all over his face. When they asked why he'd left his post, he shot back that someone had to stay sober and watch the perimeter while the rest of them drank like it was their last night alive. He even scoffed that the whole scene would at least be tolerable if there were women around to lift the mood. Guarding a crumbling secret realm like this felt pointless to him, anyway. About a kilometer from the garrison, an ash-gray barefoot stepped onto a bed of bright flowers. The instant it touched the ground, the blossoms withered into foul, rotten sludge. With every silent step the figure took, life drained from the land. A straight trail of decay carved itself across the terrain, the soil turning porous and dead as the creature advanced without a sound. One of its twisted faces slowly came into view, grinning as it murmured to its brother that the humans ahead were busy feasting, completely unaware that death was already walking toward them. The other face answered coldly that they would crush and butcher every last one, forcing humanity to recognize their emperor's might. Then the central head revealed itself, and snapped at the two to shut up. The full form of the creature emerged, a towering body nearly 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like forged iron and cold steel. Across its massive shoulders, overlapping flesh shaped itself into 2 grotesque demon faces. This monster was Azura, one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor of the Sinful Domain. When the main head spoke again, its voice carried absolute command. The Emperor had dispatched them to slaughter key powerhouses and wipe out as much of humanity's strength as possible. Humanity's greatest martial master, Fu Hongsheng, had already supplied a list marking the locations of those targets. Since their purpose was killing, efficiency mattered. Inferior humans were a waste of time. Their mission was simple: march forward and deliver planet Blue Star to their Emperor's mercy. Seconds later, the scene shifted to the garrison camp. Every martial guard inside had been erased the moment Azura arrived. Piles of rotting corpses littered the ground, a gruesome spectacle that only amused him. These inferior humans had died pathetically, their bodies unable to endure the suffocating stench of decay that radiated from his presence. Azura strode toward the spatial rift and stepped forward without hesitation. The instant his ash-gray foot touched its surface, the rift splintered like shattered crystal and began eating into his immortal flesh. He didn't flinch. This violent rejection was expected. Beings of his caliber always faced immense resistance from spatial rifts. If not for that barrier, his emperor would have already conquered the world beyond. Azura pulled out a grotesque relic shaped like a pink, flesh-swollen cube, its surface pulsing like living tissue. He explained that passing through the rift required relying on what the otherworldly demons had left behind. Disgust twisted his expression. The thing in his hand repulsed him, but there was no alternative. Suppressing his revulsion, he slammed the obscene cube straight into the spatial rift. The reaction was instant and nightmarish. The air warped as if reality itself were melting. Pink flesh bubbles burst outward and multiplied, swelling until they completely smothered the trembling rift. When Azura pushed his corroded foot back inside, the surface hissed violently. He withdrew it a moment later, and the flesh bubbles clinging to his limb wriggled and condensed, knitting themselves together until a flawless new foot formed in place of the damaged one. Without hesitation, his massive arms seized the pulsating mass and forced it apart. Irritation flickered across his face as he released a low, strained grunt. The rift resisted, but he kept pushing until a tear large enough for his towering body opened. The moment it widened, a roaring torrent of river water from the other side exploded through the gap and flooded the ground around him. Azura peered through the opening, remarking that Planet Blue Star felt like nothing more than a neighboring yard. Then he stepped through without a second glance. At the same time, deep within the imperial capital, the 9 great clans had convened in an emergency assembly. Dragon Sparrow Division headquarters had received an encrypted warning from Manhua, carrying an urgent command that every Grandmaster-level expert return to the capital immediately. It was the first order of its kind in more than a century. The clan patriarchs, ancient figures who burned enormous resources each year just to keep their failing bodies alive, had gathered once again. Under normal circumstances, many of them might never have stood in the same hall again before death claimed them. The patriarch of the Zhu clan shattered the tense silence, demanding they abandon pointless reminiscence and address the crisis. He pressed them for an explanation as to why Fu Hongsheng still hadn't emerged from seclusion while the imperial capital stood on the brink of danger. At a time like this, remaining hidden was no longer an option. Sure, Jingwen and Qinglong were also missing, their whereabouts completely unknown. The patriarch of the Sima clan spoke in a low, grave tone, confirming that both had vanished without a trace. As for Fu Hongsheng, messengers had already been dispatched to summon him. His voice faltered mid-sentence, and the patriarch of the Lai clan leaned forward sharply, demanding the rest. The answer was bleak. There had been no response at all. Another patriarch joined in, his expression heavy with unease. Either Fu Hongsheng had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and could not afford the slightest interruption, or he was deliberately choosing silence while the capital stood in peril. The patriarch of the Zhou clan finally snapped. His fist slammed tight as rage spilled out unchecked. He spat that Fu Hongsheng was nothing but a soldier, yet he dared covet the core authority of Great Daxia and even dreamed of toppling the 9 great families of the imperial capital. He repeated the warning he had preached for years. martial artists had to be suppressed in status and privilege. If they weren't kept in check, their ambitions would only swell until they threatened the very order of the capital. The patriarch of the Zhu clan answered in a colder, quieter tone. He dissected the situation with ruthless clarity, asking whether the 9 families were expected to stand alone against the great enemy Manhua had warned about. Charging in by themselves would mean walking straight into Fu Hongxing's snare. The elites their families had nurtured at staggering expense existed to restrain domestic martial forces. Those experts were the pillars of their clans. If they were squandered here, even victory would be meaningless. The 9 families would rot from the inside and collapse. Someone cautiously suggested a temporary withdrawal. They should fall back, wait for the nation's scattered powerhouses to regroup, and only then decide their next move. The hall sank into a suffocating silence. Every patriarch understood the implication. None of them wanted to be the one to say it outright. Far away at the Julong River, the water suddenly erupted. A massive column shot dozens of meters into the air, as if the riverbed itself had detonated. Nearby, couples froze in terror as the river turned pitch black. Countless fish floated to the surface, their bodies limp and lifeless. Panic spread as they tried to make sense of the disaster. Some guessed an explosion. Others whispered about a rift to a hidden realm tearing open beneath the water. High above them, a colossal dark gray figure plummeted from the sky. Azura crashed down with a thunderous impact beside the couples. The shockwave erased them instantly, their bodies incinerated into a spray of blood and ash. The demon face on his right curled into a cruel grin, mocking how fragile the humans were. The left face echoed the scorn, sneering that they couldn't even survive a single step before crumbling to dust. Azura released his suffocating death aura, letting it surge outward in every direction. Inside the Dragonbird Command Center, the entire staff stared at the towering monitoring screen in horror. An Overlord-class beast had appeared without warning in the Imperial capital. They triggered a code red alert, hands shaking as alarms blared. Moments later, the surveillance feed flickered and died, the screen plunging into darkness. Director Wang, Ji Ting clenched his jaw and cursed through his teeth. The 1st Division's top specialists were still stationed at the border. Section Chief Qinglong and Principal Shi Jinwen were both absent from Huada. The capital was exposed. They understood they had only one option left: stall for time, no matter the cost, until the National Guardian warrior finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Ji-ting issued a hard command, ordering every Dragonbird agent in the capital to mobilize immediately. Back on the battlefield, 4 leaders from the most prestigious martial arts schools in the Imperial capital stepped forward to face Azura. Li Tingxiang of Huada Rixing, Lin Hong of Huadu Jinghong, Wu Machuan of Huada Honggu, and Zhu Shunrong of Huada Jingkai stood in formation and formally announced their presence. Azura answered with a low, contemptuous snort. The sight was laughable. To him, these men were ants pretending to be warriors, creatures so weak they didn't even deserve his attention. He had crossed realms to hunt true powerhouses, not to waste time on relics whose potential was already exhausted. Even if they somehow survived, they would never influence his emperor's grand design. He told them to disappear while he was still willing to be merciful. The 4 masters mistook his indifference for opportunity. Believing Dragonbird reinforcements would arrive within 3 minutes, they convinced themselves they could endure that long. To shield the Imperial capital from his rampage, they chose to stand their ground. In unison, they ignited their lifeblood, squeezing out every fragment of strength to suppress the spreading death aura. To Azura, the spectacle was tiresome. Their resistance was nothing but an irritating flicker. His patience snapped. Since they were determined to die, he would grant their wish. Courage without power only paved the way to a miserable end. In a single instant, his arm moved. It looked casual, almost lazy. 3 of the masters burst apart into clouds of blood, erased before their minds could register what had happened. Lin Hong of Huadu Jing Hong stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the attack. A heartbeat later, he joined the others in death. Above the battlefield, anti-aircraft batteries locked onto Azura, while low-altitude bombers roared into position. The order to fire rang out, and a dozen interceptor missiles screamed toward him. He didn't even bother to move. Arms crossed, he released the full weight of his death domain. Corrosion spread like a living storm. Every piece of incoming artillery rusted and decayed mid-flight, disintegrating before it could reach him. An urgent report from the observation center confirmed the nightmare. Long-range weapons couldn't breach his defensive field. The missiles detonated harmlessly in the air, their explosions swallowed by the rotting aura. Firepower was useless. Only martial warriors remained as a viable defense. The forces reorganized instantly. The 2nd and 3rd section chiefs prepared for direct engagement, while the 4th and 5th sections shifted into restraint and support, bracing themselves for a battle they knew could decide the fate of the capital. At that instant, the demon face on Azura's right locked onto a handful of warriors below and hissed in satisfaction, sensing prey finally worth hunting. The left face curled into a savage grin, muttering non-stop about slaughter and crushing them all. Two warriors burst forward at the same time, burning everything they had in a desperate bid to stall him. Minutes later, grim reports slammed into Wang Ji-ting one after another. The second and third section chiefs had fallen in battle. The fourth section chief was severely wounded. Dragonbird forces had already suffered dozens of casualties, and the remaining units were retreating under pressure. The fifth section chief had also died, and even the presidents of the Li Fingyan High and Lishan Martial Arts Associations, who rushed in as reinforcements, were being steadily pushed back as Azura advanced toward the city center. Each update tightened the vice around Wang Ji-ting's chest. The casualty numbers kept climbing. He couldn't process how a single overlord beast, operating alone, was tearing through the heart of Great Daxia, as if nothing could oppose it. Grandmasters in the Transcendent stage were already dead. His limbs went cold as he slumped into his chair, trembling. After forcing himself to breathe, he rasped a demand to know whether anyone had reached Fu Hongsheng, Section Chief Qinglong, or Principal Shi Jingwen. The answer was the same as before. No contact. His attention snapped to the 9 families of Huadu. Reports showed they had sent only a token force of Grandmaster fighters and a few high-level martial artists to assist in the interception. The elder powerhouses, supposedly guarding Huadu, had vanished from coordination entirely. Wang Ji-ting couldn't reconcile it. There was no justification for the 9 great families to sever communication with the Dragonbird division at a moment like this. On the massive surveillance screen, Azura's arm came down again, crushing another warrior into a grotesque smear. The image was horrific, but Wang Ji-ting barely registered it. His mind was racing. If this pace continued, Huadu would fall, and Great Daxia might follow. Then the answer surfaced. The special ranked warriors. The decision felt like detonating a final safeguard with unpredictable consequences, but every other option had collapsed. With no path left, Wang Ji-ting issued the order to release them from confinement. His staff immediately protested, warning that those warriors could spiral out of control. He cut them off with a roar. Control no longer mattered. This was a fight for Huadu's survival. Wang Ji-ting roared that he would shoulder every consequence himself, and ordered the release to proceed immediately. There was no room left for hesitation. Azura wandered through the ruined streets, his death aura spilling out unchecked as buildings and pavement decayed in his wake. A lone fighter, either fearless or blind to the gulf in power, lunged at him from behind and demanded to know his destination. To Azura, the man was nothing more than an irritating insect. He erased him with a lazy swipe and kept walking. His foot smashed through a fire hydrant, and water burst upward in a violent spray. With a bored sneer, he rinsed his hands beneath the torrent, muttering about the annoyance of dirtying himself with worthless martial blood. A voice suddenly cut through the air behind him, mocking whether monsters now cared about staying clean. Azura turned and found 3 special-ranked warriors standing amid the devastation. They looked almost disappointed. Huadu had unleashed them to confront this creature, yet even they hadn't imagined the imperial capital could be reduced to such a state. The destruction was staggering, but in their eyes it only sealed Azura's fate. The demon face on his right found their defiance amusing. The left face bristled with murderous fury. Then the main head went sharply still, its focus snapping away from the trio. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the floating city hanging above. The 3 warriors in front of him were worthy prey, but whatever presence waited overhead held far greater value. He decided to dispose of these obstacles quickly. The true hunt lay above. Both demon faces stiffened in surprise. Their elder brother had opened his eyes in earnest. They wondered what kind of celestial warrior could command such attention. The 3 released convicts, meanwhile, were stunned by his casual dismissal. The bandaged warrior stepped forward, scoffing at the arrogance. He declared that Azura was just another overlord beast, and boasted of the many creatures of that rank he had slaughtered before. He promised to crush that grotesque, 3-layered face himself. Azura didn't bother answering. The main head began chanting in a low, ancient cadence, while the 2 demon faces sealed their eyes shut. From their shoulders, 4 additional arms erupted, each a different hue, unfurling with a wet, unnatural snap. As the new limbs spread wide, Azura drew 2 of his hands across his chest, power coiling around him as the air itself tightened in anticipation. The remaining 4 arms lifted high, framing an ominous silhouette within the choking, toxic air. The halo above Azura's head ignited with blinding light. His main eyes snapped open, and a single phrase rolled out like a verdict. Domain expansion. The 3 special-ranked warriors froze in disbelief. An overlord beast wielding a martial arts domain was something that simply did not exist in their understanding. Before they could react, darkness swallowed them whole. A pitch-black sphere bloomed outward, sealing them inside Azura's private world. From across the city, the dome was visible, a void carved into reality itself. Cracks spidered across the surface. Then the sphere burst into glittering fragments and dissolved. The 3 warriors were gone. No bodies. No traces. It was as if they had never stepped onto the battlefield. Azura regarded the empty space with open disdain, remarking that humanity's so-called elite forces were worthless. Erasing them had been no harder than taking a casual walk through their ruined city. The demon face on his right muttered that humans were pitifully fragile, and hoped the being in the sky his brother had noticed would at least offer some amusement. The left face growled in agreement, furious at the boredom of slaughtering weak prey. Only a true opponent could make the hunt worthwhile. Azura bent slightly, then launched upward. The ground beneath him exploded as he shot into the clouds like a missile. His target was clear. As he hurtled toward Huadu University's floating city, its defense systems screamed to life. The energy magnetic shield surged to maximum output the instant it detected his approach. He scoffed and smashed into the barrier head-on, punching through it like glass. Missiles flooded the sky in a desperate storm. The right demon face laughed at the futility, mocking humanity for still believing firearms could threaten them. The left face snarled in irritation at the dull, repetitive assault. Their eyes flared crimson, and twin beams carved through the air, vaporizing the incoming missiles in a sweeping arc. Then the presence he had been tracking vanished. The sudden absence made him pause for a fraction of a second, wondering if his quarry had fled. A voice answered from behind. A figure appeared at his back, dagger already descending. He declared that a monster like Azura should be the one fleeing, yet had chosen to walk straight into hell. In the next instant, the blade tore across the nape of Azura's main head, and dark crimson blood sprayed into the air. A sly smile curved across her lips, yet Azura didn't react with the slightest concern. All six of his hands locked together, and a violent wind of corrosion erupted outward. The storm of death and decay wrapped around him like a living cocoon, forcing Gong-ku to recoil in disgust. To her, the aura was revolting, a suffocating filth that tainted the air itself. The demon face on the right sent a quiet thought to the left. If their brother's head had truly been severed, even with the magic core intact, survival wouldn't have been guaranteed. Still, excitement simmered beneath the warning. At last, they had found a warrior worth hunting. The left face didn't share the thrill. It seethed with rage at the injury they'd taken. Pink flesh bubbles surged over Azura's wound, sealing it shut at a visible pace. He regarded Gong-ku with newfound interest and praised the precision of her strike. Silent, pure, and lethal, she had instantly become the most valuable prey he'd encountered. Gong-ku brushed off the compliment as excessive. If he thought that was impressive, she would show him what real skill looked like. Her killing intent ignited. Two colossal phantom eyes opened behind her, and a blood-red vision flooded outward. A sticky sea of fresh blood materialized beneath Azura's feet, its wet squelch echoing in the silence. He realized she had drawn him into a personal domain visible only to him. The surrounding buildings remained intact, confirming she wasn't isolating a separate space, but overlaying her domain directly onto reality. Instead of alarm, curiosity flickered through him. He wanted to see what this domain could do. Gong-ku declared with open pride that her power was far superior to his filthy decay. Azura lost interest in words. He vanished and reappeared behind her, six fists already in motion. His earthly fiend martial technique erupted to life. The sunset hammer fell in a storm of crushing blows meant to pulp her body in an instant. The floating city trembled as blazing golden light ripped through the crimson phantom world. Then Azura felt it. His strikes meant nothing. His target had vanished. Before him churned only a swirling chaos of blood. For the first time, confusion touched his thoughts. Had he struck true or missed entirely? Gong-ku's voice rang out with genuine astonishment. A magical beast that could wield martial arts was something she had never expected to see. She laughed that he would never believe it when she told him. While she spoke, Azura remained fixated on a single question. He still couldn't grasp how she had slipped behind him. He ran through possibilities in an instant. Teleportation, illusion, some hybrid trick of perception. Gong-ku offered him nothing. Her expression sharpened. Playtime was over. She lifted two slender fingers and invoked her genetic technique. Death by 1,000 cuts. Blood slaughter. From the air around Azura, tens of thousands of blood droplets rose like weightless crimson bubbles. They drifted in slow orbit, surrounding him in every direction. He watched them with narrowed eyes. The demon face on the right noticed the pattern first and curled into a knowing grin. Between each droplet stretched an almost invisible filament, threads of blood linking bead to bead. Together they wove a mesh so dense that not even an insect could slip through. Gong-ku declared calmly that he was trapped. Escape was no longer an option. The droplets hardened and drew inward, forming a silken sphere of blood that sealed around Azura and locked his body in place. Floating above, she struck a playful pose and announced that the slicing would begin. For a fraction of a second, Azura's main head could only manage a stun sound. Then the storm hit. Blades erupted from every angle. Countless slashes crashed down at once, a merciless rain of cuts that hammered the same points over and over. His iron body, which could shrug off a grandmaster's full-force strike, buckled under the concentrated onslaught. The pink flesh particles surged to repair the damage, sealing torn flesh and shattered muscle. But each restoration was instantly carved open again by the next wave. In that endless barrage, clarity settled in. This opponent was nothing like the others. Instead of rage, laughter burst from him, raw and exhilarated. The pain only sharpened his excitement. This fight was finally worthy. Still, it wasn't enough. He tried to step forward and felt resistance. His legs had grown impossibly heavy. Looking down, he saw crimson figures clinging to him, crawling up his limbs in writhing masses. His gaze lifted and froze. Before him loomed a mountain of corpses crowned by 3 enormous skulls, bodies stacked into a grotesque monument that radiated a suffocating aura of death. The flesh bubbles surged again, restoring his shredded form as he praised Gong Ke's gift for slaughter. Her instinct for killing was exceptional. Without the psychological scars that restrained her growth, she would have stood as a serious obstacle to his emperor's ambitions. Gong Ke grimaced at his drawn-out speech, clamping her hands over her ears and chanting under her breath to drown him out. She refused to listen to another word. Azura spoke anyway. He had already spent too long here. Stronger prey awaited. He would end this quickly. Azura began to unfold his domain again, but Gong Ke cut him before he could finish. She declared that she could expand a martial arts space as well. With casual audacity, she pulled a phone from her pocket and started recording, announcing that she would show the footage to EI later as proof of how strong she'd become. Her hand lifted, and her own domain answered. Boundless severing head. A colossal phantom guillotine materialized overhead, its scale dwarfing everything around it, even the pressure of Azura's forming domain. The moment it locked onto him, thick iron chains burst from the air and cinched around his neck. They dragged him down and pinned his massive body beneath the looming blade. At the same time, his domain activated, and Gong Ke felt the same erasure creeping over her that had swallowed the 3 warriors before. Azura assumed the outcome was sealed. He offered a calm farewell, and even thanked her for the rare satisfaction of a true battle. Gong Ke had reached her limit with his endless talking. Disappearing or not, she refused to let him end the exchange on his terms. She issued the command. The guillotine fell. The blade crashed through his neck with a deafening impact. The strike severed his connection to his active domain, which shattered apart like splintering glass and released Gong Ke from its erasing grip. For a moment, their powers canceled each other in violent equilibrium. The aftermath hit her immediately. She dropped to all fours, lungs burning as she fought for air. Seconds earlier, she had felt parts of her body fading toward nothing, her martial realms buckling under the strain. Azura arose in the wreckage, damaged but far from finished. He admitted that she surpassed Li Chongzhan, and that killing her now required abandoning restraint. Human martial techniques were no longer enough. A piercing roar tore from his throat as 6 bony spikes erupted from the muscles of his back. He seized each one and ripped them free, flesh and fluid stretching before snapping into 6 jagged blades gripped in all his hands. He announced that she had earned his full attention. Every trace of borrowed human style fell away. What remained was raw instinct, a predator stripped to its truest form. Gong Ke's playful expression vanished. For the first time, a shadow crossed her face. As a master of slaughter, she felt the spike in killing intent like a physical weight. Since her illness began, she had carried a sharpened sense for death itself, able to measure the odds of killing or being killed by the pressure of an opponent's intent. The number she felt from Azura rose sharply, and it was not in her favor. When Azura had relied on his unstable domain earlier, Gong Ke had measured his killing intent at roughly 6 out of 10. In a direct clash, she could at least hold her ground. But the instant he discarded restraint and revealed his true nature, the pressure spiked. In her mind's eye she saw it with brutal clarity, herself crushed beneath that suffocating death aura, her body torn apart in a future that felt frighteningly certain. Her face drained of color as the vision of her own death flashed before her. Only grandmasters of the butterfly metamorphosis stage, those with overwhelming spiritual strength, could glimpse their end like this. She accepted it as fate. If this was where she fell, then dying to protect Huadu carried no shame. She even pictured a statue of herself standing proudly on campus, a monument future students would look up to. Still, reluctance tugged at her. After more than a century of living, there were always new games to play, new anime to follow, new stories to read, and that troublesome disciple she hadn't finished guiding. In her heart, she whispered a farewell to He and wished him well. With her final thoughts settled, she lunged toward Azura. The sky exploded with color. Behind her, the heavy clouds twisted into a vast vortex of blinding purple. Winds howled as the spiral expanded until it blanketed the entire sky over Huadu. Gong Ke skidded to a halt and turned, stunned by the arrival of another overwhelming presence. A figure emerged within the storm, coat whipping in the gale. He wore a rough, hooded cloth mask and hovered in the air with the poise of a descending god. His voice cut cleanly through the chaos as he declared that he had come to help Gong Ke rewrite her destiny. Far below at Dragon Bird headquarters, Wang Jiting and his staff stared at their instruments in confusion. The magnetic field around Huadu University had gone haywire, wiping out their visual feed. Wang Jiting cursed under his breath. He couldn't tell whether this surge of power meant reinforcements or something even worse. Across the city, crowds gathered in the streets, eyes fixed on the colossal purple vortex. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve and asked if the light meant the monster was finally going to be destroyed. Back at the battlefield, the masked newcomer hovered opposite Azura, with Gonku suspended between them. Azura lifted one of his crimson flesh blades and pointed it straight at the stranger, demanding to know his name. His eyes sharpened with a frigid glint, and he answered with a single word. Monster. The reply clarified nothing. The masked figure hovering in the air was unmistakably human. Without missing a beat, he fabricated an identity on the spot. He announced that he belonged to a so-called monster organization, and that they could refer to him as Demon Eye. Azura found the claim unsettling. Fu Hongxing's intelligence had listed every notable powerhouse, yet there had been no mention of any monster organization or a fighter named Demon Eye. Either the information was incomplete, or Fu Hongxing had hidden something deliberately. The uncertainty irritated him, but the solution was simple. He would erase this unknown variable immediately. Azura exploded upward, 6 crimson flesh blades carving through the air as he unleashed his original martial art, the Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. The strike tore straight through Ihi's body. The figure didn't resist. It simply dissolved like mist, fading apart as if it had never been solid. Azura's instinct screamed that something was wrong. The sensation of the cut was hollow. Before he could adjust, the phantom ignited. A catastrophic explosion bloomed from the point of impact, the illusion acting as a hidden charge. The blast swallowed the sky. There was no space to dodge. His expression tightened as the shockwave ripped outward. The floating city of Huadu University lurched violently. Air shattered under the pressure, buildings splintered, and debris spun through a rising wall of smoke. From a higher vantage, the real Ihi observed the devastation without emotion. His synchronization with the Genmu template was still immature and its full potential untapped, but it was already sufficient for a monster like Azura. His emperor, Demora, had evolved. That alone changed the balance. He addressed the smoke calmly and ordered Azura to stop pretending. A creature of that caliber would not die from a single detonation. Azura answered with a rough laugh and rose from the crater, his body scorched but intact. A pillar of golden energy erupted beneath him and hurled him skyward at supersonic speed, driving straight toward Ihi with manic exhilaration. To Ihi, the charge unfolded in slow motion. Ever since he acquired Genmu's passive ability, the Eye of Cause and Effect, the world had stretched into deliberate frames. Azura's furious ascent looked sluggish, almost trivial. As his first opponent after unlocking an S-tier template, Azura would serve as a perfect test subject. He activated cell refining. His body split cleanly into 2 identical figures. The sudden duplication forced Azura to break mid-flight. He stared in shock, unable to distinguish the original from the copy or comprehend what he was seeing. Then everything spiraled into the absurd. He kept splitting, his body multiplying at a terrifying rate. In less than a heartbeat, Azura found himself completely surrounded, sealed inside a tightening cage of identical figures with no visible escape. These weren't hollow illusions. Each clone was born from sacred tree cell essence and reinforced with black-red biomass, granting them strength nearly equal to the original. Their only weakness was structural. Under sustained high-intensity output, their cells would destabilize and collapse. Even so, an army of near-equivalent bodies closing in from every direction was a nightmare made real. He layered the trap further. Hellstar's energy amplification ignited across the formation, boosting the nuclear output of every body at once. The original and his countless copies opened their mouths in unison, atomic light gathering in their throats. For the first time, Azura's expression cracked into visible fear. Before he could react, a time freeze effect locked his body in place. The entire setup snapped shut like a mechanical jaw. He named it without ceremony. Nuclear Immortal Slaying Formation. The atomic barrage detonated together. Blinding azure light erupted and fused into a miniature sun suspended above Huadu. At Dragon Bird headquarters, panic exploded across every console. Reports poured in faster than they could be processed. A second sun had appeared over Huadu University. Radiation levels spiked violently. External temperatures surged. Within a single second, the destructive output eclipsed the previous explosion. By 15 seconds, cascading shockwaves had shattered nearly every pane of glass across wide districts. By 23, the Julong River boiled at the surface, steam rolling off in thick sheets. The clones continued channeling until their fragile bodies reached their limit. Around the 40-second mark, their cells began to rupture and disintegrate under the strain, collapsing one after another. The capital itself teetered on the edge of its radiation tolerance. Then, as abruptly as it began, the light receded. Temperatures normalized. Radiation levels plunged. Wang Jiting slumped in his chair, teeth still chattering as he tried to make sense of the catastrophe. His first instinct was to blame Gong Ku, assuming she had unleashed something reckless beyond reason. Above the ruined battlefield, he remained suspended in the air, his aura steady as he looked down. At the center of the devastation stood Azura. He was still alive, encased in layers of pink flesh bubbles, his body mangled and charred into a grotesque shape that barely resembled his former form. Azura had been burned down to a blackened skeleton, ribs glowing faintly beneath layers of char. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. A being ranked among the Emperor's 4 envoys of the sinful domain wasn't supposed to die easily. That title carried real weight. Even so, the fact that anything could endure the nuclear immortal slain formation caught his interest. The entity once labeled -1 hadn't survived the core output for more than a few dozen seconds. Its evolved cells had simply vaporized. Yet Azura still stood. Azura rose in fury. His voice scraped out like broken metal as he commanded the pink flesh bubbles to rebuild him. Regeneration surged across his ruined frame. He didn't give it time to finish. He closed the distance instantly, seized Azura by the skull, and dragged him away from the city. The imperial capital wouldn't survive another artificial sun. Then Azura spoke in a strangely calm tone. He admitted this was the first time since his birth that he had been wounded so severely. He was strong, he said, but not strong enough to kill him or the other envoys. Still, the achievement deserved pride. His words shifted into open temptation. The Emperor had perfected the old civilization's transformation ritual. If he abandoned his humanity, he could join a superior race. With his talent, he could rise to become the 5th envoy within a few decades. He answered with a thin sneer. After all that praise, the offer was to stand 5th in line and wait decades for the privilege. He let out a mocking sigh and released his grip without warning. Azura barely had time to register the change before a brutal kick smashed into him. The impact hurled his body into a distant mountain, detonating stone into a storm of dust. A column of atomic light followed, slamming into the crater. Azura took the strike as his final answer. He acknowledged the refusal and declared that he would grant Ihi death. Now that they were far beyond Huadu's outskirts, there was no reason to conceal anything. Ihi responded by unveiling his super-nuclear light battle body, power surging outward in a blinding flare. Watching the transformation, Azura realized the earlier clash in the city had been fought under restraint. This wasn't Ihi's full strength. A cold question crept into his mind. If one member of this so-called monster organization wielded power like this, what kind of force did the rest command? If even a fraction of that power was common inside this so-called monster organization, then his Emperor's grand design was standing on unstable ground. Azura tightened his grip around the 6 crimson flesh blades and declared that the organization had to be exterminated. Ihi answered without hesitation that he would eliminate Azura in the name of that very organization he had just invented. He drew the Starfall Cleaver. They collided head-on. Steel and flesh met in a blinding arc that split the air and carved straight through a nearby mountain. Stone sheared apart and collapsed as shockwaves rolled outward. Neither side yielded. The battlefield dissolved into a wasteland as peak after peak shattered under the force of their exchanges. When they charged and clashed again, Ihi taunted him, demanding that a top envoy of the sinful domain prove his worth. Azura snapped back that arrogance didn't suit a human. Even stripped of his original body, even with diminished speed and strength, he was still beyond Ihi's reach. The monster organization was a threat to his Emperor, and he would wipe out every member. Another violent exchange pushed Ihi backward, but he held his ground. He shot back that a 6-armed skeleton talking about extermination, while struggling against a single opponent, sounded far more arrogant. Azura landed, and advanced without scanning the terrain. His foot came down on something soft and faintly blue. He glanced down a fraction too late. The surface detonated. A cloud of microscopic spores erupted and swallowed him before he could react. From above, he explained calmly that the spores were born from the fusion of Star Emperor Demora's judgment cells and Gunmu's cellular structure, a hybrid he called the We Cell. Azura would experience the effect firsthand. The spores expanded like compressed matter suddenly freed. In an instant, they coated his entire skeletal frame. Panic tore out of him. He demanded to know what had been done and why his body wouldn't respond. With only his skull still clearly visible, he felt control slipping away. His limbs no longer belonged to him. Despair cracked through his voice as he shouted that he had not yet fulfilled his Emperor's mission. Demora's cosmic cells were designed to overwrite ecosystems, to seep through atmosphere, land, and ocean until every organism was gradually assimilated. When a higher-order strain infected a target like Azura, assimilation escalated into full cellular reconstruction. The end result was not simple death. It was conversion into an avatar. When the restructuring finished, Azura's skeleton was no longer bare. New organs pulsed into existence. Blood vessels threaded themselves through fresh muscle, and flesh sealed over bone. He reformed in his original shape, But Damora's traits were now woven into every cell. The newborn avatar straightened and immediately addressed, He is Lord. He tested him without ceremony. He ordered the avatar to squat and jump. The massive body obeyed instantly, compressing and then launching upward with explosive force before dropping back into a perfect crouch. The response speed satisfied him. He picked up a rock from the rubble. The moment Azura noticed it in his lord's hand, his eyes brightened with eager anticipation, like an animal waiting for a game. He told him to bark. Azura did, loud and obedient. When the rock was tossed skyward, he chased after it with unrestrained enthusiasm. Control was absolute. The Wii cells were functioning exactly as intended. The irony wasn't lost on He that the blueprint for this system had come from the parasite Azura himself had once implanted in Li Chongzhen. Back in the imperial capital, inside Dragon Bird headquarters, a staff officer delivered new analysis on the sky anomaly over Huadu University. Wang Zhiting demanded the explanation immediately. She reported that the phenomenon was caused by a masked individual. The man had appeared only a week earlier and had been active across several fallen cities. He changed masks between operations, avoided coordination with the Warrior Alliance, and focused exclusively on hunting and exterminating territorial overlords. Each appearance coincided with clouds turning purple and satellites registering cosmic light signatures, indicating direct manipulation of atmospheric cosmic energy. Wang Zhiting stared at the surveillance image of the masked figure and remarked on the almost stylized, unreal impression he gave, speculating that the man might be assisting Great Daxia in reclaiming lost territory. His secretary cut the thought off. According to Nua's psychological assessment, the masked man wasn't acting out of patriotic intent. His behavior aligned with a pure predator pattern. Systematic hunting of overlords, nothing more. The implication left Wang Zhiting momentarily speechless. Before he could process it further, an urgent remote transmission flashed onto the main screen. It was from the special-ranked warrior Gongku. The connection opened to reveal her crouched amid the ruins near Huadu University, clutching her phone like a lifeline. She reported that the masked man belonged to an organization called Monster, and that his code name was Demon Eye. Silence spread across the command room. Wang Zhiting and his secretary repeated the name under their breath, trying to anchor it to something real. The question hanging over everyone was the same. What exactly was this monster organization? Gongku repeated the intelligence she'd already delivered, and the moment the words left her mouth, Wang Zhiting and everyone in the Dragon Bird division went deathly quiet, as if the room itself had been muted, their faces paling in unison because it was now obvious that not a single person present had ever even heard of this strange martial arts faction. From the name alone, it didn't sound like anything official, because if it were a legitimate organization, then how could Wang Zhiting, the director of this special intelligence agency, have absolutely no memory of it whatsoever? And more than that, if every member of this group was truly as terrifying as Monster Eye, then why would they only choose this crucial turning point in the Great Xia recovery plan to finally reveal their strength? While Wang Zhiting kept turning the question over and over in his mind, trying to grasp what this new, shadowy faction could possibly be scheming, his secretary abruptly snapped him out of it and directed his attention to the massive surveillance screen at headquarters, where live footage showed a dazzling burst of light erupting from the ground within Huadu University's perimeter and shooting straight into the night sky, swelling into something like a gigantic glowing sphere. The feed zoomed in, and Azura came into view, newly reinforced, more refined, his physique now strikingly impressive, his presence somehow even more oppressive than before, while the staff watching could only stare in stunned fear until someone finally blurted out whether it was really Azura, because the look was slightly different, yet the sheer size and that overwhelming aura felt exactly the same. Had he evolved? The instant that question hung in the air, Wang Zhiting noticed something else, someone standing on Azura's right shoulder, and that person was none other than Yi, or rather Monster Eye, who didn't say a word, only meeting their gaze head-on with an unblinking, fixed glow that made Wang Zhiting so terrified he nearly pissed his pants, because he was completely unprepared for this and couldn't make sense of it at all. The two of them were together, side by side, like some kind of inseparable partners, even though one was determined to wipe out every powerful martial artist in Great Xia, and the other was driven to hunt down every Overlord-level magical beast. So how in the hell were they standing together now? Monster Eye took in the room's horrified, baffled expressions, especially Wang Zhiting, and then let out a mocking laugh that revealed absolutely nothing, and right after that, the live feed cut out without warning. Even though the surveillance signal had clearly been severed by some kind of special jamming method, the Dragon Bird Division's life sensing system was still running, and it detected that Monster Eye had already taken Azura far away from the Imperial capital, as if they were leaving for good, and Wang Zhiting could only grit his teeth in helpless frustration, struggling to accept how Great Xia, once the strongest nation on planet Blue Star, had sunk into such a miserable state that it faced an invading enemy with no one powerful enough to stop them, to the point that they were now forced to pin all their hopes on someone from a mysterious organization just to hold back a single Overlord beast. In only a few short hours, 4 section chiefs had already been killed in battle, and most of their elite troops were either wounded or dead, leaving Wang Zhiting with a crushing sense that he had truly failed the people of Great Xia. Yet even more than that, he burned with resentment toward the 9 families of the imperial capital, those rotten old clans who chose self-preservation and fled Huadu the moment the crisis hit. And he swore their disgraceful retreat would not be quietly buried or smoothed over as if it never happened. After this incident, the media erupted, every outlet packed with dense speculation about what had happened to the imperial capital, but plenty of Nizens refused to accept it at all, because Huadu was home to countless powerful figures in Great Xia. So who, in their mind, would be stupid enough to launch such a brazen assault there? Still, no matter how much disbelief spread, the same clips and summaries kept surging across platforms, with the story of Huadu barely surviving an attack from Azura rocketing into the trending lists, and countless people insisting it had to be fake news, furiously cursing whoever they believed was spreading such malicious rumors. On forums both large and small, Nizens tore into each other in fierce arguments, viewpoints clashing non-stop. Yet the majority kept insisting this had to be the work of hostile forces trying to sabotage Great Xia's recovery plan, with the real aim of stirring panic among the public. And many voices quickly joined in, demanding the immediate capture of whoever was behind the rumors. Then the scene cut to Dai Chi-ming, the student council president, where a female student, likely his assistant, came rushing in, terrified and confused, blurting out questions about the news circulating everywhere while praying with everything she had that it was false, only for Dai Chi-ming to answer with grave certainty that it was all true, because he had inside information. Turning slightly toward her, his expression heavy and his voice lowered, he laid it out. 3 martial arts association presidents who had remained in Huadu, along with the 4 section chiefs of Great Xia's Dragon Bird Division, 7 grandmasters in total, had all been wiped out. And there were even rumors that the Great Xia Dragon Bird Division had deployed special ranked forces, yet the enemy still left behind only a single survivor. That was enough to make the assistant's terror show plainly, and she immediately pressed the student council president about the whereabouts of the nation's national grandmasters, the one said to stand at the very peak of martial arts on planet Blue Star. Dai Chi-ming answered calmly that Principal Xing and Section Chief Qinglong were the key names, and that even from the border of Great Xia it was obvious they could have reached Huadu within minutes to provide support if it became necessary. Yet neither of them, nor even one expert of that level, had appeared at all, because apparently they had all gone missing. He added that the seriousness of what was happening now even surpassed the secret realm invasion that had led to the 12 fallen cities in the Xia kingdom. And as Dai Chi-ming's gaze hardened into something unusually resolute, every word he spoke carried the sense of an omen, as though a new era, and a completely different order, was about to descend upon the world. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Lily Island, a vast and remote island under the Great Xia Kingdom, where the Cai family, the most prestigious clan on the island, was quietly hosting an important guest from the Northern Baton Federation, meeting in secret to negotiate a deal that could determine the island's fate. The Cai family's patriarch, an elderly man in the most typical sense, his face carved with deep wrinkles and crowned by a silver beard, personally stepped forward to receive the distinguished guest who had come across the ocean. And even though the 2 nations had a long, bitter history of conflict, business still had to be conducted, and in the old man's eyes this meeting was, at the very least, a serious matter. The foreign guest, however, waved it away and told him to drop the formalities, because they were short on time, and if the intelligence was correct then Great Xia's remaining 2 national grandmasters, along with every martial artist at national defense level, had been confirmed missing, meaning it wasn't only North Berlin making moves now. The scene abruptly cut back to Yi He, who was riding atop Azura's head with an almost casual coolness, and as they traveled he calmly delivered a decision to his overlord dog, as if it had already been settled. From this moment on, Azura would officially enter the monster organization under the code name Hook. Azura, having no real say in any of it, accepted immediately without the slightest resistance, and Yi He, still wearing that nonchalant air, continued as though he were granting a favor, telling Azura he ought to feel honored because he was the very first member of this monster organization, and as the saying went, in a world where individual power and influence were what mattered, having a force of your own solved many problems you couldn't handle personally. With the world situation growing more chaotic by the day, Yi was preparing to build up power under his own banner, and he decided his first step would be to bring Azura into an alliance with the Mad Doctor. While he was at it, he could also pay a visit to the man's secret base. But then a thought struck him. Rumors were already spreading everywhere that the monster organization was in cahoots with Azura, the mysterious overlord who had attacked the imperial capital. And with that in mind he realized that openly traveling together the way they were now was a bad look, something they couldn't keep doing if he wanted to avoid further trouble, because it meant they couldn't continue appearing side by side like this. After a brief pause to think it through, Yi decided to use his Hellstyle light manipulation ability, turning both himself and Azura invisible. And not long after that the 2 of them reached their designated location, only it turned out to be a tropical forest. The moment he set eyes on the trees, something about them felt wrong, an ominousness that scraped at his instincts as he stared. And then his blood ran cold when he realized what looked like an eye was embedded in the trunk directly in front of him. The eye snapped open, sweeping the area as if it was searching, before finally locking onto him. And Yi immediately lost it, convinced he was staring at some kind of demon tree, and before this supposed tree demon could even speak. He was already lunging in with his fist raised to strike. His punch stopped with only a hair's breadth to spare when the mad doctor shouted that it was him, and only then did he begin to understand what was happening, though even then it took him a moment to truly process it, because not only could this tree talk and spot a freakishly enormous eye, it turned out there were several of these eyes, along with several mouths as well, more or less matching each other in number. Diaphone. The mad doctor quickly apologized for not warning his lord ahead of time, then explained that this entire forest was nothing more than a web of biological monitors he had synthesized through biotechnology, and even though Yi praised the setup as incredible and outright called the mad doctor genius, inside he was still creeped out to the extreme, because what he was looking at felt like something ripped straight from a horrific nightmare. As the mad doctor urged his lord to enter, a massive hallway revealed itself, and he apologized again for how shabby everything looked, emphasizing that the base had only been under development for a little more than half a month. Yi immediately questioned how a secret base could possibly be established in such a short time, and on top of that, whether the progress on the research wasn't moving far too quickly as well. But the mad doctor answered that it had actually been easy, both the facility issues and the research funding, because there were always rich people in the world who died young or were seriously ill, so he simply extracted a self-healing factor from his own blood, and those wealthy people rushed to hand him money for it. He went on to say he was also looking for suitable candidates to help Yi by putting them through vampire transformation, since the social energy those candidates carried would be extremely useful for developing Yi's organization, though he would only begin the conversion process if his lord agreed. Unexpectedly, Yi showed little interest and told him to use his own judgment, saying he could decide for himself as long as he didn't force anyone to buy or sell, and as long as he didn't follow the same crazy methods that old Laserbird used. Besides, Yi added, the mad doctor was smart enough by now to know and understand his preferences. Dr. Fong acknowledged this at once, then moved on to the next item, which was to brief Yi on the latest scientific research results. But before that, he said, the most important point was that thanks to the dark and red biomass his lord had provided, the biological cell with infinite possibilities, it had proven to be far too perfect, something he had truly never encountered before. He also explained that he knew where certain experts and scholars from the past were located, people like Prometheus and Laserbird, and that he had already converted them into his own family and gathered them into a research team serving his lord, and he sincerely hoped he had no objections to that, either. With that, they stepped into an elevator that dropped rapidly deeper underground, stopping at a level labeled F, and when the doors eased open, they walked out into an entirely different atmosphere. The whole floor radiated modernity and cutting-edge technology, the space enormous, packed with research doctors working without pause. Not one of them seemed to notice his arrival, which immediately stirred his curiosity, because these researchers carried out their duties like soulless biomechanical machines, their whole presence resembling living robots, and it was easy to see why. Each one had a central device fixed to their head, completely covering their eyes. The mad doctor explained that these were cyborgs, their brains already modified, and with that answered, he moved on, pointing out the several giant test tubes filled with the remains of monsters and demanding to know what they were for. But before anyone could respond, the drone beside him abruptly scrambled away as a figure approached from behind and greeted him formally. Yi turned slightly, and immediately saw the mad doctor, except he looked completely different now. So he asked about this new appearance, and Dr. Madman calmly explained that what he was seeing was merely a cyborg vessel. Yi gave a small nod, yet curiosity still tugged at him, making him ask where the mad doctor's real body was. And Dr. Madman, eager to provide his lord with the greatest possible support in scientific research, explained that using the dark and red biomass he had fully transformed his body into nothing but a brain, throwing away every unnecessary organ and tissue so he wouldn't waste precious brain power controlling a physical form. For daily life, he only needed to implant a small portion of his consciousness into a vessel like a control chip, which allowed him to move and operate freely whenever he wished. After hearing that, Yi half-jokingly asked whether the mad doctor was planning to go on some kind of cybernetic blind date with Manhua or maybe even a ship. But in the end he only sighed out a resigned conclusion. As long as it didn't interfere with the work, he could tolerate whatever the man wanted to do. Then he brought up the giant mechanical beast stationed in the forest outside, explaining that it was his external embodiment and that his will could be transferred into it at any time. So for now he intended to leave it in the mad doctor's care, though he made one thing clear. The mad doctor was not to conduct any random research on it. Dr. Madman immediately vowed he would treat it exactly as he would his lord, and that he would arrange for his cyborgs to give it comprehensive physical care every single day, which made Yi close his eyes for a brief moment in pure exasperation before telling him there was no need for that at all, even while knowing perfectly well this man was going to do it anyway. After that, the mad doctor led Yi to a massive aquarium, and once Yi gave it a brief look, he asked whether there was some secret hidden in it. But of course the cyborg doctor had to turn it into a grand production, praising his lord's quick-witted discernment before placing his hand onto a rectangular device and activating what he called his most important research and development project, Project Artificial Dira. Inside a long cylindrical tube, a living creature slowly began to take shape. And yet despite being alive, its complete immobility made it look more like a specimen than a life form. With solemn pride, the Mad Doctor invited his lord to witness the result he had nurtured for so long. This being had been created by extracting the original genes from the dorsal fin of the sacred object he had entrusted to him, then running calculations with the help of the black and red biomass, and finally pushing it through a series of bioengineering experiments until it was complete. According to Dr. Madman, it inherited his racial talent for controlled nuclear fusion through that dorsal fin, and it also carried the dark and red biomass's ability to adapt and evolve in response to any environment. The Mad Doctor declared that this creature was the absolute pinnacle of everything he had ever made, and that he was presenting it to his great lord. While Yi, watching in silence, privately judged that what stood before him was no less than a true juvenile version of Demera, which made him worry that such a massive lifeform, because of its counteracting traits, could easily stir up trouble on this small East Island. Even so, Yi spoke in a satisfied tone, praising the Mad Doctor's results, each line carrying clear recognition and genuine appreciation for what he'd accomplished, and as a proper reward he decided to grant him the newly developed Wii cells as well, making it clear he expected even more surprises in return. Right on cue, the Mad Doctor responded with an exaggerated show of devotion, so dramatic it was almost like he was about to kiss the floor just to express his overwhelming gratitude. And Yi, startled yet again, immediately told him to stop with the over-the-top performance. With the task he'd entrusted to the Mad Doctor now complete, it was time to return to Huadiu. Back in the imperial capital, after several days of relentless effort, the plan to reclaim the 12 fallen cities was successfully carried out, with the secret assistance of a mysterious master, and the entire nation of Great Xia erupted in celebration, only for something to happen soon after that left the public deeply confused. Effective immediately, a curfew was imposed, and the whole country entered a wartime state that banned all transportation, aircraft and ships included, while also cutting off all communication with the outside world. Special police officers began patrolling the streets, drones passed overhead from time to time, and even basic supplies became subject to purchase restrictions, to the point that even the most foolish person could sense a looming crisis. Yet for the moment, every conspiracy theory that started spreading online was quickly stamped out, with the official reasoning being the need to prevent social instability and to stop foreign forces from manipulating public opinion, because the nation had entered an unprecedented level of tension. And when Yi arrived, he couldn't help swiveling his head left and right in total disbelief, wondering whether this could really still be Huadiu at all, until, after observing more carefully, he commented that the imperial capital truly deserved its reputation as the most technologically advanced city, because the countless streets and districts destroyed in the battle had apparently been restored in less than a single day. Yi pulled out his phone and opened the navigation system, deciding to head for Dragon Bird Division headquarters, and an electronic voice immediately provided the optimal route to the command center. Not long after, he found himself standing before a towering, imposing building with the Dragon Bird Division logo mounted at the top, and under his breath he remarked that it was his first day of internship. Curious but unhurried, he walked inside with a calm expression, went straight to the elevator, and rode up to the 1st Division's workspace, the place where the legendary Ace Warriors were said to gather. Then, as the doors slowly slid open, he kept his composure and stepped out at an easy pace, only to find, to his surprise, that the entire office was silent and completely empty. The office was so silent that even the distant click-a-clack of a keyboard carried clearly through the air, and Linju, the only person from the division currently inside, finally turned slightly toward Yi when he greeted her, recognizing him at once as the specially admitted student recommended by Section Chief Qinglong. Yi introduced himself and addressed her as senior, but when Linju returned the introduction, she immediately added that she was only a staff member and didn't dare call herself anyone senior, especially not in front of a special admission student. She pointed to a nearby desk and told Yi that it was his workstation, with all the necessary documents already prepared, and that he shouldn't disturb her because she was extremely busy. And when Yi cautiously asked whether she was truly the only person in the 1st Division office, Linju let out a sigh and said the situation was both unlucky and fortunate. When the Dragon Bird Division had been attacked in Huadiu, the 1st Division had mostly been stationed at the border, so they suffered almost no losses among their ace agents and preserved nearly all their strength. But now, because a large number of elite specialists from the 2nd through 5th Divisions had died or been sacrificed, and because foreign countries were casting increasingly covetous eyes on them, an enormous workload had fallen squarely onto the 1st Division's shoulders. Linju admitted she knew she shouldn't complain about being overloaded at a moment like this. Yet she also confessed she hadn't slept in over 30 hours, trapped in constant high-intensity document review, and she was completely exhausted. Yi found that pitiful enough that he decided to help her, and without making a fuss he quietly produced a substance secreted from his blackened red matter, harmless to humans, capable of improving brain efficiency and easing mental stress, and with the intention of helping Linju push through her fatigue, he made her a coffee and offered it to her, mixing the substance into it. Linju, a little surprised that Yi wasn't behaving like the typical special admission student, accepted the coffee gladly, silently judging him tactful and polite rather than arrogant, and she took a large drink, only for a piercing emergency alert to suddenly blare through the room. Riots had broken out in several cities bordering the Southeast Triangle region, and although 4 top agents had already been dispatched to investigate and suppress the unrest, at least 1 additional agent still needed to be sent. Linju instantly sprang up from her chair, cursing under her breath that of all possible moments the emergency had to hit right when she was finally about to grab a meal, and she decided on the spot that she would head out to deal with the riots herself and leave the work behind to the new special admission student. But before she could move, Yi gently placed a hand on her shoulder and murmured a quiet reassurance, promising he would handle it. Linju hesitated, weighing it in her mind, because even if Yi had been recommended by Section Chief Qinglong as a special recruit, that only proved his future potential, not necessarily his strength right now. Linju warned him that these emergency missions were all extremely dangerous, and since he was only a freshman he had no business being reckless. Yet Yi stayed firm, even turning it back on her by asking whether she truly believed he wouldn't be able to resolve it. Linju froze for a beat at that, staring as if she couldn't quite process what she'd just heard, and in the very next moment she caught a familiar fragrance, one that made her eyes widen with sudden realization. Before her consciousness was abruptly hijacked, everything dropping into darkness. And then, in the blink of an eye, she came back to herself. When she regained awareness, she was already in the cafeteria, a tray of food set in front of her, every dish on it her absolute favorite, and the sight was so tempting she nearly drooled for a second before forcing herself to pull it together. Linju had no intention of being polite about it, yet she still had to admit that Yi, despite being from the younger generation, was genuinely impressive, formidable, even, and as she wondered aloud whether he was some kind of master illusionist, the man himself appeared behind her and answered that he wasn't, explaining that she simply seemed far too exhausted, so he'd taken the chance to help her out. After all, Dragon Bird Division's top specialist had undergone training specifically to build resistance to illusions, meaning that even if their consciousness became hazy they couldn't be easily hypnotized. Only pure, powerful illusions could pierce and invade their minds. And yet Yi had not only hypnotized her into walking downstairs to the cafeteria, he had even made her list her favorite dishes, which meant his illusion abilities alone were already something ordinary Xianwu warriors had no way of contending with. Yi merely took a sip of his drink, convinced that this small demonstration was more than enough to prove he could handle the mission. He was about to head out, but Linju still refused to gamble on it, insisting he was a rare genius who should concentrate on cultivating his talent, because if anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. She kept talking, so absorbed she didn't even notice that Yi had already left, and only when she finally turned back toward where she assumed he was standing did she realize he was gone. In the end, she thought, Yi really was like a typical special admission student after all, and then she spotted the note he'd left behind for her, stating bluntly that she was too weak, and that the bottle of medicine he'd also left would help her recover. Linju picked up the bottle with a smile, suddenly finding herself infatuated with the young recruit, because he was absolutely her type. The scene immediately shifted to the frontier bordering Great Shire and the Southeast Triangle region, where inside a battered, dilapidated bus rattling along a dusty date road packed tight with people and vehicles, Yi had already altered his appearance, disguising himself as an ordinary middle-aged man so he could investigate in secret and trace the real source behind the riots. In the cramped bus a sudden wave of foul stench slammed into his nose, and he even mocked it sarcastically as clean and hygienic, though he was fortunate that he could seal off his respiratory system and form a protective film over his skin. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to endure that nauseating stench the entire ride. And yet, as he sat there, he reviewed what WS's intelligence had already made clear. Because of the urgency and the crushing workload, the other 3 ace agents had rushed to multiple border cities and quickly wiped out the terrorists who were stirring up the riots, but those people were nothing more than mouthpieces for foreign forces, meaning if one got removed, another could always be put in place. A response that treated the symptoms while leaving the real disease untouched. Now that the identities of those 3 top agents were already exposed, Yi understood he had to operate from the shadows, trace the riots back to their source, and cut out the root cause instead. Once the rattling old bus finally reached a more open stretch of road, a smaller bus suddenly swung in and blocked its path, forcing the driver to slam the brakes and lean out the window in a rage, shouting at the other driver to watch where he was going. A blonde, middle-aged man climbed out of the smaller vehicle, his body covered in tattoos, and with an icy stare he ordered the driver of the crowded bus to open the door. The driver's face drained instantly as fear took over, and he hurriedly obeyed, pulling the door open to let the blonde man board along with a black-haired lackey at his side. Yi stayed quiet the whole time, with no intention of stepping in directly, because Great Shire had once been known as the safest country on Earth, a place where, even out on the borders, no one had dared commit crimes, and the fact that scum like this now acted so brazenly could only mean they had someone backing them. The black-haired lackey stepped forward with a disturbing smile, then raised his voice and declared that they weren't bad people at all, but good people there for an honest cause, and after introducing the blonde man as his boss, he shamelessly insisted the leader hadn't come to attack anyone or steal their money. He merely wanted everyone to cooperate with his work. By then, the passengers were already terrified enough to scramble toward the back of the bus, pressing together in hopes of staying as far from the intruders as possible. And unexpectedly, this created a situation where his sealed breathing ability was nearly rendered useless. The black-haired man, seeing everyone retreat, snapped at them, demanding to know why they were backing away when he'd already said they were good people. So why were they acting frightened? And then, with a sudden surge of rage, he barked that anyone who moved would be chopped into pieces. Right after that, 2 more men climbed on board. Tall, muscular, almost identical except for their hairstyles. And the black-haired lackey introduced them as professional tattoo artists, announcing that soon every person on this bus, men and women, old and young, even babies still breastfeeding, would all be getting the exact same tattoo as him. To prove it, he yanked up his shirt, exposing a gaunt chest marked by a bright red, thorny heart-shaped tattoo with an arrow thrust straight through it. While Yi continued to watch in silence, already familiar with that tattoo thanks to WS's help. It was their gang's symbol, and the sheer brutality of it hit hard. These heartless bastards had begun forcibly dragging ordinary people into their schemes. In that suffocating, stifling atmosphere, an elderly man crammed in the back finally couldn't swallow their arrogance any longer and spat out that they were traitors, demanding to know how they could face their parents, whether they weren't afraid of retribution for what they'd done, and telling them they were disgracing their ancestors. The old man had barely finished when the scrawny black-haired guy snapped, yanking out a short sword and angrily demanding to know if that old geezer was tired of living, because now he could watch him get hacked to death. But in the very next instant, fresh blood splattered, and to everyone's bewilderment, including the black-haired man himself, the blade had struck his own boss instead. The blonde leader, fortunately, was skilled enough to raise an arm and block the attack with ease. Then he turned ice-cold and accused the idiot of rebelling. The black-haired lackey went pale, stammering in terror that he didn't mean it, that his hand had suddenly started moving on its own. The boss clearly ran out of patience, giving a frigid signal to the 2 burly men behind him to handle it, and as the black-haired guy kept swearing he was innocent, they moved to subdue him. Only after a couple of loud punches and kicks, those 2 muscular enforcers were the ones who ended up knocked out cold, a result that stunned everyone, including the scrawny black-haired man, because he had absolutely no idea how he'd managed to do it. Even the blonde boss admitted, grudgingly, that he'd had no clue his lackey was that skilled, and he immediately barked at the rest of his men, who were rushing in with weapons, to charge and delete him. In an instant the cramped bus exploded into chaos, turning into a brutal brawl filled with screams and pain groans, and what followed was even more shocking, as those so-called burly reinforcements were hurled out through the bus windows like ragdolls. When the scene cut back inside, every gang member had been dealt with, everyone except the terrified passengers, blood sprayed and smeared everywhere, and their blonde leader, shaken badly, demanded to know who the hell this black-haired guy really was. The answer came without words. The black-haired man's hand shut out in a flash, clamping onto the blonde boss's face, and he dragged him straight off the bus while the man screamed to be released, raging at the insult. How dare he grab his head like that? Yet the scrawny guy still insisted it wasn't him, that his body wasn't under his control, that this was all a massive misunderstanding. The 2 of them got into the smaller vehicle and sped away, leaving the passengers staring in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what they'd just witnessed, until someone finally guessed it might be internal strife, because a group that barged in demanding tattoos only to suddenly start attacking each other without even exchanging words was absurdly strange, and in truth it hadn't even looked like a fight so much as a one-sided beating. A van barrels down the road at reckless speed, and behind the wheel the driver already looks half like a zombie, his voice trembling as he keeps begging for help while the infection slowly consumes him. From the back seat the green-haired man studies the driver's violent shaking and concludes that this man must be under some kind of control, because otherwise there is no way someone could still display that level of combat strength in such a state. Turning toward the man seated behind him, he calls him a big shot and proposes a deal, offering information in exchange for his freedom. The boss, who carries the presence of an Asian gigachad, immediately begins firing questions: who funds their group, and where they usually gather. Hearing this, the green-haired man starts panicking internally, wondering if the person in front of him might actually be a spider envoy from the Great Sheer Dragon Sparrow. Suddenly he feels trapped, because telling the truth would destroy him, yet lying would also bring disaster. If he reveals everything, those people will hunt him down, and even if he somehow survives that, he will end up locked in endless re-education, a fate he refuses to accept, so he decides the only safe option left is to kill the man he suspects might be a special agent. He begins boasting for a moment, and without warning the van hurtles straight toward the edge of a cliff. The supposed agent simply watches him with calm eyes and remarks that it is time to send him off. At that instant the device detects red tentacles surging forward and panics, shouting that he already provided the information. But the agent casually replies that the information sounded fake anyway and admits he had been daydreaming the whole time. He adds that directly reading someone's memories is far easier, and besides, watching liars panic is far more entertaining. The tentacles plunge into the unfortunate man as he screams in terror that this must be a Dragon Sparrow envoy and insists he deserves prison rather than execution. Our hero only smirks and explains that he is not the Tiger Warrior Yinba but the unruly Demon King instead, and in the next moment the tentacles swarm together and slice the small man apart. 7 steps later our hero appears again and casually comments that the air feels fresh and his body feels lighter. Behind him the tentacles twist and coil into a grotesque mass until lightning flashes, transforming the mess into a sleek supercar. He opens the door, slips inside, and grips the steering wheel just as the system announces the activation of female mode. Muttering to himself, he says that by digging through their minds he already located the next rat nest, though the bald man's rank had been too low to lead him any further. He then orders Nuva to guide him to Chanchong and to forge a new identity for him as the spoiled heir of a merchant guild. The car begins moving as the system acknowledges the command, and he speeds toward another cliff where a helipad waits. Yet instead of stopping, the vehicle suddenly launches straight into the sky. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the southeastern triangle region, where inside a vast chamber 3 figures gather. One man excitedly declares that Huadu City being under attack is a historic opportunity, swearing he will use it to establish his name as Bloodthorn, and he adds that several regional leaders have already proposed cooperation, which only proves they have long had their eyes fixed on Great Xia. Another man points out that while the chaos along the border can certainly be exploited, their own people remain far more united than those of Great Xia, meaning that attempting to stow small internal unrest will not work particularly well. The first man concedes that reaching out to truly powerful figures will be necessary, yet Dragon Sparrow has already placed the entire nation under wartime lockdown, making any infiltration attempt nearly impossible. After a brief pause, the only woman among them finally speaks, calmly pointing out what she believes to be a golden opportunity. Young Master Yi, a mainland tycoon who throws extravagant parties every single night, whose enormous fortune and flamboyant lifestyle draw crowds of socialites, while his position as the youngest son of a global finance chairman grants him an influence so immense it borders on frightening. Her companion immediately voices doubt, saying a rich young fool this perfect almost feels like deliberate bait. She nods in agreement but insists that even a trap must sometimes be stepped on, then reveals that the best agents have already investigated him thoroughly and the results came back flawless. According to the reports, Yi perfectly embodies every stereotype of a spoiled rich heir, and even the notorious deviant Shashmi admitted that Yi surpasses him when it comes to outrageous tastes. She adds that experts in depravity can recognize a fake the moment they see one, yet Yi passed every test without suspicion. Hearing this, the well-dressed man simply turns and walks away, concluding that the best course of action is to travel personally to Chenchong and meet this infamous young master face to face. The scene shifts to Chenchong, where a man studies files detailing 3 different operatives. The first is Jeff, once a senior agent of the North Baltan Bureau who betrayed his federation and joined Bloodthorn at an early stage. The second is Ken, a fighter who in his youth killed a warlord on the Black Continent before fleeing and later rising into Bloodthorn's core ranks through sheer personal strength. As another man reads through the documents, he mutters that Bloodthorn sounds like a terrible name and jokes that it might as well be renamed Liangshan Mosh. Nearby, our hero sits casually atop a stone statue while one of his subordinates approaches to report that the 3 targets will arrive in the city later today. Without even standing, he calmly orders that the moment they appear, they are to be brought directly to him. Afterward he remarks that Bloodthorn daring to make a move only proves the Xia dynasty has grown weaker, because now every random fool suddenly feels bold enough to poke at it, adding that the situation resembles lighting a lamp on top of a septic tank, an action that can only invite disaster. Back in the city, a car pulls away and rolls past the gate. Inside, a man gripping a gun confirms that the meeting location has already been decided, the cathedral in the suburbs of Tiancheng. His companion nods and explains that the cathedral serves as the organization's stronghold within Tiancheng. From the back seat, the girl casually asks what they think about the city itself, and one of the men merely shrugs before dismissing it as nothing more than a backward little town. He says there are no martial arts masters worth mentioning there, because the place is so ordinary that even Long Kue barely bothered to station guards in it. Even so, he admits something has been bothering him, because from the moment they entered the city he began sensing invisible subwoofers fixed not only on them but also on the pedestrians along the roadside. He explains that the people stared at them like characters trapped inside the Matrix, and their heartbeats felt unnaturally steady, something no normal human could maintain constantly. At that realization both men grow uneasy, quickly turning the car around and deciding to retreat immediately. As their vehicle speeds away, 2 figures watch the scene from a distance, exchanging eerie smiles while their eyes glow with a faint red light. As sunset steadily approaches, the fading light makes it clear that the rulers of the night are about to awaken, and in the distance several silhouettes quietly begin moving behind them. Inside the speeding car, one of the men mutters that being cautious is understandable, yet questions whether they might be overdoing it since they have already driven more than 30 miles away from the city. Another turns toward the girl and argues that if the organization truly controlled Chenchong, it would be impossible for them to remain completely unaware of such a presence. She exhales slowly and admits that perhaps she has been overly tense, explaining that last year she failed to break through into the Grandmaster level. During that attempt to step into the martial arts realm, she briefly glimpsed something that resembled her own destiny and death, where she saw herself lying beside a corpse soaked in red gore, which led her to believe that the 2 of them would perish together during the same mission. The two men immediately grow irritated and demand to know why she never revealed something so critical earlier. One of them curses loudly, declaring he would never have agreed to take on a mission alongside her if he had known. She responds calmly that fate cannot truly be stopped, though perhaps it will not occur today, and she describes how in that vision the surroundings were a dark and threatening forest, while now the landscape around them contains not even a single tree. Still, the two men insist that even if destiny exists, they will oppose it, because their lives belong in their own hands. At that exact moment, a crimson and decaying cloud suddenly materializes from nowhere, and from within it our hero reveals himself. With calm, deliberate movements he shapes his fingers and explains that his cells can now grow independently into human forms that still carry his consciousness. By combining the secretary's power with the plant cells of the celestial Emperor Mora, he declares that he can now wield a force he calls Heaven's Universe, a power capable of destroying everything. As the full moon suddenly begins to glow, a dark forest descends around them, and a sphere of red energy plunges from the sky, spreading countless tendrils that twist and sway like living vines while gradually forming the shape of an eagle's face. Floating high above the scene, our hero states that fate can indeed be rewritten, yet only he decides how it changes, while behind him the outline of a demonic dragon slowly takes form. The car beneath is almost completely crushed into scrap metal, leaving only the girl still alive, and he calmly asks whether this moment resembles the destined death she once saw in her vision. She turns back and sees her companions trapped inside the wreckage, begging for help while covered in blood, and one of them gasps desperately for rescue. With trembling lips she whispers that Jeff is already dead, while another friend lies twisted and shattered, and she screams in despair that no one can escape the end that fate has prepared for them. Even so, one of the injured men stubbornly raises his middle finger in defiance, only for another merciless strike to finish him off brutally. Stunned, the girl murmurs that fate truly cannot be changed and stares toward our hero, who now sits upon the dragon's face. Her eyes close briefly, yet when they open again she suddenly notices something strange. The air around them has filled with an unusually rich aroma. A single drop of blood falls from his fingertip as he holds it before her and calmly reminds her that her fate now rests entirely within his grasp. And after letting the moment linger he finally offers her a choice, asking whether she would rather die as a human or sell both body and soul to him in exchange for the chance to survive. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl grabs his hand and pulls his blood-stained finger straight into her mouth, and with a trembling voice she declares that she wants to live and that survival is the only path she can choose. Our hero watches this display and casually remarks that asking the question at all might have been unnecessary. She stiffens in shock, clearly not expecting such an indifferent response. Yet in the very next moment a violent tremor runs down her spine and she cries out in agony. A glossy blue substance resembling sticky glue begins leaking from her body while our hero looks down at her and calmly comments on her greed. He explains that his original intention was merely to grant her a basic bloodline so she could function as a pawn for bloodthirst, yet she drank far more blood than he planned to give. If she somehow manages to withstand this overwhelming power without destroying herself, he adds, then he will have no choice but to use black and red biomass to reshape her into an entirely new version of herself. Soon scales begin appearing along her skin, spreading from her arms until they cover her whole body, and she stands there wrapped in a newly formed armor while a faint farming aura emanates from her presence. Observing quietly, he notes with mild surprise that she has adapted rather well and admits that the outcome is not bad at all, after which he lightly taps a finger against her forehead to examine the true nature of the organization known as Bloodthorn. Through that brief contact our hero quickly learns that her leader is hiding inside a submarine deep beneath the sea, an arrangement that reveals extreme caution, and he also realizes that the situation connects directly to the southeastern triangle region where several minor landowners have been planning rebellion. Thinking aloud, he wonders whether if this continues he might eventually lose interest in remaining a landlord himself. The girl then quietly acknowledges that her former superior no longer holds any authority over her. Dropping to her knees, she pledges absolute loyalty and declares that from this moment onward he alone is her master. Our hero accepts her devotion, rubbing his palm so that spheres of red fall to the ground while multiple replicas of his body appear before the stunned crew, and he orders her to take these 15 Aliki units and wipe out every Bloodthorn stronghold across Great Shia along with the leaders behind the riot she had previously helped cultivate. He firmly tells her that once she returns from the southeastern triangle, he never wants to hear such nonsense again. Shigambi gives a silent nod and grows still, a hollow calm settling into her eyes. When she lifts her head again and attempts to speak, she suddenly realizes that no one remains beside her. During the following 2 weeks, the riots along the southern border of the kingdom vanish entirely, and public order stabilizes to a level comparable to the kingdom's golden age, with crime rates falling until they nearly reach zero. Only the police truly understand what has been happening, because somewhere in the shadows a mysterious and immensely powerful martial artist has been quietly hunting down rioters and foreign spies. At the police community contact box, officers receive anonymous letters every single day, each one calmly directing them to specific locations where fresh bodies can be retrieved. The scene then shifts far out across the open sea, where our hero floats alone above the endless waters. Pressing a finger to his temple, He waves his hand forward and releases a pulse of energy while noting that his life magnetic field still senses nothing resembling a submarine. He remarks that this result is hardly surprising, considering even the coastal defense forces of the Great Kingdom failed to detect it. According to him, the enemy excels at behaving like rats. Yet since his arrival, countless Mora trainees have already exterminated large swarms of such vermin. With a sudden burst of thunderous speed, our hero shoots toward the ocean and declares that this hidden target will not escape either. The words Demora Ultimate Unleashed echo through the air as his body transforms into a colossal dragon, which plunges downward in a violent dive before crashing into the sea and descending into the depths. Within this monstrous form, he scans the dark abyss in every direction, and after searching for a moment, he releases Y cells that scatter outward like countless scouts. Before long, these cells succeed in locating the submarine's precise position. Observing from a distance, he studies the vessel and recognizes it as a submarine shaped like a giant butcher knife, a craft that once belonged to the Snow Country Alliance before being repurposed into a mobile base for Bloodthorn after that alliance collapsed. Inside the submarine, a crew member urgently reports to the captain that sonar has detected a massive object more than 120 meters long rushing toward them from 8,000 meters away. The captain briefly wonders if it might simply be a whale, but the young officer quickly explains that this region lies far from any whale migration route. The bearded captain then orders the crew to release sound waves to drive the creature away. Yet the junior officer soon reports that the sonic repulsion had absolutely no effect, and the object is already 5,000 meters away while still closing in rapidly. At its current speed, he estimates it will reach their position in less than a minute, and he speculates that it might be some kind of sea monster because of how unnaturally fast it is moving. Hearing this, the captain immediately orders the launch of Trident torpedoes. Moments later, 2 sonic missiles shoot through the water directly toward our hero, detonating in a massive underwater explosion. When the violent shockwave clears, however, our hero remains completely unharmed, and from within the chaos, enormous thorn-like appendages and glowing lethal eyes begin to emerge. The crew soon confirms with growing dread that even the powerful Trident torpedoes failed to cause the creature any damage. Inside the command center of the Butcher Knife submarine, the violent turbulence and spreading fire become unbearable as panic begins to sweep through the crew. One soldier rushes forward to report that the Trident torpedoes failed to stop the creature, while another studies the map in horror and realizes the monster is still advancing and has even accelerated. At most 30 seconds remain before it reaches the vessel. Then, in a trembling voice, one of the men blurts out that the monster has already arrived, just as a massive thud echoes through the submarine's hull. Its body seems to function like a roaring steam engine as it slams into the side of the vessel, and the violent shockwave throws everyone violently to the floor. The crew struggles to comprehend the violent impact shaking the submarine, while the captain immediately orders every remaining Trident fish to be launched without delay. One after another, the missiles fire into the depths and rush toward our hero, detonating around him as bursts of light and shockwaves flash across the waters before his eyes. Yet in the very next instant, a gigantic blade sweeps forward, slicing through the submarine as easily as if it were nothing more than a vegetable. Inside the vessel, guards and soldiers are burned alive by the overwhelming heat while panic erupts throughout the interior. From the chaos, a lone figure finally steps out of the shadows. It is Greed, the leader of Bloodthorn and an S-rank Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Standing amid the wreckage, Greed looks over the devastation and reflects that he once imagined many possible futures for Bloodthorn, whether defeat, revenge, or eventual destruction by a powerful nation. Yet he never expected his organization would fall at the hands of a wandering monster. From the ruined submarine, he pulls out a nuclear battery and growls that he cannot accept such humiliation. Realizing the vessel is already beyond saving and that the battery will soon explode, he charges straight toward our hero and throws the device at him while shouting a desperate curse. Our hero reacts without hesitation, opening his jaws and swallowing the nuclear battery whole. Greed bursts into wild laughter and mocks the creature as a brainless war monster too foolish to avoid such an obvious trap. He admits he relied on this desperate gamble because all external weapons had proven useless, believing that no superhuman could survive an explosion from within their own body. A moment later, a colossal detonation erupts inside the monster's head, causing it to roar violently as waves of bubbles surge from its mouth and the nuclear battery disappears completely. Greed stays in disbelief, unable to understand how the creature could absorb such power. At that moment, our hero bellows that the time has come to end this and unleashes a deadly sonic force that crashes directly into Greed's mind. The Grandmaster struggles to grasp how this beast possesses intelligence and can even speak in his own language, and before he can react, he finds himself standing face to face with the towering creature. Grinding his teeth, Greed curses his own arrogance and declares that he too is an S-rank martial artist capable of fighting even beneath the sea. He spreads his arms as dark tentacles erupt from his back, but suddenly strange particles begin appearing in front of him. Confused, he questions what they are. Then panic strikes as he realizes his body refuses to move. The cotton-like fragments cling to him and begin draining away his martial energy until every ounce of strength leaves his body. Desperate and broken, he shouts into the water, demanding to know who his opponent truly is, yet despair quickly consumes him and whatever hope remained fades into nothing. Sometime later the ocean returns to calm silence, until a form the size of a mountain slowly rises from the depths, with our hero standing firmly upon its summit. Gazing toward the horizon, he announces that the southeastern triangle region will be next. The scene then shifts to the Philippines within that region, where the atmosphere appears peaceful and ordinary. An armed sentry watches the shoreline through binoculars and remarks in confusion that the tide seems to be receding even though no such change was forecast. His companion tells him to stop staring at the ocean and instead pay attention to the news that new American equipment has just been delivered, equipment that could soon be used against the kingdom. The man holding the binoculars wonders aloud whether their forces could truly challenge the grand martial experts of the great kingdom, pointing out that even when numerous nations once formed a coalition they could barely gather 5 fighters at that level. His companion dismisses the concern and explains that the situation has changed, because with backing from the North Baton Federation and support from powerful figures of the Eastern Island nations they now possess far greater confidence. According to him, the Northern Kingdom and its allies are currently distracted by invasions from Western powers, leaving the Great Kingdom effectively isolated, and the fact that the North Baton Federation openly encourages this operation suggests they believe the kingdom's strongest fighters have already been removed. In his view, this means they can now crush Gravia quickly, which is why their side has grown bold enough to act. Hearing this, the sentry with the binoculars becomes excited by the prospect, but both men suddenly pause when they notice a strange disturbance appearing along the distant horizon. A landmass seems to be rising slowly out of the sea, and as it continues moving one of them mutters in disbelief, wondering whether the island itself is actually swimming toward them. At first the men stationed on the watchtower laugh nervously, joking that it might be witchcraft or some bizarre invasion trick. Yet their expressions quickly turn grim when they realize the island is literally rushing toward them and a sense of inevitable death begins creeping into their minds. They quickly signal the ships approaching in the distance, feeling a moment of relief as they assume the destroyers have arrived to rescue them. The warships advance directly toward the moving landmass, while our hero calmly informs the monster beneath him that they have reached their destination and the annihilation should now continue. In the next moment a nuclear black hole erupts outward, and within seconds a mighty battleships are ripped apart as easily as fragile toys. Towering walls of water surge high above the watchtower, and the soldiers scream in terror that a tsunami is about to crash into them. Far away at the Philippine naval port, a soldier urgently reports to his captain that an extremely high-ranked monstrous beast has entered their territorial waters, already sinking 2 warships and now preparing to make landfall. The captain immediately orders the activation of the newly obtained American equipment and commands the crew to snipe the war creature while ensuring it never manages to lock onto a target. He then orders the full fleet to mobilize and instructs the communications team to broadcast distress signals across the entire Southeast Triangle region, requesting air support along with advanced weapon systems. With bold confidence he declares that the combined strength of their allies will surely repel any invader threatening the Philippines, and with fierce determination he proclaims that victory in this battle will bring worldwide fame and raise his homeland to an unprecedented height. Suddenly the operator at the communication console freezes in shock and reports that the monster's signal has completely disappeared. The captain is left stunned, unable to understand how it vanished so suddenly. Deep beneath the ocean surface, bubbles drift upward as our hero sinks silently into the abyss, calculating that eliminating every armed force throughout the Southeast Triangle region will take considerable time. From the depths he launches spiked spheres linked by chains toward the warships above. Looking upward at the enormous fleet that represents the Philippines' final line of defense, our hero resolves to wipe them out entirely at this very moment. He releases Demara Ultimate Unleashed, and the sea begins to churn violently as a massive pulse of energy explodes outward, surging from the deep ocean toward the sky with overwhelming speed and unstoppable force. Warships are thrown into the air like pieces of drifting wood while soldiers scream in terror as death closes in from every direction. Many shout in disbelief, asking why an Overlord-level monster has suddenly appeared in the sea, while others curse their radar systems for failing to give any warning at all. Panic spreads across the fleet as crews begin wondering how such a magical beast managed to cross an entire minefield without triggering a single explosion. Frantic commands echo over the radios ordering every ship to scatter and retreat, yet by that point countless vessels have already been destroyed. Only the command ship remains afloat, and its captain stands frozen in disbelief as he declares that this creature has doomed the Philippines. Even as the monstrous form looms directly before him he still orders another assault, yet the explosions that follow once again fail to cause the beast any damage. The commander then shouts that everything else must be forgotten for now and demands that every remaining bomb be loaded while all available firepower is unleashed against the monster. He warns the crew that if the creature survives this attack then none of them will ever reach shore alive, and the Philippine Navy will become nothing more than a forgotten chapter of history. The fleet obeys, unleashing a relentless barrage as massive explosions swallow the beast in fire and smoke. Yet when the haze finally clears, its piercing eyes are still staring straight into their souls. Realizing the situation is hopeless, the commander prepares to flee and orders the surviving ships to scatter, but the opportunity has already vanished. Our hero retaliates with a devastating explosive laser that nearly erases the warship from existence. Later witnesses recount that the mysterious monster known as Demara engaged the fleet and, within only 3 minutes, the entire Philippine navy was completely destroyed. Soon afterward, Emperor Morales steps onto the Philippine coastline, prompting martial artists from across the nation to rush forward in desperate attempts to intercept him. The demonic entity storms through the Philippine capital before leaving the country and continuing toward neighboring nations across the South Triangle region. The highest levels of the Philippine government, along with large portions of the Air Force, Army, and military command, are almost completely wiped out, plunging the nation into massive turmoil that threatens to tear it apart. Yet Demira does not slow down, and analysts who track its path predict it will reach Indonesia in roughly 40 minutes. On a distant mountain peak, a man sits calmly in a meditative yoga posture and declares that as the greatest expert in East Asia he will never allow an inferior war creature to step onto his homeland. He releases a blinding surge of overwhelming aura, but only 20 minutes later the entire nation of Indonesia lies paralyzed as the monster rampages through it before departing again, this time heading toward Myanmar and South Korea. Myanmar, meanwhile, is already engulfed in internal conflict as warlords and drug lords battle each other for control without any unified leadership. A large-built man rushes onto an aircraft and shouts for immediate takeoff while cursing the unstoppable advance of Demira, which has already reached the southern kingdom. Muttering bitterly, he says that the corrupt officials there are probably fleeing even faster than he is, estimating that within 20 minutes the beast will crush the entire southern kingdom before continuing onward into Myanmar. As the aircraft rises into the sky, the man reflects bitterly that the fate of an entire nation is about to collapse behind him. Yet once the plane is safely airborne, he finally releases a long sigh of relief, convincing himself that he has escaped and can regroup somewhere in another country. That fragile comfort vanishes in an instant when he notices something horrifying pressed against the aircraft window, a grotesque, blood-soaked face staring directly at him as if silently greeting him from the outside. His body trembles violently as he curses under his breath, unable to comprehend what terrifying thing has just found him. The aircraft continues flying over Myanmar while thick columns of smoke erupt along one side of the distant horizon. He and his men stare out in shock, struggling to understand what kind of terrifying scene they are witnessing, but their fear only deepens when they notice a blood-colored cloud slowly forming into a twisted face that drifts steadily toward their plane. One of them nervously wonders whether it might be some sort of monster and asks when it could have attached itself to the aircraft. The crimson cloud then introduces itself as Jew and calmly announces that it is about to come inside. As the strange voice echoes, a red liquid begins seeping through the edges of the aircraft window, and everyone freezes in disbelief as the cloud somehow slips through a tiny opening. Once inside the cabin, the blood gathers together and gradually reshapes itself into a grotesque, monstrous face. One large thug immediately shouts for the others to attack, and several guards rush forward, boasting that the creature is nothing more than a simple slime. One of them proudly declares that he trained at the East Tribal District boxing camp and insists he can withstand several strikes from such a weak being. Filled with confidence, he throws a punch straight into the mass of blood. Yet the creature does not budge in the slightest. In the next instant, a tentacle lashes out and shoots directly into his mouth. Within seconds, his body turns limp as his energy is drained away, his limbs twisting helplessly while he screams in terror that the thing has crawled down into his stomach. Another goon attempts to counter with a cutting technique, even making an exaggerated expression while preparing the strike, but the tentacles surge forward before he can act and pierce straight through him along with their boss. Both bodies collapse lifelessly as every trace of strength is sucked out of them. In their final moments, they attempt a desperate technique known as the 10-headed Zeno, which merges the abilities of the Hell Tower with a vampire template to drain an enemy's life force and martial energy the instant they are pierced. Strange eyes suddenly grow across the corpses of the fallen guards as the creature laughs and explains that their lord plans to enjoy himself with the Northbarton soldiers. It reveals that it was sent merely to clean up this pathetic group and declares that the elite Yi army should now activate in order to eliminate the remaining armed forces across the southeastern triangle region. Mocking the entire encounter as dull, it remarks that fighting these people is no different from crushing insects. Before long, the entire aircraft is filled with piercing tentacles bursting through its structure until every single person aboard is dead. The creature then remarks with excitement that even if witnessing the Lord's true battles ends up killing it afterward, the spectacle alone would make that price worthwhile. The scene shifts to the southern country where chaos spreads across the land and desperate cries for help echo through the streets. Our hero's monstrous form steps forward, planting an enormous foot upon the ground while the blazing core in his chest radiates an overwhelming pressure. A surge of exhilaration runs through him as he proclaims that at this very moment he has become the ultimate destroyer, a living embodiment of death whose legend will haunt the world for thousands of years. The terrifying myth of Demira begins spreading rapidly throughout the Southeast Triangle region, and the survivors of the devastation will forever remember the towering shadow of that dark behemoth. He stands above the city watching everything collapse beneath his colossal presence while the scars carved by Demira leave permanent marks across the land. Not far away, another floating entity watches the destruction with open outrage. Beside it, a quiet pink-haired observer calmly remarks that within a single morning 3 entire countries have already fallen. A hovering craft in front of him mentions a notorious dark magic wizard from the western continent known as the Ice Talon King and wonders whether the sorcerer Pavla, who once froze an entire mountain range with a single gesture, would find this crisis just as troublesome. The pink-haired figure reflects that he has always been famous for collecting frozen statues made from rare and powerful magical beasts. Imagining the possibility, he muses about how incredible it would be to turn Demira into an ice sculpture, since such a prize would become the greatest piece in his entire collection. As he studies the map carefully, he considers that the northern forces probably intend for him to lure this monstrous behemoth toward the Great Kingdom. He calmly reminds them that once the task is completed they must honor their agreement, because he dislikes being left with unpaid favors. The system responds in a steady voice, assuring him that everything will be handled exactly as promised. The narrative then explains that on the Western continent there exists a special type of woman who, from the moment of her birth, carries terrifying energy within her body. This power allows her to sense the forces of heaven and earth and manipulate certain natural elements according to her will. Across the Western continent such women are known as witches. Only one appears each century, and every one of them eventually brings devastating calamity once she reaches adulthood. History records several such disasters, including the fall of ancient Atlantis, which sank into the deep abyss of the sea after the Witch of Ocean and Storms unleashed her power. Another catastrophe occurred in the 6th century before the Common Era when a magma and earthquake triggered a volcanic eruption that buried the once thriving kingdom of Pompeii beneath rivers of lava and ash. Centuries later, during the 14th century, a catastrophic plague wiped out half the population of the Western continent, and this disaster was attributed to the Black Witch, who became infamous as one of the most malevolent figures in history. Because of tragedies like these, the papacy and the monarchs of the Western continent have long carried out relentless witch hunts, even if it meant executing countless innocent women who were merely suspected of possessing such powers. After the Black Witch spread chaos for 500 consecutive years, strict sieges and suppression campaigns ensured that no witch was allowed to survive into adulthood. Yet despite all these efforts, the witch destined to appear in the 21st century has never been discovered or eliminated by the combined forces of the continent. The reason for this mystery suddenly becomes clear when someone cries out that a woman has appeared, revealing the shocking truth that the witch of the modern era is not a single person at all, but a pair of conjoined twins. Without warning, the clear sky above was swallowed by a dense and ominous mass of dark clouds, and he sensed the shift immediately, as a sudden drop in temperature and the heavy gloom were impossible to miss, while at the same time he noticed that a few experts had managed to escape earlier. Yet after witnessing the devastation he caused, he doubted any of them would still dare to face him again. Sparse snowflakes began to fall, drifting lightly at first before quickly thickening and swirling through the air, while overhead the dark clouds twisted into a massive vortex centered around Pavla, and far below stood Demira's monstrous form, his attention now fully locked onto the witch exactly as intended. From above, Pavla looked down calmly at what he considered nothing more than a mindless beast, watching in silence as Demira rapidly condensed a massive sphere of nuclear energy within himself, a process that took less than a quarter of a minute yet filled the surroundings with blinding light and violent tremors as though an explosion was imminent. But Pavla only frowned in disdain, labeling Demira as nothing more than a crude, savage creature. At that same moment, the enormous sphere of energy was unleashed from Demira's mouth at terrifying speed, tearing through the air in a surge of overwhelming azure light. Yet even in the face of such a devastating attack capable of erasing a small city, Pavla remained completely unshaken, casually raising a hand as he cast a supreme spell known as the Ice Mirror of Divine Reversal. In an instant, a gigantic ice barrier spanning hundreds of meters materialized before him, its surface smooth and reflective like a flawless mirror, and true to the nature of the spell. The incoming nuclear sphere was not merely reflected but perfectly duplicated, producing an identical force of destruction that collided head-on with the original. And upon impact, the two forces canceled each other out in a blinding explosion that roared like a miniature sun. Even as the aftermath faded, he was briefly stunned to see Pavla standing completely unharmed, and from his appearance alone he concluded that the mage was not from the east, instead guessing he belonged to the west. Yet rather than feeling wary of this unexpected presence, he found himself intrigued, eager to witness the strength of top fighters from other regions. Recalling the earlier exchange, he chose to test Pavla further, firing multiple nuclear beams toward him in quick succession, only for the witch to evade each one effortlessly while continuing to taunt him. And although he initially suspected that Pavla might be using clones, that assumption quickly fell apart as the mage repeatedly vanished and reappeared, launching sharp ice shards as surprise attacks from unpredictable angles. Disappointment surfaced as Pavla flashed behind him, releasing only a small cluster of icicles that lacked even the power of Chua's attacks, making it clear that the mage was holding back, which only fueled his desire to see Pavla's true strength, prompting him to unleash another devastating breath of nuclear energy. The attack struck its target directly, and for a brief moment it appeared as though Pavla had been completely vaporized, yet he could still sense the mage aura flickering in and out of existence, appearing and disappearing at will, making it obvious that Pavla was merely toying with him. With the support of his life magnetic field, he could clearly perceive that the opponent's martial magic was far from ordinary, which only made Pavla's constant avoidance of a direct clash more puzzling. And at first he assumed the mage was attempting to lure him into some kind of trap. Yet after enduring repeated taunts and a series of shallow, ineffective sneak attacks. He gradually understood that Pavla genuinely viewed him as nothing more than a mindless beast driven by instinct and hostility toward humans. And once that realization settled in, he decided to play along just long enough to uncover the mage's true intention behind this entire act. It did not take long for Pavla's objective to reveal itself, as the man was clearly trying to manipulate him into attacking the very people of Great Shia, a notion he found almost laughable when he thought about it, considering that everything he had done so far had been for the exact opposite purpose. And now that the truth was clear, he saw no reason to continue entertaining the act. So instead of pressing forward, he halted his advance entirely and began firing energy beams from a distance, while Pavla continued dodging as if it was some kind of game, weaving around the attacks like he was playing hide-and-seek with Demira. As time passed, Pavla noticed something strange. The beast's movements were slowing down, its advance becoming less aggressive, almost as if it were losing interest, though another possibility crossed his mind, that perhaps Demira had exhausted too much energy and was now recovering. But regardless of the reason, Pavla had no intention of letting the pace drop, as he demanded the fight continue on his terms, until suddenly his eyes widened when he realized that Demira had not moved at all for nearly half a minute, its massive form completely still, as though it had entirely lost the will to engage. This sudden lack of response only fueled Pavla's irritation, and with a cold edge to his actions, he conjured a massive ice shard, preparing to discipline what he saw as a disobedient beast, tossing out a mocking remark before launching the attack straight at Demira, the shard striking perfectly. Yet to his growing annoyance, there was no reaction whatsoever, not even the slightest movement, prompting him to try again as he commented that if a single shard was insufficient, then perhaps a barrage would make a difference, even expressing curiosity about how long the creature could endure. However, even after unleashing multiple rounds of ice shards in succession, the outcome remained unchanged, as Demira stood completely unresponsive to every provocation. And in that moment Pavla's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, his tone laced with contempt as he came to a conclusion. The entire plan of Northbarton to use Demira as a weapon had failed miserably, not because of resistance, but because the beast had seemingly drained its energy and entered a dormant, standby-like state. At the same time, the aura of death that had once radiated from Demira had now completely faded, and as its towering form still cast a shadow over the battlefield, Pavla could no longer hide his disappointment, as he had genuinely expected something far more formidable, something capable of shaking the world itself. Yet the reality before him fell short, and despite all the ferocity Demira had displayed earlier, it ultimately proved one simple truth. In the end, it was nothing more than a beast. With killing intent rising, Pavla prepared to end it, gathering a blazing sphere of purple energy in his palm as he declared that Demira should feel honored to become yet another rare piece in his collection. But before he could act, a thunderous azure beam erupted with blinding brilliance like a miniature sun and shot straight toward him, forcing his expression to stiffen as the color drained from his face, realizing in that instant that his earlier conclusion had been completely wrong and that Demira had been deceiving him all along, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The situation shifted instantly, yet Pavla relied on his speed, vanishing from his position in a flash and reappearing elsewhere, narrowly avoiding the attack while mocking what he believed was a failed attempt. Though the truth was that Demira had already succeeded in provoking him, and without pause another massive azure beam tore through the air toward him, forcing Pavla to evade again. But this time the sheer force of the attack disrupted his balance, sending him spiraling downward in an uncontrolled fall. Watching this unfold, Demira confirmed what Pavla had only just begun to suspect, that everything until now had been intentional, a deliberate act of playing along. Because if he truly wanted to, overwhelming and catching him would have been effortless, as his life force allowed him to track Pavla's position in real time, making escape meaningless even if the mage tried to flee beyond the sky itself. And now that the moment had come, he raised his right hand and swung it down, forming a gigantic palm infused with crushing pressure that descended upon Pavla. The impact landed like a devastating slap, sending Pavla crashing across the battlefield like a falling meteor. And for a brief moment he could not process what had just happened, stunned that a May beast would dare treat him with such disrespect. But that disbelief quickly hardened into something colder, as his intent shifted entirely toward killing Demira on the spot, pushing aside any consideration of Northbarton's plans as his focus narrowed solely to destruction. So consumed was he by this intent that he failed to notice a presence quietly standing on a nearby tree branch. And it was only when a voice referred to him as conjoined twins and casually asked who he intended to kill that Pavla snapped out of his state, turning his attention toward the newcomer, whose aura alone carried a weight that made even him pause, leaving him to wonder whether this person came from the east or from Great Shia. Pointing directly at Pavla, the man continued without hesitation, questioning how he could walk around with a woman attached to his body, adding that with such an appearance, no woman in her right mind would ever look his way. Words that immediately struck a nerve, as Pavla realized that this stranger knew about his twin sister, and the insult only deepened his anger, making him question whether this man had a death wish. Yet the man found the situation amusing, as if Pavla should have already understood the reason for his presence, stating plainly that he had come here to kill him. And without delay, As the ability known as Dark Forest Descends was activated once more, a colossal entity emerged behind him, radiating a suffocating, ominous aura, its towering form covered in endless stretching branches, tangled roots weaving through its body, and crimson leaves spreading outward as it loomed over Pavla like an unstoppable force. Sensing the nature of the creature before him, Pavla quickly judged it to be born from dark, corrupted magic, as there was none of the vitality or calm presence that true forest-born creations carried, and instead what radiated from it was nothing but raw aggression and bloodlust. Yet even so, within the domain of dark magic, such power meant little in front of him, the Ice Demon King, making it unworthy of his acknowledgement as he immediately cast a super-tier frost spell known as Iceberg, engulfs the world, causing an enormous pillar of ice to erupt violently from beneath the dragon-like entity and expand outward, swallowing the surrounding space as countless jagged spikes surged upward from the ground, forming a massive frozen structure that seemed capable of sealing everything within absolute cold. Pavla required no magical tools to channel his power, as his sister, carrying witch blood within her, served as the perfect vessel, granting him an effectively limitless supply of magic energy, so vast that he could confront and crush any magical attack directly, and under the overwhelming force of his spell, the dragon-like creature was gradually encased in ice, its massive form turning into a frozen sculpture as within moments everything within a 3-meter radius solidified completely, prompting Pavla to let out a low chuckle filled with contempt, as he dismissed the creature's power as nothing more than insignificant plant magic daring to oppose his eyes, convinced that even flames or molten lava would be frozen without exception under his control. But then, without warning, faint cracks began to spread across the surface of the frozen mass, accompanied by sharp, crisp sounds that grew louder and faster as the fractures multiplied, weaving into a dense network until the ice could no longer withstand the pressure, and in a sudden burst it shattered completely, releasing a dazzling golden light that forced Pavla into stunned silence, as he realized that the creature had shed its outer form within the ice, emerging anew with a radiant golden body that carried an almost sacred presence, leaving him unable to accept that he had just been overpowered in a direct clash of magic. Before him now stretched a vast frozen landscape filled with towering crystalline pillars of ice piercing toward the sky, while the air itself grew so cold and dense that it felt suffocating. Yet before the scene could stabilize, the entire frozen structure began to tremble violently as if something immense was forcing its way out from within. And in the next instant, a dragon-like entity exceeding 100 meters in length burst free from the jagged ice formations, erupting outward with overwhelming force as it tore through the frozen pillars, reducing the massive ice forest into countless fragments that scattered across the air. Each movement of its elongated golden roots carried immense destructive power, sweeping everything aside with ease. And as Pavla witnessed this, a trace of irritation surfaced within him, stirred by the earlier insults and ridicule, something he could not tolerate or forgive, as deep within him lay years of humiliation rooted in his deformed body, a past that had shaped his hatred toward himself and made him see his own form as the source of all suffering he endured. Yet everything had changed when the witch blood within his sister awakened, granting him access to immense power that now belonged to him as well. And in that moment of transformation, he came to believe that all his past suffering had not been meaningless, but rather a trial that led him to this strength. What others had once called deformity and ugliness had revealed itself to be something far greater, the very key to surpassing mortal limits, no longer a burden but a necessary condition to ascend toward divine power. And deep within Pavla, that realization fed an ever-growing ambition, the belief that once this trial was overcome, he would stand above all, possessing supreme strength while basking in the awe of those beneath him. Yet in the present moment, as memories of earlier humiliation and insults resurfaced, that same pride twisted into anger, because a mere mortal had not only mocked his body but had also suppressed him in battle, something he could never accept, leaving him with only one conclusion, that only by killing Yi could this disgrace be erased. Raising both hands, Pavla unleashed a violent surge of frost magic that spiraled outward in massive twisting currents, intertwining and accelerating at terrifying speed until they formed colossal vortexes, each carrying devastating force as they tore through the surroundings, uprooting entire clusters of trees and sending them scattering across the battlefield. Yet despite the scale of destruction, Yi simply let out a faint chuckle, dismissing it as nothing more than a trivial display. And, in response, he activated his ultimate technique, the art of image manipulation, summoning simultaneously the towering art of Pangu, a massive statue with a fierce expression, bared fangs, and a demonic posture, and the art of Candle Dragon, a dark, dragon-like entity over 100 meters long, its body covered in cold, wooden black scales that reflected the dim surroundings. The enormous dragon coiled itself tightly around the ominous colossus, forming a scene that was both imposing and terrifying, while Yi stood calmly atop the wooden giant, observing the raging storm of ice with complete indifference, as all three figures faced the spectacle without urgency. And within this stillness lay the advantage he carried, because the template of Demira had inherited the sensory abilities of Euro's 10 heads, granting him the capacity to perceive and manipulate natural energies, meaning that whatever control the witch exercised over the elements, he could replicate in kind. And if Pavla chose to summon cold winds, then he would answer with overwhelming fire. Placing his hand upon the wooden scales of the dark dragon, he began channeling an immense flow of energy, a pure elemental flame that surged through the creature's body, spreading rapidly as if awakening something dormant. And from the gaps between the black scales, faint embers flickered into existence before quickly intensifying, turning into smoldering ash that erupted into roaring flames, engulfing the massive form as the fire surged higher and higher, raging like an unstoppable inferno. Yet the transformation did not stop there, as the yi cells within the wooden dragon reacted instantly to the extreme heat, adapting at an accelerated rate, altering their very structure to produce a unique substance that not only resisted the flames but absorbed and amplified their intensity, causing the fire to burn even hotter and more violently. And with the addition of Dark Blossom's bloom, Yi, unwilling to let the summoned Black Tree realm go to waste, gathered his power once more and drove the sinister flowers to erupt in a fierce and uncontrolled surge. Each petal burst open wildly like enormous jaws, as if ready to swallow everything in their reach. And under his command, the forest floor shook violently while layer after layer of massive, deep crimson flowers surged upward, their thick, sharpened petals spreading without restraint and rapidly overtaking the surrounding space, filling the area with a strange aura that made the scene appear both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling at the same time. While countless grains of pollen glowed in a fiery red and drifted through the air like falling sparks of light, reflecting the surroundings in a way that created an almost dreamlike spectacle. Yet hidden beneath that beauty was a crushing force capable of making anyone feel suffocated under its pressure. At the same time, alongside the storm of crimson pollen, endless sparks and embers rained down from the blazing body of the black dragon, scattering across the ground like a barrage of burning projectiles, each carrying intense heat capable of igniting anything it touched, turning the entire battlefield into a spreading inferno. And within moments, this overwhelming energy expanded outward at terrifying speed, covering thousands of meters as everything within that range was swallowed by destructive force, compressing the air itself until breathing became difficult, as though the very space had begun to warp under the sheer intensity. When the Sea Tree Hell technique fully unfolded, the entire black forest was engulfed by surging crimson flames that spread with unstoppable momentum, waves of heat rolling outward with such intensity that even the freezing cold in the surroundings was erased, melting layers of ice that once seemed unbreakable and transforming the entire region into a blazing hellscape. And witnessing this, Pavla could not hide the shock and disgust that surfaced within him, especially as he recalled his original plan to use forbidden magic to completely freeze this opponent. That plan required him to gather immense quantities of wind and water elements and compress them into pure ice energy, a process that demanded extraordinary effort even with the witch blood flowing through him. Yet now the overwhelming heat from the Sea of Flames had completely disrupted the cold currents he had been preparing, forcing a realization upon him that he might have once again lost in a clash of strategy. And while he remained caught in that moment of distraction, the creature had already moved behind him, revealing its presence too late for him to react calmly. Pavla was genuinely stunned to realize that despite its enormous size, the creature moved without any hindrance, its speed and agility defying expectation as it reached out with a massive hand in an attempt to restrain him, though he narrowly managed to evade the grasp and responded with mockery, declaring that regardless of its speed, it could never rival his flash steps, before shooting upward into the dark, cloud-filled sky to conceal himself, shifting to a new plan of hiding within the storm and unleashing his forbidden magic in a single decisive strike. Yet before he could fully execute that plan, while still immersed in his thoughts, a gigantic hand filled with killing intent suddenly lunged out from the center of the storm, closing in on him without warning. In that instant, Pavla froze, unable to grasp what had just unfolded, and before the anger rising within him could take shape, the demonic colossus moved first, bringing down a crushing strike from above, making it unmistakably clear that he was now in a dire situation against this overwhelming entity, fully under his opponent's control. Recognizing the gap between them, Pavla abandoned any thought of rushing in recklessly, instead shifting his approach as he pulled back and widened the distance. Yet even as he retreated, the demonic colossus tore through the storm-filled sky, and in that opening, a blazing fire dragon surged forward, slipping through the shattered clouds as it lunged directly toward the ice mage. Faced with a roaring inferno bearing down on him, Pavla reacted without hesitation, channeling his magic to form 3 massive ice dragons in an instant, sending them forward to intercept. But the moment they clashed, the difference in power became undeniable, as the icy constructs, brittle in comparison to the burning force of the dark wood-scaled dragon, were quickly pierced, crushed, and completely destroyed under the overwhelming pressure of the flames. Fury rose within Pavla as he hurled insults at his opponent, calling him a mindless fool. Yet beneath that anger lay a calculated intent, because from the beginning, those 3 ice dragons were never meant to win, only to delay the inevitable long enough for him to escape. And now, realizing he had underestimated his opponent and entered this battle unprepared, he acknowledged that if he had brought along the powerful magical artifacts he had collected, the outcome might have been different, perhaps even allowing him to defeat Yi. Though unwilling, he accepted this temporary defeat, already deciding that he would return once prepared to erase this humiliation. But for Yi, there was no such thing as a second chance, and without wasting a single moment, sparks began to gather in his palm, quickly expanding into a dense mass of energy, the crackling light resembling countless glowing serpents coiling and pulsing as if ready to erupt, and in the next instant, he released it without hesitation. The thunderous spears of energy tore through the air at terrifying speed, so fast they were nearly impossible to track. Yet even in the face of such an attack, Pavla responded instantly, twisting his body mid-air with precise control, shifting just enough to evade each strike, his movements sharp and efficient, reflecting the experience of countless battles fought on the edge of life and death. And as he avoided the attack, he let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with contempt as he ridiculed the poor aim of the strike, before confidently declaring that once he returned fully prepared, he would personally end Yi. But the moment those words left him, a sudden and overwhelming sense of danger gripped him, sending a chill through his entire body as the air around him thickened, dark purple-black clouds rapidly gathering and swirling. And in the next flash, lightning tore across the sky, revealing that the intense heat from the hellish forest below combined with Pavla's own storm had unknowingly created the perfect conditions for Yi's next attack. As the heavy clouds above began to churn violently, arcs of lightning surged like towering waves, countless bolts converging toward a single point until they formed a massive concentration of energy. And within the flickering brilliance, that power took shape, molding itself into the outline of a terrifying beast that radiated a violent, oppressive aura. While at the very center of those dense storm clouds stood Pavla, positioned so close that he was nearly within reach of the colossal thunder entity, and the sight alone caused his expression to stiffen as disbelief overtook him, a curve slipping out instinctively, exposing the panic he could no longer suppress. The moment the formation completed, a vast network of lightning descended from every direction like a divine net, sealing off all escape routes and leaving Pavla trapped with no room to evade. As deafening thunder roared through the thick clouds and streaks of purple lightning crashed down with overwhelming force, releasing destructive energy so intense that even the surrounding space seemed to tremble. And in that instant, panic consumed him completely as he realized the situation had spiraled beyond control, his body trembling while he checked his condition, only to discover that the electric charge surrounding him had disrupted his teleportation, cutting off his only means of escape. Confusion and denial flooded his thoughts as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. Yet before him, the enormous lightning beast surged forward at unimaginable speed, and in that critical moment between life and death, he found himself unable to move, unable to resist, left only to watch in helpless dismay as the attack closed in, and then a deafening explosion erupted, swallowing him entirely, leaving him no time to react as a final cry tore from him before he was consumed by the raging storm of lightning, his form vanishing within the blinding flashes. The force did not stop there, as the attack carried through, hurling Pavla's body downward from the sky and slamming it into the ground, triggering a catastrophic explosion that spread outward in all directions, obliterating everything in its path and reducing the entire area to ruin. While above the devastation, the massive demonic entity hovered in the air, its enormous presence eclipsing part of the sky, and standing at its peak was Yi, who observed the aftermath with quiet focus, wondering whether the battle had truly ended or if this was merely the stillness before something far worse emerged. At the very center of the destruction, where nothing should have remained, buried deep within the earth, a coffin formed from pure, transparent ice lay intact, glowing faintly with a cold, eerie light as it released a chilling aura that spread outward. And as Yi sensed the shift, the atmosphere grew heavy and dark, quickly filling with an overwhelming murderous intent that signaled something far more dangerous awakening, the true Ice Demon King. Inside that crystal-clear coffin, the awakened figure slowly opened her eyes, which shone with a sharp azure glow. And as that moment passed, the scene shifted far away to an entirely different location, the Northern Barton Federation, where inside their operation center, a massive display screen showed global meteorological data, and within the marked southeastern triangle region, a colossal dark vortex had formed and continued to expand, prompting a staff member to urgently report to his superior that an extremely dangerous anomaly had appeared at its core, one that was rapidly gathering strength and growing more unstable by the second. Adler, the director of investigations for the Northern Barton Federation, stood with a deeply furrowed brow, his displeasure evident as a sharp voice cut through the room, questioning his subordinate with clear disbelief, because in his understanding, the Western Continent's wizard was supposed to be aiding their efforts against Great Shia, yet instead had abandoned that responsibility to engage in battle with a masked individual of unknown origin, a situation that made no sense to him at all. The subordinate quickly confirmed the report, his expression tense and voice strained as he explained that Pavla had already lost control, his behavior bordering on madness, and that he was unleashing large-scale magic powerful enough to influence the climates of both the eastern and western continents, while at the same time, all communication had been severed, leaving them completely unable to establish contact or intervene in any way. And upon hearing this, Adler's frustration erupted as he cursed harshly, unable to contain his anger, especially given that their situation had already reached a critical state, with their military base in South Korea on the brink of total destruction by Demira, while the very person meant to assist them was instead occupied with an unrelated battle. After forcing himself to calm down slightly, Adler pressed for satellite surveillance, hoping to at least obtain visual confirmation of the battlefield, but the response offered no relief, as the entire sky over the southwest region had been swallowed by dense cloud cover, rendering satellite observation useless and leaving them completely blind. And before that frustration could settle, another report arrived, further darkening the atmosphere, stating that 3 of their station garrison bases in South Korea had already been completely wiped out, while the condition of the remaining bases remained unknown. Hearing this, Adler's irritation surfaced once again as he cursed under his breath, unable to comprehend what Pavla hoped to achieve by acting in such an irrational and irresponsible manner. His thoughts tangled as he absorbed the continuous stream of reports, until suddenly, a significant fluctuation appeared on the main display, indicating that the massive storm had begun to subside, prompting an immediate update from the staff. And upon hearing it, Adler assumed that the wizard had finally concluded his pointless fight, responding with open contempt as he ordered immediate contact to instruct Pavla to lure Demira toward the Shia kingdom, adding with a sneer that if not for the Federation's top-tier experts being absent on an Antarctic expedition, they would never have needed to rely on someone so arrogant and unreliable. But the moment the live feed finally returned, showing a massive strike of purple lightning crashing down onto Pavla, Adler was left completely stunned, his composure breaking as he stammered in confusion, unable to understand what he was seeing, while beside him, a staff member hesitated before reporting that the situation appeared to be the exact opposite of what they had expected. The one being overwhelmed was not the unknown opponent, but the infamous ice wizard himself. Back on the battlefield, the atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating as the towering wooden colossus stood before the ice coffin, and without wasting even a moment, the command was given to destroy it, prompting the colossal entity to open its massive maw with a roar that seemed to tear through the sky itself, before activating a technique known as Chaos Falls, summoning an enormous wooden mass resembling a gigantic rock, which descended from above like a meteor, aimed directly at the ice coffin, below with the intent to crush it completely. Just as the massive meteor was about to collide, a pale hand suddenly broke through the surface of the ice coffin, and with slow, deliberate motion, a single finger extended outward, and at the exact instant contact was made, the descending colossus froze mid-air as if time itself had stopped, its overwhelming momentum erased in a fraction of a second as the entire mass was encased in ice before shattering into countless fragments, dissolving so cleanly that not even the slightest damage was left behind, as though it had never existed at all. Even so, the sight did not go unnoticed, and although he remained composed, the astonishment could not be completely hidden, because while such power might be expected from the Ice Queen, witnessing it firsthand confirmed that he was now facing an opponent who exceeded even his prior expectations, and as the figure fully emerged, it became clear that the Ice Queen, Pavla's twin sister, carried a presence that was both striking and unsettling, her beauty contrasted by something deeply distorted, her eyes empty yet filled with an unfathomable darkness that revealed nothing. She exhaled lightly, then fixed her hollow gaze directly onto Yi-He, and in the next instant, snow began to manifest out of nowhere, spreading outward at terrifying speed until it blanketed the entire battlefield, swallowing the towering wooden colossus before it could even react, as an overwhelming surge of freezing energy flooded the surroundings, forcing Yi-He to leap into the air to avoid being caught, while at the same time he sensed that the cold she wielded far surpassed that of Pavla, making him immediately retract his earlier judgment about her strength. Below, the frozen wooden colossus began to fracture, cracks spreading rapidly across its massive form until it could no longer hold together, and within moments, it shattered completely into countless fragments, collapsing under the sheer force of the cold. Far away, inside the Northern Barton Federation, panic erupted among the staff as the sudden appearance of the Ice Queen sent shockwave through the entire operations center, and Director Adler, visibly shaken, raised his voice in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the warlock had been defeated, because this outcome signified something far worse, that the entity beneath Pavla, the embodiment of frost and storm in this era, had fully awakened. In truth, Pavla's male body had always limited the full potential of the witch's blood, acting as a constraint that prevented its true power from manifesting, because only his conjoined sister could fully embody that strength, making her the true Demon King, and even a fragment of her power was enough to unleash freezing currents capable of altering the climate across the entire Southeast Triangle region, which led to a terrifying conclusion. If such power were ever perfected, the descent of a true witch could plunge the entire world into a miniature ice age. Faced with this possibility, Adler realized there was only one option left, to eliminate her before she fully stabilized after awakening. And in that moment, he began considering the activation of their ultimate space-based weapon system, a hidden trump card deployed in orbit during the conflict with the Snow Kingdom, reserved only for the most extreme emergencies, Yet just as that thought took shape, a staff member urgently reported that the mysterious masked man had already made his move and successfully subdued the witch. Adler flinched, his composure breaking for a moment as he let out a sharp exclamation of disbelief, and the scene shifted back to the battlefield, where he stood watching the Ice Queen with a quiet, almost clinical fascination, because although he did not fully understand the nature of her sudden transformation, her form reminded him of something from his previous world, and when compared to that, what stood before him now seemed crude, unstable, and lacking any real awareness. In the next instant, the Ice Queen lifted her hand and made a simple motion, summoning massive shards of ice that rapidly gathered and fused into a towering mountain-like mass directly above Yihi, which then crashed downward with overwhelming force, sending violent tremors across the land as the ground shook under the impact. Yet even as the attack concluded, she let out faint, unclear sounds, her hollow gaze wandering aimlessly across the battlefield as if searching for something she could not identify, clearly unable to comprehend what had just occurred, because the target that had been right before her had vanished before her strike could land. At that same moment, black and crimson tendrils began to emerge silently behind her, curling closer without drawing attention, and from her previous attack, Yi had already confirmed that the witch possessed no true intelligence, acting purely on instinct, a realization that made the encounter feel dull to him. Yet he moved forward regardless, as the tendrils suddenly surged outward, wrapping tightly around her arms and upper body in an attempt to restrain her. But just as quickly, her form broke apart into countless tiny snowflakes, dispersing instantly and vanishing from where she stood, only to reassemble moments later at a different location, making it clear that what had been captured was nothing more than a false form, not a simple clone but a complete disassembly and reconstruction of her body, allowing her to transform into elemental particles at will, a process resembling pure energy conversion. Seeing this, a new idea formed in Yi's mind, the possibility of devouring her entirely by combining the properties of his dark red biomass with the absorption capabilities inherited from both Gunmu and Demara's templates, and without hesitation, he activated an ultimate technique, a trap designed to seal everything within reach, known as a net that stretches from heaven to earth. In an instant, countless black and crimson tendrils erupted from every direction, rising and weaving together into a dense, unbreakable network that expanded rapidly until it enclosed the entire area, and within the blink of an eye, that network condensed into a massive cage, completely isolating the Ice Queen from the outside world, and confident that escape was no longer possible. Yi allowed a faint smeg to form as he licked his lips, clearly anticipating what would come next. Moments later, Pangu's net of heaven and earth fully activated, sealing the witch inside a massive wooden cage with no way out. Trapped inside, she began screaming in sheer terror. Her vision warped as she saw Pangu, Yi's summoned form, standing before her, closing in to finish her. In a desperate final struggle, the witch unleashed her frost power, rapidly spreading ice across the wooden cage in a last attempt to break free. Watching from nearby, Yi observed everything unfold as the witch's piercing screams echoed from within the cage, making him question her lack of intelligence, yet the overwhelming primal force radiating from her felt undeniably terrifying. Just then, Yi's eyes widened as he suddenly sensed something shifting from within. Suddenly, a colossal Pangu formed from ice erupted from within the wooden cage, towering over everything as the witch's power took shape. Nearby, Yi stared at the colossal ice Pangu in disbelief, realizing the witch had somehow begun replicating his own power. Surrounded by raging flames, Yi's glowing eyes sharpened as he calmly declared he would try something new, his aura intensifying as a dangerous shift in his power began. In the next instant, Yi's form expanded into a colossal multi-armed giant, and as his power surged, he unleashed his Sun Wheel Strike, charging forward to clash head-on with the towering Ice Pangu. Yi finally collided, unleashing a devastating clash. The massive Ice Pangu stood motionless, silently watching as Yi approached, its cold gaze locked onto him. In a control room, Adler stood with his arms crossed while 4 operators sat at their stations, monitoring the system. Adler frowned as he wondered who that masked man was summoning a colossal structure hundreds of meters tall in an instant and questioned whether such power could truly belong to a human. Adler kept analyzing Yi's Sun Wheel Strike, questioning why a figure with such overwhelming power had no record in the North Buraitan database. Just then, surveillance device reported that no records existed on the powerful figure, but other data could still identify him. Adler replied in surprise, asking about these other records. In a moment, surveillance device opened a screen, revealing footage from the past 3 Azura invasions of Great Shia, each showing the same mysterious masked man single-handedly repelling the invaders. The surveillance device added that, based on spy intelligence, the giant belonged to an organization called Monster and was known as Demon Eye, with an 80% probability that the giant masked figure in front of us came from the same group. Adler's eyes narrowed, thinking deeply, rested his hand on his chin and muttered, "Monster." Both colossal figures clashed violently, Adler thinking in disbelief that the Northern Barton Federation was invincible and wondered where such a supernatural organization had come from and why such terrifying forces kept emerging in this small place. The battle erupted as Ice Pangu and Yi collided head-on. With a single strike, half of Ice Pangu's face was blown apart. As half of Ice Pangu's face was blown away, the witch hidden within began emerging from inside, now forced to face Yi directly. As the witch emerged from Ice Pangu, she let out a sharp cry and immediately began channeling her power again. Watching it unfold, Yi concluded her actions weren't strategy but instinct. No combat experience, just blindly summoning overwhelming elemental power, like a reckless child detonating massive forces without control. Not wanting to wait for her next move, Yi immediately activated his Torch Dragon ability, summoning a blazing dragon of fire. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon surged forward, charging straight toward Ice Pangu to strike the witch within. As the fire dragon closed in, the witch began chanting again, summoning her power to counter the incoming attack. As the fire dragon closed in, the witch summoned countless ice shards and launched them forward to intercept the blazing attack. Seeing this, Yi realized his fire dragon couldn't overpower the witch's ice spikes, but it was enough to keep her occupied, so he moved in himself to launch the real attack. Before the witch could react, Yi closed the distance, locked onto her, and declared she was his, preparing to strike. Just as Yi moved to strike, the witch unleashed all her power at once, launching a desperate counterattack. Yi stared at the attack rushing toward him, momentarily stunned, yet he knew he had no choice but to push forward and strike the witch. Yi pressed forward without hesitation and unleashed his final strike, bringing down a devastating blow upon the Ice Pangu. The scene turned blinding under the overwhelming surge of Yi's power. The witch was left helpless as the Ice Pangu took the full force of the devastating attack. As the attack subsided, the Ice Pangu's body began to crack apart under the immense impact. Moments later, the entire body of the ice giant collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that drifted down like floating rubble. Now only the witch remained, hovering in the air where the Ice Pangu once stood, exposed and alone. She burst into manic laughter, her mind scrambling as she tried to figure out her next move. As she floated there, laughing madly, Yi activated his star-devouring refinement and consumed the witch in an instant. Seeing Yi activate the star-warping refinement technique against her, the ice witch realizes the danger and immediately cries out in panic. As Yi's star-devouring refinement technique fully activates, a condensed dragon manifestation forms from the devouring energy. The spectral dragon surges forward and, in a single motion, swallows the ice witch whole. Yi raises his hand and immediately triggers the Candle Dragon's soaring fire ability, unleashing its blazing power. Within seconds, the Candle Dragon's face erupts in blazing flames, the fire raging violently as it begins refining the ice witch trapped inside its body. The flames around the Candle Dragon surge higher and higher until its entire body is engulfed in roaring fire. Watching calmly, Yi explains that the ice witch's true strength comes from her ability to command the vast natural elements. Once she is cut off from the surrounding environment, her power collapses and she becomes far weaker than before. Inside the Candle Dragon's mouth, the ice witch is trapped as the soaring flames refine her relentlessly. Watching the process, Yi states calmly that under the raging fire within the dragon's maw, the ice witch's destruction is only a matter of time. As the ice witch continues being refined inside the Candle Dragon, Yi slowly raises his eyes toward the sky. Realizing someone has been secretly watching the entire battle through a satellite, he murmurs coldly that he was busy dealing with the ice witch, but now it is that spy's turn, mocking the hidden observer for shamelessly spying on others from above. In the next instant, Yi unleashes his power toward the sky, and the satellite spying from space is instantly destroyed. Yi brushes his hands together as if dusting them off, then quietly reflects that the Emperor Demira he dispatched to the southeastern region of Great Shia should have already wiped out the entire Korean peninsula by now, leaving Great Xia completely at peace. He adds that the jackals hiding in tiger skins should finally wake up and recognize who the real threat truly is. Yi raises his hand and activates the art of cloud manipulation. Instantly, the clouds above begin swirling violently, gathering and condensing in the sky as they converge over his outstretched hand. Yi glances at the blazing candle dragon and calmly notes that fully refining the ice which will still take some time. Deciding not to remain exposed, he prepares to conceal his presence while the process continues. Meanwhile, far away at the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Hua is secretly observing Yiha's battle through a satellite feed. Inside the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, a bald man who appears to be the headmaster watches the AI intelligence live feed of the battle. After observing the information, he quietly murmurs that he now understands the truth about Manhua. He then studies a virtual map projected before him and remarks that the wolfish ambitions of the vassal states in the southern triangle of Great Xia are already known to everyone, yet their scattered forces alone could never shake the nation. The real danger lies in the powerful backers secretly supporting those vassal states. Studying the map, he realizes the real strategy behind it. If Great Xia concentrates its military in the southern region, a certain unnamed nation across the ocean could seize the opportunity to intervene, sending troops under the banner of freedom and democracy to occupy the area. He lowers his head in thought and mutters that once the situation erupts, Daisha and their old neighbor, the ever-restless venomous snake known as Xiao Dongdao, would seize the chance to strike and carve into the Great Xia region. Imagining the chaos that would follow, he admits he hardly dares to think about what would happen next. He recalls the monster Emperor Demora and murmurs with relief that, fortunately, Demora appeared out of nowhere and stepped in to handle the southeastern region of Great Xia. He continues thinking that although no one understands why the giant beast that rose from the sea swept through the entire southeastern region, its rampage unexpectedly solved a major problem for Great Xia. Most importantly, his thoughts shift to the monster organization that has begun mobilizing again. He recalls the mysterious and powerful figure wearing a stone demon mask, the one capable of summoning pitch-black trees, an overwhelming power that ultimately killed the Ice Witch of the 21st century, a threat that had troubled the entire world. With a quiet sigh, he mutters that these are truly turbulent times, as mysterious and powerful figures keep emerging one after another, making the future impossible to predict. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the candle dragon summoned by Yi finally completes the refinement of the Ice Witch. As the process ends, the dragon's roaring flames gradually weaken and begin fading away. The candle dragon slowly opens its mouth, and a blinding light bursts out from within its jaws. At that moment, an ice crystal emerges from the candle dragon's mouth. The moment Yi sees it, his eyes gleam with excitement as he quietly recognizes it as the Golden Legend. Yi reaches out and seizes the ice crystal, then quietly mutters that at last he has successfully captured the ice beast. Looking down at the devastated land beneath him, Yi calmly notes that within 100 miles every living thing has already been wiped out by the battle. With nothing left to handle here, he decides it is time to return to Great Xia. Gazing at the devastated landscape around him, Yi reflects that if he had not intervened, this same hellish destruction would have unfolded in the Xia kingdom where he lives, which is why he had no choice but to eliminate the threat. Reflecting on the state of the world, Yi murmurs that in this age where everyone can become a warrior, even an ordinary civilian from the enemy side may one day turn into a dagger pointed at Great Xia. Because of that reality, he believes the only option is to level the enemy nation's key cities. To him, many conflicts in this world are simply impossible to resolve. Dark energy gathers as skeletal forms rise around him. Amid the ominous aura, Yi declares that he is both the guardian of peace for the Great Xia dynasty and the world's most ruthless tyrant. Accepting the burden of countless deaths, he adds that whether now or in the future, the millions who fall at his feet should bear no curses or resentment. He looks down at his hand and quietly states that he will offer no excuses and will carry this blood debt for countless years to come, his eyes filling with cold, unwavering resolve. In the next moment, Yi shoots into the sky and vanishes from the battlefield. While flying back toward Great Xia, Yi reflects that the external threats in the southeastern triangle region have already been eliminated, but internal problems still remain. During the Battle of Huaju University, the 9 families fled to protect themselves, and according to Manhua's latest reports, the Dragon Sparrow organization suffered heavy losses while the nation's major martial arts guilds were severely weakened during the Great Xia reconquest plan. Taking advantage of this situation, the 9 families of Huaju now intend to seize the opportunity to reclaim the country's central authority. His anger surges as he thinks of the 9 families. With cold contempt, Yi mutters that those ancient relics should return to their graves and remain there, instead of crawling back into the human world to spread their rotten influence. Back in Great Xia, after the reconquest plan concludes, major martial arts academies call their teachers and students back to resume normal academic life. University students gradually leave the brutal battlefields behind and return to the calm and quiet of their campuses. After witnessing the brutal reality of the battlefield, where even breathing could feel like a luxury for the weak, the students return with a new determination to train harder than ever. From this generation of Dasha's academies, many future pillars of society are expected to rise. Though war is cruel, it has a way of awakening human resilience and hidden potential. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a training institute in the Xia Kingdom, a new scene begins to unfold. Three sweat-soaked youths chat after practice. One reveals that after Huaju defeated the Azura masked man, another masked figure has now appeared in the southeastern triangle of Great Xia. The boy beside him is surprised, recalling how the magical beast Emperor Demora had already rampaged through that region, cutting down everything in its path, something he believes those forces deserved. The third youth adds that before Demora arrived, several allied fleets had gathered in the southern waters under the excuse of military exercises, though everyone knew their wolfish ambitions. In the end, he says, Demora's descent wiped them out, calling it the most righteous punishment they could have received. The boy who shared the news tells them to stop interrupting and let him finish. He then asks if they have heard about the severe cold wave striking southern Great Xia over the past 2 days, before revealing that the phenomenon was actually man-made. He explains that he follows a well-known online blogger who often leaks insider information, and this time the blogger posted several photos on Twitter, including a weather map of the southeastern triangle region along with other mysterious images. He continues, explaining that the blogger recently uploaded another photo. This one showed a fused white man and woman, revealed to be a famous ice magic caster from the western continent. According to the post, this figure was the one who triggered the massive cold wave that spread across the entire eastern continent. The boy standing before them is stunned by the story and mutters in amazement that it sounds incredible, asking what happened next. The boy sharing the story then drops a bombshell, revealing that the ice wizard is already dead. Hearing this, the boy in front of him bursts out in shock, exclaiming that after all that terrifying build-up, the so-called powerful figure ended up getting taken down anyway. He tells them not to rush him. He explains that if he did not first describe how terrifying the ice wizard was, they would never understand just how incredible the newly appeared masked man truly is. He then pulls out his phone and shows them a photo, telling them to look closely. The image reveals a masked figure whose body resembles a massive stone monster.